In the waning years of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the land of Xinzhou was rife with peasant uprisings, and various warlords carved out their territories. The countryside lay littered with the corpses of the starving, and the common folk struggled to survive. Meanwhile, far across the seas on the Korean peninsula, a massacre was unfolding. The sun shone brightly over the coastal waters, where a group of fishermen cast their nets as they did each day. Suddenly, a massive fleet emerged on the horizon, steadily advancing towards the shore. The banners of war billowed in the wind, emblazoned with the grand character for Han. Not good. Enemy invasion. A border sentinel, upon witnessing the formidable sight, cried out in panic and hurried to relay the news. Before long, the Han army made landfall, and with a force that swept away all resistance, the island's defensive forces were swiftly routed. From one of the most opulent warships stepped a commanding general, resplendent in battle armor. He was a towering figure with striking features that exuded authority. An easy conquest, he mused to himself as he surveyed the scene. This man was none other than Lu Qian, the prince of the current Han dynasty. Your Highness, the coastal garrison consists of approximately 3,000 soldiers, all of whom have been annihilated, and the remainder have fled without a trace, a soldier reported. Very well. Establish a camp on the island immediately and secure the entire territory, Lu Qian commanded. At once, the soldiers responded, hurrying to fulfill his orders. With the Korean peninsula in our grasp, conquest of Goguryeo shall be within reach, Lu Qian contemplated. He then opened his system panel. Host, Lu Qian food, 3,200,000 resources, stone 360,000 with 300,000 gold mine, 300,000. Population, farmers 150,000 spearmen, 150,000 swordsmen, 1,000 town level. Level 8. Upgrade requirement. 100,000 farmers achieved satisfied with the overview. Lu Qian nodded approvingly. He was a time traveler who had arrived in this chaotic era months prior, inhabiting the body of this neglected Han prince, and had awakened an imperial system. Within this system, resources could be transformed into a ceaseless production of soldiers and towns. Following the activation of his unique abilities, Lu Qian had begun his rise from the barren lands bestowed upon him by his indifferent father, gradually conquering islands such as Luzon, Japan, and the Yi Islands, plundering resources at each destination to bolster his armies and upgrade his system. Months later, he commanded tens of thousands of troops and had established his own dominion. It was now the year 183 AD, and according to his memories from his previous life, the infamous Yellow Turban Rebellion would erupt in just a few months. Following that, the empire would crumble, leading to a fierce struggle among various warlords, aristocratic families, and rebel armies for supremacy in the Central Plains. Time was of the essence, and Lu Qian realized he must prepare thoroughly. System: upgrade the town, Lu Qian silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, the towns established on the islands of Jiao, Luzon, Japan, and Yi began their upgrades. Ding upgrade successful. Town center level increased to level 9. New construction units added. Dock, stable, arrow tower. Next upgrade requirement. 200,000 farmer stables? Lu Qian exclaimed with delight upon hearing the system's announcement. Does this mean I can produce cavalry? Without hesitation, he deftly commanded the system to establish a stable. As the grand structure materialized on the Korean peninsula, Lu Qian was filled with elation. This monumental edifice would soon facilitate the creation of his cavalry forces, essential for his aspirations of unifying the realm. Eagerly, he opened the stable's construction list. Building. Stable cost. 5,000 gold available units. Scout cavalry, light cavalry, heavy cavalry. Scout cavalry. Health 100, attack 8, armor 2, shield 0, range 0 production requirements. 100 gold. 100 food primary function. Lightly armored cavalry suited for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Light cavalry. Health 150, attack 20, armor 5, shield 2, range 15 production requirements. 150 gold. 150 food primary function. Expert archers on horseback, known for their exceptional mobility. Heavy cavalry. Health 300, attack 35, armor 20, shield 15, range 0 production requirements. 300 gold. 300 food primary function. Heavily armored cavalry with superior defensive capabilities. Upon examining the formidable attributes of these three cavalry types, Lu Qian could hardly contain his excitement. With these cavalry forces at his disposal, he would undoubtedly sweep through the warlords vying for dominance in the Central Plains. What were the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, or the White Horse Company, when juxtaposed with his combined light and heavy cavalry? It was crucial to note that even the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, at its peak, numbered only around 100,000. Yet, this very force had assisted Dong Zhuo in withstanding the coalition of 18 warlords. The sheer magnitude of cavalry would grant a decisive advantage in the tumultuous conflicts of the Central Plains. However, Lu Qian had no cause for concern regarding numbers. As long as time was on his side and resources ample, troop recruitment would be a trivial matter. With this in mind, Lu Qian felt a surge of fervor. Yet, while his food resources were substantial, his gold mine yield was insufficient, necessitating an acceleration of gold extraction. System: train 100 scout cavalry, Lu Qian silently commanded. Although the current gold reserves couldn't support an extravagant cavalry production, some could still be allocated. As soon as Lu Qian issued the command, the icons before him began to oscillate, and soon, his resource panel reflected a deduction of 10,000 gold. Lu Qian's eyelids twitched at the sight. It was no wonder cavalry was deemed vital. The rate at which resources were consumed was staggering. If cavalry didn't prove to be undeniably effective, it would indeed be unfathomable. As progress bars rapidly filled, the stables on the Korean peninsula produced a stream of light-armored scouts, who soon emerged, leading their steeds. Observing these newly formed scout cavalry, Lu Qian nodded in satisfaction. Their combat prowess was already commendable, slightly inferior to the valiant swordsmen. Yet this cavalry was not intended for direct combat. They were designated for reconnaissance and reporting enemy movements. Your Highness, upon the completion of the production of 100 scout cavalry, the riders immediately knelt before Lu Qian. Currently, on the Korean peninsula, based on his past lives' memories, Goguryeo had amassed thousands of cavalrymen. These were seasoned warriors accustomed to raiding the grasslands, and their combat strength could not be underestimated. The 4,000 spearmen he had brought would not suffice to withstand them. With the populace of the Korean peninsula fleeing in terror, many sought refuge in Goguryeo, which would inevitably heighten their vigilance. Thus, Lu Qian understood the necessity of monitoring Goguryeo's movements closely. Once his resources were sufficient, and he had recruited a robust cavalry force, he would strike decisively to annihilate Goguryeo. You shall immediately enter Goguryeo's territory, Lu Qian commanded. Keep a vigilant watch on their movements. As his words echoed, the 100 scout cavalry swiftly mounted their horses, vanishing from Lu Qian's sight. This was the benefit of the system-generated troops. Their loyalty was unwavering, and they executed their lord's orders without hesitation. After the departure of the 100 scout cavalry, Lu Qian turned his attention to the other two cavalry types. Compared to heavy cavalry, the resource cost was exorbitant, and recruiting them at this stage would be futile, since insufficient gold would prevent them from forming a significant impact on the battlefield. Consequently, Lu Qian leaned towards training light cavalry. The light cavalry, skilled with bows and arrows, evoked memories of the renowned White Horse Company under Gong Sunzan, stationed in Liaodong. Though their numbers barely reached a few thousand, each rider was proficient in archery and rode white horses, renowned for their remarkable mobility in combat against the Wuhuan. The White Horse Company epitomized the glory of young cavalry during the late Eastern Han period. Thus, while heavy cavalry required vast numbers to exert power, the agile light cavalry had become Lu Qian's optimal choice. After training 100 scout cavalry, Lu Qian's resource panel still reflected a remaining gold reserve of 290,000. System: train light cavalry with all 290,000 gold, Lu Qian ordered. With his command, the stable erupted into a frenzy of activity as robust figures led their steeds forth. Given the expansive area of the stables, Lu Qian managed to train over 1,900 light cavalry. Even so, ample space remained within the stables, far exceeding the capacity of the 1,900 cavalrymen. Gazing upon the assembled light cavalry, Lu Qian felt a swell of pride. This was his own cavalry force, although their numbers were still modest. This was merely the beginning. I must expedite the extraction of gold resources, Lu Qian resolved, redirecting his gaze towards the recently conquered Luzon Island. At this moment, Lu Qian had barely begun to tap into the island's gold resources, with vast amounts still awaiting extraction. After surveying the map for a moment, Lu Qian commenced the establishment of numerous mining sites on Luzon Island. Upon upgrading the town center to level 9, not only did stables emerge, but mining facilities also came into existence. With the advent of these mining operations, the influx of mineral resources into his coffers was bound to accelerate significantly. I must hasten my pace. System, produce light cavalry for me as long as the gold resources are sufficient. I want the number of light cavalry to reach 50,000. With Lu Qian's orders issued, he began to oversee the affairs of his 5 territories. Although the gold resources required for 50,000 light cavalry amounted to a staggering figure, the benefits reaped would undoubtedly far outweigh the costs. However, Lu Qian was taken aback to discover that training these 50,000 light cavalry had consumed a staggering 7 million gold resources from his reserves. My king, recently, there has been a surge of refugees within Pyongyang City. These individuals are homeless, wandering aimlessly in the city. What shall we do, Your Majesty? As Lu Qian completed the pacification of the Three Han Peninsula, a number of desperate Three Han people began to flood into the new royal city of Pyongyang in Goguryeo. Despite being a royal city, it bore significant differences from the commanderies of the Han dynasty. The city walls were mere earthen mounds, lacking the imposing fortifications of the Han commanderies. Nevertheless, the very existence of a city constructed on the plains revealed Goguryeo's ambitions. At this moment, within the royal city of Goguryeo, the current monarch, Fu Yuwu, listened to the reports from his ministers with a sense of unease as he gazed at the memorials in his hand. These documents detailed the recent circumstances across Goguryeo, which had seen a considerable influx of refugees, most of whom had fled from the Three Han Peninsula. Contemplating the situation, Fu Yuwu could not help but ponder deeply. Right, Minister, what is the nature of this situation? Why have all the people from the Three Han Peninsula migrated here? What has transpired over there? As Fu Yuwu posed these inquiries, the Right Minister, his most trusted confidant, promptly stepped forward. The Right Minister had already gathered intelligence regarding these matters. Your Majesty, it is said that a horde of demons has arrived from the sea in the Three Han region. These beings kill indiscriminately, and according to the descriptions provided by the refugees, there are as many as tens of thousands of them. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuwu cast an unhappy glance toward the Right Minister. Chapter 2. The Grand Army Assembles. Observing the sudden change in the countenance of the sovereign Fu Yuwu, the Right Minister, a trusted confidant, hastily continued, However, Your Majesty, I believe it is merely an army that has appeared from nowhere, a force of tens of thousands now stationed on the Korean peninsula, posing a certain threat to us. Nevertheless, rest assured, under your esteemed leadership, our Goguryeo stands robust and formidable. Such a mere contingent of tens of thousands will surely be swiftly quelled by our mighty forces. At this juncture, the Right Minister suddenly knelt before Fu Yuwu, being well aware of his sovereign's temperament. An unpredictable brute who relished flattery, he proclaimed, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your grand ambitions shall echo through the ages. Once our Goguryeo army has vanquished this unfamiliar force on the Korean peninsula, our realm will expand immensely. In time, Your Majesty could even march against the Han dynasty, achieving feats hitherto unseen by Goguryeo. As the Right Minister extolled these praises, Fu Yuwu felt a surge of exhilaration, his aspirations for the Han Empire igniting within him. The prospect of conquering the Central Plains and enlarging Goguryeo's territory filled him with a sense of impending dominion. Ha ha ha! Splendid, well said, Right Minister. You truly are a sage among my advisors. Summon the attendants, reward him. With a grand gesture, Fu Yuwu commanded, and a retinue of servants appeared bearing various agate jewels and treasures. While the Right Minister's heart yearned for these riches, he understood Fu Yuwu's nature. He knew what could be taken and what should not. Your Majesty, I am unworthy of such rewards. What I spoke of was merely a vision of the future. All remains uncertain, and I am undeserving. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Fu Yuwu's eyes. Very well, Right Minister. You have shown great thoughtfulness. Henceforth, I decree that you muster the army. Go forth and subjugate the Korean territories. I shall expand Goguryeo's dominion. At these words, the Right Minister's heart sank. As a civil official commanding an army, was he not courting death? He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Should war arise, he feared he might not survive the battlefield. With this apprehension, He quickly knelt again, saying, "Your Majesty, the autumn harvest has passed, and winter approaches. We should contemplate how to sustain Goguryeo through this winter. Many of our compatriots may not survive the cold. It is unwise to pursue military endeavors now. When spring arrives, we can then seek to expand our territory." Upon hearing the right minister's counsel, Fu Yuwu nodded in agreement, realizing his own impulsiveness. "Indeed, this matter can wait. Today is a momentous occasion. Prepare a grand banquet in my honor." With Fu Yuwu's command, a lavish array of meats and entertainment flooded the palace. Relieved to have diverted the sovereign's attention from war this winter, the right minister began to celebrate with the other ministers. However, this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. It was now the 6th year of Guanghe. September 183 AD, just 5 months shy of the Yellow Turban Rebellion set to erupt in February 184. In these months, Lu Qian must fervently bolster his power. The world had yet to experience the Ice Age. Temperatures remained moderate. As December passed, spring would soon arrive, and Lu Qian needed to swiftly mobilize against Goguryeo, seizing Yuzhou, thereby positioning himself within the turmoil of the Yellow Turbans. During these 5 months, the Han Empire was rife with undercurrents. Numerous noble families recognized the implications of the Taiping Dao's actions. Yet, with a century-old dynasty and millennia-old families, as long as their foundations remained unshaken, they would remain indifferent upon learning of the Taiping Dao's intentions. These families exhibited no reaction, merely observing while amassing their strength. They would seek new investors amid the turmoil, ready to assist in achieving unification once more. Consequently, some families scattered their offspring among various warlords, refusing to place all their eggs in one basket. For the sake of their enduring legacy, they would reap the greatest rewards, regardless of who ultimately triumphed. As time passed, the frigid winter slowly waned, and the Han welcomed the season of renewal. Yet this revival could not breathe life back into the Han dynasty, which had become a withered tree, poised on the brink of extinction. "Hurry! Prepare all military supplies. The sovereign is leading us to new glories. Everyone, be ready." The army departs. With the arrival of January, winter had passed, and Goguryeo, having long prepared its provisions, began its mobilization. Countless troops gathered in Pyongyang, a proud cavalry force. Once a symbol of conquest, assembled with dignity. Though it could not match the might of the Xianbei or Xiongnu, it was still a sizable cavalry unit. Gazing upon his own 50,000-strong cavalry, Fu Yuwu could not suppress a grin. These riders were his foundation, his capital for seizing the world. Onward. Let us conquer the Korean peninsula. With a resounding command from Fu Yuwu, the 50,000 cavalry surged forth towards their destination. Despite their formidable numbers, the right minister, a loyal advisor, watched with unease as Fu Yuwu exuded overconfidence. Facing the enemy with such arrogance, he feared this battle would not be as straightforward as anticipated. Yet, fully aware of Fu Yuwu's character, the right minister knew that dampening his spirits could be perilous. Reluctantly, he sighed and followed the main force. Just as Goguryeo set forth to invade the Korean peninsula, a few figures swiftly vanished into the distance. "My lord, the king of Goguryeo, Fu Yuwu, advances with 50,000 cavalry. They will reach Han City in approximately 3 hours." A group of scout cavalry was quick to relay this intelligence to the town center. At that moment, Lu Qian's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he perused the report. Rising from his seat, he mused, Goguryeo truly underestimates us. I have yet to seek trouble with you, and you come rushing to deliver your heads." As Lu Qian murmured, a spark ignited in his gaze. Over the past 5 months, he had seized every opportunity for growth. Each day had been marked by fervent construction and recruitment, and the territories under his control, Jiaozhou, Yingzhou Island, Izhou Island, Luzon Island, and the Korean Peninsula, had developed rapidly. Jiaozhou's population had soared to an astonishing 3 million. Such a figure was remarkable. During the late Eastern Han, even the most powerful state, Wei, had only boasted a population of 4.5 million. Yet now, as the most remote and underdeveloped province, few would anticipate that it could harbor 3 million inhabitants, predominantly comprised of young and able-bodied individuals. Witnessing the transformation of Jiaozhou, Shi Xie, who had observed these changes, could hardly contain his joy, daily offering reverence to Lu Qian. Shi Xie had become Lu Qian's staunchest supporter. Were Lu Qian to command him to self-terminate, Shi Xie would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. This unwavering loyalty was not merely a reflection of Lu Qian's confidence. It was also due to the fact that the central town had now reached level 10. Beyond this level, it could not upgrade further. But a new feature had been unlocked: faction templates. This allowed for a clear view of all developed factions and the loyalty of subordinate generals. Upon activating this feature, Lu Qian returned to Jiaozhou and assessed Shi Xie's loyalty. Shi Xie, courtesy name, Wei Yin, loyalty, 100, die-hard, martial power, 63 wisdom, 79 command, 46. After reviewing Shi Xie's profile, Lu Qian was pleasantly surprised by the unwavering loyalty of the head of the Shi family. Moreover, this loyalty was not isolated. The entire Shi family boasted loyalty ratings exceeding 90. Regarding the rewards for the upgrades to the town center, Lu Qian was exceedingly satisfied. As his power grew, he would inevitably require capable individuals to govern. With this template of forces, he could effortlessly discern those who were loyal and competent. However, upon learning that Goguryeo was leading an army of 50,000 cavalry against him, Lu Qian could not help but reveal a cold smirk at Fu Yuwu's schemes. Send the orders. Assemble the troops. I intend to ensure that Fu Yuwu remains here permanently. Chapter 3. Annihilate them all. As soon as Lu Qian's command was issued, the city of Han, which he had constructed, sprang into action like a colossal and sophisticated machine. Lu Qian's orders became directives, executed with mechanical efficiency. In an instant, cavalry units swiftly gathered outside Han. These light cavalry had been meticulously trained by Lu Qian in small, dispersed squads, and due to the system's advanced training capabilities, they had undergone a transformation from ordinary light cavalry to elite light cavalry. Unit type: Elite Light Cavalry, the upgraded variant of light cavalry. These warriors became more seasoned and formidable through the trials of life and death battles. Health: 200 attack power, 40 armor, 7 shield, 4 range, 30. These elite light cavalry had transformed a significant portion of the cavalry force, boasting formidable attack power combined with agile maneuverability and doubled range. Now, the elite light cavalry was a lethal blade. Humph! Train soldiers for 1,000 days. Use them for a moment. It is time to showcase your strength to the world. Annihilate the invading enemies. With Lu Qian's resounding command, all the light cavalry units gathered outside Han immediately mounted their steeds. As they surged forth like a torrent towards Goguryeo, a confident smile graced Lu Qian's face. At this moment, he had no apprehension about his army's potential failure, for it was simply inconceivable. He could only speculate on Fu Yuwu's reaction upon witnessing this formidable army. With that thought, a playful smile danced upon Lu Qian's lips. Just after Lu Qian dispatched his troops, Fu Yuwu, leading 50,000 soldiers, leisurely marched towards the Korean peninsula. He was utterly unconcerned about the impending conflict. In Fu Yuwu's mind, aside from the Han dynasty and the Xiongnu, no other foes could pose a challenge to his cavalry. His 50,000 horsemen were the elite among elites. However, had Lu Qian overheard this, he would undoubtedly have mocked Fu Yuwu, stating, "I am precisely here to confront your precious elite." As Fu Yuwu's grand army progressed, the traditional rapid advances of cavalry were replaced by a leisurely march akin to a royal outing with personal guards. Observing this, the right minister often hesitated to voice his concerns to Fu Yuwu, knowing that any advice would be futile, for Fu Yuwu was too arrogant to heed anyone's counsel. Indeed, Fu Yuwu was convinced of his invincibility as he surveyed the 50,000 cavalry surrounding him. How far away it is! Why is this Korean peninsula so distant? I find myself losing interest. After several hours of marching, what should have been a 3-hour journey turned into a drawn-out affair due to Fu Yuwu's leisurely pace. Observing the discontented king, the right minister fell silent. While other ministers harbored mixed thoughts, yet most were cautiously compliant. Why, king? There are enemy forces ahead. Just as Fu Yuwu began to grow bored, a scout from the army returned, shouting a report. Upon hearing the news of enemies, Fu Yuwu's eyes lit up, and he sat up with newfound interest. As everyone turned to gaze into the distance, they beheld waves of cavalry surging forth. They possessed such a substantial cavalry force. Fu Yuwu was taken aback by the sight of the approaching light cavalry. It was well known that the Korean peninsula did not breed horses in abundance. How could such a large cavalry be trained? However, Fu Yuwu could not discern the exact number of these cavalrymen, but it appeared they were outnumbered by his own 50,000. Feeling buoyed by this realization, Fu Yuwu scoffed, "A swarm of ants dares to obstruct my path, to Son. As Goguryeo's foremost warrior, It is time for you to prove that your title is not merely a facade. Lead a contingent to crush this cavalry." Turning to a burly man nearby, Fu Yuwu issued the command. The latter grinned widely, but the combination of his imposing physique and fearsome countenance would surely frighten a child. As Goguryeu's #1 warrior, Tu Er's son had long craved battle. Now that conflict was at hand, he was eager to take the lead. Upon receiving Fu Yuwu's orders, Tu Er's son promptly rose, grasped his wolf-tooth club, and galloped to the front of the army. After assembling his troops, he charged towards the distant light cavalry. While Tu Er's son's martial prowess was commendable, he was a reckless brute lacking in strategy. As Tu Er's son's forces advanced directly toward the enemy, the light cavalry swiftly readied their bows. When Tu Er's son's contingent reached a distance of 150 paces, a hail of arrows descended upon them. Thud! On my eyes! Ugh! Tu Er's son's towering figure fell heavily to the ground, his steed remaining behind to gaze at its fallen master. "I am the charge." Tu Er's son's cavalry had not even touched the enemy before being decimated by the arrow storm. In the wake of this sudden onslaught, countless Goguryeo cavalrymen were struck down, some dying upon impact with the ground. This unforeseen calamity left Tu Er's son in a state of panic, as he realized the enemy could strike from such a distance. Sweat beaded upon his forehead as he desperately swung his club to fend off the arrows. Yet, despite his efforts, the relentless barrage pierced his body, turning him into a human pincushion before he ever closed the gap to 150 paces. "Damn it! I refuse to accept this. I am Goguryeu's greatest warrior." After the initial rain of arrows ceased, Tu Er's son's massive form collapsed heavily to the ground, his mount staring at its lifeless master. The cavalry force, which once numbered 5,000, had been annihilated without inflicting a single blow upon the enemy. Furious, Fu Yuwu could hardly contain his rage upon witnessing Tu Er's son's defeat. To lose 1/10 of his cavalry due to the incompetence of his top general was an affront he could not tolerate. Fixating on the distant light cavalry, Fu Yuwu's anger only intensified. "Kill! Annihilate them all! All forces advance!" In a fit of rage, Fu Yuwu stormed out of the tent, mounting his horse alongside the remaining 40,000 cavalry to launch a full-scale assault. Chapter 58. The Fury of Incompetence. Kill! With Fu Yuwu's frenzied roar, the 45,000-strong cavalry of Goguryeo surged towards the enemy, completely devoid of rational thought. A man who knew only indulgence, witnessing the death of his top general and the senseless loss of 5,000 cavalry. Fu Yuwu, as the king of Goguryeo, had never endured such humiliation. Under the command of Fu Yuwu, the immense cavalry legion surged forth in unison. As Fu Yuwu led the charge. The right minister's expression shifted dramatically. "Your Majesty, we cannot pursue. Beware of ambushes." Yet, disregarding the right minister's warning, Fu Yuwu pressed on, incensed by the loss of 5,000 cavalrymen. Had those 5,000 remained, they might have plundered even more women and grain come springtime in Yuzhou. Now, with those 5,000 lost to a rain of arrows without a fight, how could Fu Yuwu not be enraged? "Humph! Just a mere few thousand cavalry. Witness my army crush them." After uttering these disdainful words, the right minister found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 4. The Devil. A veritable devil. As Fu Yuwu charged toward the distant enemy, an unsettling premonition gripped the right minister. May the king of Fuqing protect Goguryeo, but fate was not on their side. Everything unfolded as the right minister had foreseen. Just as Fu Yuwu led his troops forward, the light cavalry in the distance abruptly turned tail and fled. "Damn it! They are escaping! Kill them!" roared Fu Yuwu. "These cowards, avenge our fallen brethren." Seeing the light cavalry retreating, a flicker of delight crossed Fu Yuwu's face. Originally, he had anticipated casualties, yet now these timid souls had chosen to flee. "Humph! They fear my army," he thought, elated. "I shall annihilate you. Then I will advance west to Yuzhou." With Fu Yuwu's rallying cry, the army, unconcerned by the sudden retreat of the enemy, pressed on, emboldened by their numerical superiority. The ground trembled beneath the charge of the 40,000-strong cavalry. However, as Fu Yuwu confidently led the pursuit, the fleeing light cavalry swiftly turned around, drawing their bows and knocking arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Watching the movements of the enemy cavalry, Fu Yuwu's pupils constricted in alarm. Yet, like shooting stars, the arrows rained down upon them mercilessly. "Damn it! Everyone be cautious. Take cover. Thud. Thud. Ah. As Fu Yuwu's face paled and he attempted to direct his troops, wave after wave of cavalrymen fell, struck down by the deluge of arrows. Observing his cavalry being decimated one after another, Fu Yuwu's expression darkened ominously. "You useless fools," returned Fire. "I command you to retaliate." With Fu Yuwu's furious bellowing, thousands more cavalrymen fell to the relentless storm of arrows before the remaining troops finally reacted under his command. However, the next scene made Fu Yuwu's countenance grow even grimmer, as his 40,000-strong cavalry collectively drew their bows and unleashed a volley at the enemy. Their arrows fell impotently to the ground, failing to graze a single foe within 50 paces. Staring in disbelief from atop his steed, Fu Yuwu was engulfed in doubt. His cavalry had been meticulously developed over many years to reach their current strength. The 5,000 cavalrymen were all seasoned archers, yet this sight left him questioning the efficacy of his forces. "Damn it! Kill! 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 Why can't your arrows even touch them?" With Fu Yuwu's impotent rage, the expressions of his loyal guards turned crimson. As cavalrymen, they had prided themselves on being elite, yet they found themselves facing a formidable enemy. "My lord, our range is barely 100 paces, while the enemy seems capable of reaching 150. We cannot strike them." One of his confidants whispered nervously. Fu Yuwu trembled with fury, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. If they withdrew now, they would be mercilessly picked off by the enemy's superior mobility and range. Thinking quickly, Fu Yuwu steeled himself and commanded, "All of you, no retreat. Charge forward. Their arrows cannot last forever. We shall outlast them. Kill." Under Fu Yuwu's desperate insistence, the remaining cavalry reorganized and charged toward the distant enemy. They understood that this was their only chance for survival, for retreat would lead to a slow demise. However, the morale of these men had severely waned. They fought now merely to stay alive. As Fu Yuwu led the remaining troops in pursuit, the army pressed on, but soon his expression grew increasingly troubled. The Goguryeo army had advanced into the heart of a vast plain. A sense of foreboding washed over Fu Yuwu. "Retreat! Quickly! Everyone retreat!" His frantic shouts sent the thousands of Goguryeo soldiers into disarray. Following their gazes, Fu Yuwu noticed the warhorses beneath them growing restless and agitated. The sudden turn of events left Fu Yuwu unable to swiftly withdraw. At that moment, a terrifying tremor resonated through the ground, reaching Fu Yuwu and his cavalry. As the ominous sound grew louder, Fu Yuwu's face turned ashen. Thud, thud, thud. The Goguryeo army, now deep within the plains, began to panic. "What is that noise? What's happening? Why is the ground shaking?" The soldiers, feeling the earth tremble beneath them, descended into chaos. Even Fu Yuwu fell silent, fully aware that he had stumbled into a trap meticulously laid by the enemy. To preserve any fighting chance, he could only wait in trepidation, as Fu Yuwu's troops anxiously awaited their fate. A startled voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, look over there. What is that? It's glowing. My heavens! What in the world is that?" Following the direction of the exclamation, the soldiers turned to see an enormous cavalry force approaching. An uncertain sight indeed. Even Fu Yuwu, the king of Goguryeo, found himself momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to respond. Emerging from the formidable cavalry formation was a man of striking stature, tall and with sharp features, riding a white steed that exuded an air of nobility. Fu Yuwu's gaze fixated intently on this figure as he approached. The man was none other than Lu Qian, who, at this moment, felt no trepidation regarding the thousands of Goguryeo cavalry before him. "My time is limited. This battle must obliterate Goguryeo," he declared. "All troops, charge." With no time to waste, Lu Qian's 1,000 heavy cavalrymen surged forward. Heavy cavalry may not excel in long-distance pursuits, but once prepared for battle on suitable terrain, they became the nightmare of any opposing army. As the heavy cavalry launched their sudden assault, Fu Yuwu's brow furrowed in alarm. "Quickly, fire arrows. We cannot let them close in." It was not merely a matter of the enemy's attack. Their own cavalry was now rendered impotent, unable to counter. Moreover, the armor worn by the opposing forces was evidently formidable. At the command of Fu Yuwu, the remaining cavalry of Goguryeo swiftly seized their longbows from their mounts and unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows upon the swiftly approaching heavily armored cavalry. However, to their astonishment, the arrows they shot proved utterly ineffective. bouncing harmlessly off the armored riders. "My king, these men fear not our arrows. They are devils, devils. They are coming. What shall we do?" Faced with the alarming realization that their adversaries were impervious to their arrows, the Goguryeo cavalry was plunged into a state of utter panic. The morale of the troops wavered, leading to a series of issues. Before Fu Yuwu could issue any further commands, some of the more timid riders fled in haste. Witnessing the flight of his men, Fu Yuwu's face turned ashen with rage. Yet, from a distance, Lu Qian observed this unfolding chaos with a cold smirk. He was well aware that his orders were to annihilate all of Goguryeo's remaining forces, leaving no one unscathed. Furthermore, after such extensive development, his cavalry was far more than just this meager number. With this thought, a confident smile spread across Lu Qian's face. Chapter 5. Devastation Unleashed. Suddenly, a multitude of cavalry emerged on the outskirts of the plain, with light cavalry numbering an impressive 50,000, while another contingent, also light cavalry, donned distinctively elegant attire. These were elite light cavalry, upgraded from their earlier forms, also comprising 50,000 strong, aside from the 10,000 heavily armored riders accompanying Lu Qian. Another 40,000 were stationed in the stables of the Three Han Peninsula, expected to arrive shortly. Just as Lu Qian contemplated this, a massive, gleaming tide of steel surged forward from the distance, accelerating rapidly into a charge. The might of 40,000 heavily armored cavalry was akin to a minor earthquake on the plain. The battle steeds of these system-produced heavy cavalry were robust and well-fed, charging forth in their armor like small automobiles. At that moment, the Goguryeo army, led by Fu Yuwu, found themselves utterly surrounded, with cavalry forces vastly outnumbering them in every direction. As Fu Yuwu beheld this scene, despair enveloped him. The cavalrymen around him dismounted, kneeling in a bid for Lu Qian's mercy. "I am well aware of Goguryeo's wolfish ambitions. It is too late to surrender now." Lu Qian's face twisted into a cold grin as he observed the kneeling Goguryeo cavalrymen. His orders were clear: kill, show no mercy. With Lu Qian offering no response, the surrounding light cavalry immediately nocked their arrows, unleashing a relentless rain of projectiles upon their foes. Under this hail of arrows, the already demoralized riders fell one by one, pierced through by the arrows. Following the conclusion of the arrow storm, the merciless heavy cavalry charged in with ferocity, with the foremost riders skewering 3 men with a single thrust. As Fu Yuwu stood frozen amidst the carnage, the cacophony of screams and cries for mercy filled his ears. "My king, save me. I do not wish to die. Help, mercy. Ah, my arm." The relentless cries crashed upon Fu Yuwu's consciousness, driving him to the brink of despair. As the king of Goguryeo, now was the time for him to rise. Yet, as he surveyed the slaughter of his soldiers by the impenetrable heavy cavalry, even blades and arrows failed to pierce their armor. Faced with such a devilish adversary, the morale of the Goguryeo cavalry was obliterated. The number of his cavalry dwindled drastically, once brimming with confidence. He now stood amidst the remnants of a mere few thousand, once 5,000 strong. They now lay scattered among a mountain of corpses, which became the final straw for Fu Yuwu. "Ah, I shall kill you, that Han general. Dare you challenge me?" In a fit of desperation, Fu Yuwu charged forth on horseback, calling out to Lu Qian in the distance. However, Lu Qian had no intention of acknowledging this cornered beast. "How dare you? I am the king of Goguryeo. You have won through deceit, yet I refuse to submit. Dare you face me in battle?" Seeing Lu Qian's indifference to his provocation, Fu Yuwu's heart sank in defeat. He knew that capturing the enemy's commander was the only chance he had to lead the remaining troops back to Pyongyang. Thus, in a desperate bid for survival, he resorted to incessant verbal taunts aimed at Lu Qian. To Lu Qian, this rabid dog of a king was nothing more than a source of amusement. "A cornered dog dares to bark here. I am the true son of heaven. How could you, a mere barbarian, compare to me? Kill." In response to Fu Yuwu's taunts, Lu Qian commanded a full-scale assault at a duel. In the face of overwhelming might, was it necessary to waste time with such trivialities? A duel served only to bolster the morale of the troops, but that was only relevant when both sides were evenly matched. When the disparity in power was so great, there was no need to engage in such frivolities. With Lu Qian's command, the light cavalry, which had been firing arrows from the periphery, quickly joined the fray. The already decimated Goguryeo cavalry, reduced to mere thousands, stood no chance against the overwhelming force of 150,000. As the tide of soldiers surged forward, the very earth trembled beneath their advance. Faced with such insurmountable power, Fu Yuwu was consumed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness, stripped of any will to resist. At that moment, the charging heavy cavalry began to slaughter the remaining riders, leaving Fu Yuwu to gaze vacantly at the heavy cavalry, which had come to a halt before him. Yet, the heavy cavalry showed no mercy. With a swift motion, one rider drew his sword, and in a flash of blinding light, Fu Yuwu's head was severed from his body. As his decapitated form crumpled to the ground, an expression of unwillingness flickered across his face. Is this how it ends? Am not willing. With a resounding thud, Fu Yuwu's head struck the ground as the captain of the heavy cavalry led his men to begin the grim task of clearing the battlefield. This battle had resulted in the complete annihilation of Goguryeu's cavalry, and their king, Fu Yuwu, lay slain. The plain now resembled a mountain of corpses, a sea of lifeless bodies, with blood flowing like rivers across the terrain. However, Lu Qian's focus was not on the dead. All troops, heed my command. We must act swiftly. The news of Goguryeu's defeat has yet to reach Pyongyang. We shall launch a rapid assault on the city. Today, we will eradicate Goguryeo entirely. With Lu Qian's declaration, the cavalry, initially preparing to scavenge the battlefield, swiftly mounted their horses. These soldiers, trained by the system, were unwavering in their obedience to orders. As Lu Qian finished speaking, the vast force of 150,000 cavalry surged forward toward the capital of Goguryeo. Meanwhile, Lu Qian was accompanied only by a contingent of valiant swordsmen. Leaving the corpses behind was not a wise decision. Not only did it pose an environmental threat, but the risk of disease could taint the water sources of the Three Han Peninsula, causing him considerable trouble. With this in mind, Lu Qian summoned 1,000 farmers from the central towns of the peninsula to clear the bodies. After this was done, he leisurely made his way toward Pyongyang alongside his escort of swordsmen. At that moment, the scene within Pyongyang was one of prosperity and anticipation. When will the king return? I do not know, but it should be soon. The king has led our 5,000 brave warriors into battle. Soon, the entire Three Han Peninsula will belong to Goguryeo. The citizens of Pyongyang were abuzz with discussions about Fu Yuwu's campaign across the Three Han Peninsula. Many residents firmly believed that their king would triumph and reclaim the territory for Goguryeo. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their eagerly awaited king had already perished alongside his 5,000 cavalry, instead of their anticipated monarch. Lu Qian's 150,000 elite heavy cavalry marched forth to exact vengeance. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled with the sound of approaching hooves, drawing the attention of all Goguryeo citizens within the city. They paused their activities, turning their gazes toward the outside world. Some of the Goguryeo people were so exhilarated that they began to celebrate, believing that their king had undoubtedly succeeded in subjugating the Three Han Peninsula. Just as everyone turned their gaze towards the horizon in eager anticipation, the Goguryeo soldiers standing atop the city walls suddenly changed their expressions. Something was amiss. That is not the king. Quickly, bring the civilians back. Hurry! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What appeared on the horizon was not the 50,000 Goguryeo cavalry led by Fu Yuwu, but a colossal torrent of steel. The foremost cavalry sent a shiver of fear through the soldiers on the walls. What? Not the king! What is that? A monster! A monster! Hearing the soldiers' cries from the walls, the Goguryeo civilians who had gathered outside the city were momentarily frozen in place. As the cavalry, resembling a steel beast, emerged on the horizon, the faces of those civilians turned pale with terror as they gazed at the approaching riders. As the cavalry began to accelerate towards them, those standing outside the city dared not remain any longer. Quickly, into the city! Hurry! Help! The king has failed. Amidst the panicked cries, the Goguryeo people who intended to welcome the king's return were now all screaming as they rushed towards the city. However, the guards on the walls could clearly see the cavalry charging towards them at an alarming speed. The guards were thrown into disarray. Close the city gates. The enemy is about to attack. Chapter 6. Goguryeo, annihilated. With urgent shouts, a detachment of guards hurried to the city gates, beginning to slowly push them shut. Yet, the Goguryeo civilians outside would not allow the guards to succeed. Hurry, hurry! Those damned guards are trying to close the gates. Rush in. Otherwise, we will certainly die here. Let me in, you bastards! As the gates were about to be shut, The civilians outside could no longer hold back in a desperate bid for survival. They surged towards the city. The massive tide of people momentarily prevented the guards from closing the gates, creating a stalemate. Yet, Lu Qian's iron cavalry showed no mercy. They continued to accelerate towards Pyongyang without pause. Heads up! There are civilians. The gates cannot be closed. What to do? What to do? As the civilians desperately ran towards the city and the gates remained open, Lu Qian's army was rapidly approaching. Seeing this scene, the guards inside the city could not help but grow grim. Thud. Thud. Ah, what are you doing? Why? Suddenly, the guards preparing to close the gates raised their weapons and aimed them at the civilians rushing in. Watching their own people unleash a massacre, the Goguryeo civilians outside were bewildered and shouted towards the city. However, the captain of the guards had a fierce expression. If you continue to delay, you will endanger everyone inside Pyongyang. Whoever dares to break in will die. Close the gates, at the captain's command. The crowd outside came to a halt, knowing that those who had pushed in moments ago had perished before their eyes. With the crowd stabilized, the guards inside swiftly closed the gates. Yet, as humans, they could hardly fathom the immense power that arises when life is threatened. Faced with the terrifying torrent of steel behind them, the civilians had no desire to resist. In contrast, the guards inside were dependent on their survival. Those damned bastards are willing to abandon us. Charge in, kill them. We must get in, confronted with the imminent threat to their lives. The civilians cared little for anything else. They believed that only within the city could they find safety. With one person's loud cry, the crowd outside erupted into chaos once more. The gates, which had not yet fully closed, were once again forced open by the surging mass of people, all of whom acted as if possessed, seizing the guards' weapons. Damn it! You wretched peasants! Kill them! Show no mercy! Annihilate them and shut the gates. Observing the tumultuous scene at the gate, the captain of the guards was filled with exasperation and rage. Yet, no matter how he commanded, it was futile, for the guards faced not just the crowd outside, but also reinforcements from the civilians' tribes rushing to assist. As the chaos below reached a fever pitch, the captain's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Lu Qian's cavalry nearing the city. It's over. It's all over. Gazing at the emotionless riders charging forth, the captain envisioned the fate that awaited Pyongyang. Realizing this, he abandoned all thoughts of resistance and swiftly led the tribes on the city walls to flee from the other side of Pyongyang. The words of the Han are still useful. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not worry about firewood. I will seek refuge with the Xinbei, and then I shall live well. As the captain led the way in retreat, the remaining guards naturally followed suit, plunging Pyongyang into utter chaos. Kill. Charge in. Spare the women. Annihilate all the men. Just as Pyongyang descended into complete disorder, Lu Qian's 150,000 Iron Cavalry arrived at its gates. However, the scene before them was still one of turmoil. The gates stood wide open, and countless civilians were locked in battle with the guards. Yet, those cavalrymen, under Lu Qian's command, paid no heed to the chaos. They were there solely to fulfill his orders. With the heavy armored cavalry breaking through, they surged into the city, transforming Pyongyang into a hellish battlefield, slaying all in their path. The Goguryeo clans within the city faced a massacre at the hands of Lu Qian's forces, with only young women spared for assimilation, while all remaining males faced execution. Confronted by the sudden onslaught of Lu Qian's army, the Goguryeo people found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Beneath the heavy armor, their attempts to inflict harm became a futile endeavor. No, don't kill me, demons. It's over. Goguryeo is finished. As Lu Qian's army wreaked havoc, Pyongyang was engulfed in flames, and countless Goguryeo lives were extinguished in this battle. Meanwhile, within the inner city of Goguryeo, a cry echoed from the residence of the Right Minister. Ah, my lord! The Right Minister, who had fought alongside Fu Yuwu, had anticipated the dreadful outcome upon Fu Yuwu's return to Pyongyang without heeding his counsel. In that moment, the Right Minister took his own life, hanging in despair within his home. With the fall of Pyongyang, the entirety of Goguryeo faced Lu Qian's purging, as all scattered clans were systematically eradicated. Wherever Lu Qian's army went, only young women remained. Goguryeo men, regardless of age, were executed without exception. In an instant, the land of Goguryeo was filled with the sounds of despair. My lord! The entirety of Goguryeo has been thoroughly cleansed. All Goguryeo men have been killed, and only 60,000 women have been captured. After the complete annihilation of Goguryeo, Lu Feng, now the commander of the cavalry unit, reported with a look of regret. The number of Goguryeo women was indeed dismally low, apart from the numerous women in the royal capital of Pyongyang. Other smaller tribes held few. Furthermore, among these 60,000 women, some were Han women who had been plundered from the Yuzhou border. Upon hearing Lu Feng's report, Lu Qian waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Lu Feng ceased his speech and quickly exited the command tent. At this moment, everything required the army's control, and they had to remain vigilant against potential raids by the Xiongnu or Xinbei. Meanwhile, Lu Qian was not idle. A town center rapidly took shape in the heart of Pyongyang. With the establishment of this center, a smile crept across Lu Qian's face. Moments later, a large number of young men appeared throughout Pyongyang, while the 60,000 women captured by Lu Qian were allocated to trained farmers. There is still 1 month left. I must seize this time. As the orderly construction of Pyongyang commenced, Lu Qian's deep gaze turned towards the central plains. It was now January 184, leaving only a month before Zhang Jiao's Yellow Turban Rebellion. For in this month, the disciple Tang Zhou, who had been lurking in Luoyang, would betray them. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jiao would ignite the Yellow Turban Rebellion, toppling the Han dynasty's rule a month in advance. Thus, the time left for Lu Qian was likely less than a month. Contemplating this, Lu Qian turned his attention to his personal status panel. Host, Lu Qian Food, Mi Stone, 3, 621, 000, Wood, 6, 745, 320, Gold, 3. 412,000 Farmers, 2.6 million, Spearmen, 150, 000, Brave Swordsmen, 1, 030, Light Cavalry, 50, 000, Elite Light Cavalry, 50, 000, Heavy Cavalry, 50,000 Territories owned, Jiaozhou, Izhou Island, Luzon Island, Yingzhou Island, Sanhan Peninsula, Goguryeo before Lu Qian's eyes. An extraordinarily splendid array of data suddenly materialized. During the past 6 months of development, his town center had just reached the pinnacle of level 10, unable to upgrade any further. However, this level 10 town center had unlocked a plethora of new buildings. Though Lu Qian had yet to find the time and resources to construct them, town center level, 10 health points, 50,000 defense, 5,000 next building unlock condition. Own the lands of the Great Han's 3 provinces. Constructible buildings, residence, barracks, farmland, lumberyard, mine, city wall, arrow tower, stable, dock, research institute, blacksmith. At this moment, 2 brand new buildings had appeared in the construction unit. One was a research institute, and the other was a blacksmith. However, due to time constraints, the resources required for these 2 buildings were so vast that Lu Qian merely glanced at them and abandoned the idea, deciding to revisit it once his territory expanded. After more than half a year of development, Lu Qian's territory had undergone a remarkable and prosperous expansion. Aside from the recently acquired Goguryeo, the other territories were bustling with trained farmers, who continuously assisted him in gathering various resources, among them. The largest city in Jiaozhou, Guangzhou Port, had developed akin to the capital of Luoyang, boasting a vast city and an advanced port. At this moment, Guangzhou Port had become the most prosperous city in Jiaozhou, serving as the epicenter from which Lu Qian's influence radiated. Notably, out of the 150,000 spearmen, a staggering 100,000 were stationed in Jiaozhou. Lu Qian's power had grown unprecedentedly strong, yet his protection of intelligence was remarkably perfect. To the extent that the Great Han might have forgotten about Lu Qian, the exiled Grand Prince in Jiaozhou. This, indeed, constituted Lu Qian's greatest safeguard. Until his strength reached a certain level, he must not reveal too much of his capabilities. Chapter 7. A Shock to the Court. It is important to note that the Great Han had decayed to its very roots. To restore the glory of the Great Han as a heavenly empire, it must be dismantled and rebuilt. Moreover, he must possess the strength to rival the powerful families. One need only look at Yuan Shao, who, despite being of noble lineage, gradually lost control over the powerful clans. During the Battle of Guandu, Yuan Shao boasted an army of 1 million, while Cao Cao commanded merely 200,000. Under such a disparity of 5-1, Yuan Shao inexplicably lost the battle. What crushing power would 1 million men exert against 200,000? Given Yuan Shao's forces at that time, even if they launched a full-scale assault, they could easily obliterate Cao Cao. However, how many of those million were genuinely under Yuan Shao's command? with the investments from various powerful families, it is likely that no more than 300,000 truly obeyed Yuan Shao. Even this 300,000 faced constant betrayals from the families, with Yuan Shao's granary at Wuchao being set ablaze in a surprise attack by Cao Cao. This further undermined Yuan Shao's already divided army. Ultimately, after Yuan Shao's defeat, the majority of his forces surrendered to Cao Cao, with generals Zhang Tai and Gao Lan leading their troops to capitulate. After Yuan Shao's demise, his two sons clashed over territory, only to be annihilated by Cao Cao, thus laying the groundwork for Cao Cao's unification of the north. Cao Cao, in essence, was merely another warlord chosen by the powerful families after they abandoned Yuan Shao. These families were like leeches, clinging to the foundation of the Great Han, and as long as they persisted, the realm would forever remain theirs. Upon reflecting on this, a dangerous glimmer ignited in Lu Qian's eyes. However, the immediate priority was to relentlessly amass resources for military expansion. Having witnessed the might of his 150,000 iron cavalry, Lu Qian grew increasingly aware of the importance of cavalry in the Central Plains conflict. 150,000 cavalry was far from sufficient. Once he possessed 1 million or even 10 million cavalry, what force in this world could rival him? At that time, regardless of the noble families, should they dare to oppose him, he would eradicate them completely. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qian commenced various constructions throughout Goguryeo.as. He invested all resources into the rapid training of troops. News of Goguryeu's near-total annihilation by an unknown force reached Yuzhou. Governor, recently, there has been a sudden influx of refugees in Yuzhou. Most of them hail from Goguryeo. Within the Yuzhou governor's office, Lu Yu, a member of the Han imperial family sent to maintain order in Yuzhou, was well regarded by the populace. However, even so, Lu Yu did not wield absolute authority in Yuzhou, as the most powerful noble family in the region was the Gongsun clan. Gongsun Zan, a scion of this family, held a notable position within the clan, benefiting from his father-in-law's influence and the governor's favor, thus commanding significant power in Yuzhou. Upon arriving in Yuzhou, Lu Yu advocated for a policy of conciliation, treating the local nomadic tribes with leniency. However, this stance was not entirely aligned with Gongsun Zan's views. Yet, with the Yellow Turban Rebellion yet to erupt and the remnants of the Han's authority still present, these noble families were compelled to remain relatively stable for development. Thus, Lu Yu maintained absolute control in Yuzhou, with no significant friction arising from Gongsun Zan's disagreements. Upon receiving the intelligence from scouts, Lu Yu could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, this is excellent news. It indicates that under my governance, Yuzhou has truly become a place that everyone yearns for. What a fortuitous event. Yet, why do you appear so troubled? Noticing the worried expression on his subordinate's face, Lu Yu inquired with genuine confusion. Reporting to the governor, according to these refugees, they escaped from Goguryeo. They mentioned a massive cavalry force that not only defeated Goguryeu's forces but also ravaged the entire Goguryeo territory. Every man was slaughtered. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Lu Yu's subordinate's face. It is essential to recognize that Goguryeo was a nation, albeit a small one. Nonetheless, few could anticipate its utter annihilation. Even though Goguryeo had constructed a city, Pyongyang, its entire territory had still been laid waste. As Lu Yu processed this report, he felt a tremor of unease and began to contemplate the origins of this formidable force. Have you uncovered any information about this army? Do you know who commands it? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yu's expression grew serious as he questioned the scout before him. The scout, however, displayed a curious expression. Governor, therein lies the peculiarity. According to the refugees, that army appears to be our great Han's forces. Yet, it is truly perplexing who possesses such a formidable contingent of 150,000 cavalry. With the scout's revelation, Lu Yu fell into a contemplative silence in the vast Central Plains. Could there exist a force with 150,000 cavalry? Lu Yu was well aware of the situation regarding the various noble clans within the Great Han. He harbored deep-seated resentment towards them, as these families had begun to regard the Great Han with increasing disdain. Even Lu Yu, as a legitimate member of the Han imperial family, received no respect. Some of the larger families maintained private armies numbering in the thousands. If these 150,000 cavalry originated from anywhere, it would likely be the domain of the noble clans. So, the Great Han is on the brink of an unprecedented storm. Dispatch orders from this governor. Xinyu Fu, Qizhou, and Xinyu Yin are to mobilize the Yuzhou garrison. remain vigilant of the movements of that mysterious army from Goguryeo. Although this army was purportedly a great Han force, given its total annihilation of Goguryeo, Lu Yu surmised that its intentions were likely nefarious. While the destruction of Goguryeo was indeed an occasion for celebration, Lu Yu suspected that such a feat was likely orchestrated by the noble families. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu hastily penned an urgent report and ordered his trusted aide to deliver it to Luoyang with utmost speed. At this moment, within Yuzhou, in Liaodong County, Gongsun, the self-proclaimed emperor of Liaodong, was in high spirits. Haha, how amusing! This great Han army, though its commander remains unknown, has utterly vanquished Goguryeo. Truly admirable. Such a grand achievement merits celebration. Issue my orders to prepare a banquet. Upon receiving the news from Goguryeo, Gongsun could not contain his laughter. During this era, he still embodied the spirit of a valiant general, dedicated to resisting foreign invasions and eager to launch assaults against Wu Huan and Xianbei. Although he remained under Lu Yu's oversight, Gongsun found little concern in this. For as long as he could slay the foreign foes, he considered himself a hero. With such splendid news at hand, Gongsun's mood soared, prompting him to host a grand banquet within the city of Liaodong to celebrate. The news also reached the Wu Huan and Xianbei tribes surrounding Goguryeo. These two groups, due to the influence of the Xiongnu, were compelled to submit to their authority. Rather than being allies, they were akin to hounds at the Xiongnu's command, ready to attack whomever the Xiongnu directed them to. It would be disingenuous to claim that the Wu Huan and Xianbei did not envy Goguryeo, for Goguryeo had established the city of Pyongyang within its own territory. Goguryeo has been annihilated? Good heavens, who could have done such a thing? Should we not investigate? At this moment, the leaders of the Wu Huan and Xianbei gathered upon receiving this news. Rather than feeling fear at the fall of Goguryeo, their true nature surfaced, revealing a burgeoning greed to raid Goguryeo for themselves. The so-called Han army that had defeated Goguryeo was dismissed by the Wu Huan and Xianbei as nothing but a feeble force, akin to soft-shelled shrimp or two-legged sheep. Ha! Let us raid together. Regardless of whose army it is, it has merely seized Goguryeo. Surely, we will succeed, and perhaps we might even seize Goguryeo itself. After much deliberation, the leaders of the two tribes concluded that they had long been treated as mere pawns by the Xiongnu, and if they could occupy Goguryeo and take control of Pyongyang, they could finally free themselves from Xiongnu dominion. With this thought in mind, they conspired for some time within their tent before parting ways. Yet, upon returning to their respective tribes, the two factions, which would typically seize any opportunity to raid the Han borders, once again assembled their armies. Report, my lord, the Wu Huan and Xianbei tribes are on the move. Their armies are gathering once more. Chapter 8. Such terrifying walls. What? Those accursed foreign tribes. Upon receiving the scout's report, Gongsun, who was enjoying a banquet with his subordinates at the governor's residence, immediately changed countenance. As a general stationed on the border of Yuzhou, Gongsun harbored a profound disdain for foreign tribes, his animosity towards them being particularly fierce. Had it not been for Lu Yu's appointment as the provincial inspector, with Lu Yu's authority, Gongsun would have likely already led his elite troops into battle against the foreign tribes. Through continuous conflict with these tribes, Gongsun's reputation as the White Horse General had been firmly established. His disdain for the foreign tribes was matched only by his cruelty in battle. However, none of this troubled him. After all, these tribes showed no remorse when they pillaged the people of Yuzhou. How could they not be deemed cruel when they referred to Han people as mere sheep? Given his serious approach to the issue of foreign tribes, Gongsun allowed considerable license to his soldiers, which led to his unpopularity under Lu Yu's governance, yet he had no choice but to yield. Just when he thought he had received good news, these wretched foreign tribes were mobilizing once again. Humph! Dispatch all scouts. I want a thorough investigation into their movements. This time, I will ensure they remember their lesson. The banquet was abruptly concluded as Gongsun issued swift orders, causing the forces of Liaodong to mobilize yet again. Gongsun's immediate goal was to ascertain the movements of these foreign tribes. It was spring, a time when many would choose to raid the borders of Yuzhou. Thus, he had to be vigilant. Unlike Lu Yu's conciliatory policies, which sought to reason with the foreign tribes, Gongsun found such approaches detestable. In his eyes, these tribes were not human. For such beasts, death was their only fitting end. As Gongsun's army assembled, an air of tension enveloped Yuzhou. However, as Gongsun dispatched his scouts, the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes were already marching towards Goguryeo. You say these two tribes are heading towards Goguryeo? Yes, my lord. Their target this time is not Yuzhou, but the recently destroyed Goguryeo. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Zan, seated in his governor's chair, cast a furtive glance into the distance. As a cunning warlord, Gongsun Zan was not without ambition in the struggle against Yuan Shao during the late Eastern Han period. Although he despised foreign tribes, he was acutely aware of his own position and had his own plans, particularly concerning the mysterious Han army that had defeated Goguryeo. While Goguryeo had fallen, there was no guarantee that Yuzhou would not be next. Gongsun Zan considered this region his territory, regarding Lu Yu as a weakling. Thus, he realized the need to prepare accordingly. With this thought, Gongsun Zan waved his hand, signaling the scouts to depart. Yet, shortly after the scouts left, the Liaodong army, under Gongsun Zan's command, ceased its preparations for battle. After completing these arrangements, Gongsun Zan's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Goguryeo. He wondered who commanded the forces that could withstand an assault from two foreign tribes. Whoever they were, they would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary. While Gongsun Zan speculated on the potential losses Goguryeo's mysterious Han army might suffer against the two foreign tribes, he could not have anticipated that, shortly thereafter, the entirety of Yuzhou would find itself encircled by this enigmatic Han army. Heh, I've heard the women of Goguryeo are quite appealing, indeed. We must capture as many as we can this time. Don't you already have several Han women? Fool! Who would complain about having too many women? Ha. As the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes launched their offensive, they, being a nomadic nation reliant on cavalry raids, amassed an army of over 100,000, predominantly composed of cavalry. The two tribes boasted and exchanged banter during their march. They swiftly arrived at the borders of Goguryeo. However, upon reaching the border, the combined forces of the Wuhuan and Xianbei halted, rendered motionless. WW Warlord, are we still going to attack? How can there be such terrifying walls? The walls of Liaodong pale in comparison. Good heavens, a supernatural feat. Before them stood an enormous wall, so vast that it seemed to stretch into infinity. This wall barred their way into Goguryeo, reminiscent of the Great Wall constructed during the Qin dynasty. Cursed be this! How can this be possible? How could such a massive defensive wall be erected in such a short time? Glaring at the bizarrely appeared wall, the Wuhuan and Xianbei kings wore expressions akin to having tasted something foul. They had come with grand intentions of plunder, yet now, with this towering wall before them, they found themselves unable to even breach its defenses. Cursed be it! I refuse to believe this. This must be a ruse. It is impossible to construct such a massive wall in so little time. Charge! This wall will surely collapse with a single blow. The consumption of over 100,000 troops is no trivial matter. For a nomadic tribe, returning empty-handed from an expedition would spell disaster. Thus, to avoid wasting resources, the Wuhuan king, with a fierce countenance, issued the command. The Xianbei king, upon hearing this, pondered and found it to be quite reasonable. In such a short span since Goguryeo's destruction, it was indeed improbable that such a formidable wall could be erected. With this thought, the warriors' faces lit up with excitement. Even before they charged, they could almost envision the wall collapsing, revealing the delicate women and bountiful grain within Goguryeo. Woohoo! Ha! Quickly! Charge, delay, and we shall miss our chance at the women. Kill! After a brief wait, the warriors of both tribes, now exceedingly restless, let out a wild roar and surged towards the wall. Chapter 9. The frenzied shouts of soldiers, with an army of over 100,000, the Wuhuan king and Xianbei king shared confident glances as they approached the formidable wall. Kill, quickly! Smash the wall down! Let us get inside. As the massive army thundered towards the wall, the Wuhuan and Xianbei forces showed no signs of hesitation. They swiftly hoisted large beams and charged at the wall. Unfettered by any doubt, they were emboldened by their leader's assertion that the wall was merely a fade, a trick to intimidate them. With visions of the beautiful women of Goguryeo, especially since they had heard that all the men within had been slain, they were driven by a singular desire. Oh, really? Let us smash in, charge and seize the women. Upon hearing this proclamation, the soldiers hastened their efforts, each one seemingly possessed by a frenzy as they relentlessly battered the city walls. As the collective force of their wooden beams struck against the stone fortifications, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. However, To their astonishment, the walls before them showed no sign of yielding. The beam was nearly splintered from the impact. Yet the city wall remained unscathed, not even a small dent or mark to be found. Witnessing this spectacle, the troops were momentarily rendered speechless. Some soldiers, unable to comprehend the situation, pressed themselves against the walls for a closer inspection. To their surprise, they discovered that the walls were constructed entirely of solid stone, even more formidable than those of Liaodong, and devoid of any wooden materials. How could a wall of such durability have been erected? What were they to do now? It was utterly impossible to breach. Staring at the stone fortifications, the combined forces of the two tribes found themselves immobilized, unable to advance an inch. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from the assembled coalition beneath the wall, as confusion and discontent spread among them. Realizing that events were unfolding contrary to their plans, the kings of Wuhuan and Xianbei swiftly rode to the base of the wall. The wall could not be breached. And if their army was unable to enter, the summoning of troops would be rendered a farce. Furthermore, should the Xiongnu discover their failure, both kings would likely face dire consequences. The Xiongnu desired only obedient dogs, not those who dared to act independently and challenge their dominion. Contemplating the repercussions of their impending defeat, the two kings surveyed the imposing walls with faces marked by distress. Yet, at that moment, the Xianbei king's gaze brightened as he noticed structures atop the walls resembling houses, spaced roughly every 50 paces. Look, those must be watchtowers. We shall rally our forces. When the time comes, we shall storm the city. With our numbers, we shall surely prevail. Upon hearing this, the Wuhuan king nodded in agreement. The two rulers were akin to grasshoppers suspended on a single thread. Their survival depended upon their collaboration. Indeed, upon the discovery of the watchtowers. The combined armies regrouped, retreating to reorganize and raise their voices in fervent shouts. Come forth, you cowardly turtles atop the walls. Surrender and open the gates, allowing us entry into your city. If you refuse, when we breach your defenses, we shall execute every last one of you, leaving not a single soul alive. As the Xianbei and Wuhuan soldiers shouted with fervor, they were unaware that the structures they mistook for watchtowers were, in fact, arrow towers. The fortifications were fortified with these towers every 50 paces, rendering the walls nearly impregnable. Only a trebuchet could inflict any significant damage, but the use of such machines had only begun during the conflict between Cao Cao and Yuan Shao in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Just as the Wuhuan and Xianbei forces erupted in their fervent cries, all the arrow towers atop the walls sprang to life, their mechanisms locking onto the united army below. Come forth, you timid souls on the watchtowers. Suddenly, before the frontline soldiers could finish their taunts, an arrow shot forth from one of the towers, piercing the throat of the soldier who had been shouting as one tower unleashed its barrage. Countless arrows rained down upon the Wuhuan forces. The arrows descended like a meteor shower, overwhelming the troops. The arrow towers demonstrated their might for the first time during this conflict, with arrows penetrating the soldiers and embedding themselves into the earth behind. The majority of the Wuhuan and Xianbei army comprised cavalry, most clad in leather armor, with many lacking even that. Faced with the torrential downpour of arrows, they had no means of defense in the aftermath of the onslaught. The combined forces suffered heavy casualties, the power of the arrow towers proving devastating, as arrows swiftly claimed the lives of many. Damn these treacherous scoundrels! Hiding atop the walls and launching ambushes, as the two kings beheld the staggering losses within their ranks. Their faces turned ashen as they gazed at the walls above. Yet, the battlements remained eerily silent. Frustrated by this turn of events, the two kings clenched their jaws, resolute in their decision. Returning home was not an option. They would muster their strength and attack until they conquered this stronghold. They are defenseless atop the walls. Bring ladders and grappling hooks, advance. With their commands issued, the army readied itself once more, crude ladders and ropes hastily prepared for the assault. However, they would soon be met with another volley of arrows from the now reloaded towers. Spurred by the deaths of their comrades, the soldiers were consumed by rage, charging forward with reckless abandon. Forget the arrows. Kill, scale the walls and storm inside. Despite the rain of arrows, the soldiers charged towards the walls, undeterred by the corpses of their fallen brethren. To facilitate their assault, the cavalry dismounted and engaged in infantry combat. Yet, just as they prepared to attack, the heavy gates of the fortress began to slowly rise. What? The gates are opening. What is happening? Chapter 10. The army enters the city, vowing to slay all, as the gates creaked open before them. The once fiercely determined Xianbei and Wuhuan troops found themselves frozen in disbelief. The sight of the open gates deflated their spirits. Having prepared for an assault, they had anticipated breaching the walls to unleash their pent-up fury. Yet now, not only were they unable to scale the walls, but many of their comrades had also perished. This bizarre turn of events left them momentarily stunned, as though they had readied themselves for a decisive battle only to find their opponent kneeling in surrender. The realization that the gates had fully opened prompted a silent exchange of glances between the leaders of the Wuhuan and Xianbei. But with the gates ajar, there was no reason for hesitation. This development could spare their forces from further losses. Advance into the city. So many lives lost. We must charge in and kill. I shall let Goguryeo run red with blood, and take every woman for ourselves. Charge! With the king's orders given, the troops, who had just begun their assault, hastily abandoned their siege weapons and remounted their steeds. However, as they prepared to surge through the open gates, the ground beneath them began to tremble ominously. What is that sound? The earth seems to be quaking. The soldiers of the Wuhuan and Xianbei, still outside the city, felt a sense of unease as the ground quaked beneath them. The unknown often breeds fear, and the unsettling vibrations caused both the cavalry's mounts and their riders to grow restless. But then, the spectacle that unfolded before them left them in shock. From within the now open gates emerged a formation of silver-armored cavalry. Indeed, the walls of the fortress were not merely adorned with a single gate. Multiple gates lined the extensive fortifications. Yet now, from these gates, a regiment of armored knights emerged, their gleaming silver armor reflecting the sunlight. What are those? Armored cavalry? The sight of these imposing figures sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Xianbei and Wuhuan warriors. They had never encountered such an opulent force before. The most extravagant army they had previously witnessed was that of the White Horse Cavalry led by Gong Sunzan, who had spared no expense to outfit his troops in matching steeds. But the force before them was the epitome of luxury. If Gong Sunzan represented a nouveau riche, then this heavy cavalry, led by Lu Qian, embodied true wealth, a force reserved for the affluent. Clad in shimmering silver armor, the knights appeared almost otherworldly, with only their eyes visible amidst the protective garb. The sheer defensive power of this force sent shivers down the spines of the Xianbei and Wuhuan kings as they observed the spectacle before them. Those men are enemies. Kill, quickly, strike before their full force emerges. Hold the gates and slay them. As the heavily armored cavalry emerged from the city, the astute king of the Wuhuan hastily called out. Had Lu Qian been present, he would likely have been taken aback, as the Wuhuan king intended to defend the city gates, leaving one to wonder if he believed himself to be the aggressor. However, the soldiers of both factions quickly grasped the urgency of the Wuhuan king's command, swiftly converging upon the city gates. Meanwhile, outside the walls, Lu Qian's heavily armored cavalry had already made significant progress in exiting the city. Faced with the oncoming foreign cavalry, these heavily armored warriors raised their long spears, shouting, "Kill them! Slay them! They are but turtles in their shells." As the Wuhuan cavalry charged forward, the foremost among them raised their battle blades for a decisive strike. The foreign cavalrymen, in a frenzy, began to shout wildly. Yet, to their astonishment, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold as expected. Ding, crack! The sound of their blades clashing against the armor of the heavily armored cavalry rang out, resulting in the swords shattering into two pieces upon impact. The armored warriors sustained not a scratch, their armor only bearing a faint white mark. What? My sword? What manner of armor is this? How is it possible? Similar scenes transpired among the other Wuhuan and Xianbei cavalrymen, their weapons breaking without exception upon their full-force swings. Bewildered, these soldiers stared at their shattered blades, unable to comprehend how their powerful strikes resulted in their own weapons breaking. While their adversaries remained unscathed as they stood there in confusion, the ranks of heavily armored cavalry continued to gather outside the city gates. Ho! Raise your spears! With all the cavalry now assembled, a formidable torrent of steel was formed once more. Leading them was Lu Feng, the cavalry commander trained by Lu Qian. Confronting these foreign foes, Lu Feng, embodying Lu Qian's orders and will, felt no sympathy. According to Lu Qian, these foreign savages harbored treacherous ambitions, leaving them only with a path to demise. Prior to this expedition, While Lu Qian was fervently mustering troops, he received a notification from the system. Consequently, Lu Feng became the commander of this grand army, leading the cavalry towards the borders of Goguryeo. The last words Lu Feng heard from Lu Qian before the campaign were, "The might of the Han cannot be trifled with by these barbarians. If they wish to test us, let us send them to their end, kill." With Lu Feng's thunderous command, the assembled cavalrymen simultaneously gripped their long spears. For these foreign adversaries, there was but one objective: to annihilate them. Puchi, Puchi, Chapter 11. Hundreds of thousands of troops swiftly fell, dead or wounded. As the cavalry charged forth under orders, the stunned Xianbei and Wuhuan cavalrymen, still bewildered by their shattered swords, were instantly pierced through by the spears. Confronted by this impenetrable cavalry, the foreign cavalrymen found themselves unable to resist. Their formations shattered in an instant. As the vanguard recklessly surged through the ranks of foreign cavalry, more and more cavalry poured out from the city gates. Witnessing this scene, both the Xianbei king and the Wuhuan king's expressions shifted dramatically. It was over. Realizing their cavalry could not even breach the enemy's armor, they understood the impending outcome. Indeed, their combined forces of over 100,000 stood no chance of resistance, quickly succumbing to the relentless barrage of arrows from the towers and the terrifying cavalry charge, leaving them decimated. The two kings brought an army of over 100,000, yet now they faced the grim reality of many dead and the remainder being ruthlessly slaughtered by the enemy cavalry. "We are finished, it's over. Even if we return, our kin will not spare us, nor will the Xiongnu." As their forces were on the brink of annihilation, the two kings exchanged looks of despair. At this moment, their fate was sealed. Even without Lu Qian's army intervening, they would be slain by their own enraged tribesmen. Despite their status as tribal kings, there were other powerful figures within their clans. Even in death, their tribes would swiftly overthrow their rule. Yet, at this juncture, it was already too late for the two kings to flee. The battlefield was devoid of their cavalry, now swarming with blood-soaked, silver-armored warriors. Surrounded by the enemy cavalry, the once proud kings swiftly dismounted and fell to their knees. "Do not kill us. We beg for mercy. We, the Wuhuan tribe, are willing to submit to you." The Xianbei tribe feels the same. "We submit, we submit." As the two kings knelt in desperation, Lu Feng, leading the army, approached them with an impassive expression. He regarded their pleas for submission with disdain. "My lord has no interest in your submission. What he desires is a singular voice across the realm. That is the voice of the Han, kill." Upon Lu Feng's command, the surrounding cavalrymen raised their spears and executed the Wuhuan king and Xianbei king without hesitation. At that moment, outside the fortress walls along the Goguryeo border, tens of thousands of foreign lives were left behind. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The army was now prepared for the next stage of battle. "My lord has issued an order. Since the enemy has invaded our doorstep, let us march forth and annihilate the two tribes." The grand army set out. "Let it be known that I do not initiate conflict unless provoked." Lu Qian adhered to the traditional virtues of Chinese culture, only striking when expanding territory. During peacetime, he would cautiously develop his domain, and once prepared, he would launch a decisive offensive against the territories of others. Following Lu Qian's directives, Lu Feng led the army towards the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes. Meanwhile, the tribes awaited the two kings' return, anticipating a bounty of resources, women, and food, their hopes high to escape the Xiongnu's dominion and potentially surpass them. However, they could never have imagined that their combined forces of over 100,000 would perish on the borders of Goguryeo, and their kings would be ruthlessly executed without even being given the chance to surrender. As the army commenced its advance towards the two tribes, news reached the city of Liaodong in Yuzhou. "Report, my lord the governor, good news, good news. The combined forces of the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes have been completely annihilated on the Goguryeo border. Moreover, the victorious army belongs to the Han, bolstered by countless iron cavalry." Upon receiving this report from the scouts, Gongsun Zan's face lit up with joy. For the foreign tribes, suffering such a devastating blow was cause for great celebration. Yet, in an instant, Gongsun Zan's smile faded as he realized that the Goguryeo defenders were Han soldiers, and he had been unaware of such a formidable force within the Han ranks. Furthermore, the Han court had not disseminated any information regarding this. As the governor of Liaodong, Gongsun Zan's own forces were now capable of contending with Lu Yu, the inspector of Yuzhou. Yet, The existence of such a powerful Han army in Goguryeo left him feeling uneasy. Should he act, and this formidable army retaliate, would he be able to withstand the onslaught? Lost in thought, Gongsun Zan fell silent. Moments later, a sudden realization struck him, and a gleam of excitement returned to his face. Yin Gang, relay the orders, assemble the troops. With that, Yin Gang swiftly set off to gather the army within Liaodong. Gongsun Zan now had his sights set on the Wuhuan and Xinbei tribes, who had just lost over 100,000 troops. These two tribes had long been a thorn in the side of the Yuzhou border, continually raiding and capturing Han people, the women treated as commodities or objects of debauchery, while the men were enslaved or consumed. Yet, now, these tribes had been utterly decimated, and it was likely that they had not yet received word of their defeat. Leading his forces to eradicate these two tribes would surely earn him accolades from the court, potentially elevating him to the position of inspector of Yuzhou. He envisioned Lu Yu being relegated to obscurity, while he himself, bolstered by military success and renown, would hold sway over Yuzhou. With this thought, Gongsun Zan's ambitions ignited within him. This was a monumental achievement. Given the current disposition of Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong, he was certain that his contributions to expanding the Han's territories would result in significant rewards. At the very least, he could expect a promotion, or perhaps even a noble title. Quickly, gather the troops. This governor shall personally lead you to vanquish the foreign tribes. With that, Gongsun Zan's expression brightened with enthusiasm. As Gongsun Zan's vast army assembled, it surged forth with great momentum towards the territories of the Wuhuan tribes. Despite Yin Gang, Gongsun Zan's foremost general, possessing only modest abilities, he had long commanded Gongsun Zan's most formidable troops, the White Horse Yisong, whose prowess instilled terror in foreign tribes. This moniker was bestowed upon Gongsun Zan and his cavalry, who pursued the enemies mounted on white steeds. After acquiring numerous white horses from the foreign tribes, Gongsun Zan's forces, now comprising 3,000 elite cavalrymen skilled in archery, became immensely powerful. With unwavering confidence, Gongsun Zan led his army towards the enemy's domain, envisioning the moment when his name would resound across the land. At this juncture, within the office of the inspector of Yuzhou, Lu Yu, the inspector himself felt a mix of anger and helplessness regarding Gongsun Zan's unilateral military actions. Despite Lu Yu's esteemed reputation, he found himself powerless against Gongsun Zan's audacity, as he commanded no capable army to counter the latter's might. Thus, he could only watch as Gongsun Zan advanced. Yet he had yet to dispatch intelligence regarding Jiaguli, which he could now include alongside Gongsun Zan's maneuvers. With this thought, Lu Yu summoned a scout, promptly drafted a memorial, and instructed the scout to hasten towards Luoyang. As a member of the Han dynasty's royal lineage, Lu Yu's influence was considerable. His standing in the northern territories was formidable, garnering the people's support. As long as he maintained his position, the Han dynasty could withstand the turmoil. However, due to the conspiracies involving Gongsun Zan and the Yuan clan, Lu Yu was ultimately assassinated, allowing Gongsun Zan to seize control of Yuzhou. Historical records reflect an unexpectedly favorable assessment of Lu Yu. Lu Yu did not dare to assume the role of emperor. Cao Man's usurpation began at this time, underscoring Lu Yu's significance. Initially, during the chaos, the Yuan clan even sought to elevate Lu Yu as emperor. Yet after his demise, the realm descended into utter disarray, with all warlords harboring ambitions of conquest. At that moment, while Lu Qian dispatched the scout towards Luoyang, Gongsun Zan had already led his forces into the Wuhuan territory. However, the land was eerily desolate, devoid of any human presence. Previously, during Gongsun Zan's campaigns against these foreign tribes, there had always been skirmishers to impede or scout the situation. Yet now, the entire Wuhuan territory lay in ominous silence, not a single bird gracing the skies, a chilling stillness enveloping the land. Lord, something feels amiss. Should we retreat? After surveying the surroundings, Yin Gang cautiously inquired of Gongsun Zan. The army halted at the periphery of the Wuhuan territory, and Gongsun Zan found himself momentarily indecisive. His prowess in warfare was unquestionable. Yet his volatile temperament and his leniency towards his subordinates' misdeeds had alienated him from the people's favor. Observing the strange scene before him, Gongsun Zan led his troops to a standstill, growing increasingly wary of the bizarre circumstances. Indeed, the scout's report indicated that both tribe soldiers were slaughtered to the last. The remaining foes must be hidden within their encampment. The absence of sentinels is understandable, After a prolonged observation revealed no anomalies, Gongsun Zan felt a surge of relief. It appeared the scouts' intelligence had been accurate. The enemy forces had indeed perished at the borders of Jiaguli. With renewed determination, Gongsun Zan gestured for his army to advance deeper into the Wuhuan territory. However, as they progressed, a thick stench of blood permeated the air, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, instilling a sense of dread. "My lord, should we not withdraw?" Yin Gang suggested gravely, his usual caution now tinged with unease. Yet Gongsun Zan, fixated on his aspirations of glory, dismissed the idea of retreat. He envisioned triumphant returns and noble titles awaiting him, a prospect too alluring to abandon. "Send forth the scouts, we shall press on. We must eradicate the Wuhuan tribe." Gongsun Zan resolutely rejected Yin Gang's counsel. Understanding his lord's disposition, Yin Gang fell silent, continuing to accompany Gongsun Zan. Fully aware of his lord's character, he felt a deep sense of loyalty. Compelled to protect him at all costs, "My lord, ahead lies the Wuhuan tribe. Yet something seems amiss." After half a day's march, a scout returned with troubling news, prompting Gongsun Zan to hasten towards the Wuhuan encampment. What lay before him resembled a hellish nightmare, with severed limbs and corpses strewn about. The entire Wuhuan tribe had been brutally decimated, and as Gongsun Zan surveyed the scene, he found not a single survivor. Stunned by the horrifying display, he stood frozen, having never witnessed such an atrocity, even in his relentless campaigns against the foreign tribes. The sight of mountains of bodies left Gongsun Zan and his men gasping in shock. Yet, amidst the silence, Gongsun Zan's gaze remained fixed upon the gruesome tableau, his mind racing for answers. "Search for any survivors. I demand to know what transpired here." He ordered his soldiers to scour the area, desperate to uncover the truth behind the massacre. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the stillness. "My lord, there is a survivor. One still breathes." As Gongsun Zan pressed forward, he discovered a wounded Wuhuan youth, barely clinging to life. "What enemy has wrought this devastation upon your tribe? Speak swiftly," he implored, urgency lacing his voice. In his final moments, the youth, filled with terror, managed to rasp, "Demons, demons, iron demons. They are no men, but monsters," with those haunting words. The youth succumbed to the abyss, leaving Gongsun Zan's expression grave and contemplative. It was evident that the Wuhuan tribe had been annihilated without mercy, and such brutality left even Gongsun Zan in awe of the perpetrator's ferocity. "What shall we do now, my lord?" Yin Gang ventured cautiously, aware of the grim reality surrounding them. "This place is devoid of life. Remaining here serves no purpose." Gongsun Zan, however, pivoted his gaze towards the direction of the Xianbei tribe. Despite the Wuhuan's obliteration, the Xianbei, situated near the Xiongnu borders, posed a significant threat. If trouble arose, the Xiongnu would undoubtedly come to their aid, a factor that had thwarted Gongsun Zan's efforts to conquer both tribes. "Though the Wuhuan have fallen, the Xianbei shall not be so easily subdued," Gongsun Zan mused, recognizing the strategic opportunity. "We must advance swiftly towards the Xianbei tribe. The chance for glory lies before us." With a commanding gesture, he urged his forces onward, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of victory as they surged forth towards the Xianbei territory, ready to seize the moment. Witnessing the scene of dismembered limbs scattered throughout the Xianbei tribe, the ground was nearly completely stained crimson with blood. How could this be possible? Two formidable tribes annihilated just like that. Did the Huns not arrive for support? Why was it all so swift? As the Xianbei were utterly exterminated, Gongsun Zan found himself profoundly shaken by this divine intervention. He believed it was beyond his capacity to eradicate both tribes simultaneously. Yet now, the stark reality lay before him. These two tribes had indeed been decimated. "Find out for me, what on earth transpired? Who was responsible for the destruction of these two tribes?" Upon uttering these words, Gongsun Zan's cavalry immediately dispersed to gather information from their surroundings. However, shortly after Gongsun Zan's forces spread out, his cavalry units found themselves completely encircled and forced to retreat. After casting a glance around, Gongsun Zan's eyes narrowed sharply as he swiftly drew his sword from his waist. Beside him, Yin Gang commanded the White Horse Legion to brace for battle. At this moment, Gongsun Zan realized he was entirely surrounded, as a massive cavalry force began to tighten the encirclement. Leading the charge were the heavily armored cavalrymen of Lu Qian. "Hiss! This cavalry, Such heavily armored warriors truly exist. Staring at the armored cavalry before him, Gongsun Zan stood rooted in astonishment. It is well known that heavily armored cavalry has existed since ancient times, with the likes of Ming Tian's Golden Fire cavalry during the Qin dynasty. Encased in armor, even their steeds were similarly clad. However, during the Han dynasty, the expansion of heavily armored cavalry had stagnated, with the majority of Han cavalry being adept light cavalry skilled with bows. Yet now, Gongsun Zan found himself face to face with this formidable armored cavalry, charging forth like a force of nature. He had thought his White Horse Legion to be the elite among cavalry. But against this heavily armored force, they stood no chance whatsoever. To contend with such cavalry, one must prepare pitfalls beforehand to impede their charge. Only then could they hope to mount a defense. But now, they were already ensnared within the encirclement, with no opportunity to dig such traps. Faced with this overwhelming contingent of heavily armored cavalry, even Gongsun Zan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Realizing the futility of engaging in battle, "Who are you?" As the encirclement gradually constricted, Lu Feng, the cavalry commander, inquired about the uniquely attired forces before him. At this, Gongsun Zan's expression brightened. "I am Gongsun Zan, the governor of Liaodong. I have come to lead my troops to assist in the eradication of the Xinbei and Wuhuan tribes. However, it seems I have overstepped, not anticipating the formidable strength of your forces." Upon hearing Gongsun Zan's respectful words, Lu Feng looked at him with unexpected surprise. Who would have thought that this fellow would exhibit such awareness of propriety, promptly stating his intentions and offering flattery before distancing himself from any credit? Such a character, were it not for the orders of the Lord, would surely be kept here. In that case, I must extend my gratitude to Governor Gongsun for your good intentions. Alas, it seems you have made this journey in vain. After Lu Feng spoke, he commanded his forces to part, allowing a route for Gongsun Zan to depart. As for why he did not detain Gongsun Zan, Lu Qian had his reservations. Should Gongsun Zan be killed here, it would undoubtedly expose him. His current strength was not a match for the powerful clans, and should he be revealed, the aristocracy would never allow another revitalizing figure to emerge from the Han. Thus, he would face certain annihilation. Therefore, Gongsun Zan could only be released, not slain, at least until the Han had exhausted its fortune and descended into chaos. Seeing that Lu Feng intended to let him go, Gongsun Zan felt a surge of joy. As an ambitious warlord, he was naturally unwilling to perish here. Recognizing Lu Feng's intent to allow his escape, Gongsun Zan expressed his gratitude and, without hesitation, led his forces away from the Xinbei tribe. Surviving was paramount. Accolades could be sought later, but preserving one's life took precedence. With Gongsun Zan permitted to leave, Lu Feng directed his troops to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the shadowy orchestrator, Lu Qian, had departed from Goguryeo and arrived at the Wuhuan tribe's location, establishing another town center and embarking on a vigorous development. After Lu Qian had resolved the foreign threats around Yuzhou, Gongsun Zan returned to Liaodong, choosing to remain silent about the events, leaving the public in a state of perplexity regarding his lack of mention of the achievements. Chapter 14. Suppressing the Yellow Turban Rebellion. However, upon learning that the foreign threats surrounding Yuzhou had been eliminated by a single army, the citizens of Yuzhou could not contain their jubilant cheers. Yet, their good fortune was short-lived. In mid-February, within Luoyang, Zhang Jiao's disciple Tang Zhou reported to the court, divulging the identity of the internal collaborator within the Yellow Turban forces in Luoyang, Ma Yuanyi. With the court's army swiftly mobilized, they purged Ma Yuanyi and the Yellow Turban adherents within the city, culminating in Ma Yuanyi being drawn and quartered at the marketplace. In accordance with the court's orders, troops across various regions commenced a widespread hunt for followers of the Taiping Dao. At this moment, within the city of Yanizhou, as the leader of the Taiping Dao, Zhang Jiao's influence had thoroughly engulfed the 13 provinces of the Han, though the extent varied. Yet now, with plans for a March uprising, Zhang Jiao, gripping his 9-section staff, wore a grim expression as he surveyed the reports arriving from various locales. Due to Tang Zhou's betrayal, the Taiping Dao suffered significant losses, with unprepared disciples captured and executed by the court. Damned, that Tang Zhou! I have been nothing but benevolent to him, yet he dares to betray me. Seething with anger, Zhang Jiao was consumed by rage. He had believed that all those he assigned were loyal to the Taiping Dao, willing to dedicate their lives to the cause of rebellion. have been so easily betrayed was a bitter pill to swallow, as the hidden strongholds of the Taiping Dao across the provinces were systematically dismantled by the court's forces. Heaven has perished, the yellow sky must rise. In the year of the Jiazi, may fortune smile upon the world. Now that the court is aware, we must act swiftly, brother. Many preparations remain unfinished. Is it not too hasty to rebel now? Upon hearing Zhang Jiao's words, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang's expressions darkened as they inquired. Yet, Zhang Jiao understood all too well. Their current predicament left them with little choice. If they did not act now, they might never have another opportunity. They must rise quickly, or the Taiping Dao would be thoroughly dismantled by the court. Zhang Manqing, gather the followers from Qingzhou, Yangzhou, and Yizhou. Today, we, the three brothers, shall assume the roles of generals for the Heavenly Duke, Earthly Duke, and Human Duke. Under the banner of the yellow sky, we shall bind the yellow turbans, slay the governor of Yizhou to offer sacrifice to the flag, overthrow the tyrant's rule. With a fierce declaration, Zhang Jiao's companions, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, echoed his call in unison. As Zhang Jiao's disciple, Zhang Manqing trembled with excitement at the words. With Ma Yuanyi's betrayal and execution, the Taiping Dao's uprising, originally scheduled for March 5th, was now hastily advanced. On the day of the Yellow Turban Uprising, they set fire to government offices and slaughtered officials, with the governor of Yizhou murdered in his own home in just a month's time. Warfare erupted across the 7 provinces and 28 commanderies of the Han. Faced with the tide of the Yellow Turban forces, the oppressed populace eagerly joined their ranks, launching fervent assaults against the bureaucrats and landlords. Simultaneously, this upheaval swept across 8 major provinces, with believers numbering in the hundreds of thousands, divided into 36 factions of Yellow Turban rebels. In the face of this overwhelming offensive, the Yellow Turbans surged forth, capturing commanderies and causing officials to flee, sending shockwaves through the capital. Outrageous. Was it not stated that the Taiping Dao's adherents had been purged in advance? How could such a scale still exist? What are you all doing? How could a mere provincial city be breached by a rabble of peasants? Is the court merely feeding you all for nothing? As urgent reports flooded into the capital, Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong, erupted in fury upon reviewing the documents in the imperial court. The ministers, both civil and military, quaked in fear at the sight of Lu Hong's wrath. After Lu Hong had vented his frustrations, his gaze drifted to the assembled officials, yet none reacted. Witnessing this, a deep-seated murderous intent flickered within Lu Hong's eyes, yet he found himself powerless. The Han was already riddled with wounds. When Lu Hong first ascended the throne, he had hoped to salvage the ailing empire. However, after some time, he seemed to have resigned himself to a life of indulgence. It was not that Lu Hong lacked the desire to make a change, but rather that the Han had decayed to its very core, completely under the control of the aristocratic families. Even if he wished to initiate reform, he found himself utterly impotent. Hence, Lu Hong had allowed himself to slip into a life of excess, appearing to outsiders as an utterly incompetent ruler, yet who could fathom the lofty aspirations he once harbored? Alas, my esteemed ministers, what do you propose? The Taiping Dao is proving exceptionally formidable. What course of action should we pursue? Following Lu Hong's words, He Jin stepped forward, offering himself as a volunteer. Your Majesty, although the momentum of the Taiping Dao is formidable, it is currently unsustainable for them to continue their offensive. I shall lead the Imperial Guard to defend the capital, while instructing each province to independently train soldiers to suppress the Yellow Turbans. Concurrently, I will dispatch 2 high-ranking generals from the court to quell the rebellion. I am confident that it will not be long before we subdue these Yellow Turban bandits. As He Jin spoke with unwavering confidence, he failed to notice the intense murderous intent flickering in Lu Hong's eyes, who sat upon the throne. It is crucial to understand that allowing each province to recruit and train soldiers could sow the seeds of disaster for the Han dynasty. The private soldiers held by these noble families were already dubious in legitimacy, yet with He Jin's actions, these private soldiers could now be legitimized as troops. Contemplating this, Lu Hong found himself cursing He Jin in silence. As for this despicable butcher, if not for the fact that his sister is Empress how could such a fool ever hold the position of Grand General and be manipulated by the noble families? However, the current Lu Hong has become a caricature of a tyrant, and he must continue to play his part. Thus, I shall adhere to the Grand General's words. I command Lu Ji to lead the Northern Army's 5 divisions responsible for the Northern Front. I instruct Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun to each command an army, controlling the 5 divisions, the cavalry of Sanhe, and the elite soldiers recruited from various provinces to subdue the Yellow Turbans in the Yingchuan region. With Lu Hong swiftly assigning these tasks, he could not help but yawn. Observing this, Zhang Reng hastily stood up. Dismissed the court, following the edict issued by the Han court due to He Jin's influence. All noble families in the Han suddenly found their eyes glimmering with hope. They realized an exceptional opportunity to overthrow the Han dynasty had arrived. Now was the perfect moment. Our privately maintained soldiers can now be officially transformed into troops. Finally, we need not spend our family's resources any longer. Chapter 15. Becoming the force to eradicate the Yellow Turban Rebellion. For the noble families, maintaining these private soldiers, whose numbers are excessively large, not only depletes their family resources but also incurs astronomical costs for food and supplies. Moreover, should the Han court become aware of these private soldiers, it could provoke a fierce backlash, potentially crippling the noble families. Yet now, with that foolish butcher He Jin's words, their private soldiers finally gained a legitimate identity. As the decree was issued, a multitude of volunteers emerged within the 13 provinces and counties of the Han, most of whom were private soldiers controlled by the noble families. However, they now became the force to eradicate the Yellow Turban Rebellion on behalf of the Han dynasty. Meanwhile, Lu Ji, commanded by Lu Hong, led the Northern Army's 5 divisions towards Yizhou to engage in a decisive battle with Zhang Jiao. On the other hand, Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun each commanded an army, splitting into 2 routes to eliminate the Yellow Turban forces that had arisen in various regions. Simultaneously, following the course of history, Zhu Jun submitted a petition to the court, suggesting that Sun Jian from Shuzhou should be appointed as the deputy general, while taking local youths and recruited militia into the Grand Army. However, at this moment, the Yellow Turban Army was displaying overwhelming strength, leaving desolation in its wake, as countless desperate farmers joined their ranks. Heaven is dead. The yellow sky must rise. The year of the Jiazi. All is auspicious. With these slogans echoing endlessly, the influence of the Yellow Turban Army expanded wildly towards other provinces of the Han. Farmers, already tormented by the decaying Han, found their opportunity for rebellion amid the chaos of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. However, the Han court's counterattack yielded little success. Not only did they fail to achieve any results, but in April, Zhu Jun's army was also defeated by Bo Kai and forced to retreat, with Huang Fusong having no choice but to join Zhu Jun in defending Changsha at this moment. The morale of Bo Kai's troops soared. Ha ha ha, what a farcical Han army. The great sage truly has destiny on his side. This decaying Han must be overthrown. Surround them. Observing Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun, who were forced to retreat to Changsha, Bo Kai's spirits lifted immensely. As a disciple of Zhang Jiao, Bo Kai exuded an air of the great sage, and having studied several military texts, his strength within the Yellow Turban Army was significantly greater. With a commanding shout from Bo Kai, Changsha, where Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun were stationed, became heavily besieged. Facing the overwhelming force of Bo Kai, Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness. Their army was simply unable to contend against such numbers. Moreover, the recruited militia, primarily composed of the noble family's private soldiers, added to their frustration. During battle, these soldiers would rush forth if their side held the advantage. Yet at the slightest hint of defeat, such as Zhu Jun's case, they would flee without a hint of resistance. Yet now, with the enemy before them, they could not punish these soldiers, for doing so might jeopardize their very hold on Changsha. As Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun's forces encountered Bo Kai's formidable resistance, the Yellow Turban Army did not relent. The Yellow Turbans of Runan defeated the prefect Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling, leading to the complete subjugation of Zhao Ling under their control. Meanwhile, the Yellow Turbans in Guangyang killed the Yuzhou guard Guasun and the prefect Lu Wei. Urgent reports flooded into the capital of Luoyang, where Lu Hong erupted in a frenzy of anger. He Jian, the instigator of all this chaos, bore the brunt of Lu Hong's wrath. Observing that the Yellow Turbans showed no signs of retreat in response to the Han's actions, the morale of the Yellow Turban Army across the Central Plains surged once more. Ha ha ha, splendid, quickened our pace. Let us swiftly conquer the other provinces. This celestial master shall thoroughly overthrow Lu Hong's rule. With the reports of victory in hand, Zhang Jiao, stationed in Guangzhou, felt a surge of delight. At this moment, the Yellow Turban Army had completely swept across the 13 provinces of the Han, with their presence felt in nearly every region. However, Zhang Jiao grew increasingly anxious. His uprising depended entirely on the teachings of Taoists such as Yu Ji and Nanhua Laoxian, encapsulated in the Taiping Qingling Shu, or the so-called Taiping scriptures. Yet, having practiced these scriptures, Zhang Jiao was acutely aware of his own sins and the brevity of his life. Thus, he must hasten the pace of the Taiping Tao to ensure the complete overthrow of the Han. Brothers, send word to the 36 commanders, expedite the occupation of the Han provinces. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, once the Han regains its footing, it will only hinder us. As Zhang Jiao spoke, concern flitted across the faces of Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang as they turned to him. Elder brother, you? Upon hearing their worried inquiries, Zhang Jiao expressionlessly shook his head. He knew his body better than anyone else. Hence, he must quicken their advance. Only then could he topple the Han before his time ran out. Yes, brother, take care of your health. Seeing Zhang Jiao's reluctance to elaborate, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, having also studied the Taiping scriptures, could somewhat grasp the situation. With this in mind, the two promptly set about relaying Zhang Jiao's orders. Upon receiving the commands, the Yellow Turban Army once again surged forth in a frenzy of expansion, their massive force proving unstoppable, while the Han army offered no resistance whatsoever. Meanwhile, Lu Qian had already seized control of the territories of the foreign tribes outside Yuzhou. Erecting structures across these lands, as resources from these territories continuously flowed into Lu Qian's reserves. The central plains erupted into chaos and unrest. Yet amidst this turmoil, Lu Qian focused solely on developing his territory. Bolstered by an unceasing influx of resources, his power grew exponentially. Attack. The defending forces are merely a handful. Even two old fools with one foot in the grave cannot hinder the progress of our Taiping Tao. Kill, storm the walls, slay them. At this moment, Bo Kai, who had encircled Changsha, was in a foul mood. After receiving Zhang Jiao's orders, Bo Kai had confidently commanded his army to assault the stronghold defended by Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun. Chapter 16. Constructing siege ladders to annihilate Zhang Jiao. However, ever since driving these two into Changsha in April, a full month had passed, and they had yet to breach even the gates of Changsha. Not to mention the gates, their forces had not even managed to scale the walls. Watching Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun coordinating the valiant defense of the Han army from atop the walls, Bo Kai's fury erupted. Yet, he found himself unable to breach the defenses of Changsha. As dusk approached, the majority of the Yellow Turban soldiers, malnourished and weary, struggled to see in the dark, rendering them blind as bats. Should they continue the assault now, it would simply mean sending these soldiers to their deaths. Contemplating this, Bo Kai's expression darkened, and he waved his hand to withdraw his troops. Having failed to breach the defenses despite prolonged efforts, the casualties on his side continued to mount, causing the Yellow Turban soldiers to waver. Withdraw. Commander orders a retreat. As one individual raised their voice in a fervent call, the Yellow Turban soldiers, who were previously engaged in the siege, abruptly cast aside their siege instruments and fled in disarray. Their sole desire was to escape this place and return for a hearty meal. The number of comrades lost in today's assault was truly overwhelming, and they were merely hastily armed peasants, ill-equipped to contend with the formidable soldiers of the Han. Leaning against the Han's towering walls, the Yellow Turbans found themselves utterly at a loss. Curse it. Let's prepare a meal. We shall fight again tomorrow. At this moment, Bo Kai cast a lingering glance toward the distant Changshi before turning back to the camp, not looking back, observing the retreating Yellow Turban army. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun exchanged relieved glances atop the city walls. Faced with this vast horde of rebels, they had exerted every effort to hold Changshi against the tide. However, they had already endured a month of siege, and the Yellow Turban Rebellion had persisted for several months, causing significant turmoil. Yet, the imperial reinforcements should be arriving soon. We need only to continue our steadfast defense and await the reinforcements. Upon Huang Fusong's declaration, both men sighed deeply and slowly descended from the walls, knowing that the Yellow Turbans would not launch another assault in the immediate future in May. As the capital witnessed Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun being besieged, Cao Cao was dispatched to Changshi for their rescue. However, during several consecutive days of assaults by the Yellow Turbans, late at night, when the rebels were unlikely to attack, Huang Fusong ascended the city tower. Gazing at the haphazardly erected tents in the distance, most clustered closely together, he noted the summer heat and the drought that left the ground strewn with dried grass and twigs. after careful observation. A clever thought struck Huang Fusong. Asian, Cao Cao has led an army to our aid and is not far from Changxi. We must hold our ground. Just as Huang Fusong contemplated this plan, Zhu Jun, having just counted the supplies, joined him atop the city wall. Observing his friend, Zhu Jun exhaled a sigh of relief. Since learning of the approaching reinforcements, he had felt a profound sense of relaxation. At last, he could breathe easy. Yet, in contrast, Huang Fusong remained the stalwart pillar of the Han, the last renowned general capable of sustaining the military might of the dynasty in light of Zhu Jun's relaxation. Huang Fusong felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to share his stratagem with Zhu Jun. A gust of wind suddenly swept through the sky, directed toward Bo Kai's encampment. Gong Wei, we need not wait for reinforcements any longer. Just look at Bo Kai's camp. With a confident expression, Huang Fusong urged Zhu Jun to scrutinize the distant encampment. After a thorough examination, Zhu Jun looked back at Huang Fusong, somewhat perplexed. Asian, I see that although Bo Kai possesses some military knowledge, his camp, though rudimentary, does not reveal anything unusual. Upon hearing this, Huang Fusong shook his head in resignation. Leading Zhu Jun to the base of the wall, Huang Fusong swiftly pointed at a pile of dry grass nearby. Though it is summer and the heat is intense, the ground is littered with flammable materials, and observe the wind direction. With an air of mystery, Huang Fusong elaborated, prompting Zhu Jun to ponder for a moment before a realization dawned upon him. You intend to use fire as a weapon? The notion struck Zhu Jun with astonishment. Historically, fire attacks had been deemed an affront to heaven, resulting not only in the loss of countless lives, but also widespread destruction. Few who employed such tactics throughout history met favorable ends. Yet, in this moment, Huang Fusong was resolute in his willingness to take the risk, for the Han could no longer endure further turmoil. The siege of Changxi had to be resolved swiftly. With this thought, Huang Fusong hesitated no longer. In May of 184. Taking advantage of the arid weather and the northeast wind, Huang Fusong commanded his soldiers to stealthily exit the city with torches, igniting the surrounding dry grass of Bo Kai's encampment to devastate the enemy. Now is the time. Let the army march forth, slay them. As the flames engulfed Bo Kai's camp, Huang Fusong's face illuminated with joy from atop the city walls. This was the perfect moment for a counteroffensive. With urgency, Huang Fusong beat the drums to rally the troops, and the tens of thousands within the city surged into the enemy ranks in the chaos of Bo Kai's camp. Cries of panic echoed as everyone fled from the merciless flames, intensified by the dry weather. In an instant, the yellow-turbaned soldiers under Bo Kai were reduced to ashes, countless perishing in the inferno. No, curse you, Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun, await my vengeance. As the flames spiraled out of control and his forces dwindled, Bo Kai hastily led his personal guards to escape towards Nanyang. The memory of this grievance would forever linger in his mind. With the siege of Changxi lifted, Huang Fusong's fiery assault heralded the beginning of the Han's counteroffensive against the Yellow Turbans. After defeating Bo Kai, Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun continued to lead their forces in attacking the Yellow Turbans in Runan and Chen. Meanwhile, Sun Jian, promoted by Zhu Jun, distinguished himself by leading his troops to assault Wanqing, bravely breaching the city and decisively defeating the enemy in the region of Yuzhou. On another front, Lu Ji, who had engaged in numerous battles against Zhang Jiao, also achieved a great victory, slaying tens of thousands. Faced with Lu Ji's relentless assault, Zhang Jiao could only retreat to Guangzhou, where Lu Ji directly besieged the city, demolishing fortifications, digging trenches, and constructing ladders with the intent to eradicate Zhang Jiao. Chapter 17. The allegiance of various bandit factions. However, the respite was short-lived. Just as the Han began to sound the horn of counterattack, Zhuo Feng, inspecting military affairs on behalf of the emperor, demanded favors from Lu Ji, only to be met with a vehement rebuke. Incensed, Zhuo Feng returned to Luoyang to falsely accuse Lu Ji of military failures. Subsequently, Dong Zhuo replaced Lu Ji in the assault on Guangzhou, but under Dong Zhuo's command, the Han army achieved nothing and was continuously beaten back by Zhang Jiao. Nonetheless, the Yellow Turbans were not destined to prevail. Zhang Jiao himself understood that his rebellion could not endure long. Indeed, even after the Han had changed command, Zhang Jiao may have defeated Dong Zhuo's forces, but Zhu Jun relentlessly led his army to continue the siege. Both Zhu Jun and Huang Fusong systematically decimated the Yellow Turban forces. As their armies converged for a joint assault on Guangzhou, the city fell eerily silent. for Zhang Jiao was now bedridden and gravely ill. Brother, you've departed. Where do we go from here? Gazing at their brother, weak and fading, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were consumed by despair. Yet at that moment, Zhang Jiao had exhausted all strength, left with no recourse. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was an act against the heavens, an attempt to end the Han dynasty's fate. Yet, in seeking to terminate the Han's reign, his own insignificant life was now inconsequential. The Yellow Turban Rebellion could be viewed as both a failure and a success. A failure, for it did not completely overthrow the Han dynasty. A success, as it laid the groundwork for future calamities. So be it, I shall take the first step. Regrettably, he would not witness the collapse of the Han. Take care, my two brothers. At that moment, Zhang Jiao seemed to regain vitality, appearing remarkably spirited. Yet, seeing this, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang understood that their elder brother was on the brink of death, as anticipated. After uttering his final words, Zhang Jiao collapsed heavily onto the bed, devoid of life. Brother, how could you leave us first? Observing their deceased brother, Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao were overwhelmed with grief, weeping profusely at the loss of Zhang Jiao. The three brothers had initiated the Yellow Turban Rebellion that sowed chaos for the Han, and now, with the departure of their elder brother, they had no intention of surrendering. Launch a full-scale assault. Let us kill. The greater the impact, the better. With Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao's resolute stance, the Yellow Turban Army once again engaged in fierce conflict with the Han forces. However, they were ultimately outmaneuvered. Under the leadership of Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun, the Yellow Turbans began to retreat in defeat. By October, as Huang Fusong led his army to confront Zhang Liang in a climactic battle, he seized the opportunity to launch a night raid, achieving a decisive victory at dawn. In the ensuing chaos, he personally slew Zhang Liang. Zhang Bao, meanwhile, fled to Cuyang, but faced with Huang Fusong and the governor of Julu. Guodian, who besieged Cuyang, Zhang Bao was ultimately killed, and over 10,000 were captured. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was finally quelled. Although the three Zhang brothers had perished, many of their 36 Liang generals evaded the Han suppression. Numerous Yellow Turbans retreated into the mountains, while others sought refuge in more remote prefectures. This Yellow Turban Rebellion, though suppressed by the Eastern Han court, had planted a ticking time bomb that would later lead to the dynasty's decline. The prestige of the Han dynasty sustained a grievous blow, yet none of this could be altered by Emperor Ling, Lu Hong. Lu Hong is acutely aware of the current state of the Han dynasty, where influential families exert control and the imperial authority has been utterly diminished. To revive the Han dynasty, it is imperative to completely overthrow the existing regime and establish a new one. Meanwhile, the remaining factions of the Yellow Turbans, fleeing from the court's pursuit, have dispersed, aligning themselves with various bandit forces. Among these, the most formidable is the Black Mountain Bandits, led by Zhang Yin, which is claimed to amass a following of over 1 million after absorbing an increasing number of Yellow Turban rebels. With the rise of the Black Mountain Bandits, numerous other bandit groups have emerged across the Han territories, including the likes of Bai Bo, Huanglong, Yudu, Fei Yin, and Sili, with the larger factions boasting armies of 20 to 30,000. While the smaller ones field 6 to 7,000, these forces have begun to sow chaos across the Han prefectures. However, due to the recent pacification of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, there is little opportunity to dispatch the army for suppression. Unlike in history, Lu Hong, having heeded Liu Yan's advice, has already transitioned the position of the inspector to that of the governor. Yet, this very suggestion from Liu Yan has precipitated the Han's eventual downfall, plunging the Central Plains into a state of contention among warlords. The establishment of governors effectively decentralizes power, inadvertently empowering local lords to amass military strength. Were the current emperor of the Ming dynasty from the Zhou family, Liu Yan would undoubtedly have faced execution. Centralized authority would be insufficient, yet Lu Hong appears unfazed, trusting Liu Yan's assertion that he can quell the remnants of the Yellow Turbans. Following Lu Hong's decree to convert inspectors into governors, the prominent families throughout the land swiftly mobilized, each vying for a governor's position, ensuring at least one member from their lineage occupies it, as governorship is crucial for asserting dominance. Only by possessing a territory can one command authority among the lords. Just after the Yellow Turban Rebellion was subdued, the issuance of this decree by Emperor Ling has once again stirred turmoil across the realm. Meanwhile, Jiaozhou remains akin to a secluded paradise, indifferent to the external chaos. Focusing solely on its own development, Jiaozhou is no longer the desolate wasteland known to the world, plagued by miasma and marshes. Under Lu Qian's vigorous development, not only have the cities expanded and modernized, but the population issue has also been resolved, transforming the once sparsely populated Jiaozhou into the most populous region among the 13 provinces of the Central Plains. The 3 strategic passes in Jiaozhou have now been fully integrated, guarded by countless spear-wielding soldiers, all of whom have been rapidly trained and recruited by Lu Qian. Presently, Jiaozhou boasts a population of 300,000, which, although still somewhat sparse for the land, is sufficient for development. Furthermore, this population consists entirely of robust young farmers, each capable of instantaneously contributing to military might if aligned under other warlords in the Central Plains. Yet, under Lu Qian's command, they remain merely a demographic statistic. The garrison protecting Jiaozhou comprises Lu Qian's meticulously trained force of 150,000 spear soldiers, with each of the 3 passes manned by nearly 50,000 troops. Such a formidable army could easily sweep through the Central Plains. However, Lu Qian perceives this strength as insufficient. To dominate the Central Plains, he must first eradicate the influential families that currently hold sway. The power of these families is overwhelmingly substantial, while any single family may appear weak. Their collective interests bind them together. Should their interests be threatened, they would undoubtedly unite. A single faction, like the Yuan family, could muster a 1,000,000-strong army, rendering Lu Qian's current forces woefully inadequate. Moreover, the combined population of Jiaozhou and several other territories barely reaches 1 million, creating a significant strain on food resources due to the immense consumption required. Although Lu Qian has maintained a stable and abundant food supply, the vast population has caused his growth rate to gradually stagnate. The high demand for food resources has impeded the production of soldiers and farmers alike. However, this temporary halt in population growth does not equate to a complete cessation of development for Lu Qian. Instead, he has turned his focus to enhancing all aspects of Jiaozhou's infrastructure, particularly 2 pivotal constructions, the Research Institute and the Blacksmith's Forge, both of which become available once the town center reaches level 10. Building. Research Institute construction requirement. 100,000 gold construction location. Must be in a provincial city. The Research Institute necessitates a substantial investment of gold, highlighting its significance. Furthermore, its location is crucial, and currently, the only site available for Lu Qian's construction is within the confines of Guangzhou Port, which, while serving as his stronghold, remains secure. The Research Institute offers the opportunity to advance technological progress, a vital condition for upgrading eras in the imperial game. Nevertheless, Lu Qian has yet to fulfill the prerequisites for controlling the 3 provinces of the Han Dynasty. Additionally, this institute can facilitate research into chemical technologies, such as gunpowder and artillery, underscoring its importance. The other construction, however, is more suited to Lu Qian's immediate needs. Building. Blacksmith's Forge construction requirement. 50,000 gold construction location. Must be in a provincial city. The Blacksmith's Forge is a paramount structure in the Age of Empires. With it, Lu Qian's army could significantly surpass the equipment of all other warlords in the Han Dynasty. Most importantly, this facility not only enhances equipment but also strengthens units, transforming heroic swordsmen into golden swordsmen upon completing all upgrades. This aspect is the essence of the Blacksmith's Forge, as the research conducted within serves as passive enhancements for soldiers' capabilities, archers' range, and cavalry's speed and armor. Lu Qian is eager to expedite the construction of these 2 buildings and ensure the necessary resources for upgrades are promptly acquired. As he searches for suitable locations within Guangzhou Port, an unexpected group of visitors arrives at the borders of Jiaozhou. Commander Liang, why are we heading to Jiaozhou? Indeed, this place seems to be utterly desolate. In such a godforsaken land, how can one even survive in hiding? As they approached the borders of Jiaozhou, the yellow-turbaned soldiers accompanying the commander, Li Damu, began voicing their concerns. Yet, Li Damu remained unfazed. Viewing these soldiers merely as pawns in his grand strategy, they fail to comprehend the significance of Jiaozhou, but Li Damu is convinced it is the site of his ascendance. According to his understanding, Jiaozhou lacks one crucial element, population, which the yellow turbans possess in abundance. With the thousands of yellow turbans at his command, Li Damu felt a surge of excitement. If he could seize control of this yellow turban army, he might dominate Jiaozhou and possibly recreate the glories of the past. Silence. You short-sighted fools, have I ever led you astray on our journey? Jiaozhou is a veritable treasure. Follow me. With that, Li Damu's commanding voice silenced the gathered thousands of yellow turbans, who now had no choice but to follow him. As they advanced toward Jiaozhou, they soon reached the border. However, The yellow turban soldiers froze in astonishment, with Li Damu himself staring in disbelief at the imposing sight before him. Before them stood a colossal fortress, guarded by an army that appeared formidable and intimidating. Am I dreaming? Is this truly Jiaozhou? Why is there such a formidable Han army? And what is the meaning of this grand fortress? Li Damu was momentarily lost in confusion, having entirely forgotten his purpose for coming here, overwhelmed by the sheer impact of the scene before him. Commander Liang, look! Following the direction of the shout, he noticed that the fortress was manned by a vigilant contingent of spear soldiers. This sight prompted Zhang Damu to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, one of his advisors, quick to assess the situation, remarked, "Commander, the garrison consists of merely over 10,000 men. We have tens of thousands at our disposal. Surely, we can breach this fortress. Once we do, Jiaozhou will be ours." As soon as the strategist, known as Doghead, finished speaking, Zhang Damu's eyes instantly brightened. Their purpose in coming to Jiaozhou was none other than to seize control of it, with the intention of gradually developing their power and ultimately recreating the glory of the great sage's uprising. To this thought, Zhang Damu couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. Damn it. Fortune favors the bold while the timid perish, he exclaimed. Give me orders to prepare for the siege. Chapter 19. The Yellow Turban Rebellion. Farmers rise up. With Zhang Damu's command, the assembled Yellow Turban army, numbering in the tens of thousands, immediately rallied their spirits, gazing toward the distant pass. However, upon beholding the formidable stronghold that resembled an insurmountable barrier, the Yellow Turban soldiers fell into a silence of trepidation. Though they were willing to attack, they were merely refugees who had fled here, lacking sufficient weapons and equipment, and now they were to assault this perilous fortress. Having experienced battle, they understood all too well that to breach such a stronghold, one must be prepared to pay with their lives. Yet, having just escaped, how could they not desire to survive? In an instant, the massive army stood still, devoid of any intention to attack. Seeing this, Zhang Damu cast a fierce gaze toward the Yellow Turban soldiers behind him. "Advance, I command you. Your lives were saved by me," he bellowed. "Kill. By doing so, your rewards are assured. Moreover, the gates of the stronghold are open. If we act swiftly, we can minimize our casualties before they close." Upon hearing Zhang Damu's words, the Yellow Turban troops, pressed by his threats, reluctantly steeled themselves to launch an assault. With a thunderous shout from Zhang Damu, the tens of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers charged out from the forest. The once orderly registration of refugees at the Jingjiao Pass was suddenly thrown into chaos. Enemy attack. Form ranks. Faced with the onslaught of the vast Yellow Turban army, the defenders at Jingjiao Pass remained remarkably composed. At the command of the chief defender, nearly 20,000 spearmen swiftly formed a line in front of the pass. The Long Spear Battalion, ever vigilant, took their positions at the stronghold. Moreover, the fortifications had been significantly enhanced by Lu Qian, with watchtowers erected atop the walls. The troops stationed there were no longer the mere 5,000 of before, but nearly 20,000. Under such well-prepared defenses, how could the beleaguered Yellow Turban soldiers hope to breach the stronghold? As expected, before the Yellow Turbans even clashed with the well-equipped spearmen, they were already suffering heavy casualties from the relentless rain of arrows raining down from the towers. Kill. We cannot die in vain. Kill. As more and more of his men fell beneath the arrow storm, Zhang Damu experienced a moment of dread. Yet, the army had already commenced its attack. The only way to stem their losses was to seize this position. With Zhang Damu's incessant roar, the Yellow Turban army collided with the spear-wielding defenders. However, it was only upon this true clash that Zhang Damu realized how naive his assumptions had been. The formation of the spearmen was simple yet brutal. The front line thrust their spears, killing the enemies before quickly withdrawing to allow the next wave to engage. This mechanical slaughter was executed with chilling precision. The Yellow Turban soldiers surged forward like stalks of wheat, only to be harvested mercilessly. "Stop fighting. We are no match. I don't want to die. We surrender. Please, spare us." Faced with the overwhelming might of the defenders, the demoralized Yellow Turban soldiers found themselves desperate, as more of their comrades fell. The remaining soldiers lost the will to continue the assault. They had come here to escape, never anticipating that the Han dynasty would possess such a formidable army. Witnessing one soldier toss aside his weapon and kneel, the entire Yellow Turban force followed suit, discarding their arms and begging for mercy. Realizing that his army had suffered significant losses and was now surrendering en masse, Zhang Damu comprehended that his ambitions of restoring the great sage's legacy had been utterly dashed. Casting a baleful glance at the doghead strategist beside him, he seethed, "You fool! How dare you deceive me like this?" As Zhang Damu's furious shout echoed, the doghead strategist, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Yet, Zhang Damu's wrath had no room for leniency. In an instant, he attributed all blame to the doghead strategist. "You scoundrel, perish with that!" He raised his blade and brought it down upon the doghead strategist, cleaving him in two on the spot. The strategist died with a look of terror, unable to fathom why he had ever suggested launching an attack. The Yellow Turban army surrendered. Zhang Damu discarded his weapon and knelt as well. With all the Yellow Turbans laying down their arms and capitulating, the defenders of Jingzhou Pass sighed in relief. These Yellow Turban soldiers were fellow subjects of the Han, and during their defense here, Lu Qian had already issued orders. He would not withhold resources from his kin, and the Yellow Turbans were merely oppressed, impoverished people. Their incorporation into the region would bolster the population of Jiaozhou. Observing the surrendered Yellow Turbans, the commander swiftly ordered his troops to apprehend them. Despite the significant casualties, tens of thousands of Yellow Turbans remained. One could only imagine the scale of the uprising during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. As farmers took up arms, "Look, those refugees are being accepted," a voice exclaimed, causing the crowd to turn and gaze in the indicated direction. Surprisingly, Jiaozhou was absorbing refugees at an astonishing rate. While such individuals might be a burden elsewhere, in Jiaozhou, they represented valuable population growth. Moreover, these refugees were merely victims of hunger and oppression, compelled to revolt or flee. Who among the well-fed would ever consider rebellion? In the 21st century, when everyone has enough to eat? Who has risen against authority? Thus, to win the loyalty of these refugees, one must ensure their basic needs are met. Within the vast population of Jiaozhou, these refugees were but a small fraction, and their inclusion would provide a significant boost. With the system's assistance, farmers could engage with them and aid in building homes. In the current Han context, these simple-minded farmers, who only knew the ways of tilling the land, would be irresistibly drawn to such a paradise. Eager to establish roots, the now surrendered Yellow Turban army beheld the registration point resuming its intake of refugees. They were filled with longing. They are accepting refugees. Chapter 20. The defeated Yellow Turban army. With so many of us, they surely won't kill us, right? And look, those refugees who were accepted are said to have homes. Gazing at the distant scene of accepted refugees, alongside the soldiers courteously ushering them into Jiaozhou, Zhang Damu's worldview was profoundly shaken. Under the influence of the great sage Zhang Jiao, these rebellious farmers had believed that the Han dynasty must be overthrown. Yet now, this benevolent reception of refugees, coupled with the provision of homes and land, painted Jiaozhou as a veritable paradise, an idyllic realm apart from the chaos of the world. At that moment, Zhang Damu cast a glance at the Yellow Turban soldiers beside him. However, they were all wearing expressions of yearning. This place was the very goal for which they had rebelled. Yet, having just attacked this stronghold, they were now filled with concern for their fate. Observing his fellow soldiers casting down their weapons in surrender and contemplating joining Jiaozhou, Zhang Damu let out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had intended to conquer Jiaozhou, but having witnessed the formidable troops in the seemingly impregnable stronghold, he had come to understand the vast chasm of disparity. Now, the defeated Yellow Turban soldiers could only await the judgment of the Jiaozhou forces. Though they had harbored thoughts of joining Jiaozhou, the presence of Zhang Damu made such a transition perilous. He might very well execute them before they even approached the gates. After their defeat, the spirit of resistance had completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Zhang Damu found himself increasingly ignored. Prior to surrendering, they had regarded him as a leader. But now, as they became surrendering soldiers, he was but a forgotten figure. As the Yellow Turban forces fell to defeat, the tens of thousands were swiftly apprehended by the defenders of the stronghold. Meanwhile, within Jiaozhou, a cavalry unit of several hundred scouts quickly relayed the news back to Lu Qian, who had been selecting sites for research institutes and blacksmiths in Guangzhou. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in his mind. Upon hearing the signal, Lu Qian hastily opened his system map. At this moment, a multitude of crimson dots appeared densely clustered at the pass connecting Jiaozhou and Jingzhou, numbering in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, Countless more red points could be discerned in the nearby woods of Jiaozhou. Goodness! Could it be that the defeated Yellow Turbans have all flocked to Jiaozhou? What a troublesome situation! Observing the vast enemy represented by the red dots on the map, Lu Qian hastily summoned Shi Xie and swiftly dispatched the troops stationed at Guangzhou port to provide reinforcements to the Jingjiao Pass. Just as Lu Qian's army began to take defensive measures, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The red dots on the map transformed entirely into green. What is this situation? Perplexed by the inexplicably changed green figures, Lu Qian gazed toward the Jingjiao Pass. However, to uncover the truth, he proceeded with Shi Xie and his elite vanguard knights toward the pass. General, what shall we do about these Yellow Turbans? Should we? The adjutant beside the pass commander spoke, a fierce expression crossing his face as he regarded the Yellow Turbans before them. Yet, the commander shook his head. Though the Yellow Turbans had attacked the pass, they had now surrendered, complying with the orders issued by the Lord. Thus, it was best to incorporate them all into Jiaozhou. However, the commander did find some merit in the adjutant's words. With so many Yellow Turbans to spare, the leader who instigated the attack must be executed. Such a person served no purpose and could not be trusted. Should he incite a rebellion within Jiaozhou, the consequences would be dire for them all. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the commander's eyes. A formidable army arrived at the Jingjiao Pass. This force was fully equipped and exuded an aura of seasoned warriors. Gasp! Jiaozhou is indeed formidable. Witnessing the swift reinforcements, the surrendered Yellow Turbans collectively gasped in fear. Just moments ago, they had been attacking the pass, yet now, faced with this mighty army, they were seized by dread. How could such a powerful force exist within Jiaozhou? If they were to rise against such an army, they would be utterly annihilated. Fortunately, they had all surrendered. Otherwise, had this army arrived earlier, they would have undoubtedly perished here. As the Yellow Turban soldiers expressed their relief, two figures, surrounded by the elite soldiers, slowly approached the pass. Upon seeing the newcomers, all the defending troops immediately knelt before them. We pay our respects to the Lord. Hearing the sudden exclamation of Lord from these men, the captured Yellow Turbans regarded the newcomers with wary reverence. They too were curious about the identity of such a powerful army. No need for formalities, Lu Qian said, gesturing for the kneeling soldiers to rise respectfully. His gaze then fell upon the surrendered Yellow Turbans. The tens of thousands of Yellow Turbans before him, if fully integrated into Jiaozhou, would undoubtedly bring something unprecedented to his territory. For instance, there would be a significant increase in population, and these individuals could cultivate crops, greatly conserving the resources required to produce farmers for his system. Furthermore, if he could shelter these Yellow Turbans while dispatching others to spread word among the scattered Yellow Turbans in the Central Plains, the harvest would not merely comprise these few tens of thousands, but potentially hundreds of thousands. The population of Jiaozhou would experience remarkable growth. With this thought, Lu Qian devised a plan for the surrendered Yellow Turbans. However, the Yellow Turbans, now cautious, scrutinized Lu Qian, who resembled a noble youth. They could not help but speculate among themselves. Hey, that young man seems to hold considerable influence. Perhaps he is the son of the Jiaozhou governor or a scion of a prestigious family. I wonder how he will deal with us. As Lu Qian examined the surrendered Yellow Turbans, hushed whispers erupted among them. Yet, Lu Qian's focus was fixed upon Zhang Damu, who had led the Yellow Turbans in their assault against Jiaozhou. Lu Qian harbored no goodwill toward this so-called leader. Bring this man forward. As Lu Qian commanded, Zhang Damu, already like a startled bird, instinctively shrank deeper into the crowd. However, the Yellow Turbans, eager to avoid implicating themselves, quickly parted to expose him. No. I did not intend to attack here. Please don't kill me. As he realized there was no one left to shield him, panic enveloped Zhang Damu. At that moment, two vanguard knights stepped forward, seizing him by either side. Faced with Zhang Damu's terrified pleas for mercy, Lu Qian shook his head in disappointment. This man held no value whatsoever. Had it been Guan Hai, the one capable of withstanding the first 3 strikes of Guan Yu, Lu Qian might have found interest. Yet, among the Yellow Turbans, very few could catch Lu Qian's Lord. Please spare me, I beg you. As Zhang Damu desperately pleaded for his life, Shi Xie, standing beside Lu Qian, approached with a stern expression. Boldly, open your eyes and recognize. This is His Highness Lu Qian, the Grand Prince of the realm. Do not utter any more nonsense. As Shi Xia's admonition rang out, Zhang Damu was momentarily left dumbfounded. Simultaneously, the surrendered Yellow Turbans froze in shock. They had speculated on Lu Qian's identity but never imagined that this dashing youth was, in fact, a prince of the Han dynasty. They had encountered governors and high-ranking generals, but a prince, such a lofty figure, they had never seen before in their lives. Good heavens, he is a prince, humph, just a prince demoted to Jiaozhou? They murmured, I hear he has lost his chance for the throne. Fool! Even a demoted prince is still a prince. How dare you utter such remarks? As the crowd grasped Lu Qian's identity, the surrendered Yellow Turbans erupted into excited chatter. Nevertheless, Lu Qian's princely status remained highly esteemed among these common folk. Although he was a demoted prince, he was still regarded as a celestial being in their eyes. Some may never have the chance to encounter a prince in their lifetimes. You wish to be spared? Tell me, what value do you possess? Lu Qian, unconcerned with their discussions, directed his gaze toward Zhang Damu, who was held aloft by the knights. Upon hearing Lu Qian's inquiry, Zhang Damu stiffened. However, he had nothing of worth to offer in exchange for his life. Even the vast army he had painstakingly gathered had now surrendered en masse. As Zhang Damu pondered his predicament, Lu Qian shook his head in disappointment. Since there is nothing, then farewell. Upon Lu Qian's words, Zhang Damu, held by the two knights, felt a chill grip his heart. As he prepared to struggle in terror, two gleaming swords pierced through his body in an instant. With the realization of his swiftly waning life, Zhang Damu, face etched with unwillingness, gradually ceased his struggles. After witnessing Zhang Damu's execution, Lu Qian cast a blank glance at him before turning his attention back to the surrendered Yellow Turbans. This man, as the leader of the Yellow Turbans, has committed countless atrocities along the way. If you wish to remain and join Jiaozhou, this man must die. The law does not punish the masses. I shall not hold you accountable for your previous assault on the Jingjiao Pass. Now, for those who wish to settle in Jiaozhou, I shall lead you to your new abode. At this moment, Lu Qian paused, his eyes scrutinizing the surrounding Yellow Turbans. The sight of their collective interest stirred a sense of satisfaction within him. The fate of Zhang Damu meant little to them, compared to their lives. His was inconsequential. Observing their eager expressions, Lu Qian had already discerned their intentions. For those unwilling to stay, he would grant them their freedom. Now, you may choose to leave. You are free to depart at this moment. As Lu Qian concluded his speech, not a single one of the captured Yellow Turbans rose to depart. Every individual present remained inexplicably calm, choosing to stay. We will remain. Your Highness, we will stay, Your Highness. We shall not leave. We wish to join Jiaozhou. Your Highness, the Grand Prince, we are willing to stay. In contrast to the prospect of fleeing and continuing their existence as the Yellow Turbans, who were universally reviled and lived a life of destitution, they deemed it far more favorable to remain and integrate into Jiaozhou. With the formidable and well-equipped army under the Grand Prince's command, at the very least, Jiaozhou would be spared from turmoil and assured of safety. Moreover, Jiaozhou was the Grand Prince's domain. He would surely ensure they did not suffer from hunger. As more voices clamored to stay, even those who had been hesitant among the Yellow Turbans ultimately chose to remain, resulting in a total of 60,000 Yellow Turban defectors pledging their allegiance. Aside from those who perished during the siege, this entire contingent of 60,000 able-bodied Yellow Turbans had now joined Jiaozhou. Observing these new recruits, Lu Qian could not help but smile in satisfaction. Excellent. Since you have chosen to join Jiaozhou, you are now citizens of Jiaozhou. As the Grand Prince, I shall ensure that none of my subjects go hungry. Let us proceed with registration, after which I will guide you to your new homes. With Lu Qian's words, the spear-wielding troops stationed at Jingjiao Pass promptly began to organize the Yellow Turbans for registration. These newcomers differed somewhat from the citizens produced by the system. Their loyalty was uncertain, and they could potentially be spies sent by others. To mitigate such risks, thorough registration was imperative. Chapter 22. A heart full of passion aiming to change the Han dynasty. This process would also facilitate the equitable distribution of land and housing later on, preventing any confusion. Once the 60,000 Yellow Turbans were officially registered, Lu Qian, accompanied by Shi Xia and the reinforcements, departed the pass alongside them. To guard against any potential treachery among the Yellow Turbans, Shi Xia meticulously orchestrated the army to encircle and protect Lu Qian. Witnessing the tight protective formation around him, Lu Qian couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Despite Shi Xie's unwavering loyalty, he remained excessively concerned for Lu Qian's safety. However, at that moment, Lu Qian was indifferent to such worries. Should anyone dare to launch an attack against him, they would face the thunderous retaliation of the valiant swordsman at his side. Let us proceed. It is time to settle them in Jiaozhou. With all matters addressed, Lu Qian led the army toward the interior of Jiaozhou. As the 60,000 surrendered Yellow Turbans followed the main force through the pass, their eyes widened in astonishment. Upon passing through, they were greeted by an exceptionally well-maintained road, reminiscent of the main thoroughfare within a county city. Goodness, there is a road here. This road is remarkably smooth. I have only seen such roads in Guozhong City. Indeed, this road extends all the way to the pass. How far could that be? Unbelievable. Surely, not every part of Jiaozhou boasts such roads. Gazing at the well-paved path beneath their feet, the Yellow Turban defectors erupted into exclamations of awe. The roads within the city had been extended to the outskirts, a feat even the capital, Luoyang, could scarcely boast of. In light of such grandeur, all the Yellow Turban defectors began to harbor expectations for Lu Qian's governance. As they traversed the well-constructed road, the army's speed of march notably increased. What would have taken a day to reach Lu Qian's designated settlement for these defectors now required less than 2 hours. This destination was the former county city of Jiaozhi, now transformed into Guangzhou Port. However, Guangzhou Port would not accommodate these refugees. It was only meant for the system-trained farmers. This was not only to prevent unrest within the city, but also primarily to ensure loyalty, thereby avoiding any potential errors that could jeopardize the operations at Guangzhou Port. Yet, despite Jiaozhi no longer being a county city, Lu Qian had not abandoned its development. Under his guidance, the city walls of Jiaozhi were entirely renovated and expanded, rendering the entire fortress both vast and secure. My heavens, this city. Is this still Jiaozhou? How has it changed so dramatically? Could it all be attributed to the Grand Prince's efforts? Upon witnessing the grandeur of Jiaozhi, the Yellow Turban defectors accompanying the army erupted in astonished gasps. The county cities they had seen in Yizhou, Jingzhou, and elsewhere paled in comparison to the magnificence of Jiaozhi. It is worth noting that Yizhou and Jingzhou were bustling regions with large populations. Yet, none of their county cities could rival the splendor of this newly transformed Jiaozhi. As the defectors expressed their astonishment, Lu Qian struggled to suppress a smile. If they were to behold the sights within Guangzhou Port, their astonishment would surely reach new heights. Once these defectors were settled within Jiaozhi, the system-trained farmers promptly began assisting them in constructing homes. With the farmers' aid, the housing issue was resolved with remarkable speed. Following the complete resettlement of the defectors in Jiaozhou, the population of Jiaozhi surged by 60,000, all comprised of able-bodied individuals. However, mere housing was insufficient for their survival. After Lu Qian allocated parcels of land produced by the system to these defectors, they expressed profound gratitude. Even when Lu Qian mentioned that these lands would be subject to taxation, the defectors continued to express their heartfelt thanks, in comparison to the precarious existence they had endured outside of Jiaozhou. Now possessing homes and farmland, the prospect of paying taxes seemed inconsequential. With all 60,000 defectors now comfortably settled and expressing their gratitude, Lu Qian dispatched a contingent of troops to seek out scattered Yellow Turban soldiers and disseminate news. As a result, waves of Yellow Turbans from Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and Yizhou began to flock toward Jiaozhou. Following Lu Qian's orders, all 3 passes welcomed these Yellow Turban refugees. Consequently, with the influx of these soldiers, Jiaozhou's population began to swell once more. A development Lu Qian welcomed with open arms. The geographical expanse of Jiaozhou remained too vast, and its population was still insufficient. However, as Lu Qian was busy receiving the Yellow Turban soldiers, a significant event unfolded in the Central Plains. After years of turmoil, the Yellow Turban Rebellion was quashed by the Han court. Yet, in its wake, the last vestiges of the Han court's authority crumbled, and the ambitions of numerous prominent families and local governors within the 13 provinces of the Han began to swell. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had decisively crushed the Han's final hopes. As Lu Qian continued to gather the defeated Yellow Turban refugees, time gradually progressed to the year 189 AD, 5 years since the onset of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Yet, at this moment, the Han dynasty appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, within the sacred capital of Luoyang, the atmosphere in the imperial palace was palpably oppressive. as if some unseen force loomed above. "Father, my time is drawing near, yet I feel ashamed before my ancestors regarding the state of the Han." In the Jiaotong Palace, the indulgent Han Lingdi now lay frail and weakened upon his bed. Lu Hong, who had once been consumed by pleasure, now bore a regal demeanor, yet his fervent attempts to alter the course of the Han had proven utterly futile. After more than a decade on the throne, Lu Hong now felt a deep sense of regret. Standing at the bedside, Zhang Rang, having overheard Lu Hong's words, knelt beside the bed with a sorrowful expression, akin to a rabbit being cooked after its usefulness had passed. The world knew that Han Lingdi had been raised by Zhang Rang, who referred to himself as father, granting him an exalted status, second only to the emperor. Yet, what of it? Only Zhang Rang understood that once Lu Hong departed this world, he and the others, such as Zhao Zhong, would likely meet a similar fate. Within the Han, many eagerly anticipated the demise of figures like himself, as Lu Hong lay on the brink of death. Zhang Rang knelt in despair. "Your Majesty, please take care of your health." Chapter 23. The Emperor. Establish Lu Xie as Crown Prince. You are the son of heaven, destined by fate. How can you so easily depart? Do not speak such words. As Zhang Rang cautiously reassured Lu Hong, the emperor shook his head calmly. "Father, I am well aware of my own condition. What troubles me is the fate of the Han dynasty." As Lu Hong spoke, his complexion suddenly took on an unusual flush. Witnessing this, Zhang Rang's pupils widened in alarm. Having served 2 successive emperors, he had witnessed many deaths, and this was clearly Lu Hong's final resurgence. As Lu Hong's vitality seemed to strengthen, Zhang Rang's heart sank. This is not good. The Ling Emperor. As Zhang Rang found himself unable to suppress his scheming thoughts, at that very moment, Emperor Ling of Han suddenly sat up from his bed. Lu Hong, who had been drained by indulgence, now appeared remarkably spirited. Lu Hong was acutely aware of his own condition. "Father, my time is limited," he declared in these final moments. "I implore you to undertake a task." As Lu Hong uttered these words, a shadowy figure appeared mysteriously within the Jiaotong Palace. Noticing the newcomer, Lu Hong nodded, while Zhang Rang nearly fainted in shock. Who could have known that such a formidable expert was concealed beside Lu Hong? "Your Majesty, whatever you command, I shall fulfill," Zhang Rang replied solemnly. Observing Zhang Rang's earnest agreement, Lu Hong slowly smiled. Suddenly, he gestured towards the approaching figure, who promptly retrieved a new edict from a nearby bookshelf. At that moment, Zhang Rang discerned the identity of the visitor. It was none other than Wang Yu, the revered sword saint of the Han dynasty. After being appointed as the emperor's tutor by Emperor Ling, Wang Yu had seldom been heard from, remaining concealed within the palace. As Wang Yu arranged the edict, Lu Hong unexpectedly took up his brush and began to inscribe upon it with a grave expression. In that instant, Lu Hong bore no resemblance to the inept ruler he had been during his reign. Instead, he exuded the vigor of a capable sovereign poised for revival. However, the world did not align with Lu Hong's dying wishes. Confronted by the overwhelming power of the noble families, he could only endure a lifetime burdened by the stigma of incompetence. As Lu Hong gradually completed the edict, Zhang Rang hurriedly approached to affix the imperial seal upon it. Upon examining the edict Lu Hong had composed, Zhang Rang's gaze suddenly caught a few striking words. "To my son Lu Qian, personally addressed." This revelation stunned him. The deposed crown prince, realizing the implication of the edict. Zhang Rang's pupils constricted sharply. It was widely believed that Lu Hong had relinquished Lu Qian's chances of succession, yet this edict suggested otherwise. Suddenly, a grand scheme surged into Zhang Rang's mind, and he found himself momentarily unrecognizing of the Lu Hong he had known since childhood. This emperor, whom he had watched grow, was far more complex than he had ever imagined. Aware of Zhang Rang's sudden bewilderment, Lu Hong understood the thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet, he paid no heed. For Zhang Rang was merely a lowly servant, incapable of influencing the affairs of the imperial family. Although the Han dynasty was no longer the formidable force that once avenged any affront, the Lu dynasty still possessed a measure of depth. After Zhang Rang sealed the edict with the imperial stamp, Lu Hong turned his gaze towards Wang Yu. "Master Wang, I now assign you one final task. Deliver this edict to my foolish son in Jiaozhou. Only you can accomplish this." Lu Hong felt a profound sense of trust in Wang Yu. His martial prowess was unmatched, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the realm. Moreover, Wang Yu's penchant for official titles was well known, though his sole talent lay in swordplay, limiting him to the title of tutor without an official post. Nevertheless, Lu Hong believed this master of swordsmanship, who had once claimed the heads of enemies, would fulfill the task without fail. I accept the decree, Wang Yu declared, carefully securing the edict before preparing to depart. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Hong fixed his gaze upon him. Master Wang, after delivering the edict to my foolish son, remain by his side. With your abilities, I trust he will grant you a position. Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, Wang Yu's previously calm demeanor brightened with joy. The prospect of holding an official position delighted him, for he had spent a lifetime pursuing such a claim. Now, with the completion of his task, he could finally attain that goal. Overwhelmed, he bowed deeply to Lu Hong. However, Lu Hong merely waved his hand dismissively. Go and deliver this edict to my foolish son swiftly. With that, Wang Yu took his leave, departing Luoyang towards Jiaozhou. After completing these arrangements, Lu Hong sat within the palace, his gaze fixed deeply in the direction of Jiaozhou. My foolish son, I hope you comprehend my burdens. Following Wang Yu's departure with Lu Hong's secret edict, Lu Hong felt an increasing heaviness in his body, as if he might collapse and never awaken again. Sensing his growing weakness, he hurriedly began to outline his plans. Father, there is no need for such concern. After my death, you need only to assist the new emperor diligently, and then your life will be secure. However, Lu Hong added, I wish to establish Lu Xie as the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rang, who had been standing respectfully by Lu Hong's side, suddenly brightened. As the leader of the eunuch faction, he had long been at odds with the foreign relatives led by He Jin, so he wholeheartedly supported Lu Hong's decision to name Lu Xie as crown prince. This was an extraordinary opportunity, and should he support Lu Xie's ascension to the throne, he would undoubtedly gain merit for his loyalty. Furthermore, having served under 3 emperors, Lu Xie would likely treat him favorably. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Rang cautiously scrutinized Lu Hong. Yet, at this moment, Lu Hong could utter no further words of explanation. The decision to appoint Lu Xie as crown prince had been made after much deliberation. But now he could no longer continue. Zhang Rang carefully regarded Lu Hong, who had grown increasingly weary, ultimately collapsing onto the bed in a deep slumber. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Rang's pupils dilated in shock. The emperor has passed away. The emperor has passed away. Chapter 24. Empress He seizes control of the court. Following Lu Hong's sudden passing without leaving any edict, Zhang Rang, who had intended to support Lu Xie as crown prince, found it impossible in the absence of Lu Hong's decree. In the year 189 AD, Emperor Ling of Han Lu Hong passed away within the Jiaoding Palace. At this juncture, lacking a will, and to preclude any unforeseen events, it was customary to establish the eldest son as the heir. Other than the deposed crown prince Lu Qian, it would be his nephew Lu Bian. To avert any complications, He Jin hastily began to scheme for his nephew's ascendance. Originally a butcher, He Jin's fortune changed due to his sister, who became empress and bore the dragon son Lu Bian. Thus, He Jin ascended to the position of Grand General of the Han Dynasty. In a bid to see his nephew crowned emperor, He Jin swiftly gathered 5,000 Yulin guards, accompanied by Yuan Shao, under the pretense of discussing the execution of the 10 eunuchs, thereby facilitating Lu Bian's succession. Although Lu Bian became emperor, Empress Dowager Dong was not pleased. Nevertheless, to fulfill Lu Hong's final wishes, Zhang Rang continuously devised strategies for Empress Dowager Dong. Following Zhang Rang's guidance, she proclaimed Lu Xie as the king of Qianlu and appointed her brother Dongzhong as general of the cavalry. Yet, in private, Zhang Rang could not help but smirk. He had seen through the machinations of these individuals. The 10 eunuchs could be cast aside and eliminated at any moment. To ensure his survival, Zhang Rang had no choice but to execute Lu Hong's final commands. As Zhang Rang navigated this treacherous landscape, the factions of He Jin and Empress Dowager Dong erupted into open conflict. Each side irreconcilable, however, Empress Dowager Dong, confined within the palace, could not contend with the military power wielded by He Jin. As expected, after He Jin's agents assassinated Empress Dowager Dong, her brother Dongzhong's residence was also besieged by He Jin's forces. Realizing the dire situation, Dongzhong ultimately took his own life. However, the 10 eunuchs still remained. As He Jin's confidant, Yuan Shao devised a series of strategies. Yet, the 10 eunuchs had gained the protection of Empress He, making it exceedingly difficult for He Jin to eliminate them. Just as He Jin found himself at a loss, Yuan Shao proposed yet another scheme: to summon external military forces into Luoyang to eradicate the eunuchs. Instantly, He Jin's eyes lit up with hope. However, as he contemplated Yuan Shao's suggestion, Cao Cao could not suppress a laugh. "Oh, slay the eunuchs. One must first eliminate their leader. A mere jailer would suffice. Why summon external troops?" Upon hearing this, He Jin shot a displeased glance at Cao Cao. "If it were so simple, I would have done it long ago. Why would I need to summon outside forces?" Seeing He Jin's refusal to listen, Cao Cao could only depart in frustration. This chaos in the realm is the doing of this foolish He Jin. Exiting the Grand General's residence, Cao Cao looked up at the starry sky, feeling a sense of desolation before returning home. After He Jin chose to heed Yuan Shao's advice, the court swiftly dispatched a decree to Dong Zhuo, who was stationed far in Shiliang. "Father-in-law, this is splendid news." An absolutely fortuitous development. Upon receiving the decree in Shiliang, Dong Zhuo read it and handed it to Li Ru, who stood beside him as his son-in-law. Li Ru was like a son to Dong Zhuo, and he held great trust in Li Ru's wisdom. However, at this moment, upon seeing the imperial decree, Li Ru could barely contain his laughter. Yes, he excitedly shouted and called out. Dong Zhuo's interest was piqued, and he turned his gaze toward Li Ru. In response to Dong Zhuo's penetrating look, Li Ru offered a mysterious smile. "Why, esteemed father-in-law, what do you think of my Shiliang cavalry?" They are indeed a rarity in the Central Plains, unmatched by many. And what of you, my esteemed father-in-law? How do you compare to Emperor Ling, Lu Hong? In my youth, I displayed valor and was esteemed for my filial piety, engaging in battles across the south and north for decades. Now, with Shiliang's might at its zenith, how could a dim-witted sovereign ever compare? As Dong Zhuo spoke with unwavering confidence, he noticed the enigmatic smile lingering on Li Ru's face. After pondering Dong Zhuo's words, a feeling of ambition began to swell within him. "One you, assist me. You are my cherished son-in-law, and I have no sons, only daughters. You are as my own. Once this endeavor is successful, when I journey westward, my position shall be yours." The thought of potentially ascending to the lofty throne of the 9-5 filled Dong Zhuo with fervor as he looked expectantly at Li Ru. Recognizing this burgeoning ambition in Dong Zhuo, Li Ru hesitated no longer. With the Shiliang army of 200,000 fully assembled, Li Ru personally penned a proclamation, declaring his troops' unwavering loyalty solely to the emperor, hoping to assuage the court's apprehensions. Yet, Dong Zhuo's ambitions could not be satisfied merely by loyalty to the emperor. He now envisioned himself seated in that once unattainable position. As anticipated, upon receiving Li Ru's proclamation, He Jin promptly ordered Dong Zhuo to march his troops to Luoyang to eliminate the eunuchs. However, He Jin could not foresee that this would mark the inception of chaos within the Han dynasty. "Gentlemen, this butcher He Jin has summoned foreign troops into the city. What shall we do? If we continue to sit idly by, we shall surely perish here." Upon learning that Dong Zhuo was hastening towards Luoyang with his army, Zhang Rang and others in the palace hastily convened to discuss their fate. While they termed it a consultation, it was merely a matter of waiting for Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong to make a decision. The world spoke of the 10 eunuchs, yet the true power resided solely with Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong. The other 8 merely followed them in their nefarious deeds, despised by all. As they sensed their lives hanging by a thread, the other 8 looked to Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong with desperate hope. At that moment, Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of resignation and exasperation. In the time of Emperor Ling, they had held positions just below the emperor, yet now that he had passed, and Liu Bian had ascended the throne, their survival was a mere courtesy extended for the late emperor's sake. With Liu Bian still indecisive and the affairs of state grasped by Empress He, their safety hinged on clinging to her favor. But now, that fool He Jin had summoned foreign forces to Luoyang. They knew all too well the character of these troops, which made Zhang Rang and his cohorts uneasy. Chapter 25. Deceptive words bewildering the masses, framing the loyal. Though they were called the army of the Han, in truth, these forces were entirely under the control of various warlords, each harboring their own ambitions. Realizing this, Zhang Rang and his companions were engulfed in worry, uncertain of how to proceed. With Dong Zhuo's entry into the capital now an established fact, they found it increasingly difficult to obstruct him. "If so, let us slay that butcher He Jin. Once he is dead, we can draft an edict to send Dong Zhuo back to Liangzhou. then we shall support Liu Bian in ruling the Han, ensuring we do not meet a grim fate in the streets. As the group deliberated, one of the 10 eunuchs suddenly glinted with a fierce determination. After his suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. Their only viable option was to eliminate the foolish butcher He Jin to resolve the current stalemate. Once the decision was made, the influence of the 10 eunuchs within the palace proved formidable. As the plan unfolded, they swiftly contacted Empress He, flattering her before persuading her to summon He Jin to the palace. At that moment, the Empress, believing herself to be in full control with her son now emperor, harbored no suspicions. Who would dare to act against their own brother during such times? Yet, it was precisely this arrogance that led to He Jin attending the banquet unarmed, as he considered the palace to be his own home. However, when he faced the 50 armed men who emerged from the banquet hall, regret surged within him. There was no turning back now. Caught in the trap, He Jin was swiftly surrounded and brutally slain. As the news of He Jin's brutal death spread, the 10 eunuchs emerged from the banquet hall, their faces alight with triumph. At last, that wretched butcher is dead. Let the banquet continue. They relished the moment. Ordering He Jin's severed head to be tossed outside, his lifeless head was cast from the courtyard. A contingent rushed in. General, Mingda, we have arrived too late. The general has been slain. The newcomers were none other than Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, who had sensed something amiss when He Jin entered the palace alone. As they rushed in with their troops, they discovered He Jin's head lying on the ground. Rage boiled within them as they recognized the treachery of the eunuchs. Charge in! Avenge our general! Clear the court! Kill! With that, Yuan Shao and Cao Cao swiftly gathered He Jin's head, and under their command, their forces crashed through the palace gates, intent on the banquet hall. At that moment, they had condemned the 10 eunuchs to death. Only by eliminating them could the Han dynasty be saved. Kill! Spare no one, regardless of age or gender. Charge! As Yuan Shao and Cao Cao led their troops into the fray, the 10 eunuchs, who had anticipated a celebration, were struck with panic. Some, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. However, Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, suppressing their own terror, urgently commanded their 50 guards to hold the line. Meanwhile, Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong quickly slipped away through the palace, their intimate knowledge of the layout granting them an advantage. Unbeknownst to the remaining eunuchs, they had evaded capture, but as they sought guidance, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao had already dispatched the guards and entered the banquet hall. Faced with the sight of the terrified eunuchs cowering on the ground, a murderous glint flashed in Cao Cao and Yuan Shao's eyes. You wretched eunuchs! You obstructed the emperor's decree, spread falsehoods, and framed the loyal. Your actions merit 100 deaths. As they encircled the 10 eunuchs, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao leveled threats at them. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing their words, the eunuchs began to plead for mercy. Yet, as Cao Cao and Yuan Shao's expressions darkened, they scanned the room, realizing that Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong were conspicuously absent, indicating that they had slipped away right under their noses. In a fit of anger, Yuan Shao seized a eunuch named Song Dian, lifting him off the ground. As he struggled against Yuan Shao's grip, the castrated eunuch stood no chance against the formidable warlord, who coldly drew his sword against Song Dian's throat. Feeling the chilling waves coursing through his neck, Song Dian quickly subdued himself. You shall answer whatever I inquire, should you dare utter a single word of defiance. Beware for your head. With Yuan Shao's menacing words echoing, Song Dian, akin to a frightened chick clutched in Yuan Shao's grasp, hastily nodded in agreement. Observing the thoroughly terrified Song Dian before him, Yuan Shao discreetly signaled to Cao Cao, standing nearby. Chapter 26. The Ambitions of Dong Zhuo. At this moment, Song Dian was so frightened that he was unlikely to lie. Noticing this, Cao Cao immediately began his interrogation. Where have Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong gone? Speak swiftly. Under the relentless pressure from Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, Song Dian wore a bewildered expression. Even the 7 other palace eunuchs, who were also imprisoned, had no knowledge of when Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong had departed. Realizing that these individuals were utterly uninformed, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of Yuan Shao and Cao Cao. Kill them, a bunch of useless fools. They serve no purpose. With Yuan Shao's signal, the guards overseeing the 10 eunuchs swiftly raised their long spears and pierced through them. Initially, these eunuchs contemplated begging for mercy or offering something in exchange for their lives, yet they were unable to utter a word before being brutally slain. At this moment, Both Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, who still harbored loyalty to the Han dynasty, felt no sympathy for these court officials. Amidst the crumbling edifice of the Han, both Cao Cao and Yuan Shao remained fervent young men, devoted to their country. One hailed from a prominent family, the Yuan clan, which had served the Han for generations, while the other, Cao Cao, yearned to become a capable statesman who could transform the Han. However, following Dong Zhuo's entry into Luoyang, everything within their hearts began to shift. The Yuan family faced extermination at the hands of Dong Zhuo, prompting Yuan Shao to embark on his path of conquest. While Cao Cao grew disillusioned, realizing that the lords cared only for their own gain, neglecting the Han court. Ultimately, he became the cunning hero of a chaotic era. Yet for now, both were still the spirited youth willing to sacrifice their lives for the Han. Urgent news! The Emperor and His Highness the King of Qianlu have been taken away by Zhang Rang. They have already fled the palace, just as Yuan Shao and his companions intended to track down the whereabouts of Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong. A palace maid responsible for attending to the Emperor rushed in, panicked. Upon receiving this news, Yuan Shao's expression changed drastically. It was clear that if the Emperor fell into the hands of those two despicable eunuchs, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, should the Emperor be seized by other lords, the entire realm would face upheaval. Quickly, pursue them. We cannot allow the Emperor to fall into the clutches of these thieves. Everyone, chase after them. Seeing that both the Emperor and the King of Qianlu had been abducted by Zhang Rang, Yuan Shao and Cao Cao were consumed by a fervent desire to flay Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong alive. However, the primary objective remained to retrieve the Emperor and the King of Qianlu. As Yuan Shao and his men hastily led their army in pursuit of Zhang Rang's escape route, Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, meanwhile, were disguised and hastily making their way toward the mountain forests outside Luoyang with Lu Bian and Lu Xie in tow. They understood that their survival hinged on controlling Lu Bian and Lu Xie. Only by keeping these two in their grasp could they ensure their own safety. However, fate had other plans. Just as Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong were leading the Emperor and the King of Qianlu toward the forest, a formidable army emerged in their path. Not good. It's Dong Zhuo. How could he arrive so swiftly? Change direction and run. As they beheld the imposing Western Liang army of Dong Zhuo approaching the outskirts of Luoyang, both Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong turned pale with fear. They were acutely aware that Dong Zhuo had been summoned by He Jin to eliminate the 10 eunuchs. The moment they spotted Dong Zhuo's forces, they dared not linger any longer and quickly pulled Lu Bian and Lu Xie along, altering their course in an attempt to flee. Who goes there? Scouts. Capture them. Just as Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong were preparing to slip away unnoticed, Dong Zhuo, mounted on his magnificent steed, cast his gaze toward the nearby brush. At that moment, he was still the ambitious and spirited wanderer, Dong Zhuo, possessing keen agility, easily discerning the presence of Zhang Rang and his companions. With Dong Zhuo's command, a squadron of cavalry from the Liangzhou Iron Cavalry surged forth to encircle Zhang Rang and his group. Witnessing this, Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, in a panic, abandoned Lu Bian and Lu Xie, fleeing desperately into the distance. Father-in-law, this is truly a fortuitous opportunity. Our chance has arrived. After Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong fled, Lu Bian and Lu Xie left behind caught the attention of Li Ru, who stood beside Dong Zhuo. This was a chance to save the Emperor. With this merit, his father-in-law could successfully enter Luoyang, and thereafter, the fate of the realm would rest in the hands of the Liangzhou army, boasting 200,000 iron cavalry. With that thought, Li Ru beamed with excitement as he respectfully escorted Lu Bian and Lu Xie to a carriage. Following Dong Zhuo's rescue of the Emperor, his army surged toward Luoyang. Meanwhile, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao arrived belatedly, only to find that the Emperor had already been saved by Dong Zhuo. They exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness apparent on their faces. We arrived too late. With Lu Bian and Lu Xie now in his possession, Dong Zhuo's Western Liang forces surged unimpeded into Luoyang. This was a result of Dong Zhuo's immense investment to quell the wrath of Emperor Ling after the Yellow Turban Rebellion, allowing him to stabilize and develop his power in Liangzhou. Now, as Dong Zhuo led a portion of his Western Liang cavalry into Luoyang, he gazed upon it with exhilaration. This realm is within my grasp. Perhaps I should simply eliminate these two youngsters and ascend to the throne myself. Observing the prosperity of Luoyang, Dong Zhuo's ambitions grew ever more grandiose. However, just as he spoke, Li Ru suddenly glanced around cautiously. his gaze turning dangerously toward Dong Zhuo's personal guards trailing behind. "Father-in-law, I urge you to tread carefully. There are matters I will divulge to you in private." After Li Ru spoke with utmost caution, Dong Zhuo understood that this was not the right time to discuss such topics. Moreover, in the midst of their entourage, Lu Bian and Lu Xie were being escorted toward the palace in their carriage. Observing the submissive demeanor of Lu Bian, Dong Zhuo felt a wave of disdain, yet found himself favorably inclined toward the composed and sensible Lu Xiedum. "Why, worthy son-in-law, what do you think of supporting Lu Xie as the emperor? In doing so, I could claim to be the one who placed him upon the throne, and with the young emperor's tender age, I would certainly seize all authority." With this thought, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Dong Zhuo's eyes. Chapter 27. The final strategy for elevating a new emperor. This plan could be deemed the most flawless at this juncture. Hearing Dong Zhuo's words, Li Ru nodded in agreement. At present, if his father-in-law were to immediately slay the young emperor and seize the throne, it would likely incite chaos throughout the realm. They could not rely solely on the Liangzhou base to quell the rebellion of the righteous army. "Father-in-law, this method is indeed brilliant. However, before proceeding, we must undertake some preparations." As Li Ru spoke, Dong Zhuo smiled with satisfaction. He held complete trust in Li Ru, viewing his strategies as among the finest in the land. Historically, Li Ru certainly ranks among the most esteemed strategists of the Three Kingdoms, capable of propelling Dong Zhuo to extraordinary heights while nearly toppling the Han dynasty. If not for Dong Zhuo's subsequent hubris and deviation from his initial principles, with Li Ru's assistance and the numerous capable generals within the Liangzhou army, they could have steadily consolidated control over the realm. Yet, this was utterly impossible. From the moment Dong Zhuo entered Luoyang, his failure was all but predetermined. Witnessing the splendor of Luoyang, Dong Zhuo's ambitions, once a mere spark, now began to blaze uncontrollably. "Li Ru, I entrust everything to you. I shall first escort the young emperor back to the palace." At this moment, Dong Zhuo remained the spirited and ambitious wanderer from Liangzhou. With those words, Li Ru respectfully bowed and departed from the ranks in Luoyang. Dong Zhuo's influence was still tragically weak. Li Ru needed to devise a means to strengthen Dong Zhuo's power. After the young emperor returned to the palace, with Li Ru's assistance, various factions within Luoyang began to gravitate toward Dong Zhuo. Due to his merit in protecting the emperor, Dong Zhuo swiftly ascended to the position of prime minister of the Han. However, Dong Zhuo, having tasted the sweetness of power in Luoyang, was far from satisfied with his current position. After a series of clandestine discussions with Li Ru, Dong Zhuo found himself increasingly fond of Lu Xie, the child raised by Empress Dowager Dong. As he was of his own kin. In contrast, they plotted to depose Lu Bian, the so-called young emperor, and instead elevate Lu Xie to the throne. Naturally, the various powers within Luoyang would not simply watch Dong Zhuo dominate unchallenged. However, the schemes of these individuals were completely unraveled by Li Ru. Even Ding Yuan, who had hastily traveled from Bingzhou, fell victim to Li Ru's cunning, leading to his demise and the effortless acquisition of Elbu as his adopted son. Along with Ding Yuan's elite cavalry from Bingzhou. At this moment, Dong Zhuo's power surged to unprecedented heights. Basking in glory. As Dong Zhuo's might became insurmountable, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu fled from the treacherous city of Luoyang to plot their own strategies. Meanwhile, Cao Cao took it upon himself to stage an audacious assassination attempt on Dong Zhuo, akin to Jing Ke's legendary attempt on the Qin king. But once his plan was exposed, he had no choice but to abandon everything and escape Luoyang. As those troublesome figures within Luoyang either fled or met their demise at Dong Zhuo's hands, the city effectively transformed into Dong Zhuo's dominion. With everything set in motion, Dong Zhuo wasted no time in deposing the young emperor Lu Bian, declaring him the king of Hongnong, while elevating Lu Xie to the position of Emperor Xian of Han. Achieving this, Dong Zhuo wielded immense power, effectively rendering the entire Han dynasty subject to his command. Each day, Dong Zhuo traversed between his official residence and the imperial palace, disregarding the emperor's authority, clad in sword and armor. The imperial harem became a playground for Dong Zhuo's whims, with even Empress Lu Bian's mother, falling victim to his desires. Once Dong Zhuo grew weary of her, he granted her a swift death. Dong Zhuo ruled Luoyang with an iron fist, permitting his soldiers to pillage and commit heinous acts. Even members of the royal family, princesses, and palace attendants were not spared. The populace harbored an intense hatred for Dong Zhuo, igniting the fury of regional warlords. Witnessing the escalating discontent, Li Ru hastily began to counsel Dong Zhuo, cautioning that should their tyranny provoke nationwide resentment, their reign would be precariously short-lived. Following Li Ru's advice, Dong Zhuo sought to consolidate his influence by appeasing the dissenters and reinstating former officials. Confronted with Dong Zhuo's reliance on the emperor's decree, figures such as Sun Shuang, Qian Ji, and Han Rong reluctantly accepted their positions within the court. Subsequently, Dong Zhuo appointed Yuan Shao as the governor of Bohai, Han Fu as the governor of Jizhou, Lu Dai as the inspector of Yenzhou, Kong Xian as the inspector of Yuzhou, Zhang Miao as the governor of Qinlu, and Zhang Zi as the governor of Nanyang. Among others, in a brief span, Dong Zhuo had nearly secured the entirety of the realm under his influence, even recalling Lu Qian, the disgraced prince, from the distant Jiaozhou, bestowing upon him the title of governor of Jiaozhou and additionally crowning him king of Qin. Dong Zhuo's reckless actions incited widespread resentment among the warlords across the land. After fleeing Luoyang to Chenlu, Cao Cao, having witnessed Dong Zhuo's atrocities, squandered his wealth and, with the assistance of the virtuous Wei Zi, rallied approximately 5,000 volunteers to prepare for the campaign against Dong Zhuo, finally launching an uprising in December of 189. What a waste! That the disgraced Prince Lu Qian is merely a useless royal in Jiaozhou. Yet he is conferred such honors. As the warlords of the Central Plains began to stir with intentions of rebellion, the atmosphere within Dong Zhuo's residence in Luoyang was one of revelry. Amidst the festivities, Dong Zhuo, puzzled, turned to Li Ru for clarification. Observing Dong Zhuo's demeanor, Li Ru could not suppress a sigh. The once formidable figure of the Shiliang rogue had now diminished into a greedy and miserly hoarder of wealth. Li Ru understood Dong Zhuo's confusion. After all, he was merely a chancellor, while Lu Qian, banished to Jiaozhou, had been granted the title of governor, along with a royal designation. Noting his father-in-law's dissatisfaction, Li Ru offered a reassuring smile. "My lord, you are now the chancellor, standing above all others. Moreover, what does it matter if a mere king of Qin is bestowed upon Lu Qian? That title serves only to extinguish any ambitions he may have of being supported by the powerful families as a new emperor. Regardless of Lu Qian's acceptance, the edict has been proclaimed, and he cannot shed the title of king of Qin. After all, the Han dynasty has overthrown the Qin." With Li Ru's confident assertion, Dong Zhuo seemed to grasp the situation, nodding in understanding. Yet, it was Li Ru's subsequent remarks that ignited a spark of elation within Dong Zhuo. "My lord, do not concern yourself with a trivial title. As long as we develop steadily, the entire realm shall be yours. Does a title truly matter?" Li Ru's unwavering confidence illuminated Dong Zhuo's perspective. Indeed, he was now the exalted chancellor. With further progress, he could ascend to the revered position of the emperor. Chapter 28. The late emperor's edict. Dong Zhuo felt an unprecedented joy, perhaps due to the nearness of that ultimate position. He surveyed the banquet, surrounded by his loyal generals. Among them was his adopted son El Fengxian. Renowned as the mightiest warrior, unmatched even by his own top general, Hua Xiong. Alongside El Bu and Hua Xiong were his son-in-law Guo Si and other esteemed generals, notably Su Rong, a brilliant strategist. On the scholarly side, his son-in-law Li Ru alone could rival thousands of troops, and he had even acquired a strategist named Jia Su. Yet, with such a vast power at his disposal, Dong Zhuo's arrogance swelled, alienating the hearts of the people and losing the support of the noble families. While the entire Central Plains simmered with unrest, an unexpected visitor arrived in distant Jiaozhou. Who goes there? Protect the Lord. Assassins. At the newly constructed prince's mansion in Guangzhou port, Lu Qian was preparing to inspect his territory when a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Though startled, Lu Qian remained composed. As the cloaked figure charged, the valiant swordsmen surrounding Lu Qian sprang into action, forming a protective circle around him. As Lu Qian observed the black-clad assailant engaged with his defenders, he felt a jolt of realization. The fighter's swordplay resembled a serpent. Fluid and unpredictable, and despite their numbers, Lu Qian's warriors struggled to subdue him, with 20 of them swiftly incapacitated. However, upon noticing that the assailant was not intent on killing, Lu Qian regained his composure. Name: Wang Yu. Title: Imperial Teacher of the Han Martial Power. 97. Infantry Combat. Intellect. 70. Leadership. Managing intelligence operations yields unexpected results. Loyalty. 91. As Lu Qian beheld the data of the figure before him, his eyes sparkled with recognition. Wang Yu had arrived. This individual was a master swordsman of unparalleled skill. To Lu Qian's astonishment, Wang Yu possessed an impressive loyalty rating of 91. Understanding the significance of this encounter, Lu Qian gestured for all his swordsmen to step aside. Although uncertain of Wang Yu's intentions, his high loyalty rating reassured Lu Qian. With the swordsman withdrawn, Wang Yu suppressed his own astonishment and knelt before Lu Qian. Having journeyed to Jiaozhou, he had witnessed its remarkable transformation, deepening his admiration for Lu Qian. Previously, he had known that Lu Hong had sent no secret forces to safeguard Lu Qian during his disgrace. Yet here was evidence of Lu Qian's extraordinary capabilities in unifying and developing Jiaozhou. With thoughts of Lu Hong's command weighing on him, Wang Yu felt compelled to pledge his allegiance to the remarkable prince before him. Your Highness, Prince of Qin, I am Wang Yu, sent by the late emperor's edict. Before his passing, the emperor entrusted me to safeguard the edict for your service. As Wang Yu spoke, he produced the edict pinned by Lu Hong. Lu Qian was momentarily taken aback. Since his arrival in this world, he had believed himself merely a disgraced prince of Jiaozhou, but it seemed the reality was far grander. His deceased stepfather must have been orchestrating an intricate plan. Fixated on the edict in Wang Yu's hands, Lu Qian contemplated the implications. What he had assumed to be a mere banishment to Jiaozhou had transformed into a pivotal role in a far-reaching scheme. Upon contemplating this, Lu Qian directly seized the imperial edict held by Wang Yue.as. He gazed at the document in his hands. He slowly began to unfurl it. Once the edict was gradually revealed, the prominent words my son Lu Qian personally inscribed caught his eye. Indeed, this was no simple matter. Upon seeing these 6 characters, Lu Qian steadied himself and carefully examined the edict in his possession. My son Lu Qian, by the time you lay eyes upon this decree, I fear I may have already departed from this world. Do not harbor resentment towards me for exiling you from Luoyang to Jiaozhou. I am well aware that although Jiaozhou is distant, the current head of the Shi family, Shi Xie, is a man of great virtue and reputation, who will undoubtedly treat you well. Had you been sent to another province, danger might have awaited you. Remaining within the palace, your status as the crown prince would obstruct many, with Empress He, who was responsible for your mother's demise, being the foremost among them in order for Lu Bian to ascend. She would surely resort to underhanded methods against you, disregarding her own position. My son, without power, you would undoubtedly face mortal peril within this palace. I can protect you for a time, but my image as a foolish ruler cannot shield you indefinitely. Thus, I must exile you from Luoyang to diminish your threat and divert those seeking to target you. The Han Empire now teeters on the brink of peril. My son, you may recruit soldiers at your discretion. And when chaos erupts in the Central Plains, lead your troops northward to reclaim the heartland. Although Jiaozhou is vast, it is scarce in reputation. I have arranged for several capable generals and a secret force of 10,000 Yulin guards to arrive in Jiaozhou by the time you read this edict. These men are loyal and trustworthy. Chapter 29. A contingency plan. With this edict, my son can rightfully ascend the throne, and the destiny of the Han Empire shall rest in your hands. Should you encounter your brother in the future, remember to spare their lives. Having perused the contents of the edict, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Qian's eyes. At this moment, Lu Qian's perception of Emperor Ling of Han had undeniably shifted. Originally, Lu Qian had traversed into this world as the disgraced crown prince, but now, he realized that his survival to this point was largely attributable to Lu Hong's assistance. Despite Lu Hong's fervent desire to restore the Han dynasty, the constraints of his era rendered him incapable of achieving this. Yet now, as the Han Empire approaches turmoil, with various warlords carving territories for themselves, this presents Lu Qian with his finest opportunity. A smile crept onto Lu Qian's face at this thought. With the completion of the edict, Lu Qian found himself filled with admiration for Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong. Before his rebirth, Lu Qian had gleaned insights into Lu Hong's life through various historical accounts. It could be said that had it not been for the constraints of his time, Lu Hong would undeniably have been a ruler of restoration. Shortly after assuming the throne, Emperor Ling immediately embarked on sweeping reforms. However, due to opposition from the powerful families within the court who held sway over the realm, Lu Hong ultimately found himself unable to effect change, resorting instead to indulgence as a fade. For one who was perpetually patient yet managed to cultivate some degree of power, Lu Qian held no criticism, only respect. Though Lu Hong committed many foolish acts, he never erred in matters concerning his progeny. The exile of Lu Qian to Jiaozhou was, in essence, a means of safeguarding him. Lu Hong understood that due to Lu Bian's temperament, he was unfit to be an emperor and would inevitably be manipulated into becoming a puppet ruler by the powerful families. While Lu Xie, being clever and astute, could navigate such treacherous waters from beginning to end, Lu Hong had always shielded his offspring. He may not have been a commendable emperor, but as a father, Lu Hong was undeniably competent. At this reflection, Lu Qian turned his gaze towards Luoyang. "Father, perhaps this is the first and last time I shall address you as such. Rest assured, I shall shoulder the responsibility of the Han Empire." With this silent vow, Lu Qian felt an elevation of spirit. Since his reincarnation as the crown prince, he had struggled to integrate into this world, feeling like an outsider observing everything through the lens of a system. But now, it seemed as though he glimpsed a figure resembling himself smiling back at him before vanishing into the ether. With a long exhalation, Lu Qian felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. It seemed the final vestiges of this body's lingering attachments had dissipated upon reading the edict. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, kneeling before Lu Qian, suddenly perceived a regal aura emanating from him, a sense of sovereign majesty. "Indeed, your highness is no ordinary being." This aura prompted Wang Yu's resolve to unwaveringly support the crown prince. Observing the extraordinary transformation in Lu Qian, Wang Yu's loyalty surged to an unprecedented level. For now, he was invaluable to Lu Qian. There was no way he could allow him to perish here. "Report, my lord. A 10,000-strong army has arrived at the Jiaozhou Pass, claiming to come in accordance with His Majesty's decree." Just as Lu Qian and Wang Yu were about to engage in conversation, a scout galloped in with haste. Upon hearing the scout's words, Lu Qian's eyes brightened. This army of 10,000 must be the contingency left by his adoptive father. Lu Hong, however, he pondered the extent of the impact this unexpected variable would have, and how many renowned generals would be among those seeking to ally with him. With that thought, Lu Qian eagerly set forth with Wang Yu towards the Jiaozhou Pass. Outside the Jingjiao Pass, a well-equipped army of 10,000 stood poised, with several prominent generals at the forefront. Yet, these generals all appeared to defer to a scholarly-looking man at their side. Sun Shogong? What manner of person do you believe this crown prince to be? Is he worthy of our allegiance? Should he take on a significant role, what shall we do? The high-ranking generals expressed their concerns to the scholarly man as the army awaited outside. The man, however, gazed at the pass with a mysterious smile. "Look closely at this pass, and you shall discern whether the crown prince is deserving of our loyalty." As the scholarly man spoke, the generals began to scrutinize the formidable pass before them. As seasoned commanders, they recognized the strategic significance of this location. Any army attempting to assault it would likely be stalled for considerable time. Yet, they questioned how a mere pass could determine the crown prince's worthiness. Such fortified passes were not exclusive to Jiaozhou. Even the Hulao Pass before Luoyang was more formidable. After the generals voiced their concerns, the scholarly man shook his head with an enigmatic expression. "Do you know when this Jiaozhou Pass was established? With a mere population of several 100,000 and frequent incursions by foreign tribes, how could they possibly possess the means to construct such a crucial fortification? Let us wait and see. I am confident that the crown prince will surprise us." As the scholarly man concluded, the generals nodded in agreement, recognizing they had no alternative but to wait patiently. Just then, the gates of the pass began to creak open, revealing a force that matched their elite Yulin guards in prowess, emerging from within. Staring at this army, the generals were momentarily taken aback. While the scholarly man's expression lit up with joy.it appears His Majesty was indeed correct. The Han shall surely be unified under the crown prince. To have trained such an elite force in a place like Jiaozhou was a testament to the crown prince's hidden capabilities. After scrutinizing the army for a moment, the scholarly man nodded in satisfaction. Even the generals began to acknowledge the truth of his assertions. The crown prince indeed possessed remarkable talent. As the Jiaozhou army gradually emerged from the pass, Lu Qian stepped forward alongside Wang Yu and Shi Xie. Chapter 30. The Valor of Yanliang and Wenchou. Observing the station army of over 10,000 Yulin guards, along with several towering figures at the forefront, Lu Qian nodded in satisfaction. The imposing stature of those individuals indicated their true capabilities. As Lu Qian approached the ranks, the scholarly man led the way, prompting the assembled crowd to bow deeply. "I, Sun Yi, pay my respects to the sovereign. I, Gao Lan, Zhang Tai, Yanliang, Wenchou." Pay my respects to the sovereign." As the foremost figure spoke, Lu Qian found himself momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that Lu Hong would arrange for one or two notable generals as a contingency. Yet here they were, 5 illustrious figures. It was important to note that these 5 were renowned in later history. Sun Yu, as the logistics chief for Cao Cao, remained unwaveringly loyal to the Han dynasty until his tragic fate in Suchong. The 4 martial generals were equally distinguished. They were already making their mark in history, collectively known as the 4 pillars of Hebei. Among them, Zhang Tai would continue to flourish throughout the 3 kingdoms, ultimately being recognized as one of the 5 excellent generals after allying with Cao Cao. Moreover, although Zhang Tai's martial prowess cannot be deemed as unparalleled, ranking at most among the second tier, his paramount quality lies in his leadership on the battlefield. Zhang Tai is indeed a talent for commanding troops. In contrast, Gao Lan possesses slightly superior martial skills, with his most illustrious achievement being the swift defeat of Liu Pai in 3 rounds, wherein he decimated Liu Bei. However, he was suddenly ambushed and slain by Zhao Yun, who charged forth unexpectedly. Nevertheless, the ability to dispatch Liu Pai in such a manner speaks volumes of Gao Lan's martial capabilities. As for the other 2 individuals, Yin Liang and Wen Chou, their prowess is beyond dispute. Had it not been for Guan Yu's swift steed, the red hair, combined with the carelessness of the duo, their accomplishments would likely have been far more significant. Yin Liang and Wen Chou are undoubtedly first-rate warriors, if not superior. Yin Liang's martial skills were showcased during the fierce clash between Yuan Shao and Cao Cao. As the 2 armies faced off, Wei Su rode forth, brandishing his spear and hurling insults at Yin Liang. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Liang engaged him in combat, and with a single stroke, he felled Wei Su from his mount. In light of Yin Liang's valor, Cao Cao himself exclaimed, "Who among you can face him in battle today?" Upon hearing this, Su Huang stepped forward to challenge Yin Liang. Yet, after 20 exchanges, he was forced to retreat. Leaving Cao Cao's generals in a state of alarm, Su Huang's might is such that he could contend evenly with Su Chu, yet he was bested by Yin Liang in a mere 20 encounters, firmly establishing Yin Liang's status as a warrior of extraordinary caliber. Despite Yin Liang's formidable strength at that time, when Liu Bei was under Yuan Shao's command, he remarked that within Cao Cao's ranks was a man resembling a red date, who was his own younger brother, and that upon seeing him, he would surely come to join. This remark precipitated Guan Yu's rapid charge on his red hair, and as Yin Liang, upon seeing a large man with a red face, was about to inquire, he met his demise by Guan Yu's blade. It is here that Yin Liang's death appears most unjust. Despite his immense strength, he fell without having the chance to showcase his prowess. Wen Chao's martial ability is equally formidable. In an earlier engagement, he led troops against Gongsun Zan at the Jie Bridge, where Gongsun Zan could not withstand even 10 exchanges before he fled in defeat. Gongsun Zan's 4 valiant captains attempted to cover his retreat, but were each struck down by Wen Chao's spear. Ultimately, he battled the youthful Zhao Yun for over 50 exchanges without either side gaining an advantage. Wen Chao's might shone most brightly during the confrontation between Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, where he single-handedly faced both Zhang Liao and Su Huang, eventually shooting Zhang Liao down from his horse with a single arrow, before leading his troops in pursuit of Su Huang. However, while chasing after Su Huang, he encountered Guan Yu on his red hare. After 3 exchanges, Wen Chou, feeling intimidated, turned to flee, but his steed could not match the speed of Guan Yu's red hare. Consequently, he was caught and met his end at Guan Yu's hand. The extraordinary prowess of these 2 men, had they not met their demise, would surely have left a significant mark on the annals of the 3 kingdoms. Yet, they became mere backdrop to Guan Yu's rising fame. The world knows only of Guan Yuncheng's slaying of Yin Liang and Wen Chou, oblivious to the valor possessed by the 2. It is a lamentable loss. Now, however, all 5 of these formidable warriors have come under my command. Observing the figures prostrated before him, Lu Qian felt a surge of excitement. Though he possessed a system that allowed for limitless troop expansion given adequate resources, managing an overwhelming army would prove unfeasible. Thus, he required capable generals to lead these forces. Initially, he had intended to dispatch some valiant swordsmen in search of untapped talents, but with these 5 at his side, his power could rapidly expand. "How could the crown prince underestimate us so?" one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, we are personally summoned by the emperor to assist him, yet he treats us thus. Such arrogance cannot possibly lead to conquering the world." After Lu Qian had briefly received them and then departed, the officials from the four pillars of Hebei could not help but voice their grievances towards Sun Yu. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, with a glint of curiosity in his eyes, contemplated Lu Qian's demeanor. What fortitude must Lu Qian possess to regard these esteemed scholars and warriors with such indifference? There's no need for such concern. We shall simply execute the Emperor's commands. Do you intend to defy the Emperor's will? Having received the Emperor's decree, we must act accordingly. As for other matters, we shall address them later, Sun Yu stated calmly, though a dangerous light flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Tai and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. They held a profound respect for Sun Yu, not solely for his intellect, which had earned him the title of a wise counselor, but also because he came from a powerful family whose influence they could not afford to disregard. As Lu Qian and his entourage departed, Sun Yu followed closely behind, leading the others to exchange glances. After a moment, they sighed in resignation and followed suit. However, once they passed through the pass, their expressions shifted dramatically. The road beneath their feet was entirely different from the one outside the pass. It was a well-constructed thoroughfare suitable for the swift passage of an army. Such an avenue requires not merely financial resources but also a large workforce. Yet, Lu Qian could only mobilize around 10,000 Han people in Jiaozhou. With the majority of the population being non-Han, how could these people possibly assist Lu Qian in road construction? Chapter 31. The campaign against the treacherous Dong Zhuo. As they gazed at the well-maintained road, Zhang Tai and his companions were struck with astonishment, their minds racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, walking ahead, kept his eyes fixed on Lu Qian's retreating figure, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of realization. Having been recognized as a wise counselor, Sun Yu's abilities were beyond question. Yet he now perceived Lu Qian as an unfathomable abyss. This extensive thoroughfare could not possibly have been constructed by merely 10,000 Han laborers. And as they traversed, they beheld rows of orderly houses lining the roadside, inhabited solely by Han people, many of whom were young and capable of taking up arms. Good heavens! It seems the Crown Prince harbors far more than meets the eye. Jiaozhou possesses such a vast population? The changes occurring in Jiaozhou are truly astonishing. Sun Yu, pondering for a moment, suddenly turned his gaze back towards the perilous pass they had just crossed. Observing the strategic position of the pass, a mysterious smile crept across Sun Yu's face. Surely, the Crown Prince's caution extends beyond mere defense against external threats. It is likely intended to prevent information from leaking out of Jiaozhou. As Sun Yu murmured to himself. Zhang Tai and the others were momentarily stunned into silence, their disbelief evident. They held no doubts regarding Sun Yu's assertions, for his name alone spoke volumes. This meant that the Crown Prince had been biding his time, steadily amassing strength. This realization left Zhang Tai and his companions in stunned amazement as they gazed at Lu Qian's distant figure. None had anticipated that the disgraced Crown Prince, relegated to Jiaozhou by Emperor Ling of Han, possessed such formidable capabilities, capable of transforming Jiaozhou into its current state in such a short span. As the army gradually entered Guangzhou port, Sun Yu and the others were led to a new encampment. The camp was pristine, suggesting it had only just been completed. Witnessing the orderly rows of buildings within the camp, Sun Yu and his companions were once again astounded by Lu Qian's remarkable abilities. From Lu Qian's arrival at the pass to now, only a few hours had elapsed, yet within that brief period, an encampment capable of housing 10,000 had been erected. As the army settled in and began to regroup, Lu Qian had little time to attend to Sun Yu and the others, as he focused on consolidating his power. Without Lu Qian's summons, Sun Yu and his companions had no pressing matters to attend to, and thus began to survey Guangzhou port. After a thorough inspection, they were on the verge of rushing to the Crown Prince's residence to pay their respects to Lu Qian. From the newly established county town of Guangzhou port, to the walls, defenses, station troops, and the population residing within, not to mention the bustling docks and the fleet of ships transporting goods, the sheer scale of it all overwhelmed them, and why heavens, is this truly Jiaozhou? Is this the Jiaozhou with a mere 10,000 Han inhabitants? The Crown Prince is truly an awe-inspiring figure. In such a short time, he has developed such formidable power. As they observed the vessels returning laden with grain, Sun Yu and his companions found themselves utterly mesmerized. Faced with the astonishing might of Jiaozhou, their previous grievances regarding Lu Qian's indifference were completely forgotten. eye in the presence of such a vast power. They felt utterly unworthy of discontent. At that moment, their resolve to remain here solidified. Initially perhaps motivated by the summons and orders of Emperor Ling, they now found themselves unwilling to depart. Sun Yu's curiosity about Lu Qian deepened with each passing moment. At this moment, Sun Yu found himself unable to comprehend how, in a region like Jiaozhou with a population of over 10,000 Han people, Lu Qian had managed to develop it into its current state. Moreover, based on the intelligence gathered from the docks garrison, they learned that Lu Qian also commanded a formidable cavalry force stationed far away in Yuzhou. Such power left Sun Yu utterly convinced of his desire to remain in Jiaozhou. With such a capable grand prince, Sun Yu firmly believed that Lu Qian was indeed the one destined to restore the Han dynasty. Lu Qian promptly examined the information panels of the 5 individuals. To his astonishment, all of them, including Sun Yu, exhibited a loyalty rating of 100, with Sun Yu's intelligence reaching a remarkable score of 97. Among the other 4, Yan Liang and Wen Chou boasted martial prowess ratings of 94 and 95. While Gao Lan had a rating of 88.as for Zhang Tai, he displayed a well-rounded set of attributes, with his martial, intelligence, and leadership skills all rated at 85, and his leadership potential still had room for growth. Thus, the 5 individuals wholeheartedly pledged their allegiance to Lu Qian. At this juncture, Jiaozhou began to experience rapid development. With turmoil brewing in the Central Plains, Lu Qian was determined not to squander a single moment in seizing opportunities for growth. However, with Sun Yu and the others now firmly aligned with him, Lu Qian had no intention of allowing them to remain idle. Consequently, Sun Yu was appointed as Lu Qian's chief administrator, responsible for managing all affairs in Jiaozhou, while Shi Xie naturally assumed the role of his deputy, assisting Sun Yu in governance. Under the astute guidance of Sun Yu, the management of Jiaozhou's resources was optimized to an extraordinary degree. Whenever Lu Qian harbored doubts about the province's development, Sun Yu was always quick to identify issues and propose sound advice. Witnessing Sun Yu's efficiency, Lu Qian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Realizing that effective governance required specialized talent, the remaining 4 were dispatched by Lu Qian to train the military forces under his command. Among them, Zhang Tai was entrusted with significant responsibilities, not only to train the soldiers, but also to instruct the other 3 while receiving military strategies from Sun Yu. Just as Jiaozhou began to flourish in an orderly fashion, the Central Plains were thrown into chaos by Dongzhuo's tyrannical rule, causing widespread fear among the populace. The situation escalated as local lords began to gather refugees. While the citizens surrounding Luoyang City suffered greatly under Dongzhuo's extravagant lifestyle, leading to soaring taxes in the areas influenced by the capital. These unruly subjects, the prime minister merely enjoys a modicum of luxury, and yet they wail incessantly, "Humph, some ill-intentioned individuals within the city even dared to conspire to overthrow my rule." Chapter 32. The alliance of 19 armies claimed to number 1 million. When you, I leave everything to you. Unperturbed by the turmoil in Luoyang City, Dongzhuo became increasingly indulgent in his excesses upon hearing such news. Under the guidance of Li Ru, officials attempting to contact external lords to topple Dongzhuo's hegemony were swiftly apprehended. Some of these righteous warriors were brought before Dongzhuo at a banquet, where, in the presence of court officials, their tongues were severed and their limbs severed. Such atrocities spread despair throughout Luoyang, igniting outrage among the lords across the realm, who began to mobilize against Dongzhuo. Cao Cao, having received a secret edict from the emperor transmitted from Luoyang, was filled with elation. However, this news reached Yuan Shao, who hastily assembled his forces, totaling 30,000, to rendezvous with Cao Cao at Bohai. Upon Yuan Shao's arrival, Cao Cao wasted no time drafting a proclamation against Dongzhuo to be disseminated throughout the realm. The proclamation read, "We, Cao and others, solemnly declare to the world, Dongzhuo has committed heinous acts against heaven and humanity, usurping the throne and slaughtering the sovereign. He has violated the sanctity of the palace and harmed the innocent. Merciless and vile, his crimes abound. Now, in accordance with the emperor's secret decree, we gather righteous troops, vowing to cleanse Huaxia of evil and eradicate the wicked. We urge the righteous to rise and express their collective indignation, to support the imperial house and rescue the common people. Let this proclamation be acted upon swiftly." With the issuance of Cao Cao's proclamation against Dongzhuo, lords across the realm promptly began to mobilize. The proclamation's mention of the emperor, though the Han dynasty's influence waned, still compelled numerous Han relatives to respond. Consequently, the lords rallied their forces towards Xuanzai for the alliance. To ensure participation, Cao Cao personally drafted proclamations and dispatched his personal guards to deliver these edicts to each lord. Among those receiving the proclamation was Lu Qian, who had become the governor of Jiaozhou and the king of Qin. Upon reading the proclamation, Lu Qian smiled, realizing that the issuance of such an edict was undoubtedly aided by his brother, who now occupied the imperial throne in Luoyang. Otherwise, Cao Cao's pretense of acting in the emperor's name would have provided ample opportunity for his demise. Has the time truly come for the alliance of 18 lords to combat Dong Zhuo? However, Lu Qian recognized that he must participate in this significant endeavor. Furthermore, there was something essential that he must seize. As for the rest, there was no need to concern himself. The current state of the Han was not yet catastrophic. He need not exhaust all his resources to confront Dong Zhuo. Doing so would not only be futile, but could also invite attacks from other ambitious lords. This time, his objective was to lead his forces to rescue the imperial family in Luoyang and acquire a treasure that would determine the fate of the Han dynasty. With this in mind, Lu Qian swiftly issued orders to assemble the army of Jiaozhou. With the addition of Sun Yu and the other 5, Jiaozhou's development surged alarmingly. Lu Qian had trained an additional 50,000 long spear soldiers, bringing the total to 200,000, alongside 10,000 Yulin guards. However, in the campaign against Dong Zhuo, the so-called 18 lords each harbored their own selfish motives and were reluctant to contribute. Moreover, after the campaign against Dong Zhuo concluded, infighting erupted among them. Therefore, Lu Qian resolved not to mobilize his entire army. 5,000 long spear soldiers would suffice. Should any lord dare to provoke him, they would surely face dire consequences. Yanliang, Wenqiu, lead 5,000 long spear soldiers and supplies to accompany me to the Xuanzai alliance. Upon receiving Lu Qian's command, Yanliang and Wenqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The time for battle had finally arrived. As they set forth to lead the troops, Lu Qian continued to instruct Sun Yu regarding the upcoming tasks. To prevent any unforeseen developments, Lu Qian allocated all available resources within the system to produce long spear soldiers. To conquer the realm, his current strength was insufficient. He required more power and resources. Yet, the most pressing matter remained the campaign against Dong Zhuo, as Lu Qian, accompanied by Yanliang and Wenqiu, departed with 5,000 troops toward Xuanzai. Zhang Tai remained stationed with the remaining 15,000 soldiers at the Jingjiao Pass. This contingent served as Lu Qian's trump card in case of unexpected events. While Lu Qian set out from Jiaozhou, numerous lords from the Central Plains also began their march toward Xuanzai. Forward, assemble the army, head to Xuanzai for the alliance, to combat Dong Zhuo, to restore the Han dynasty, to slay the traitor Dong. With each lord rallying behind these resounding slogans, vast armies began to mobilize from various prefectures. The forces varied from 40 to 50,000, while others numbered merely 10 to 20,000. Each spurred on by Cao Cao's proclamation against Dong Zhuo. Among the coalition against Dong Zhuo, besides Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, the first to respond was the general from the same clan as Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, the governor of Nanyang. The second contingent was led by Han Fu, the governor of Yizhou, now also the lord of Yizhou. The third was Kong Xian, the governor of Yuzhou, though he was more known for lofty rhetoric than actual capability. Following this, various lords from the Central Plains rallied their support. Lu Dai, the governor of Gunzhou, Wang Quang, the governor of Heniai, Zhang Miao, the governor of Qinlu, Xiao Zhao, the governor of Dongjun, Yuan Yi, the governor of Shanyang, Bao Xian, the governor of Jibei, Kong Rong, the governor of Beihai, Zhang Chao, the governor of Guangling, Gong Sunzan, the governor of Beiping, Zhang Yang, the governor of Shandong, Sun Jian, the marquis of Wuqing and governor of Changsha, Ma Chao, the governor of Shiliang, and Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou. Alongside the orchestrators of the proclamation, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, a total of 19 lords converged for the alliance in a matter of time. All the lords of the Guangzhou region responded and mobilized. The vast armies began to assemble at Xuanzai. Report, my lord. 19 armies from the Guangzhou lords have gathered at Xuanzai, claiming to number 1 million. As countless lords assembled at Xuanzai, Luoyang City remained in turmoil. Following Dong Zhuo's massacre of pro-imperial factions, the officials within the court continued to resist his rule. Moreover, due to the influence of certain noble families, Dong Zhuo was unable to eliminate these troublesome ministers directly, exacerbating the chaos in Luoyang. With the instigation of these noble families, the city was rife with rumors of Dong Zhuo's atrocities and news of the coalition of lords within the region. In a matter of time, anxiety spread among the citizens of Luoyang. Damn it! These traitorous scoundrels! How dare they unite against me? Who gave them the audacity? Chapter 33. Dong's inevitable downfall. At this moment within the royal palace of Luoyang, Dong Zhuo, upon glancing at the intelligence relayed by his subordinates, was so enraged that he hurled every wine cup within his reach to the ground. Faced with the sudden fury of Dong Zhuo, the other ministers below dared not voice their anger, instead watching in silence as he raged uncontrollably. However, among them, certain noble families could not suppress their inner delight. Most jubilant of all were Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, along with their contemporary head of the Yuan clan, Yuan Feng. The emergence of these two formidable figures from their family served as proof of the Yuan clan's illustrious legacy as three-time ministers over 4 generations, and it was widely acknowledged that countless scholars within the Han dynasty had benefited from the Yuan family's patronage. The coalition forces from Guangzhou, organized by Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, were mobilizing to launch an offensive against Dong Zhuo. Contemplating this, Yuan Feng could not help but smile within the palace. This was the might of the Yuan family. Dong Zhuo, merely a rustic brute, could hardly compete with their esteemed lineage. Yet, unbeknownst to Yuan Feng, this fleeting smile during the banquet would ultimately lead to his demise. Noticing the subtle grin on Yuan Feng's face, a murderous glint flashed in Dong Zhuo's eyes as he vented his wrath. This damned old man! How dare he show such disrespect towards me, the chancellor? In light of this, I shall not let him remain. With that thought, Dong Zhuo coldly snorted, smashed the wine cup in his hand, and departed the palace. At this moment, Dong Zhuo was seething with rage, having already assassinated Empress He. Except for the 2 young emperors, all within the palace had been replaced by his own men. Dong Zhuo now wielded immense power, yet he was feeling the pressure from the so-called million-strong coalition army from Guangzhou. Even though he held the highest power, he could not help but feel overwhelmed. Damned bunch of ingrates, I've already rewarded them. Can they not just serve obediently and refrain from causing me trouble? Just as Dong Zhuo continued to grumble, Li Ru chose to ignore him and directly summoned the generals of the Shiliang army and the subjugated Elbu's army to the conference hall. Once everyone had assembled, Li Ru wasted no time. Lord Taishan, events have transpired. These lords are full of ambition. If they seek to wage war against us, then we shall meet them in battle, Lord Taishan. Behold, as Li Ru spoke, a guard swiftly set up a sand table, pointing to a strategic pass not far from Luoyang. A confident smile spread across his face. This was Hulao Pass, located outside Luoyang. Only by breaching Hulao Pass could they reach the gates of Luoyang. However, before that, we must defend against Sisui Pass. As long as we station a large army at these 2 critical points, it would be utterly impossible for them to breach Luoyang. As Li Ru elaborated, he suddenly paused, marking the location of the coalition forces on the sand table. With unwavering confidence, he gestured towards the coalition forces, declaring, Lord Taishan, although these coalition forces appear formidable, they claim to have 1 million troops. However, I suspect their actual strength does not exceed 500,000. Moreover, each lord harbors different ambitions, making it exceedingly difficult for them to unite as one. This battle, we shall surely win. I implore you, Lord Taishan, do not let anger cloud your judgment. Hearing Li Ru's words, a relaxed smile graced Dong Zhuo's face, and even the soldiers under his command revealed expressions of ease. Li Ru, the esteemed strategist of Shiliang, had proven his worth. The combat prowess of the Shiliang army was indeed formidable, coupled with the subjugated army of Bingzhou. These 2 forces could be deemed unmatched in the early stages of the 3 kingdoms. Promptly, Li Ru dispatched orders, and Dong Zhuo's army began to assemble. The Shiliang cavalry and Bingzhou wolf cavalry surged into the defenses of Hulao Pass and Sisui Pass. With these 2 strategically vital fortifications secured, Dong Zhuo could rest easy for the time being. Observing Li Ru efficiently directing the defensive preparations, Dong Zhuo burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, My son-in-law, you are truly my right-hand man. This time, we must rescue the emperor. 19 lords have responded to this call. We now possess nearly 500,000 troops. Dong Zhuo cannot escape this calamity. Watching the lords of the realm rally in response, Cao Cao, the issuer of this call to arms, wore a beaming smile as he conversed with Yuan Shao nearby. The issuance of the decree to oppose Dong Zhuo had significantly bolstered the reputations of both Yuan Shao and Cao Cao among the scholars of the realm. Yet, Yuan Shao was still a step behind. for all were aware that this decree was prompted by Cao Cao's desperate attempt to assassinate Dong Zhuo. This had further elevated Cao Cao's standing across the Central Plains. However, at this moment, both Yuan Shao and Cao Cao remained steadfast friends, having grown up together. Although Cao Cao harbored intentions to rescue the young emperor, Yuan Shao held a different perspective in Yuan Shao's eyes. His family's interests far outweighed those of the young emperor. His willingness to assist Cao Cao stemmed from the predicament faced by Yuan Feng and the Yuan family, who were trapped in Luoyang with no means of escape. Otherwise, Yuan Shao would not have ventured into this tumultuous situation. The responding lords continued to rally, and now all that remained was to await their arrival. However, to his dismay, Yuan Shao noticed that some were still hesitant. At this point, a look of indignation crossed Yuan Shao's face. Beside him, Cao Cao seethed with rage as he glared at a stack of letters upon the table. These letters, some from the so-called royal relatives of the Han dynasty, and others dispatched by lords from various prefectures, all bore the same message. Internal strife and external threats plagued their territories, rendering them incapable of aiding in the rebellion against the usurper. And they hoped for understanding while sending a meager supply of grain for the army's expedition. Seeing these letters, Cao Cao's anger boiled over. Every lord had been tasked with bringing provisions for the army, and Yuan Shao had even acquired a substantial amount of grain to rescue the Yuan family from Luoyang. The coalition would not suffer from a lack of supplies. Yet, those lords who had not arrived acted as if they were unconcerned, casually tossing aside insignificant portions of grain while ignoring the situation entirely. How could this not enrage Cao Cao and his comrades? They recalled how these lords had been so respectful during the reign of Emperor Ling, only to now reveal their true colors, driven by ambition. Unworthy of being called sons. Chapter 34. The campaign against Dong Zhuo, restoring the Han dynasty. We shall await the assembly of the lords before launching our campaign against Dong Zhuo. After deliberating for a while, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao exited the camp to greet the approaching lords. As time passed, numerous armies, each numbering in the thousands, converged upon Xuanzai from all directions. Among them, Yuan Shao's brother, Yuan Shu, who had previously been at odds with Yuan Shao, set aside their differences and hastened to join him. They both understood that this endeavor was simply to rescue their family trapped within Luoyang. As more lords arrived, the forces stationed at Xuanzai continued to swell. However, to maintain order, everyone adhered to their own formations without dispersing their troops. Consequently, the encampment of the coalition was marked by distinct zones. With each of the 19 lords stationed in their respective areas, the Marquis of Wuqing has arrived. The governor of Shuzhou has arrived. With the coalition growing ever larger, Sun Jian and Tao Qian also successfully reached Xuanzai to participate in the alliance. At this point, nearly 50,000 troops from 18 lords had gathered in Xuanzai, with only Lu Qian's contingent yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Lu Qian led 5,000 light cavalry to Suanzai Lord. I fear this alliance may end in failure. Oh? Why do you say that, Wan Ruo? Because everyone has only just arrived in Xuanzai and must first settle their troops. At that moment, Sun Yu, accompanying Lu Qian, gazed out at the various lords' encampments sprawling across the plains. As Sun Yu spoke, Lu Qian looked on with curiosity. The former, pointing towards certain lords' camps, revealed a flicker of insight in Lu Qian's eyes. Although this was the coalition's encampment, it was evident that unity was lacking. Each lord operated independently, their camps haphazardly clustered together. Witnessing this, Lu Qian could only shake his head in resignation. Being well-versed in history, he recognized that this coalition was fundamentally a disorganized rabble with Yuan Shao, who had no intention of restoring the Han dynasty, at the helm, and his brother Yuan Shu managing supplies. It was clear that this alliance primarily served as a platform for the Yuan family's prestige. Moreover, apart from Cao Cao and Sun Jian, none of the lords genuinely sought to participate in the campaign against Dong Zhuo. Most were likely compelled to join the coalition due to the decree from the young emperor. Thus, from the outset, the anti-Dong coalition was ill-prepared to confront Dong Zhuo. Even if Dong Zhuo lost the support of the people, the Xiliang army would hardly regard these coalition forces as a threat. Had Cao Cao been the leader of the coalition, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, under Yuan Shao's leadership, the anti-Dong coalition was doomed to failure. A mere rabble. Yet, it matters not. This time, our objective is not Dong Zhuo. Let us proceed as planned. As Lu Qian slowly concluded his words, Sun Hua beside him nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Qian and Sun Hua had led their contingent of 5,000 cavalry to establish their encampment. Meanwhile, on the road from Jiaozhou to Luoyang, the brothers Yin Liang and Wen Chou marched swiftly with an army of 50,000 spearmen, undeterred by day or night. Despite the relentless pace of their advance, the formidable presence of Yin Liang and Wen Chou remained unwavering, showcasing their prowess as renowned generals of their time. Faster! The army must quicken its pace. Our lord awaits us outside Luoyang. The opportunity to vanquish Dong Zhuo and achieve great deeds lies before us. With Yin Liang's furious exhortations, the army surged forward with unyielding speed. Observing this scene, Yin Liang and Wen Chou exchanged glances, pondering the source of their lord's formidable troops, who displayed such efficiency and strict discipline. The rapidity of their march was a testament to the unwavering obedience of the soldiers towards their commanders. Yet, leading such a disciplined force filled Yin Liang and Wen Chou with a sense of pride. "Wait for us, my lord. We shall soon arrive." As the 18 warlords convened at the meeting in Xuanzhou, the entire coalition had successfully established their encampment. Suddenly, the air was filled with the resonant sound of battle horns, not as a signal for attack, but a call for all warlords to assemble within the grand tent of the coalition, in an effort to foster unity among the alliance. Yuan Shao and Cao Cao endeavored to ensure every detail was meticulously arranged. The clarion call served to unveil the significance of this assembly. "Esteemed lords, please proceed to the grand tent for deliberations. Discussions regarding the campaign against Dong Zhuo are underway." Upon the sounding of the horns, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao dispatched messengers to summon each warlord to the grand tent. Once all had gathered, seating arrangements were established, yet the hierarchy among the 19 warlords was unmistakable: Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, as the organizers, occupied the most prestigious positions. Lu Qian, despite his demotion, retained his status as the crown prince of Han and was appointed as the governor of Jiaozhou, thus securing a prominent place as well. However, Yuan Shao convened the assembly before Lu Qian could lead his troops into the coalition's encampment, and apart from Lu Dai, a member of the Han royal family, others were deliberately seated according to Yuan Shao's design. As everyone settled into their positions, Yuan Shao and Cao Cao exchanged knowing glances. Cao Cao then raised his wine cup, addressing the assembly. "Esteemed lords, your presence here today serves a singular purpose: to bring down the treacherous Dong Zhuo and restore the Han dynasty." At Cao Cao's declaration, the warlords in the grand tent raised their cups in unison. While some were compelled by circumstance, many genuinely sought to eradicate the treacherous Dong Zhuo in the tumultuous era of the late Eastern Han. Where warlords vied for supremacy, the assembly was fraught with ulterior motives. None truly wished to unite. Chapter 35. The push for Yuan Shao as the alliance leader. However, these warlords, lacking adequate means, might have long since been devoured by their rivals. Among them, perhaps the most absurd was Han Fu, the governor of Yizhou. As a protege of the Yuan family, who had invested considerable resources to secure his position, Han Fu's downfall was indicative of the Yuan family's influence. Yet, upon realizing Yuan Shao's intentions towards him, he succumbed to fear, ultimately perishing in the privy. A tragic first in history, succumbing to fright before the enemy even approached. Yizhou, once a bastion of strength, brimming with talent and resources, fell into Han Fu's hands, who then relinquished it without a fight, dying in abject humiliation. Now, though Han Fu had become the governor of Yizhou, he remained cautious, his gaze fixed on Yuan Shao. As the warlords continued their discussions, Han Fu abruptly rose. "Esteemed lords, this coalition against Dong Zhuo is unprecedented in scale, and such a vast alliance requires a capable leader to steer our course. Otherwise, we shall remain a disjointed force." Incapable of challenging Dong Zhuo, as Han Fu spoke, many warlords nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 19 warlords needed a leader to unify their efforts. Otherwise, their disparate strategies could lead to a chaotic confrontation with Dong Zhuo, resulting in their own demise. At this juncture, Tao Qian, the amiable governor of Shuzhou, stood forth. In light of this, it is only fitting that the one who issued the decree against Dong Zhuo, Chao Mengde, should be selected as the leader of our alliance. Upon Tao Qian's pronouncement, several neutral warlords nodded in assent. Their convergence was largely due to Cao Cao's proclamation against Dong Zhuo, thus making him a deserving candidate for leadership. However, unbeknownst to them, as Tao Qian named Cao Cao, Yuan Shao's expression darkened. His early convening of the assembly was a precaution against Lu Qian seizing the position of leader that he coveted. Though Yuan Shao maintained a facade of composure, internally he glared at Cao Cao, feeling a surge of animosity towards the latter's audacity to propose a leader in Lu Qian's absence. Indeed, the crown prince is now the king of Qin. Who could be more suitable for the position of leader than His Highness the Crown Prince? As the assembly erupted in support of Cao Cao's suggestion, Yuan Shao's countenance grew darker. Realizing his position as the prospective leader was precarious, Han Fu, as a loyal supporter of Yuan Shao, stepped forward to defend him. This is not in accordance with procedure. Our coalition is currently deliberating on the leadership position, and it is imperative that we expediently mobilize against Dong Zhuo. Yet, His Highness the Crown Prince remains far in Jiaozhou. How can he lead us in the campaign against Dong Zhuo? With Han Fu's objections, the assembly fell into silence, reflecting on the implications of Lu Qian's potential leadership. As he was yet to arrive, if Lu Qian were to be elected leader, the army would indeed struggle to advance swiftly against Dong Zhuo. Delaying their campaign while awaiting Lu Qian would only lead to the depletion of their provisions, which they had brought for the express purpose of confronting Dong Zhuo. Moreover, Jiaozhou was a remote region. Not a single royal from Yizhou or Jingzhou had come to the assembly. Although Lu Qian had indicated his willingness to join, the duration of his journey from Jiaozhou to Xuanzhou remained uncertain. Upon reflection, several lords who had initially maintained neutrality and wished to support Lu Qian as the alliance leader began to alter their stances. At this moment, the entire assembly within the Grand Tent unanimously abandoned the idea of Lu Qian assuming the leadership. Witnessing this turn of events, Yuan Shao felt a surge of delight within. This presented a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, with Cao Cao relinquishing his claim to the leadership, Yuan Shao now deemed himself the most suitable candidate for the position. As anticipated, under the influence of Yuan Shao's illustrious lineage, many of his associates and friends among the gathered lords swiftly rallied to nominate him as the leader. Consequently, Yuan Shao ascended to the role of alliance leader, and in an effort to placate Yuan Shu, he assigned him the responsibility of managing the alliance's provisions. Following this, Yuan Shao, having sworn an oath of blood to the alliance, led his forces towards Sishuiguan in the pursuit of reclaiming the Yuan family's honor from Dong Zhuo. Yuan Shao appointed the formidable Sun Jian as the vanguard. However, this was not merely a desire for personal glory. Yuan Shao aimed to observe these lords and thereby diminish their collective strength. Chapter 36. Hoisting the White Flag of Truce, A Time for Rest. The Han dynasty was in a state of decline, and several lords harbored ambitions of seizing power for themselves. As a member of the Yuan family, who had produced 4 generations of Grand Counselors, Yuan Shao shared these aspirations. Yet, within the alliance, it seemed only Sun Jian and Cao Cao truly sought to restore the Han dynasty. Sun Jian, wholeheartedly committed to this cause, expressed unwavering support for Yuan Shao's leadership. However, fate proved unpredictable. Sun Jian's vanguard forces, while advancing towards Sishuiguan, were ambushed by Dong Zhuo's formidable troops before even reaching the gates. Hua Xiong, go and cleave off Sun Jian's head. The coalition forces of the Eastern Lords were proving less than impressive. At that moment, Su Rong, Dong Zhuo's foremost general, observed with a cold smirk as Sun Jian's forces crumbled under his command. While Sun Jian himself struggled to break free, Su Rong, renowned for his strategic prowess, ordered Hua Xiong to charge forth without hesitation. "My lord, flee. I shall cover your retreat. You cannot perish here." As the army found itself in peril, Zhu Mao, standing beside Sun Jian, stepped forward urgently. Accompanied by Sun Jian's loyal ministers, Zhu Mao, Cheng Pu, and Huang Gai, they understood the gravity of the situation. With Zhu Mao taking charge of Sun Jian's helmet, the trio managed to escort their leader to safety, but not without great sacrifice. Zhu Mao fell to Hua Xiong's blade after only 3 exchanges of blows. Upon realizing Sun Jian had escaped, Hua Xiong's fury erupted in a torrent of rage. Nevertheless, he understood the wisdom in not pursuing a retreating foe. Following this defeat, the coalition forces eventually arrived at Sishuiguan. Faced with this formidable stronghold of Luoyang, they found it a daunting task to breach its defenses. News: His Highness, King Qin, has arrived. Just as the atmosphere within the main camp turned oppressive, Lu Qian entered the alliance's encampment, accompanied by Sun Yu and a contingent of 5,000 light cavalry. Upon learning of Lu Qian's arrival, Yuan Shao, now the alliance leader, approached with high spirits, eager to greet him. However, when the lords noticed Lu Qian had brought only a modest force, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yuan Shao, in particular, exhibited a flicker of disdain. "Your Highness, after such a long journey, please rest within the camp. I am confident Sishiguan will soon fall, so there is no need for your concern. Yuan Shao's confidence swelled upon seeing Lu Qian's modest contingent. After speaking, he turned his back on Lu Qian, returning to the main tent without a second glance. Observing this, Lu Qian maintained a stoic demeanor as he led his men to their designated quarters for rest. However, the Alliance lords were no longer inclined to treat Lu Qian with deference. A mere 5,000 troops dares to contest the position of Alliance leader. How laughable. He remains nothing more than a disgraced prince. Yuan Shao's derision was echoed by his loyal followers, who readily joined in the mockery. Yet, amidst the assembly, Cao Cao and Sun Jian harbored differing sentiments. Upon first encountering Lu Qian, they immediately recognized his extraordinary demeanor, which starkly contrasted with Yuan Shao's. Yuan Shao, ambitious yet lacking in wisdom, was indeed unfit for the role of alliance leader. As Lu Qian arrived at the alliance's camp, Yuan Shao felt a twinge of anxiety. He needed to capture Sishiguan swiftly. Just as Yuan Shao's impatience grew, Hua Xiong arrived at the camp, challenging them to battle. Upon hearing the taunts, Yuan Shao's countenance darkened. As a man who valued his reputation, he recognized the need to respond appropriately. Who will go and slay that Hua Xiong? We must take the initiative. Yet, the assembly fell silent, each lord unwilling to confront the formidable cavalry of Shiliang, which had just decimated Sun Jian's forces. The so-called alliance leader, Yuan Binshu, you cowardly turtle, dare you face Hua Xiong? Your subordinate Sun Jian is a coward, sending his men to die while he flees. Hua Xiong's derisive taunts echoed outside the camp, causing the expressions of the lords within to grow increasingly grim. Allowing Hua Xiong to continue his tirade would undoubtedly dampen their morale. Yet, with Sun Jian recently defeated and Cao Cao commanding only 5,000 troops, both were aware they lacked the strength to confront Hua Xiong, and the other lords showed no inclination to lend support. Haha, Yuan Binshu, let us see how you handle this. How can you? The alliance leader, maintain your position now? Yuan Shu, as the eldest son of the Yuan family, could not suppress his mirth at Yuan Shao's growing discomfort. If anyone desired to see Yuan Shao humiliated, it was indeed his younger brother, Yuan Shu, who had always been overshadowed by Yuan Shao in both appearance and capability. As the lords remained reluctant to take action, Yuan Shao's frustration mounted. Hoist the white flag of truce. The army has just arrived at Sishiguan and requires rest. Today is not suitable for battle. With this declaration, a truce banner was raised outside the coalition camp, and the soldiers stood vigilant, prepared for a potential assault from Hua Xiong. Observing the truce banner, Hua Xiong's contempt was palpable. Bah, a bunch of cowards, withdraw. Recognizing that no one from the alliance would confront him, Hua Xiong retreated with his forces back to Sishiguan. The atmosphere among the coalition troops grew somber. Yet the day's conflict had been averted. Eventually, Lu Qian made his way into the camp, where he was greeted by the subdued lords. Greetings, Your Highness, King Qin. Chapter 37. We shall surely defeat Hua Xiong and capture Sishiguan. As Lu Qian entered, the lords offered their greetings, though it was uncertain how many sincerely acknowledged his status. Lu Qian remained unfazed by this reception, for his aspirations extended beyond the title of King Qin. He sought dominion over the realm. Esteemed lords, why did none of you respond to Hua Xiong's challenge? Lu Qian inquired, his voice carrying an edge. Is the coalition unable to deal with a mere vanguard officer? Yet Lu Qian had not come merely to attend a meeting. He aimed to confront those who had dismissed him earlier. Upon hearing Lu Qian's probing question, Yuan Shao's expression darkened. As the alliance leader, he was compelled to provide an explanation. Your Highness, Sun Jian has suffered an initial defeat. Naturally, our coalition requires rest. Having recently endured a significant loss, it was prudent to regroup before engaging again. Yuan Shao's dismissive tone ignited Sun Jian's ire. As Yuan Shao not only articulated the rationale for their inaction, but also shifted the blame squarely onto Sun Jian. The latter's demeanor hardened, his fierce gaze fixated on Yuan Shao, yet the latter remained indifferent. Confident in his position as alliance leader, observing Yuan Shao's deft evasion of responsibility, Lu Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, so the leader is indeed shrewd and calculating. As Lu Qian finished speaking, he walked away alone. However, at that moment, Yuan Shao's gaze was intensely fixed upon Lu Qian. Lu Qian had boldly confronted him upon arrival, prompting Yuan Shao to regard this exiled prince, demoted by Lu Hong to Yuzhou, with newfound respect. Yet, after a brief observation, Yuan Shao decided to disregard Lu Qian once more. Gentlemen, take the day to recuperate. Tomorrow we shall face that Huaxiong in battle at that time. His Highness the King of Qin must fight valiantly. Indeed, indeed. His Highness the King of Qin commands 5,000 elite soldiers from Jiaozhou, and they will surely vanquish Huaxiong and seize Sishuguan. Yes, we hold great faith in His Highness. Under Yuan Shao's leadership, the lords of the Yuan family began to mock Lu Qian. Everyone was aware that Lu Qian had brought merely 5,000 light cavalry. How could such a meager force stand against Huaxiong? They were also familiar with the situation in Jiaozhou, which boasted a mere 10,000 Han inhabitants. It was likely that Lu Qian's 5,000 troops were merely a result of some recent improvements in Jiaozhou's conditions. With this in mind, all the lords cast knowing glances at Lu Qian, realizing that any county in the Central Plains could easily muster 5,000 strong men, making Lu Qian's Jiaozhou seem less formidable by comparison. Unfazed by the derision of these lords, Lu Qian thought it far better to focus on developing Jiaozhou rather than engaging in verbal sparring with these drunken buffoons. While Yuan Shao and the others continued their sarcastic jibes at Lu Qian, he was quietly immersed in the operations of his system, contemplating his formidable capabilities. He was not in a hurry, not to mention that Yan Liang's 50,000 troops had yet to arrive. Furthermore, he had prepared for something grand, and he alone knew the terrifying strength he could wield at this moment. Had he not deemed it utterly inappropriate, he might have already possessed the power to conquer the world. Meanwhile, Sun Jian and Cao Cao could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward. The words of the alliance leader may have gone too far. His Highness the King of Qin, as a grand prince, is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, having suffered my initial defeat, I shall reclaim our honor without troubling the alliance leader. Only after Cao Cao and Sun Jian's stern admonishments did the mocking voices in the tent gradually quiet down. However, upon hearing their words, Yuan Shu's eyes gleamed with confidence as he slowly stood up. Oh, if that is the case, our armies shall rest today. Tomorrow, let Mengde and Wen Tai lead the charge against Huaxiong. As Yuan Shu declared this, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged glances. Upon witnessing the indifferent attitudes of the other lords in the tent, their anger surged. If we are to fight, let us do so. Ha ha ha, splendid. Dong Zhuo is without virtue and deserves to be slain by all. In that case, the vanguard shall be entrusted to the two of you. Seeing that he had successfully provoked Cao Cao and Sun Jian into accepting the challenge, Yuan Shu was determined not to allow them to recant. Yuan Shao quickly stood to confirm their deployment. He bore a long-standing grudge against Cao Cao, who had never shown him respect, and he would not grant him any courtesy this time. As for Sun Jian, his might was undeniable, and Yuan Shao would not allow him to grow too powerful. With the decision made, the lords erupted into laughter, believing that sending these two to confront Huaxiong was akin to sending them to their deaths. However, now that Cao Cao and Sun Jian had been roused to action, they felt relieved to avoid wasting their own forces. Frustrated by the mockery, Cao Cao and Sun Jian took their leave to regroup their troops. Alas, the last two pillars of the Han dynasty seemed to have forgotten their true intentions. Perhaps it was not forgetfulness, but rather a desire to save the world through alternative means. Noticing the predicament Cao Cao and Sun Jian had fallen into due to Yuan Shu's machinations, Lu Qian could only shake his head in resignation. The two were still too inexperienced, their hearts set on restoring the Han dynasty, yet the realm had already decayed beyond repair. Observing their departure, Lu Qian felt that staying in the tent would only diminish his intellect. As Lu Qian exited, Yuan Shao could hardly contain his eagerness for Lu Qian's disappearance, and he sneered as the prince walked away. In these tumultuous times of the late Eastern Han, ambitious lords began to subconsciously disregard a grand prince. If they were to acknowledge him, it would only be to establish a puppet emperor under their control. Thus, why linger in the tent, where one would be continually overlooked? As Lu Qian departed, the lords commenced their feast within the tent, celebrating despite having achieved no victories. Upon learning of this, Cao Cao and Sun Jian were infuriated and smashed their utensils in indignation. We shall not conspire with the illegitimate. Chapter 38. A ragtag bunch. Amid their furious tirade, the two men ended up gathering that very night. Brother Mengde, Brother Wen Tai. At this moment, they were kindred spirits, united in their goal to restore the Han dynasty. However, after deliberating, they realized their forces were insufficient. Cao Cao commanded only 5,000 men, while Sun Jian's army had been scattered following a devastating defeat, and his loyal general, Zhu Mao, had perished to protect him. Together, they could muster barely 10,000 troops. In their discussions, they thought of the Grand Prince Lu Qian and resolved, "We ought to pay a visit to His Highness the Grand Prince." Indeed, it is only fitting. With their decision made, they set off under the cover of night to Lu Qian's camp. Upon arriving, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Lu Qian's encampment was not only orderly but interconnected, with sentinels stationed at every post, exemplifying exceptional discipline. This army. It seems His Highness the Grand Prince is no ordinary figure. Both Cao Cao and Sun Jian were momentarily stunned, realizing they had underestimated Lu Qian's capabilities. The presence of 5,000 troops was already a remarkable feat, but the quality of his forces was undeniable. Heartened by this revelation, they quickened their pace towards Lu Qian's main tent. "Who goes there?" "Halt!" As they approached, two sword-wielding guards at the entrance glared menacingly at them. The aura of intimidation emanating from these guards prompted Cao Cao and Sun Jian to think of one phrase: elite warriors forged in countless battles. Yet, neither Cao Cao nor Sun Jian were men of disrespect. "I am Cao Cao. I am Sun Jian. We have come to pay our respects to His Highness the Grand Prince." Upon announcing their names, the guards escorted them into Lu Qian's tent. Inside, Cao Cao and Sun Jian addressed Lu Qian with the title of Grand Prince, which held far more respect than King of Qin, as they remained loyal to the Han dynasty. Lu Qian showed no surprise upon their arrival. Beside him, Sun Yu smiled knowingly. Just moments prior, they had speculated on the possibility of Cao Cao and Sun Jian seeking an audience, and now that speculation had materialized. Upon entering the main tent, Cao Cao noticed Sun Yu beside Lu Qian but suppressed his curiosity and greeted Lu Qian respectfully. "Your Highness the Grand Prince, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please, have a seat," Lu Qian replied with a smile, inviting them to sit and converse freely. Understanding the purpose of their visit, Sun Yu had already discussed matters with Lu Qian at length. After some pleasantries, Lu Qian expressed his thoughts on the current coalition of lords. "Dr. Ragtag Bunch. In my view, Yuan Shao is prideful and incapable of achieving anything substantial. The alliance is predominantly composed of Yuan's followers. The only ones who stand out among them are you two." Upon hearing this, Cao Cao and Sun Jian beamed with delight. No one dislikes receiving praise, especially from someone of higher standing. Lu Qian's commendation made them feel as though they had found a kindred spirit. Lu Qian held a genuine admiration for Cao Cao, the man known as a capable minister in stable times and a hero in chaotic ones, who never sought the title of emperor even unto his death. After a thorough discussion, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged glances. "Your Highness, as we prepare to take the field tomorrow, do you have any strategies for facing the enemy?" In response, Lu Qian smiled. Sun Yu slowly spoke up. "The coalition suffered a defeat in its initial engagement, and with no one volunteering to fight today, Huaxiong will likely underestimate us, believing tomorrow's battle will see no challengers. An overconfident army is destined to fail. You need only to charge forth and the enemy shall be vanquished." With Sun Yu's words, Lu Qian also began to elaborate. With the assistance of Lu Qian, Cao Cao and Sun Jian were overjoyed. Hastily expressing their gratitude before returning to prepare for the imminent battle, Cao Cao and Sun Jian departed. Lu Qian and Sun He continued their deliberations within the grand tent on how to confront Dong Zhuo. It was evident that relying solely on the coalition of feudal lords, who were nothing more than a collection of ineffectual individuals, would not yield success against Dong Zhuo. The likely outcome would mirror history, resulting in a catastrophic defeat for the coalition, leading to disbandment and Dong Zhuo's relocation to Chang'e. Moreover, the sacred capital of Luoyang had been reduced to ashes by Dong Zhuo's flames, a reality that Lu Qian could not accept. Thus, he recognized that he must summon all his strength. "Wen Ruo, do you have any strategies to counter Dong Zhuo?" In response to Lu Qian's inquiry, Sun Yu expressed a sense of helplessness. As a premier strategist, Sun Yu was acutely aware of the coalition's disunity. Even with forces double that of Dong Zhuo, the feudal lords were unwilling to commit fully, which would inevitably lead to their downfall. My lord, defeating Dong Zhuo is a simple task. It requires the coalition of the lords to unite without reservation. However, today's events have revealed that not even Dong Zhuo's vanguard officers could prompt the lords to send forth their generals. Thus, achieving victory with such individuals against Dong Zhuo is exceedingly difficult. As Sun He lamented, Lu Qian suddenly burst into laughter. Dismissing Sun He's concerns, he instructed Wang Yu to position the valiant swordsman to guard the tent, preventing any spies from the lords from overhearing their discussions. "Wen Ruo, there is no need for worry. I have a backup plan in Yuzhou. If I possess 200,000 elite cavalry, can we not defeat Dong Zhuo? Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Sun Yu was taken aback. Observing Lu Qian's confident demeanor, he sensed sincerity in his claim, leaving Sun He utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Lu Qian commanded an elite cavalry force of 200,000. A proposition that seemed implausible, especially since no such force could be found within the Central Plains. Thus, it was likely that this cavalry was stationed in Yuzhou, beyond the Great Wall. Contemplating this, the impression of Lu Qian in Sun He's mind grew ever more formidable and enigmatic. The Grand Prince was truly formidable, yet, the thought of aiding such a powerful ally filled Sun Yu with exhilaration. My lord, if we possess 200,000 elite cavalry, Chapter 39, 50,000 heavy cavalry guarding the Yuzhou camp. Although the coalition of feudal lords lacked unity, the two strategic passes should be able to withstand their assault. At that point, Dong Zhuo would surely abandon Luoyang. When the time comes, if our 200,000 elite cavalry were to launch a surprise attack, Dong Zhuo would be doomed. With Sun Yu's excited proclamation, Lu Qian nodded in agreement. It became clear to him that to defeat Dong Zhuo, he must rely on his own strength, for this coalition of lords appeared even less capable than in history, likely unable to breach the Tiger Pass. With that realization, Lu Qian focused on the system within his mind. At that moment, the system panel reflected a significant transformation in Lu Qian's data. Host: Lu Qian. Food: stone, 332100 wood, 676-8320 yellow turbans, 388-9000 population. Farmers: 3 million pikemen, 200,000 Yulin guards, 10,000 valiant swordsmen, 1030 light cavalry, 100,000 heavy cavalry, 50,000 territories. Jiaozhou, Izhou Island, Luzon Island, Yingzhou Island, the Korean Peninsula, Goguryeo, Wuhuan, and Xinbei territories. Upon reviewing this data, Lu Qian's gaze settled on the cavalry unit stationed outside Yuzhou. Although the foreign tribes beyond Yuzhou had been eradicated by him, these were merely small raiding factions. The true adversaries resided far on the grasslands, the Xiongnu. These tribes represented the greatest threat and warranted vigilance. Presently, while he commanded 15,000 cavalry, including 5,000 heavy cavalry, the need to guard against the Xiongnu had been a concern since the Qin dynasty. Currently, Lu Qian faced two formidable foreign tribes. One, the Xiongnu, which had persisted from ancient times to the present, now active in modern Mongolia, and the other, the Wuhuan, the most powerful foreign tribe in Yuzhou, bolstered by Yuan Shao's support. Hence, if he were to dispatch a large army from Yuzhou, he must retain sufficient forces to guard against the Wuhuan. With this in mind, Lu Qian swiftly began to deplete various resources from the resource panel. Now is the time to bolster his military strength. Lu Qian released a torrent of resources. The cavalry ranks outside Yuzhou surged once more. This time, to ensure a swift arrival to Lu Qian's side for the assault against Dong Zhuo, he trained exclusively light cavalry. While light cavalry could not match the might of heavy cavalry, their speed and maneuverability were unmatched. Ultimately, cavalry, be it light or heavy, could deliver a formidable impact when amassed in sufficient numbers. With Lu Qian's abundant resources, an additional 100,000 cavalry units were trained outside Yuzhou. By summoning these 200,000 light cavalry, the 5,000 heavy cavalry would suffice to secure the Yuzhou headquarters. With this resolution, Lu Qian wasted no time, merging the newly trained 100,000 light cavalry with the already prepared contingent of 100,000 light cavalry, setting forth directly westward from Yuzhou to join the coalition against Dong Zhuo. With this 200,000-strong cavalry force, Lu Qian felt a newfound assurance. At the very least, he could engage Dong Zhuo in earnest, without the need for reckless confrontation. However, he was determined to achieve his objective. The key to success lay within the city of Luoyang. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Lu Qian's eyes. Nevertheless, the deployment of such a substantial cavalry force would inevitably draw attention. The infantry could remain inconspicuous regardless of their route, but cavalry must traverse main roads to ensure rapid movement. Otherwise, navigating rugged terrain or other obstacles would severely hinder their speed. Moreover, a troop of 200,000 cavalry is no trifling matter. As the 200,000 light cavalry entered Yuzhou, Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou, had already received word of their approach. You say there are 200,000 cavalry entering from beyond Yuzhou? Upon hearing the scout's report, Lu Yu's complexion turned pale. It was crucial to understand that with Gong Sun Zan leading a large army to confront Dong Zhuo, his military strength was woefully inadequate. The arrival of 200,000 cavalry into Yuzhou sent Lu Yu spiraling into despair. It's over. Yuzhou is finished, 200,000 cavalry. What are we to do? The news aged Lu Yu by a decade in an instant, leaving him dazed within the governor's estate. However, the next words from the scouts suddenly invigorated Lu Yu. Don't, why lord? Those 200,000 cavalry all bear the Lu family insignia. The Lu family insignia? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu stood frozen in place. The Lu family banner was not something just anyone could wield, and it was unthinkable for the foreign tribes outside Yuzhou to fly the Lu banner. Therefore, the only forces capable of bearing the Lu insignia were those of the unknown power that had recently eradicated the Wuan and Xianbei. Yet, this force now entered Yuzhou under the Lu banner. Lu Yu's eyes brightened at this realization. Send word, do not impede this cavalry. Yes, my lord. With Lu Yu's orders dispatched, Lu Qian's formidable contingent of 200,000 cavalry swiftly traversed Yuzhou towards Luoyang. Lu Yu, however, did not concern himself with the origins of this cavalry. Following the death of Emperor Ling of Han, the Han dynasty had descended into chaos, but Lu Yu understood one fundamental truth. As the realm plunged into disorder, it mattered not who restored the Han as long as it was a member of the Lu family. Thus, as long as this 200,000-strong force bore the Lu insignia, a faction of such formidable might would surely not remain silent for long. Perhaps this campaign against Dong Zhuo would reveal the true identity of this power from beyond Yuzhou. Go forth. Perhaps, as I have surmised, my royal brother left you some contingency plans. The realm of the Han ultimately belongs to the Lu family. As the scouts disseminated Lu Yu's command throughout Yuzhou, he found himself gazing towards Luoyang, murmuring to himself. Yet, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Regarding this force, he had already pieced together its probable ownership. Most likely, it belonged to the Grand Prince who had been relegated to Jiaozhou by his royal brother. Ah, my dear brother, you exiled him to Jiaozhou to shield him from the machinations of the venomous empress. Little did you know, he has grown to such a degree. Though Lu Yu advocated for amicable relations with foreign tribes, his capabilities were undoubtedly among the finest of the Han dynasty's royal kin. This army's objective was undoubtedly Luoyang, and as it bore the Lu insignia, it could only belong to one of two lords, Lu Dai, a mere puppet in the hands of the Yuan family, or Lu Qian, the current Grand Prince. The idea of Jiaozhou, accessible via sea routes, allowing for a stealthy assault on Goguryeo, was indeed an unexpectedly brilliant strategy. Ha ha ha, even my royal uncle lends you a hand this time. Chapter 40. Cursed. The coalition's deceit. With this, pride illuminated Lu Yu's countenance. The emergence of such a remarkable successor from the Han dynasty was indeed a source of immense pride. In the eyes of Lu Yu, the current Lu Qian has attained a status reminiscent of the illustrious Emperor Guangwu, Lu Xiu, who once emerged like a comet in the firmament. Within Lu Yu's perception, Lu Qian stands as the last bastion under the protection of his elder brother, Lu Hong, destined to rescue the crumbling Han dynasty. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu is poised to seal off the entirety of Yuzhou after Lu Qian's 200,000 cavalry have traversed its territory, leaving many of the lords who did not partake in the anti-Dong alliance bewildered, unable to fathom Lu Yu's intentions. However, the true nature of the surprise awaiting Lu Qian in Yuzhou would only be revealed upon his arrival. As Lu Qian's 200,000 cavalry swept through Yuzhou, they swiftly entered the heartland of the Central Plains, where they faced no resistance, their banners bearing the Lu surname. With the dawn of the following day, the allied forces had already assembled within their encampment. Ha ha ha, let us rally to support Brother Mengda and Brother Wentai. May your campaign be victorious, lest our allied army remain trapped here in disgrace. As Cao Cao and Sun Jian prepared their troops, Yuan Shao approached them, relentlessly mocking. Upon hearing his taunts, both Cao Cao and Sun Jian dismissed him with a disdainful snort, choosing not to engage further. Yet, Yuan Shu noticed an additional 5,000 light cavalry within the coalition led by Cao Cao and Sun Jian. Observing this, Yuan Shu turned a knowing gaze towards Lu Qian, who stood at the periphery of the gathering. Oh, His Highness the Grand Prince is indeed magnanimous. You'd entrust those 5,000 light cavalry, painstakingly assembled from a distant land, to them? Do you not fear total annihilation? As Yuan Shu's words hung in the air, the other lords also turned their attention towards Lu Qian, most of them relishing the unfolding drama. convinced that Cao Cao and Sun Jian were bound to suffer defeat, perhaps even lose their lives. Even Yuan Shao, the leader of the alliance, did not intervene as Yuan Shu continued to regard Lu Qian with indifference. In response to Yuan Shu's remarks, a glimmer of cold fury flashed in Lu Qian's eyes. Before Meng Da and Wan Ai have even set forth, you dare to sow discord among our ranks. Such disturbances to the morale of our troops warrant punishment. Meng Da, Wan Tai. With Lu Qian's command, Cao Cao and Sun Jian's expressions hardened as they approached Yuan Shu. The sight of them advancing sent Yuan Shu's heart racing. He had not anticipated Lu Qian's decisive action. Realizing that he was no match for the formidable Sun Jian, a renowned warrior, Yuan Shu found himself utterly flustered. This fool! What an imbecile! Yuan Shao silently cursed, but given that Yuan Shu was still his brother and the Yuan family had not yet split, he could not afford to tarnish their reputation as descendants of the illustrious 4 generations of officials. As Yuan Shu seemed poised to face Sun Jian's wrath, Yuan Shao stepped forward urgently. Meng Da, Wan Tai, our army is about to embark, and Yuan Shu is one of the 19 lords. It is unthinkable to execute a fellow lord before our campaign. Yet, punishment was still warranted. Yuan Shu could be assigned to oversee the logistics of the coalition. With Yuan Shao mediating, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged glances and gradually ceased their advance, turning their attention to Lu Qian. Acknowledging the situation, Lu Qian nodded. It was wise to retreat while they still could. Though they could not rid themselves of Yuan Shu entirely, preventing him from overseeing supplies was a sufficient victory. The last thing they needed was for this dim-witted fellow to mismanage their provisions, potentially leaving them starved in the midst of battle. As the tension eased, Yuan Shu quietly retreated among the other lords. And from that moment on, no one dared to underestimate the Grand Prince, who had just been humiliated. Just as this farce concluded among the lords, Hua Xiong arrived at the camp's entrance, unleashing a tirade of insults. Having discerned the true nature of these lords' coalition, he grew increasingly arrogant. Cowardly turtle Yuan Binshu. How disgraceful it is for you, a scion of the 4 generations of officials, to hide, just as worthless as your lineage. Come forth, Yuan Shao, if you dare, and face me, Hua Xiong. Hua Xiong's relentless jeering reignited Yuan Shao's fury. Hearing Hua Xiong's contemptuous words, Yuan Shao could no longer contain himself. While insults directed at him were bearable, disparaging the Yuan family was intolerable. Fueled by rage, Yuan Shao recalled the challenge from Cao Cao and Sun Jian. I implore you, brothers Meng Da and Wan Tai, to charge forth and engage in battle. With Yuan Shao's exhortation, the other lords nodded in agreement. However, Cao Cao and Sun Jian knew all too well the nature of this coalition, merely a collection of inept and drunken fools. The notion that such a disorganized army could successfully confront Dong Zhuo was nothing short of a pipe dream. With this realization, Cao Cao and Sun Jian offered no cordiality towards Yuan Shao and the others. Instead, they solemnly nodded to Lu Qian before leading their troops out of the coalition camp. In the narrow path, the brave shall prevail. Charge, Wan Tai. I entrust Hua Xiong to you. While Hua Xiong continued his brash taunts at the camp's entrance, Cao Cao and Sun Jian surged forward with Lu Qian's 5,000 elite cavalry, followed closely by 1,000 infantry. Hearing Cao Cao's command, Sun Jian felt no hesitation. His heart burned with fury. Grief over the death of his loyal general, Zhu Mao, weighed heavily upon him. Zhu Mao, Cheng Pu, and Huang Gai were all esteemed retainers who had followed him faithfully. Yet, due to his own circumstances, Zhu Mao had perished at the hands of Hua Xiong while attempting to protect him. Thus, avenging this loss was imperative, as the 2 leaders, accompanied by 5,000 elite cavalry, burst forth from the encampment. Hua Xiong was caught off guard. Cursed! This coalition is employing treachery. Quickly, defend! With Dong Zhuo reveling in Luoyang. The defense comprised mainly of infantry, leaving Hua Xiong's forces vulnerable. Confronted by a sudden onslaught of cavalry, he panicked. As the foremost champion of Shiliang, Hua Xiong had commanded the famed Shiliang cavalry. On the plains, infantry stood no chance against cavalry, rendering them utterly defenseless. Advance, troops! Form a wedge, break through. Under the guidance of Cao Cao and Sun Jian, the 5,000 elite cavalry swiftly reformed their ranks, resembling a deadly spear piercing through Hua Xiong's infantry. As the 2 leaders led their forces into the fray, Hua Xiong's soldiers found themselves thrown into disarray. Do not panic. Form ranks. Infantry relied on morale and formation to withstand cavalry. Once their formation faltered, They became lambs to the slaughter. Witnessing the cavalry's charge fracturing their ranks, Hua Xiong frantically urged his men to regroup. Yet, the 5,000 cavalry, led by Cao Cao and Sun Jian, executed their maneuvers with mechanical precision. Striking again and again with relentless force, the Grand Prince's cavalry is truly terrifying. Their execution is unparalleled. Observing this disciplined force, Cao Cao and Sun Jian were profoundly impressed. The cavalry moved as one. Each soldier's actions harmonized as if they were a singular entity. Had they not discerned the unique faces of these riders, they might have believed them to be one and the same. Now, witnessing the disarray of the infantry, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Cao Cao and Sun Jian's faces. Seize this advantage. Annihilate them. Charge, with their cavalry resembling a sharpened blade piercing through Hua Xiong's lines. Cao Cao and Sun Jian's 1,000 infantry easily followed suit. One army was bereft of morale, while the other had emerged fresh from the encampment, leading to a decisive clash. Hua Xiong's forces quickly crumbled under the pressure. As the cavalry, led by Cao Cao and Sun Jian, wreaked havoc across the battlefield, harvesting souls like a reaper. Cursed, retreat, retreat. All forces, fall back. Recognizing the inevitable defeat, Hua Xiong frantically urged his loyal guards to retreat towards Sisui Pass. However, Cao Cao and Sun Jian were determined not to squander this golden opportunity. As Hua Xiong prepared to flee through the open gates of Sisui Pass, Cao Cao and Sun Jian relentlessly pursued him with their cavalry. Today, we shall breach Sisui Pass. Charge. With a furious roar from Sun Jian, his trusted generals Cheng Pu and Huang Gai tightened their reins and gallantly led the cavalry into the fray. Cao Cao, unwilling to be outdone, had not only received support in his uprising from Chen Lu but also aid from his kin, the Xiahou family. The two brothers, Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan, were quick to join Cao Cao's ranks. As the imminent breach of the Sisui Pass loomed, the Xiahou brothers could hardly let such a golden opportunity slip away, and they surged forward in pursuit. Disaster. Quickly, closed the city gates. The expression on Su Rong's face shifted dramatically as he beheld the swift approach of Cao Cao and his forces. Internally, he cursed the foolishness of Hua Xiong. At his command, the gates, which had only just been opened, began to close rapidly. Witnessing this, Hua Xiong's face paled. Don't close them. I haven't entered yet. Let me in. His furious shout momentarily halted the closing gates, allowing the cavalry led by Cao Cao and Sun Jian to catch up. Su Rong's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. It's over. With Hua Xiong's blundering, the allied forces were now pouring into the city. Su Rong swiftly gathered his personal guards and retreated from Sisui Pass, fleeing towards Hulao Pass. It was utterly unexpected that Hua Xiong's army would display such incompetence after their defeat. As Su Rong led the remnants of his forces away from Sisui Pass, there was no longer any substantial defense from Dong Zhui's troops to resist Cao Cao and Sun Jian's assault. In the meantime, Hua Xiong was overtaken by Sun Jian, who, wielding his ancient saber, beheaded him. Despite Hua Xiong's demise, Su Rong had no intention of evacuating the defending troops from the walls. As Cao Cao and his cavalry stormed in, the remaining Xiliang infantry hastily prepared to engage. Charge! Leave none alive. Cao Cao and Sun Jian harbored no goodwill towards these Xiliang soldiers. With their orders given, the 5,000 light cavalry surged forth like a torrent through the gates of Sisui Pass. Faced with the onslaught of cavalry, the remaining defenders found themselves woefully inadequate in resistance, especially without any barricades in place. After a single charge, the defenders were thrown into disarray. Yet, their orders remained clear: leave no survivors. The cavalry, relentless as machines of slaughter, pivoted their mounts and commenced a massacre. Their long lances became scythes, reaping the lives of the defenders with ruthless efficiency. Devils, retreat, retreat. General Su Rong has fled. We have been abandoned. Run! Realizing they were outmatched, the defenders' lines crumbled in an instant. Su Rong's retreat only compounded their despair, and they understood they had been forsaken in a moment of panic. Those still resisting cast down their weapons and fled towards the alleys within Sisui Pass, believing they could restrict the cavalry's mobility. However, they were unaware that before them lay Lu Qian's elite cavalry, trained in agile tactics. As the fleeing defenders scattered, the 5,000 cavalry swiftly reorganized into small squads. Showcasing their exceptional cavalry skills, each squad surged into the alleys, while the distant defenders were met with arrows and thrusts from their pursuers. Hiss! This cavalry is terrifying. Such execution. His Highness the Grand Prince truly is remarkable. Chapter 42. Huaxiong falls. Dong Zhuo is dismayed. Witnessing the formidable execution of Lu Qian's cavalry, both Cao Cao and Sun Jian were filled with envy. Who wouldn't desire such a powerful cavalry? This force had utterly transformed their perceptions. After the 5,000 cavalry had completely decimated the defending troops within Sisui Pass, the squads regrouped silently without causing any disturbance to the residents. It is known that cavalry is the most resource-intensive branch of the military and favored by warlords, often indulged in lax discipline. In their eyes, these cavalrymen mirrored Dong Zhuo's unruly Shiliang Iron Cavalry, notorious for disregarding laws and oppressing the populace. Yet now, Lu Qian's cavalry had completely altered Cao Cao and Sun Jian's understanding. Not only were they exceptionally disciplined and efficient, but they also operated in perfect harmony, as if they were a single entity, devoid of any vices. How surprising! One could only say, the Grand Prince is indeed extraordinary. As they observed this cavalry unit, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged glances. Both intrigued. However, the realization that this formidable force belonged to Lu Qian brought a wry smile to their faces. They knew that seizing this cavalry for themselves was a mere fantasy. Yet, they acknowledged that with such efficiency and discipline, it would be utterly unrealistic to expect Lu Qian to yield his cavalry to them. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. Now that Sisui Pass had been conquered, it was a momentous achievement. With the pass firmly in their grasp, relief washed over Cao Cao and Sun Jian. As the coalition army witnessed their victory, the assembled warlords fell into a stunned silence, particularly those who had mocked Lu Qian for bringing a mere 5,000 cavalry to the alliance. They had not anticipated the tremendous might of Lu Qian's forces. At that moment, Yuan Shao, with a glint in his eye, waved his hand and led the coalition into Sisui Pass, conveniently ignoring the formidable cavalry. Ha! Mengda and Wentai, true pillars of the Han. This victory will surely earn you commendations from the Emperor. As the coalition forces entered Sisui Pass, Yuan Shao approached Cao Cao and Sun Jian with a beaming smile. However, the two men responded with cold laughter. Such words were but empty flattery. Once Dong Zhuo was defeated, Yuan Shao would undoubtedly seek to claim all the glory for himself. Nevertheless, they needed to maintain appearances. We appreciate your leadership, Alliance Leader. After acknowledging Yuan Shao, they turned towards Lu Qian. Witnessing this exchange, Yuan Shao's expression darkened. Yet, he could not afford to show his discontent, for even he was envious of Lu Qian's elite cavalry, making it difficult for him to continue his criticism. Meanwhile, the other warlords began to reassess their views on Lu Qian. Initially perceived as a mere disgraced prince, they now recognized that he was far more formidable than he appeared. As the warlords prepared to celebrate their victory with a feast, Su Rong, defeated at Sisui Pass, hastily returned to Luoyang. Report. Minister, General Su Rong has returned. The revelry within the hall ceased abruptly as Dong Zhuo, upon hearing the report, paused his indulgence. Seeing Su Rong enter, a smile crept onto Dong Zhuo's face, eye in his eyes. Su Rong was more than capable of handling the coalition forces. He had complete confidence in Su Rong's abilities, which is why he entrusted the command of the army to him. Su Rong, why are you not guarding Sisui Pass? Has the coalition retreated? Dong Zhuo inquired leisurely, sipping his wine. However, fate had other plans, for the reality was far from what Dong Zhuo had envisioned. Without warning, Su Rong fell to his knees before Dong Zhuo. Why, Lord? We lost Sisui Pass. Huaxiong has perished. At Su Rong's sorrowful declaration, Dong Zhuo's hand froze, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Although he remained outwardly calm, the veins in his arm betrayed his inner turmoil. Bang! Just as silence enveloped the room, Dong Zhuo abruptly smashed the wine cups on the table beside Su Rong. With a gaze as fierce as a demon, he rose to his feet. How outrageous! You dare return after such a defeat? Have I lost Sisui Pass so easily? Su Rong, what have you been doing? It must be noted that Su Rong had initially triumphed over Sun Jian's vanguard forces, which had delighted Dong Zhuo, leading him to underestimate the coalition forces as a disorganized mob. Yet now, this so-called rabble had swiftly breached Sisui Pass in a matter of days. In an instant, Dong Zhuo's countenance grew exceptionally grim. Beside him, Li Ru, perceiving the situation, hastily stepped forward. Who could predict how Dong Zhuo, prone to sudden mood swings, might treat Su Rong? After all, he was an indispensable talent of the Shiliang army, and his demise could not be permitted. General Su, please recount the events in detail. Upon hearing Li Ru's words, Su Rong instantly felt a surge of gratitude towards him, my lord. In the coalition of warlords, Yuan Shao stands as the alliance leader, and he commands a formidable cavalry of 5,000 elite horsemen. It was this sudden emergence of elite cavalry that led to our army's defeat and the loss of the Sishiguan. Ha 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 ha. Elite cavalry? Upon hearing Su Rong's words, Dong Zhuo, seated at the head of the table, could not contain his derisive laughter. Pray tell, who in this world does not know that elite cavalry predominantly hails from Shiliang and Bingzhou? What other elite cavalry could possibly exist, aside from the Iron Cavalry of Shiliang and the Wolf Cavalry of Bingzhou? The other warlords are merely a collection of inept buffoons. Are you attempting to deceive me? Chapter 43. United efforts to subdue the traitor Dong. Observing the glint of danger flashing in Dong Zhuo's eyes, Su Rong promptly knelt on the ground. My lord, I, Su Rong, am utterly loyal. I dare to swear by the heavens, should I utter a single falsehood, may I suffer a wretched fate. With Su Rong's solemn oath, Dong Zhuo found himself inclined to believe his words. In ancient times, oaths were not made lightly, particularly those of a dire nature. Recall how Sun Jian, upon seizing the imperial seal, vowed before Yuan Shu that should he claim it, he would die pierced by 1,000 arrows. Ultimately, Sun Jian was slain by Liu Biao's machinations before even returning home. Thus, in those times, an oath typically signified the truth of one's words. Realizing Su Rong spoke earnestly, Dong Zhuo's expression darkened as he took a seat. The atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly oppressive. A towering figure boldly stepped forth. Do not fret, adoptive father. Allow me, your son, to confront the coalition at Hulao Pass. He dismissed them as mere rabble, declaring, let us see how I shall vanquish them. At the sight of Elbu stepping forward, Dong Zhuo's earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a gratified smile. Excellent. My son Fengxian is unparalleled in the world. You shall lead this battle to Hulao Pass and teach those eastern warlords a lesson. Li Ru, you shall accompany him to guard against any treachery from the coalition. Upon Dong Zhuo's command, Li Ru and Elbu exchanged glances. Having heard of Li Ru's cunning plans, Elbu was more than willing to accept the aid of such a formidable strategist. Consequently, both men expressed their gratitude. Yes, adoptive father. Yes, Grandmaster Taishan. Following their swift departure, Su Rong was also taken along, thus aiding in his redemption. Dong Zhuo leisurely sipped his fine wine, contemplating the formidable force of his adoptive son Elbu and the brilliant strategies of Li Ru. He felt certain that their combined might would ensure the coalition's utter annihilation. However, Dong Zhuo pondered if merely sending Elbu and his companions to Hulao Pass was entirely sufficient. A cruel smile flickered in his eyes as he thought. Yuan Shao, the so-called leader of the coalition, shall not escape unscathed. Go forth, surround the Yuan family estate, and leave no one unaccounted for. I shall present Yuan Shao with a grand gift. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Dong Zhuo's decree, his soldiers swiftly mobilized. Meanwhile, within the Yuan family residence, ha ha ha, splendid. My son Yuan Shao is indeed remarkable. I believe it will not be long before we reach Luoyang and secure our liberation. Yuan Feng, the head of the Yuan family, could not contain his laughter as he perused the intelligence presented by his scouts. The other members of the Yuan family echoed his sentiments, their faces brimming with joy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Dong Zhuo had already dispatched forces to encircle their entire estate. Master, it is dire news. Dong Zhuo has sent men to besiege our Yuan family. Their intentions do not appear benevolent. Just as the family reveled in their battle reports, the guard rushed in, panic etched across his face. Upon hearing the guard's words, Yuan Feng's expression darkened. How dare Dong Zhuo offend my Yuan family? We, the Yuan family, are descendants of 4 generations of ministers. Our students spread throughout the corners of the Han. How could he presume to act against us? Come, let us confront him and see what schemes Dong Zhuo is concocting. With Yuan Feng's command, the Yuan family members filed out of the estate. A formidable procession. Despite his status as a minister, Yuan Feng remained oblivious to the precariousness of his situation. In the eyes of Dong Zhuo, the lineage of 4 generations of ministers held no weight whatsoever. As he watched Yuan Feng and his entourage swagger out of their residence, a cruel smile crept across Dong Zhuo's face. Ha ha ha, this time, our coalition shall achieve resounding victory. We must celebrate accordingly. Following the breach of Sishiguan and the beheading of Hua Xiong, the coalition of warlords established a formidable presence within the pass. Given that Lu Qian's cavalry did not harass the local populace, Their discipline was almost fearsome, earning the warm hospitality of the Sishuguan citizens. Countless citizens offered their grain to support the coalition's campaign against Dongzhuo. In light of such treatment, Yuan Shao's face radiated with joy as he convened a banquet. Since it was a celebration of the army's victory, Lu Qian, Cao Cao, and others could not refuse. Thus, the coalition commenced their first celebratory feast within Sishuguan. Brother Mengda, Brother Wentai, this victory belongs to you. Indeed, loyal subjects of the Han, the restoration of the Han is at hand. As the banquet unfolded, Yuan Shao led the way, and one by one, the warlords of his faction shamelessly praised Cao Cao and Sun Jian. However, both Cao Cao and Sun Jian had long seen through their true colors. When the army had marched forth, these same individuals had been derisive, eager for their failure. Now, victorious, they approached with fawning congratulations, their faces lacking any semblance of shame, though they held contempt for these sycophants. Appearances necessitated a facade of cordiality, as collective efforts against Dongzhuo were still required. Not at all. This victory was largely due to the 5,000 elite cavalry of His Highness the Crown Prince. Without them, capturing Sishuguan would have been far from easy. After exchanging pleasantries, Cao Cao and Sun Jian diverted the credit to Lu Qian. They recognized that if not for Lu Qian's formidable elite cavalry, they would have likely squandered more time in their siege. As they spoke, the other warlords turned their gaze towards Lu Qian, the deposed crown prince, finding it difficult to voice their thoughts. After all, they had mocked him upon his arrival at the coalition's camp, but none could have anticipated the prowess of the 5,000 horsemen he commanded. As the warlords fell silent, Yuan Shao, as the coalition leader, sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Your Highness, a toast? I must admit, I had no idea that Jiaozhou could produce such elite soldiers. I hope your Highness bears no ill will over this minor incident. With that, Yuan Shao poured himself a drink, lauding Lu Qian while conveniently glossing over their earlier mockery. Lu Qian, however, remained indifferent, for he knew that the Yuan family would soon meet its demise, rendering any grievances trivial. In due time, Yuan Shao and his brother Yuan Shu would be far worse off, as their father and clan would fall victim to Dongzhuo's wrath. Of course not. There is no need for concern. Chapter 44. The Battle of Hulao Pass unfolds amidst a rain of arrows. Gazing at Yuan Shao, Lu Qian raised his cup and drank deeply. Yuan Shao, pleased with Lu Qian's agreeable demeanor, found solace in the fact that he would not face any complications from him. Moreover, Yuan Shao harbored a mix of envy and trepidation towards Lu Qian's 5,000 cavalry, which made him feel as though his own 50,000 troops might not measure up to Lu Qian's elite forces. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Such a scenario was simply implausible. After all, his own forces were carefully assembled. With this thought, Yuan Shao chuckled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on how a son of the illustrious Yuan family had become so timid. As Yuan Shao reached out to connect with Lu Qian, the other warlords followed suit. In an instant, their attitudes towards Lu Qian underwent a dramatic transformation. The initial disdain vanished, replaced by cautious friendliness. Some neutral warlords even began to harbor suspicions, believing that Lu Qian must have some hidden support from Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong. Amidst the flattery from the warlords, Lu Qian merely smiled and bore with it. As the banquet concluded, the coalition army remained stationed at Sishuguan, refraining from further advances. Consequently, Cao Cao and Sun Jian grew increasingly frustrated, persistently questioning Yuan Shao, who could only respond that their provisions had yet to arrive. As Yuan Shao's delays continued, Cao Cao and Sun Jian began to comprehend the implications. The various lords had no genuine intention of launching an assault against Dongzhuo. Their attendance at the alliance was merely a manifestation of their fear of the waning authority of the Han dynasty. Consequently, Cao Cao and his companion sought counsel with Lu Qian on multiple occasions. Lu Qian, witnessing their fervent desire to confront Dongzhuo, could only express his helplessness, leading to a shift in his perception of these two impetuous youths. Perhaps at this moment, they truly harbored aspirations of restoring the Han dynasty. Yet, Lu Qian merely smiled enigmatically, stating, Mengda, Wentai, there is no need for haste. Before long, it will be Yuan Shao who has cause to worry. Following Lu Qian's remarks, Cao Cao and Sun Jian had no choice but to depart and await patiently. That very day, dozens of brocade boxes were delivered to the military camp at Sishui, all sent by Dongzhuo. Upon seeing these gifts, the lords erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, this traitor Dong believes that by sending us these gifts, we will retreat. Ridiculous. Such trifles are hardly sufficient. They scoffed at Dong Zhuo's audacity. As the lords laughed at the brocade boxes before them, Lu Qian cast a knowing glance at Yuan Shao. Meanwhile, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged puzzled looks, contemplating the contents of the boxes. At that moment, Yuan Shao, under the watchful gaze of many, confidently opened one of the brocade boxes. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed, bang. As Yuan Shao unveiled the contents, the other lords leaned in to see, but Yuan Shao's expression shifted dramatically. He stood frozen in place, the box crashing heavily to the ground. Just as confusion spread among the crowd, a severed head rolled out from the fallen box. It was none other than the head of Yuan Shao's father. Yuan Feng, one of the 3 ministers of the Han dynasty. The following morning, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu summoned the troops with a resounding drumroll. The alliance's forces quickly gathered beneath Hulao Pass. Advance with the drums! The thunderous sound of drums reverberated as the allied army moved forward. Meanwhile, within Hulao Pass, Li Ru sat beside Elbu, both discussing matters with evident amusement. Ha ha ha, the strategist is indeed astute. I never imagined that upon witnessing his father's head, Yuan Shao would lead his troops directly here. Truly, he is worthy of his title. With a playful expression, Elbu observed the unfolding events, while Li Ru leisurely sipped his tea. Yet, beneath his calm demeanor, Li Ru harbored deep apprehension towards Elbu, a man driven solely by self-interest. Unlike others who valued familial bonds, Elbu had not hesitated to slay his adoptive father for the sake of a horse. Leaving Li Ru vigilant, "Let us proceed. It is time to witness the nature of this alliance," he declared. Ascending the walls of Hulao Pass, they surveyed the vast assembly of the allied forces. The sight of 500,000 troops indeed weighed heavily on Li Ru. Yet Elbu, confident in his martial prowess, dismissed the lords below. Observing Yuan Shao at the forefront, a sneer crossed Elbu's face. "Oh, is that not the scion of the Yuan family, renowned for their 4 generations of high officials? Rather than mourning, he dares to confront me at Hulao Pass. Has he not received his gifts?" Elbu's taunts reached Yuan Shao's ears, igniting fury within him. "You insolent brat! How dare you insult me?" Yuan Shao bellowed, his face reddening with rage. "Assemble the troops for an assault." The brothers Yuan, already in a foul mood, erupted at Elbu's ridicule. With a command, the allied forces surged towards Hulao Pass, their siege weapons hoisted high. However, Hulao Pass, a formidable bastion outside Luoyang, would not yield easily. As the allied forces advanced, a torrential rain of arrows descended from the pass, causing significant casualties. Yet, the lords were unconcerned. As it was the Yuan brothers leading the charge, let the alliance leaders take the brunt of the assault. The Yuan family has been vanquished. Why should we exhaust ourselves? They exchanged knowing glances, subtly withdrawing their forces while Lu Qian observed them with a discerning eye. Recognizing their intentions, he understood that these lords were merely biding their time. However, he had no need for such ineffectual allies in the siege. "Report, my lord, General Yan Liang and his forces have arrived." Chapter 45. A resounding charge into Hulao Pass. Just as Yuan Shao relentlessly pressed the siege, a scout hastily approached Lu Qian with news. Yet, it was not only Lu Qian who heard the report. The surrounding lords were equally attentive. "What? The Qin prince still has troops yet to arrive." They were astonished that the Qin prince commanded another army. Yet puzzled by its tardiness, the lords, intrigued, began inquiring about Lu Qian's forces. Although they envied Lu Qian's 5,000 elite cavalry, they categorized his incoming troops as mere infantry. 1 elite unit is sufficient. How could all his forces be elite? Lu Qian merely nodded, responding, "It is merely an infantry unit. Their speed is naturally slower." With Lu Qian's words, the lords relaxed, as if they had anticipated this outcome. As suspected, this army comprised only foot soldiers, and had Lu Qian possessed an elite force, they would have felt alarm. Then why does the Qin prince not deploy his army for the siege? Surely infantry can engage in an assault. With this realization, the lords' eyes brightened, their expressions betraying schadenfreude. Lu Qian, however, sensed a chill in the air. These lords were not only reluctant to confront Dong Zhuo, but also sought to preserve their strength to undermine one another. The likes of Cao Cao, Sun Jian, and the Yuan brothers had already been ensnared by the treachery of their peers. Although Lu Qian's cavalry numbered 5,000, they hesitated to command him to lead them into battle. Now that Lu Qian's infantry had arrived, they were eager to seize the opportunity. Yet, the unfolding scene would leave them aghast. Very well, issue the command for Yin Liang and Wen Chou to lead the assault. Following Lu Qian's directive, the scout rushed back to relay the orders. Upon hearing Lu Qian's agreement, the lords could barely contain their glee, anticipating a spectacle. The Qin prince is still too young, they muttered. Surely he has brought every man from Jiaozhou. Perhaps he will return defeated. While the lords were astonished by Lu Qian's elite cavalry, they assumed he had merely summoned the entirety of Jiaozhou's populace. Just then, the earth trembled beneath them. What is happening? What is that? The lords halted their banter, sensing the ground quaking beneath them. As they turned towards the source of the disturbance, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, revealing an exceptionally well-ordered infantry army advancing with resolute precision. The sight of two valiant generals leading the charge was awe-inspiring. What is that? The Qin prince's infantry? The lords stood in stunned silence. The approaching infantry formation was impeccably aligned, their equipment gleaming and ready for battle, with long spears glinting ominously in the sunlight. This formidable force numbered around 50,000, rivaling Yuan Shao's army. The lords were left speechless. Having initially believed Lu Qian's infantry to be a mere 5,000. Now, a pressing question loomed in their minds. From where had Lu Qian recruited such a formidable army? Jiaozhou could not possibly sustain such a force. Yet, what transpired next stirred an overwhelming sense of crisis among the lords, as Yin Liang and Wen Chou pointed their spears towards Hulao Pass. The sovereign has issued an order, the entire army. Advance. As Yin Liang and Wen Chou concluded their statements, the 50,000-foot soldiers instantly surged with an overwhelming spirit, resembling an immovable mountain in their steadfastness. Yet now, this formidable contingent transformed into a sharp and fierce thunder, charging forth towards Hulaguan with unrestrained vigor. Charge! 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 Witnessing the 500,000 troops rallying with fervent battle cries, the army surged forward like a piercing blade aimed directly at Hulaguan. Confronted with this sudden reinforcement, the brothers Yuan Shao, who were previously engaged in combat, along with Cao Cao and Sun Jian, were momentarily taken aback. They were aware that they were locked in a stalemate against Dongzhuo's forces at Hulaguan, and capturing it at that moment seemed utterly impossible, for it was merely their few numbers exerting their utmost, while the other warlords merely feigned effort. They had intended to hold their ground for a while before preparing to withdraw. However, with the arrival of these 50,000 fresh troops, Yuan Shao and his companions were filled with elation. This was a golden opportunity. It was entirely plausible to break through Hulaguan with a concerted and vigorous assault. What a fortuitous arrival! Sound the war drums to rally the troops. Let us charge into Hulaguan with unyielding resolve. As they beheld the 5,000 soldiers surging up the city walls, clashing with the defenders of Hulaguan, Yuan Shao began to command a fierce offensive. With the sound of war drums echoing Yuan Shao's orders, the previously faltering coalition of warlords launched yet another assault on Hulaguan. Yet, what transpired next left all the warlords in utter astonishment as they turned their gazes toward Lu Qian. They beheld Lu Qian's newly arrived 50,000 foot soldiers advancing unhesitatingly towards Hulaguan. Faced with the towering fortress, these soldiers maintained their formation, seizing the siege equipment from the hands of the languid soldiers of the warlords. Once the 50,000 soldiers were equipped with the siege apparatus, Yin Liang and Wen Chou promptly directed their forces towards Hulaguan. The face of Hulaguan's formidable defenses, a torrential rain of arrows descended mercilessly upon them. Raise your shields! Yet at this moment, Lu Qian's army moved as if they were a well-oiled machine, effortlessly raising their shields to deflect the deluge of arrows. Advance. Chapter 46. The Crown Prince's Army. Unmatched in valor, under the onslaught of a barrage of arrows, Lu Qian's 50,000 troops emerged unscathed, showcasing the remarkable quality of this infantry. Under the guidance of Yin Liang and Wen Chou, the formidable military prowess displayed by this army left the warlords in sheer disbelief. However, this was merely the beginning. After a relentless volley of arrows, the 50,000 troops charged directly to the base of the Hulaguan walls. Gazing upon the imposing and fortified structure, the soldiers unfalteringly set up their ladders and began their ascent. Kill, breach Hulaguan. Amidst the cries of battle, these soldiers climbed the ladders with unwavering determination towards Hulaguan. Yet, scaling the walls was the most perilous method of siege. As these soldiers ascended, the defenders of Hulaguan raised their wooden shields and began to rain blows down upon them. confronted with the soldiers nearing the top. They thrust their long spears downward to repel them. Nevertheless, Lu Qian's 50,000 soldiers pressed on bravely, undeterred, continuing their ascent. At that moment, the defenders within Hulaguan realized they were not facing ordinary soldiers. Hiss! Where did His Highness the King of Qin find such fearless warriors? Terrifying. Their combat prowess was simply astonishing. Observing the soldiers on the verge of breaching Hulaguan's defenses and scaling the walls, the warlords exchanged grave glances and cautiously inquired of Lu Qian. It was understood that such a fearless army was beyond belief unless witnessed firsthand. Moreover, the power of this legion was formidable. Their execution unparalleled for an army of this era. Hearing the warlords' inquiries, Lu Qian merely smiled enigmatically. As they observed this peculiar smile upon his countenance, trepidation began to stir within the warlords. A sense of unease crept into their hearts, as they all began to wonder whether Lu Qian would direct his ambitions towards them following this conference. While the warlords were lost in their contemplations, Lu Qian's gaze remained fixed upon the walls of Hulaguan. Damn it! Damn it! Get down! Quickly! Push them down! Kill them! Faced with Lu Qian's relentless army, the defenders atop Hulaguan found themselves in a dire predicament. These soldiers exhibited no fear of death, even if one was slain. The subsequent ranks surged forward without hesitation, and the frequency of their assaults was unprecedented. Previously, the coalition of warlords had felt no pressure, as those attempting to scale the walls would take time to regroup after a comrade fell. Yet this time, against this peculiar army, as soon as one soldier fell from the ladder, another would leap up in his place. As the defenders fought desperately, they soon realized their defenses were beginning to falter. Just as despair began to seep into their hearts, a figure resembling a demon suddenly appeared atop the walls. Astonishingly, the soldier who had just been struck down did not fall but continued to ascend. Reaching the battlements, witnessing this blood-soaked soldier, the defenders of Hulaguan trembled in unison. However, in a siege, any lapse in defense could prove catastrophic. Should even one section be compromised, the fortress would soon succumb to overwhelming forces. As more enemies would flood through the breach in that fleeting moment of distraction, an increasing number of polearm soldiers climbed the ladders and stormed the battlements of Hulaguan. Kill! Kill! As these polearm soldiers surged forward, the defenders of that sector panicked. Yet what awaited them were the unyielding thrusts of long spears. With the collapse of that section of the wall, more and more polearm soldiers began to breach the defenses and ascend the walls of Hulaguan. Below, Lu Qian watched the scene unfold with a satisfied smile. If such a perfectly obedient army could not conquer Hulaguan, then surely no force in the world could achieve that feat. Following the fall of the Hulaguan walls to Lu Qian's forces, the once confident Elbu within the castle immediately changed countenance. Damn it! Quickly! Reinforce the defenses! Drive them back! Damn it! Hurry and reinforce. We cannot allow them to press on any further. Observing the distant breach in the walls, Elbu's expression darkened. Following his command, the defenders of Hulaguan rushed to the walls to confront the newly breached section. However, they faced Lu Qian's elite soldiers, trained through a systematic regimen. Once the polearm soldiers reached the walls, they swiftly formed a spear phalanx and began to eliminate the defenders. Against these disciplined polearm troops, the defenders were no match. The soldiers atop the walls quickly formed three ranks, as the first rank thrust their spears and decimated a group of defenders. The second rank moved up to replace them, while the third rank remained vigilant for any survivors from the first two ranks to ensure their demise. This triadic coordination allowed the polearm phalanx to secure a foothold atop Hulaguan's walls, and the reinforcements from below were simply overwhelmed. Whose army is this? How terrifyingly formidable! I have never seen such prowess. Observing the polearm troops wreaking havoc atop Hulaguan, Yuan Shao, who was still directing the battle from below, was momentarily at a loss. He prided himself on having witnessed many elite forces, including the renowned cavalry of Gongsun Zan and the imperial guards of the Yulin army. Yet these elite troops paled in comparison to this polearm army. As Yuan Shao spoke, those beside him wore expressions of confusion, equally uncertain of the origins of this army. However, not far away, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes reflecting astonishment. They had nearly deduced the identity of this relentless army, whose morale remained unbroken in the face of death. It could only belong to the Crown Prince Lu Qian, just as with the 5,000 elite cavalry. Yet, now was not the time for such contemplations. Noticing the chaos among the defenders atop Hulaguan, Yuan Shao felt a surge of joy. After the chaos of battle, they would come to understand, but for now, the priority was to breach Hulaguan, seize the moment, with the momentum to penetrate Hulaguan, sound the drums in encouragement. Chapter 47. The situation is set, only retreat remains. With Yuan Shao's keen directive, as Lu Qian's army ascended the walls to break the stalemate, the other warlord forces engaged in the siege simultaneously exerted their strength. Originally, they would not have been able to breach the formidable Tiger Trap Pass in a short time. However, with Lu Qian's elite troops diverting firepower to one side, the defenses on this side had considerably weakened. It was the perfect moment to seize the opportunity and launch an assault. With a command from Yuan Shao, the coalition of warlords immediately capitalized on the chance and surged fiercely towards the Tiger Trap Pass. In an instant, the once impregnable fortress was thrown into chaos due to the sudden involvement of Lu Qian's formidable army. Damn it. It's all because of that accursed army. As he surveyed the pandemonium at Tiger Trap Pass, Lu Bu's face darkened. He had confidently assured that he would dismantle the warlord coalition upon their arrival. Yet now not only had the coalition not crumbled, but the Tiger Trap Pass itself was on the brink of collapse. Bring me my Feng Dianhua halberd. Realizing that the stronghold was about to fall, Lu Bu hastily retrieved his weapon and rushed towards the area occupied by the spearmen, determined to eliminate this vexing unit first. As for the other coalition forces, they were merely a rabble of insignificant fighters. With Lu Bu's arrival, the previously dominant formation of spearmen atop the city walls suddenly encountered formidable resistance. Confronted with Lu Bu's martial prowess, the spearmen found their numbers insufficient to quell his onslaught. Yet, Lu Qian's troops were not easily subdued. Although Lu Bu relentlessly dispatched the spearmen before him, he gradually felt overwhelmed. The spearmen, unafraid of death, were willing to trade their lives for inflicting wounds upon Lu Buyud. In the end, even he, the most formidable general of the era, found it challenging to withstand their ferocity. Damn it! How on earth were these soldiers trained? Lu Bu cursed inwardly, vexed by their reckless tactics, as he beheld the increasing number of coalition soldiers surging towards the Tiger Trap Pass. His anxiety grew. Yet, the spearmen clung to him like stubborn gum, making it difficult for Lu Bu to extricate himself. Alas, the situation is dire. Retreat is the only option. Observing Lu Bu ensnared and the city walls transformed into a battlefield, Li Ru, standing within the watchtower, could only shake his head in resignation. He had initially believed that the Tiger Trap Pass could be securely defended, but everything changed with the arrival of that elite infantry unit. He wondered which warlord commanded such a formidable army. Forget it. There's no time for speculation. We must retreat. With that thought, Li Ru quickly led his guards away from the tower, fleeing towards the exterior of the Tiger Trap Pass. Before departing, he called out to Lu Bu, who was entangled with the spearmen. Seeing Li Ru's retreat, Lu Bu felt his will to fight dissipate entirely. Continuing to be ensnared like this would likely lead to his demise. In a moment of desperation, he swung his halberd, clearing a path through the spearmen, and turned to join the ranks of the defenders. As Li Ru and Lu Bu led their forces in retreat, the coalition surged triumphantly into the Tiger Trap Pass. Gazing at the breached stronghold, the assembled warlords fell into a collective silence. Just moments ago, they had contributed nothing to the battle, and now, instead of witnessing Yuan Shao's embarrassment, they found themselves in a rather awkward position before the fallen fortress. At this moment, Lu Qian, unabashedly smiling, spurred his horse towards the interior of Tiger Trap Pass. However, following this fierce battle, Lu Qian felt a pang of regret. The forces of the Yuan brothers had suffered significant losses. While Cao Cao and Sun Jian were nearly left with no troops at all, Lu Qian's own contingent of 50,000 spearmen had lost around 20,000. After taking stock of the casualties, he cast a deep gaze towards the direction of Luoyang. Lu Qian had come to fully comprehend the formidable nature of Dongzhuo. Even with his troops trained to perfection, the losses were still substantial. It was evident that with such shameless warlords in the coalition, defeating Dongzhuo would be a daunting task. With that in mind, Lu Qian shifted his focus to the approaching army of 200,000 cavalry from Yuzhou. This formidable force was currently traversing Yuzhou, advancing southward across Yizhou and Yanzhou, making swift progress towards Luoyang. This elite cavalry unit had already made a name for itself across the Central Plains. Except for the warlords currently in Luoyang, All others who had not attended the coalition meeting began to inquire about the identity of this army bearing the Lu banner. It was clear that the arrival of this 200,000-strong cavalry had instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure among the self-serving warlords. These warlords, who had initially harbored treacherous intentions and sought to consolidate their own power, now found their ambitions shattered by the mere existence of Lu Qian's army. Those who had contemplated rebellion swiftly retracted their thoughts. For regardless of the true allegiance of this Lu army, one undeniable fact remained. It must be associated with a member of the Han royal family. No one would dare to amass such a sizable force while the Han dynasty still held sway. To command such a cavalry unit required a connection to the Han lineage, particularly someone of significant standing. Thus, they shelved their schemes, recognizing that any attempt to rise against the Lu army would likely result in their swift annihilation. Meanwhile, Lu Qian's forces were advancing towards Luoyang under his command. With the coalition having successfully breached the Tiger Trap Pass, further efforts there were futile, and thus they pressed onward to Luoyang. As the 200,000 cavalry hastened towards the city, the coalition poured into the Tiger Trap Pass. Goodness, Dong Zhuo truly knows how to indulge. The warlords marveled at the lavishness of the garrison at the Tiger Trap Pass. With the coalition now within the fortress, the warlords examined the extravagant accommodations of the Shiliang soldiers. Though Dong Zhuo was known for his cruelty, he was exceedingly indulgent towards his own troops. The soldiers' quarters were adorned with silk and jewels, and the feasts were lavish beyond compare, with countless fish and meats, while the common folk outside the fortress went hungry. Witnessing this scene, the warlords quickly deduced the origin of these treasures, suspecting they had been plundered from the populace. A heavy silence fell over the assembly. Lu Qian, particularly, cast a solemn glance before turning to leave, disheartened by the desolate state of the Tiger Trap Pass. At that moment, Lu Qian was profoundly affected. The Han dynasty could no longer withstand such turmoil. He must expedite the unification process, for only through unity could such scenes be averted. As he gazed upon the lifeless bodies frozen in the streets, a poignant thought crossed his mind. The rich man feasts while the poor freeze. This chaos must come to an end. With those words, Lu Qian departed, leaving behind a stunned Sun Yu, who regarded him with a newfound admiration. Cao Cao and Sun Jian, unwilling to compromise their integrity among the warlords, also looked on in astonishment as Lu Qian walked away. His Highness the Crown Prince, who would have thought that he harbors such ambitions? Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged glances, their respect for Lu Qian soaring. Though they were warlords, they still considered themselves loyal subjects of the Han, intent on restoring its glory. Lu Qian, recognizing the potential of Cao Cao and Sun Jian, wished to recruit them, not only for their capabilities but also for the vast influence they would wield in the future. Unfortunately, after the coalition meeting to confront Dong Zhuo, their motivations were likely to shift. As the coalition forces settled within the Tiger Trap Pass to regroup, Yuan Shao began to address those warlords who had remained reluctant to contribute. Meanwhile, some neutral warlords, having witnessed Lu Qian's might, began to gravitate towards him. Lu Qian, however, had no intention of concerning himself with these opportunists, knowing they were ultimately unreliable. At this moment, the 200,000 cavalry thundered across the central plains. This elite force charged forth with such vigor that the very ground quaked beneath their advance. The tremors, akin to a minor earthquake, prompted the warlords who had been feasting at the Tiger Trap Pass to rush to the battlements. As they beheld the colossal army of 200,000 elite cavalry, their eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, whose cavalry is this? How many riders are there? It's utterly astonishing. Look, they're bearing the Lu banner. In unison, the warlords gasped as they beheld the formidable cavalry approaching the Tiger Trap Pass. They quickly directed their attention towards Lu Dai and the unperturbed Lu Qian amidst the crowd. Confronted by the gazes of the various warlords, Lu Dai stood momentarily stunned, and upon seeing everyone looking at him in unison, he hurriedly shook his head. If he possessed such a formidable cavalry force, he would have already swept the world clean, and there would be no need for him to participate in any coalition against Dong Zhuo. After Lu Dai's denial, the numerous warlords were momentarily taken aback, subsequently redirecting their attention to the seemingly indifferent Lu Qian nearby. The atmosphere atop the city wall of Hulao Pass became extraordinarily quiet. However, Lu Qian remained unfazed by the situation. His sole desire was to swiftly encircle Luoyang with his troops to prevent Dong Zhuo from escaping during the capital's relocation. Observing the dazed warlords beside him, Lu Qian couldn't help but smile and clasped his hands towards the equally astonished Yuan Shao. I implore the alliance leader to open Hulao, allowing my great army to pass. With Lu Qian's words, Yuan Shao finally came to his senses. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to Lu Qian's request, and as Hulao Pass opened, 200,000 troops hastened towards Luoyang City. At that moment, Yuan Shao regarded Lu Qian with a wary gaze. Observing him closely before turning to depart, as unrest began to stir within the coalition of warlords. The atmosphere in Luoyang City grew increasingly eerie. The loss of Hulao Pass had rendered Luoyang directly exposed to the warlords from the east. Relying solely on the defenses of Luoyang to withstand the coalition army from the eastern lands was utterly impractical, especially since Dongzhuo's own Xiliang army was not present in Luoyang. This meant that within Luoyang, there were only a few thousand troops from Bingzhou, utterly insufficient to resist the forces of the warlords numbering in the hundreds of thousands. In light of this, Dongzhuo was seized by a wave of trepidation. Son-in-law, quickly devise a strategy. I refuse to lose my current position. Hurry. At that moment, the once imposing and tyrannical Dongzhuo was reduced to a cowardly figure, gripped by the fear of losing the prosperity of Luoyang. Observing Dongzhuo's current state, Li Ru felt an overwhelming sorrow, akin to the death of hope. In earlier times, Li Ru had been brimming with ambition, naively believing that with his intellect and Dongzhuo's might, they could dominate the world. Now, it seemed he had underestimated the capabilities of others. Nevertheless, as the cunning strategist Li Ru, he resolved to fight until the very last moment. With this thought in mind, he slowly articulated his carefully crafted plan. My lord, if we wish to maintain control over the realm, we must relocate the capital. Recently, a nursery rhyme has been circulating in the streets. In the west, there is a Han. In the east, there is another Han. Only when the deer enters Chang'an can one escape this predicament. I believe this refers to the prosperous reign of the Western Han in Chang'an, which produced 12 emperors, and the Eastern Han in Luoyang, which also boasts 12 emperors. The celestial mandate aligns with this. The prime minister must return to Chang'an to ensure safety. As Li Ru concluded. Dongzhuo's eyes brightened momentarily. However, his gaze soon turned uncertain as he surveyed his surroundings. Having experienced the splendor of Luoyang, how could Dongzhuo willingly consider relocating to Chang'an? No. My ambitions have yet to be fully realized. Summon the Xiliang cavalry. I shall see what capabilities the warlords possess to defeat my Xiliang cavalry. As he spoke, a look of pride spread across Dongzhuo's face. Just as Li Ru sensed Dongzhuo's reluctance to relocate, a scout suddenly burst into the conference hall in a state of panic. Startled by the scout's disheveled appearance, Dongzhuo was taken aback. Report, my lord. A grave situation has arisen. Noticing the urgency of the scout's entrance, Dongzhuo's heart sank. Having received no favorable news recently, his eyes reddened upon seeing the scout. Seize him and execute him. Chapter 49. Urgently mobilizing the Xiliang cavalry. Bold. How dare you interrupt the prime minister during matters of state? Take him away and behead him. With Dongzhuo's furious roar, the scout, initially rushing in to report, suddenly froze in place. Witnessing Dongzhuo's wrath, the scout's expression shifted dramatically. Spare me, my lord. Spare me. Faced with the advancing guards, the scout began to plead for mercy, terror evident on his face. Seeing Dongzhuo's volatile temperament, Li Ru sighed in resignation. The current Dongzhuo was increasingly unrecognizable to him. However, it was imperative to ascertain what news the scout brought. My lord, please calm your anger. Let us first hear what news he bears. If it is of utmost importance, we must not remain in ignorance. After Li Ru's gentle urging, Dongzhuo finally nodded, albeit with evident impatience. Relieved to have spared his life, the scout hastily bowed in gratitude and began to convey the urgent information. Why, lord? A cavalry unit has been spotted advancing rapidly, approximately 30 miles from Luoyang. They are drawing closer by the moment. As the scout delivered his report, Dongzhuo visibly relaxed. Merely a cavalry unit? Luoyang still possesses several thousand Bingzhou cavalry. I have no cause for concern. However, Li Ru, who had been closely observing the scout's demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest. The fear evident in the scout's eyes rivaled that of a man facing execution. Have you clarified their numbers? Speak swiftly, Li Ru urged with urgency, while the scout's expression turned grave. Reporting, my lord. Based on observation, there are at least over 100,000 cavalry. What? over 100,000 cavalry. Upon hearing the scout's words, Li Ru's face contorted in shock, while Dong Zhuo, seated at the head, was so startled that he fell to the ground, scrambling back to his feet in terror as he turned to Li Ru. Though my Shiliang cavalry is said to number 200,000, in reality, we possess only around 100,000. But now, an inexplicable force of over 100,000 cavalry has appeared outside Luoyang. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with dread. Dong Zhuo, distraught, turned to Li Ru, searching for a glimmer of hope. But at that moment, Li Ru himself felt a weight in his heart. Did you observe what insignia the cavalry bore? After a moment of contemplation, Li Ru inquired of the scout. The latter nodded eagerly. The cavalry bears the Lu insignia. It seems they have journeyed southward from Yuzhou. After the scout concluded his report, Li Ru signaled for him to leave. The scout, relieved to escape, fled the conference room. Meanwhile, Li Ru fell into deep thought. Moments later, a realization struck him, and he turned solemnly to Dong Zhuo. "My lord, do you recall the edict that arrived from Yuzhou some time ago?" Dong Zhuo responded, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he suddenly appeared enlightened. "Are you referring to the mysterious force that vanquished Goguryeo?" Upon hearing Dong Zhuo's remark, Li Ru nodded gravely. Dong Zhuo, sensing something amiss, looked at Li Ru with curiosity. "Son-in-law, what connection exists between this mysterious force and the Lu cavalry?" In response to Dong Zhuo's inquiry, Li Ru gazed intently at the map laid before them. After a moment, he pointed to the Yuzhou region. "My lord, you are aware that Lu Yu is a man of virtue, yet he is of the conciliatory faction, advocating for harmony with foreign tribes. Therefore, it is impossible for Lu Yu's forces to be responsible for such a sizable cavalry. Moreover, there should not be a cavalry unit exceeding 100,000 in Yuzhou. Thus, this force must belong to the mysterious power that obliterated Goguryeo. And they fly the Lu banner, suggesting their intentions are anything but benign." As Li Ru meticulously laid out his analysis, Dong Zhuo sank deeper into despair, his composure crumbling. Within Dong Zhuo's residence, a pall of gloom enveloped everyone present. "Quickly, son-in-law, expedite the arrival of my Shiliang cavalry. Summon Li Ju, Guosi, and your brother-in-law Niu Fu to hasten their march." Faced with the gathering storm of 200,000 cavalry outside Luoyang, Dong Zhuo could no longer maintain his previous disdain for the warlords. As he spoke in a flurry of panic, Li Ru, observing the situation, could only shake his head in resignation. However, to ensure that Dong Zhuo retained control over the realm, it was imperative to summon the Shiliang cavalry to Luoyang. Otherwise, when the time came for them to consider relocating the capital, they might find it impossible to escape. "My lord, do not fret. Luoyang is, after all, the capital of the Han. Its defenses are undoubtedly top-notch. They are all cavalry and will not breach Luoyang for the time being. I shall summon the three of them to lead the troops immediately." With Li Ru's assurance, Dong Zhuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He held great confidence in Li Ru's capabilities. Now, all he needed to do was await the arrival of his son-in-law and generals for salvation. With this thought, Dong Zhuo relaxed and resumed his banquet. As Lu Qian's formidable army of 200,000 cavalry approached the vicinity of Luoyang, the entirety of his forces, being mounted troops, found themselves at a stalemate in their siege efforts. Thus, this vast cavalry contingent commenced an immediate period of rest and recuperation. Despite being rigorously trained by the system, these horsemen were not so extraordinary as to defy human limitations. Their exceptional prowess, coupled with strict military discipline, ultimately rendered them still human. Fatigue was an inevitable consequence of their arduous journey from Yuzhou to Luoyang. At this juncture, while the cavalry awaited the order to launch their assault, an urgent command from Dong Zhuo was hastily delivered to Li Ju and his fellow commanders stationed in Chang'an. Upon receiving the critical directive, Li Ju, the Western Liang general tasked with defending Chang'an, was taken aback. "Quickly, assemble the forces, commanders Guosi and Niu Fu. We must hasten to Luoyang to rescue our lord." With the urgent orders in hand, Li Ju promptly began orchestrating military affairs within Chang'an. The commanders Guosi and Niu Fu swiftly mobilized the Western Liang cavalry. Although these horsemen had been indulged by Dong Zhuo in a life of luxury, their innate belligerence remained unyielding. Chapter 50. The Legion charges, overwhelming the infantry. Upon receiving the orders, the Western Liang cavalry swiftly gathered in impressive numbers. The once tranquil outskirts of Chang'an erupted with the assembly of a formidable force of 150,000 cavalry. Observing the well-prepared Western Liang cavalry, Li Ju signaled to Niu Fu and Guosi, who, without a moment's hesitation, led their troops at a gallop towards Luoyang. Having executed these arrangements, Li Ju stationed the remaining 50,000 infantry within Chang'an to guard against any unforeseen events. Zhang Ji, you shall defend Chang'an. I must proceed to Luoyang to welcome our lord. Zhang Ji, upon receiving Li Ju's command, promptly acquiesced. The Western Liang army, united under Dong Zhuo's command, was akin to a tightly knit rope, with Dong Zhuo as its pivotal component. However, following Dong Zhuo's demise, the Western Liang forces swiftly fragmented. Nevertheless, this army remained a formidable force that instilled fear across the realm. After finalizing his preparations, Li Ju hastily mounted his steed. Leading a contingent of 3,000 heavily armored infantry towards Luoyang, their banner emblazoned with the image of a winged bear. As time passed, the earth outside Luoyang suddenly trembled, stones bouncing upon the ground. Commander, our target has arrived. I hear you. Everyone, mount up and form ranks. The light cavalry, stationed outside Luoyang, immediately perked up, for their purpose here was to counter Dong Zhuo's Western Liang cavalry. With the main force now present, they could no longer afford to rest, as 200,000 horsemen swiftly mounted their steeds. The once invincible cavalry began to mobilize once more. At that moment, from the distant horizon, a cavalry force bearing Dong Zhuo's insignia surged forth. Humph! The troops our lord aims to annihilate have appeared. All personnel, form ranks and charge. With a thunderous shout, the 200,000-strong army entered a frenzied charge. On the plains outside Luoyang, the two opposing cavalry forces, totaling 3,500,000, clashed. This monumental battle drew the attention of Dong Zhuo, various noble families, and veteran officials of the Han dynasty within Luoyang, while scouts from the allied lords were dispatched to gather intelligence. Kill, annihilate them. The Prime Minister has indulged you for this very day. Kill. In the face of Lu Qian's elite cavalry, the Western Liang forces under Guosi and Niu Fu were relentless, and the initial encounter sparked fierce hostilities. The Western Liang cavalry surged forward like frenzied hounds, engaging Lu Qian's light cavalry with fervor. Renowned as one of the finest cavalry forces of the age, they found themselves matched against Lu Qian's system-trained elite horsemen, the very pinnacle of excellence. After a single charge, both sides suffered casualties, yet Guosi and Niu Fu's expressions turned grave in that initial charge. Their seemingly invincible Western Liang cavalry had lost over 10,000 men, while Lu Qian's forces sustained fewer than 10,000 losses. Damn it! Where did this cavalry emerge from? How can they possess such devastating striking power? This is impossible. Observing the cavalry formation, which remained impeccably intact after a charge, Guosi and Niu Fu's countenances grew increasingly somber. Compared to Lu Qian's light cavalry, Dong Zhuo's Western Liang forces resembled half-armored cavalry, charging in a formation designed to trample infantry. As Guosi and Niu Fu prepared for a second charge, Lu Qian's 200,000 light cavalry suddenly split into 4 distinct formations. Witnessing this, Guosi and Niu Fu's faces lit up with delight. The commander on the opposing side must be a fool to divide forces against an equally sized cavalry army. Ha ha ha, now is the moment. Charge. As they saw their adversary divide, Guosi and Niu Fu were elated, envisioning the complete annihilation of the opposing cavalry through their successive charges. Ha ha ha, incompetent commanders, full charge. Tear them apart. With the enemy now divided into 4 formations, Guosi and Niu Fu roared with exhilaration. Under their commands, the Western Liang army surged forward once more. In response to the renewed charge from the Western Liang forces, the divided light cavalry swiftly regrouped into 4 formations, each perfectly balanced, with nearly 50,000 men dispersing from all sides. Observing this, Guosi and Niu Fu grew increasingly animated. Quickly, quickly, ignore the others, break them down one by one. This could be a monumental achievement. However, Guosi and Niu Fu were acutely aware that their army could only unleash its full potential when unified. Thus, they led the Western Liang cavalry in pursuit of one of the 4 formations. The prospect of decimating the opposing cavalry filled them with fervor, for success would lead to noble titles and lands. Just as Guosi and Niu Fu bore down on one of the formations, the other 3 suddenly encircled their army from 3 sides. Upon realizing they were being surrounded, Guosi and Niu Fu's hearts sank. Yet, what they expected, a cavalry charge, never materialized. Instead, the encircling formations readied their long spears, poised for battle. What? Stunned by this development, the two commanders were further shocked to witness the surrounding cavalry raise their longbows, aiming directly at them. This is bad. The color drained from Guo Si and Niu Fu's faces as they realized their precarious situation. There was no possibility of retreating from the formation they had been pursuing. Faced with this dire situation, they finally understood that they had fallen into the enemy's trap. Damn it, scatter. Do not cluster together. Charge towards one of the cavalry formations, Chapter 51. The Western Liang Army suffers heavy casualties. In a bid to prevent catastrophic losses among the Western Liang cavalry, the two commanders urgently directed their forces to disperse. Yet, commanding 150,000 men was no simple task, and the Western Liang cavalry lacked the systematic training to execute orders flawlessly. Confusion spread through the ranks under Guo Si and Niu Fu's command. The encircling light cavalry unleashed a volley of arrows. Countless projectiles sliced through the air, raining down upon the surrounded Western Liang cavalry. My eyes! Thud! Thud! Despite their armor, the Western Liang cavalry could not withstand the deluge of arrows, which pierced through their defenses. With each successive volley, the casualties mounted, and Guo Si and Niu Fu were gripped by fear. If the Western Liang cavalry fell under their command, they would have no reason to live. Quickly, break out, retreat to Luoyang. Remaining in the fray would surely lead to their demise. After enduring relentless assaults, Guo Si and Niu Fu realized that their Western Liang cavalry stood no chance against the enemy. As long as the opponent refrained from engaging them in direct confrontation, their strategy of harassing attacks was more than adequate to annihilate their forces. As the cavalry of Shiliang charged forth, they found themselves unable to even touch their adversaries. In the midst of a significant loss of life among the Shiliang horsemen, the two commanders hastily issued retreat orders. Flee quickly. Escape. I refuse to perish here. Upon receiving the commands, the Shiliang cavalry erupted into a chorus of anguished cries, hastily galloping towards the direction of Luoyang. In that moment, the once proud and formidable Shiliang soldiers resembled nothing more than a pack of frightened strays, desperately seeking to save their own lives. Yet, in their panic, they paid little heed to anything else. Gazing at the distant walls of Luoyang, they yearned for wings to fly swiftly into the city. With the orders from Guo Si and Niu Fu echoing in their ears, the once cohesive Shiliang cavalry began to disband entirely. The grand army of 150,000 was now scattered, each man fleeing for his life amidst the chaos of death and injury. Faced with the sight of these disoriented Shiliang riders flailing about like headless flies, Lu Qian's light cavalry brigade, still diligently loosing arrows, began to methodically harvest the lives of the fleeing Shiliang warriors. Although the light cavalry numbered 200,000, the sheer volume of Shiliang soldiers in frantic retreat made it impossible to annihilate them all. Even amidst the relentless pursuit, over 50,000 remnants managed to escape into Luoyang. Heavens! This is utterly terrifying. Where did this cavalry spring from? I no longer wish to serve as a soldier. I long to return to Shiliang. They are like divine beings, as some of the remaining Shiliang cavalry slipped through the gates into Luoyang. The defending troops, seeing the rapidly approaching cavalry, promptly shut the city gates without concern for any remaining Shiliang riders still fleeing. At that moment, the Shiliang cavalry, once a source of pride for Dong Zhuo, appeared in the city like a pack of defeated dogs, their faces ashen with despair. Originally 150,000 strong, after gathering what remained, Guo Si and Niu Fu discovered that only over 60,000 remained, with more than half having lost all confidence. Witnessing this grim reality, both Guo Si and Niu Fu felt a chill in their hearts and slumped helplessly to the ground. It's over. It's over. The Prime Minister will surely not let us escape this. As they gazed at the battered remnants of the Shiliang army under their command, their faces mirrored the pallor of death. Just then, news of the Shiliang cavalry's defeat reached Dong Zhuo, who was still reveling at a banquet. Upon hearing the news, Dong Zhuo was struck dumb as if by lightning, the morsel he had prepared to consume falling from his hand. How could this be? My invincible Shiliang cavalry cannot have been defeated. Impossible. How could this happen? Guo Si, Niu Fu, what are you two doing? How could my undefeated cavalry sustain such losses? Why are they still alive? In a fit of rage, Dong Zhuo hurled his wine cup and shattered utensils to the ground, overturning the table before him, causing all present in the hall to hold their breath in fear. Yet, in his fury, Dong Zhuo had evidently lost his sense of reason. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ministers seated in the banquet hall. "You wretched fools! It must be you who informed the warlords of the East to conspire against me. Yes, it must be." With this thought, a wave of murderous intent washed over Dong Zhuo, and he unsheathed his sword. The ministers, realizing Dong Zhuo's intentions, were gripped by fear. They had previously relied on their status as elder statesmen of the Han dynasty to survive, but with Dong Zhuo's notorious cruelty and madness, they knew their lives were in jeopardy. "I have already slaughtered the entire Yuan family. You are no exception." "Ha! You wish to kill me? You shall all perish." With a single stroke, Dong Zhuo beheaded the closest minister, his excitement only growing with the sight of blood. The other ministers fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. In that moment, Dong Zhuo resembled a vengeful specter from the depths of hell, devoid of humanity. Just as he prepared to strike again, Li Ru, who had previously left, returned to the hall. Seeing the carnage, Li Ru's heart sank. "My lord, this is of no consequence now. The time for killing can come later. We must relocate the capital. As long as we move to Chang'an, we will still have a chance." Chapter 52. Marching 300,000 southward to invade Yuzhou. Upon hearing Li Ru's words, a glimmer of clarity returned to Dong Zhuo's eyes. As if he had regained his composure, the idea of relocating the capital resurfaced in his mind, bringing a smile to his face. "Why, son-in-law, let us move the capital. I regret not heeding your counsel earlier. My Shiliang cavalry, how I regret it." In that moment of self-reproach, Li Ru's spirit soared, as Dong Zhuo seemed to revert to the spirited, loyal hero he once was. "Do not worry, my lord. Once we relocate to Chang'an, with the emperor in hand, we shall steadily recover our strength. We will surely rise again." Dong Zhuo nodded in agreement, confidence returning to his demeanor. As Li Ru began to organize the logistics for the relocation of all resources from Luoyang. A faction of elder Han officials resisted the idea of moving the capital. Unwilling to indulge their protests, Li Ru swiftly ordered the ministers and their families to be confined in carts, determined that the entire Han court would relocate to Chang'an. Meanwhile, far away at the coalition forces in Hulao Pass, Lu Qian received news of the Shiliang army's devastating defeat. Anticipating this outcome, Lu Qian knew his forces would triumph, as they outnumbered the Shiliang cavalry by 50,000. Moreover, he had deployed light cavalry, skilled in both archery and mobility. The only force capable of matching his light cavalry would be Gongsun Zan's elite cavalry. Yet even they would require a substantial number of troops to contend effectively. Now, with the Shiliang cavalry defeated, it was likely that Dong Zhuo would prepare to relocate the capital. Contemplating this, Lu Qian glanced towards Luoyang with a complex expression. He had no intention of pursuing a relentless battle against Dong Zhuo. Although his light cavalry had decisively triumphed over the Shiliang forces, it was primarily due to the latter's inadequacies as heavy cavalry. Allowing Lu Qian's long-range capabilities to shine in a direct confrontation, his own forces might have suffered significant losses. As Lu Qian pondered, Cao Cao and Sun Jian approached Yuan Shao, who occupied the position of honor at the banquet. Alliance leader, His Highness the King of Qin's 200,000 cavalry has already set out for Luoyang, and they have routed Dong Zhuo's Shiliang cavalry. Should our coalition forces not advance on Luoyang? We have already rested at Hulao Pass for 3 days. Is taking Hulao Pass truly worth such prolonged celebration? With Cao Cao and Sun Jian expressing their frustrations, Lu Qian could not help but smile in resignation. These two naive young men still harbored hope in the coalition. Little did they realize that the coalition had no intention of attacking Luoyang. They were waiting to ensure the distribution of spoils before making any move. Even when Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu attacked Hulao Pass, it was driven by personal vendettas against Dong Zhuo. Yet now they too sought to secure their interests, as expected. After Cao Cao and Sun Jian spoke up, Yuan Shao, seated at the head of the table, replied dismissively, "With the King of Qin's 200,000 troops present, it is sufficient to contend with the mere tens of thousands of our coalition forces. The conquest of Luoyang is indeed just around the corner. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness Qinhuang?" As Yuan Shao spoke with a playful expression directed at Lu Qian, it was evident that Lu Qian was no longer the minor lord accompanied by a lone Sun Yu for a meeting, but rather the formidable king of vassals commanding an impressive army of 250,000. Just as Yuan Shao finished speaking, Lu Qian had yet to respond, when Yin Liang and Wen Chou, standing beside him, suddenly stepped forward, their gazes fixed menacingly upon Yuan Shao. The loyalty of Yan Liang and Wen Chou had long since reached its zenith, rendering them utterly devoted to Lu Qian. The audacity of Yuan Shao to mock Lu Qian would not go unchallenged. It was clear that at a mere command from Lu Qian, the two brothers would swiftly move to eliminate Yuan Shao, irrespective of his lineage or status as the leader of the coalition. Faced with the imposing presence of Yan Liang and Wen Chou, Yuan Shao was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Qian merely smiled, fully aware of Yuan Shao's misplaced confidence, which stemmed from his belief that his cavalry of 200,000 could not possibly carry siege equipment, rendering an assault on Luoyang unfeasible. This was precisely what Yuan Shao intended to insinuate. All siege apparatus under the coalition's command was currently under the control of Yuan Shu. And without such equipment, the prospect of a siege was futile. With this realization, Yuan Shao's confidence swelled as he regarded Lu Qian. However, just as Lu Qian was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted. In that moment, a vivid crimson hue filled his mind's eye, accompanied by a series of alarming alerts reverberating within his consciousness. As Lu Qian prepared to investigate, a young general clad in white rushed into the coalition's tent. Ignoring Yuan Shao entirely as he made a beeline for Gongsun Zan. General, urgent news from Yuzhou, spanning 800 li. The chief of the largest Wuhuan tribe, Qiu Liju, has succumbed to illness, bequeathing power to Tadu, who has united all Wuhuan tribes and vanquished the southern Xiongnu, thereby consolidating control over the entire grassland. Amidst the turmoil in the central plains, he has taken in 200,000 displaced individuals from Yizhou, and now he marches with an army of 300,000 southward to invade Yuzhou. I implore you, General, to swiftly lead your forces back to Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Zan, who had been leisurely drinking, instantly transformed. Rising to his feet instinctively. At that moment, the young general also presented the urgent report from Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou, to Gongsun Zan. As Gongsun Zan's expression darkened while he scrutinized the report. The white-clad general suddenly glanced around at the assembled lords, hastily approaching the considerably younger Lu Qian among the Lu clan. Chapter 53. Those who offend our mighty Han shall perish. Might I inquire if you are His Highness Qin Wang? Upon hearing the young general's inquiry, Lu Qian nodded affirmatively in response. The white-clad general swiftly retrieved a parcel from his bosom, presenting it to Lu Qian amidst the vigilant gazes of Yan Liang and Wen Chou. This was personally entrusted to me by Lord Lu Yu to deliver to His Highness Qin Wang. I beseech you to examine it. As the young general concluded, Lu Qian hurriedly unwrapped the parcel. Inside lay a grand seal, a tiger talisman, and a letter penned by Lu Yu himself. The sight of these items, particularly the grand seal, caused Lu Qian's pupils to constrict sharply. This grand seal was no trivial matter. It symbolized the highest authority of Yuzhou, that of the governor. Lu Qian quickly unfolded Lu Yu's letter, which contained nothing but the affectionate sentiments of a mentor toward Lu Qian, the Grand Prince, alongside a request for Lu Qian to assume command of Yuzhou, along with the Grand Seal. The letter also detailed the alarming magnitude of the Wuhuan's aggression. Within a mere day, they had captured 36 cities along the borders of Yuzhou. Though these were only minor towns, they starkly reflected the terrifying nature of the Wuhuan invasion. Furthermore, it seemed the primary catalyst for this southern incursion was the news of the chaos in the Central Plains. Gleaned from the displaced populace of 200,000, upon reading this, Lu Qian felt the veins on his forehead pulsate with agitation. It was common knowledge that during the tumultuous era of the Three Kingdoms and the subsequent Wei and Jin dynasties, the Han people endured unprecedented calamities, culminating in the invasions of the Five Barbarians. The armies composed of the Xianbei, Xiongnu, Chong, Jie, and Di tribes wreaked havoc, reducing the Han people to mere lambs for slaughter, leaving the Central Plains desolate, with only a scant 4 million Han souls remaining. Tio grasped the enormity of this. One must realize that a population of fewer than 4 million across the vast Central Plains is akin to the population of a single state. Like Yizhou, or perhaps even less, it is easy to comprehend the depth of hatred toward these foreign tribes. Cursed barbarians, humph! You shall deliberate on how to vanquish Dongzhuo here. With such thoughts, Lu Qian's emotions roiled violently. With a cold command, he rose and departed the Assembly of Lords, leaving an eerie silence in his wake. The coalition continued their revelry, seemingly indifferent to the looming threat of the Wuhuan. Just as Lu Qian exited, Cao Cao and Sun Jian hastily pursued him. Your Highness, are you heading to Yuzhou to confront the barbarians? Lu Qian nodded in response to Cao Cao's inquiry. Upon receiving Lu Qian's affirmation, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged glances before prostrating themselves before Lu Qian. We implore your Highness to take us with you. How could the invasion of the barbarians be faced alone? As subjects of the Han, we naturally wish to emulate the valiant General Huan in defending our homeland. After their plea, Lu Qian shook his head. He could not acquiesce to their request. His own mission required him to lead his troops away, and within the coalition, only these two earnest souls genuinely sought to combat Dong Zhuo. Over the days spent together, Lu Qian discerned their unwavering commitment to the restoration of the Han dynasty. Recognizing their steadfastness eased Lu Qian's earlier concerns, as long as they remained unchanged in their convictions. The Han would likely possess champions like Cao Cao, who, had he not become a lord, might have served as a general to expand the empire's borders, while Sun Jian would rise as a formidable naval commander. Thus, it was imperative that they did not accompany him to Yuzhou. They had their own battles to fight. If you both join me, who will rally the coalition against Dong Zhuo? Rely on Yuan Shao? Or other lords? As Lu Qian spoke, his words resonated like a clarion call for Cao Cao and Sun Jian. Though they yearned to march north to resist the invading barbarians, the imminent threat posed by Dong Zhuo was undeniable. Relying solely on Yuan Shao and his allies would likely prove insufficient. With this realization, they exchanged troubled glances with Lu Qian. You need not fret. My journey north to Yuzhou shall be wholly dedicated to the extermination of the barbarians. The lands of our Huaxia shall not be subjected to foreign eyes. Those who offend our mighty Han, though distant, shall surely be punished. As Lu Qian solemnly uttered the renowned proclamation of General Chen Tang from the Western Han, the expressions of Cao Cao and Sun Jian became resolute as they gazed at Lu Qian. Ha ha ha, well spoken, Your Highness. Please allow us to accompany you. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from the side. It was Gongsun Zan, who had just received the urgent report from Lu Yu.at that moment. Gongsun Zan shed the prejudices held by many lords. Lu Qian's words had solidified his recognition of Lu Qian's princely status. Despite Gongsun Zan's character flaws, he was undeniably a respected lord, steadfast in his resistance against foreign invaders. With Gongsun Zan's arrival, Lu Qian welcomed the alliance, and they set forth to join the light cavalry stationed outside Luoyang. The remaining 30,000 spear-wielding soldiers, having suffered losses at Hulao Pass, were entrusted to Cao Cao and Sun Jian. Lu Qian also retained Wang Yu, who had faithfully protected him, though the reasons for Wang Yu's presence were known only to Lu Qian. As Lu Qian rode alongside Gongsun Zan and his cavalry, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged determined glances, their resolve solidified. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall rally our forces to vanquish Dong Zhuo. At that moment, a glimmer of ambition flashed in their eyes, as if they had collectively resolved upon a course of action. As Lu Qian and Gongsun Zan departed, the coalition continued their self-indulgent celebrations. Witnessing this, Cao Cao and Sun Jian exchanged glances filled with disappointment before departing. Rather than squander time among the lords, it was far more prudent to prepare for an assault on Luoyang and confront Dong Zhuo. Meanwhile, as Cao Cao and Sun Jian planned their attack, Lu Qian and Gongsun Zan rejoined the reassembled 200,000 light cavalry. Observing this formidable force, Gongsun Zan's demeanor toward Lu Qian grew increasingly respectful. Chapter 54. Governing the barbarians, a calamity ensues. In the face of overwhelming might, all aspirations dissipate. Even thoughts of rebellion must be weighed against one's own capability. Upon witnessing Lu Qian's formidable military might, Gongsun Zan's fleeting hope as a sovereign was swiftly extinguished within his heart. Just as the Grand Army was uniting and preparing to advance towards Yuzhou, a young general clad in white arrived before them. Bearing intelligence, observing this valiant young figure, Lu Qian couldn't help but smile. You are neither in the service of Lu Yu nor Gongsun Zan, yet you linger here after delivering your message. What do you seek? Upon Lu Qian's words, the young general immediately dismounted and knelt before him. As a loyal subject of the Han, it is my duty to resist the encroaching foreign tribes. However, my personal strength is limited. I humbly request to follow you, Your Highness, in the campaign against these invaders. Having heard this, Lu Qian smiled again. This young general, not being Lu Yu's subordinate, had traversed countless miles to deliver his message, and the contents of his package remained untouched, a testament to his character. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of admiration. Very well, but do you comprehend the peril that lies ahead? This journey may well lead to our demise on the battlefield." At this, Lu Qian's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the kneeling young general. Nevertheless, the young man rose, his expression earnest. A true man is born in tumultuous times. One must wield a 3-foot sword to achieve unparalleled feats. With such words, Lu Qian's spirits lifted. A person capable of such rhetoric, even if not a renowned historical figure, would certainly prove to be exceptional. "Excellent. You shall serve as my subordinate for now. Be the way. What is your name?" Upon Lu Qian's agreement, the young general beamed with joy and knelt again. "I am Zhao Yun, humbly greeting my lord." At the mention of his name, a spark ignited in Lu Qian's eyes. Gazing at the youthful Zhao Yun, he chuckled, realizing why he was so celebrated in later generations. Such character warranted great admiration. Yet, the pressing concern remained: the impending invasion of the foreign tribes numbering 300,000. "Come, let us march. The army shall set forth swiftly towards Yuzhou." With this brief interlude behind them, the grand army surged forward towards Yuzhou. Meanwhile, the borders of Yuzhou resembled a hellish realm, as under the leadership of Tadu, the united forces of the Wuhuan recklessly pillaged their way into Han territory with their immense army. Wherever the 30,000 iron cavalry trod, the land was laid barren. Every city along the Yuzhou border fell under siege. Succumbing to merciless slaughter, "Kill them, avenge our kin, annihilate these two-legged sheep." As the foreign warriors beheld the Han people pleading for mercy, their faces bore no trace of compassion. Instead, they erupted into wild laughter as they struck down their foes. In an instant, the northern expanse of Yuzhou was engulfed in the flames of invasion. Meanwhile, Lu Yu tirelessly conscripted soldiers, gathering able-bodied men to form a resistance within key cities against the foreign onslaught. However, such efforts were but a drop in the ocean. How could the dilapidated fortifications of Yuzhou withstand the onslaught of the Wuhuan's vast army? After dispatching intelligence and official seals with Zhao Yun, Lu Yu found himself encircled in Beiping by the Wuhuan forces. Glancing at the besieging army, Lu Yu chuckled nonchalantly. Due to Lu Yu's reputation and virtue, Tadu sought to recruit him, but Lu Yu merely laughed, even ascending the city walls to berate Tadu. Infuriated by Lu Yu's obstinacy, Tadu ordered a full-scale assault on the city. As Zhao Yun delivered urgent news to Lu Qian, Beiping was breached by Tadu's army. Faced with the Wuhuan forces that invaded Beiping like a locust swarm, Lu Yu led his personal guards in a desperate defense against the intruders. Alas, the forces under Lu Yu were no match for the overwhelming tide of Wuhuan warriors. Nevertheless, Lu Yu fought valiantly, embodying the last vestige of virtue among the Han nobility. The spirit of the Han was not to be trifled with. Those who offend the mighty Han shall face retribution. No matter how distant, I, Lu Yu, sought to govern the foreign tribes with benevolence, yet have inadvertently brought about such calamity. However, I find solace in the brilliance of my royal brother, the Qilin child. Alas, I regret not having the chance to witness my Lu family's Qilin child. What a pity! Nevertheless, I am confident that he will quell this foreign chaos to atone for my missteps. At this moment, Tadu surveyed the unfolding scene with satisfaction. Once upon a time, their kind had no right to claim a true city. Yet now, everything had changed. Tadu had succeeded, poised to conquer all of Han's Yuzhou. Ha ha ha, father, you always instilled in me a sense of reverence for the Han court, warning me to tread carefully, even unto death. But look now, this so-called Han dynasty is beneath my heel. Sitting in the governor's seat, adorned with splendid decorations, Tadu felt triumphant. However, a barbarian draped in leather could never truly claim the dignity of that position. Yet Tadu was unconcerned. He had already seized much of Yuzhou, his 30,000 iron cavalry virtually unstoppable. Send the order, kill, slaughter all Han men, or take them as slaves. Leave the women to bear our great Wuhuan offspring. Ha ha ha! With Tadu's decree, the 30,000 iron cavalry, already rampaging through Yuzhou, became even more unrestrained. Within mere days, the entire region was cloaked in a gray pallor, littered with the corpses of slain Han citizens. Initially, the army had exhibited some restraint, but now they were unleashed, wreaking havoc as if liberated from all restraint. Wherever they went, the land lay scorched, and every city in Yuzhou was filled with male corpses while the women had all vanished. Ha ha ha! The women of the Han are exquisite, so tender and delightful. Ha ha ha! As the 30,000 soldiers rampaged through Yuzhou, their vast territory necessitated a division of forces. Despite their numbers being spread thin, the audacity of the foreign tribes only grew. In times of greater numbers, they could hardly acquire any spoils, but now, each warrior carried away 3 Han women, discarding them after their enjoyment. Help! Where is our Han army? Why do they not come to our aid? Faced with the slaughter of their kin, the defenseless Han citizens could scarcely mount any resistance. Witnessing this tragic scene, the surviving Han people knelt, unable to contain their prayers. Yet, what awaited them was a battalion of foreign cavalry charging towards their city. Ah, the demons are coming! Run! Spare us, please! As the Wuhuan cavalry barreled towards them, the terrified Han citizens scattered in panic, realizing their only refuge lay within the city. Humph! Foreign tribes! Lu Yu stands for righteousness. I vow to resist you to my last breath. You, as Han soldiers, must remember your kin behind you. This battle can only be won, not retreated. At that moment, within the city, Tian Chou stood resolutely on the battlements, his gaze fixed on the approaching Wuhuan cavalry. After his declaration, all soldiers swiftly took their positions atop the walls, ready to confront the oncoming threat. As they beheld the formidable Wuhuan force bearing down upon them, they tightened their grips on their bows and arrows. Aware that retreat was not an option, the fate of their fellow Han citizens hung in the balance, and they could not forget the fate that awaited those within the city. Patience. Let them draw closer before we strike. It is Tian Chou. With Tian Chou's words, the soldiers found solace, as if a calming balm had been applied to their anxious hearts. Following his gaze, they witnessed a contingent of Wuhuan cavalry tumbling into the pits they had dug, filled with sharpened stakes, resulting in their swift demise. Seeing this, Tian Chou's heart soared with joy. However, he quickly turned to fortify the city's defenses, ensuring that the pits were lined with spikes. He understood that while one detachment of Wuhuan cavalry had perished, a far greater force awaited them. With this thought, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. At that moment, Lu Qian, accompanied by Gong Sunzan and others, had finally reached the borders of Yuzhou, prepared to enter. Yet, upon their arrival, they were taken aback. They had anticipated that the foreign tribes would require time to launch a full-scale assault on Yuzhou. Yet the ensuing scene rendered Lu Qian and all those beside him with bloodshot eyes. In the distance, within a village, the ground appeared to have been washed with blood, the crimson liquid still fresh and uncoagulated. Every inhabitant, regardless of age or gender, had fallen victim to a brutal slaughter, with the women having been subjected to the vile acts of these beasts. Witnessing this horrific tableau, the bloodlust within Lu Qian and his companions surged violently as they collectively interred the souls of the fallen villagers. Lu Qian's gaze fixated on the distant horizon, shrouded in smoke. How could our Han people suffer such calamity? Those not of our kin harbor treachery. All forces, heed my command. Show no mercy to the foreign foe. Leave no survivors. At Lu Qian's command, a chorus of furious shouts erupted from his ranks. The army he commanded transformed into a vengeful force, charging into the territory of Yuzhou. Without hesitation, Gong Sunzan executed Lu Qian's orders, leading his 3,000 white horse warriors in pursuit of Lu Qian's troops. After enduring numerous trials over the past days, Gong Sunzan felt compelled to follow Lu Qian's command, influenced not only by Lu Qian's charismatic leadership, but also by the words Lu Yu had pinned to him earlier. Although Gong Sunzan and Lu Yu held differing views, he could not deny Lu Yu's virtuous nature, which commanded respect. Lu Yu's correspondence had effectively transferred the governorship of Yuzhou to Lu Qian, rendering Gong Sunzan subordinate to him without question. Under Lu Qian's directive, the formidable force of 200,000 cavalry surged into Yuzhou with unstoppable momentum. Ha ha ha, hurry, hurry. There's a tender maiden here. Step aside. She is mine. Kikik, go search further. There must be more. At that moment, within a small village of Yuzhou, a band of Wuhuan cavalry relentlessly slaughtered its inhabitants. The women, hidden by the village men, were dragged from their homes one by one. Just as despair enveloped these women, the earth suddenly trembled violently. The Wuhuan cavalry, hearing the sound, exchanged bewildered glances. As a nomadic people of horseback, they understood that such tremors signified the rapid advance of a large cavalry force. Yet, this area should only harbor their own unit. How could another force be present? Was there a new command from their king? With that thought, The Wuhuan riders paused their actions, turning to the source of the commotion. Whoosh, thud. Just as one of them turned, a glistening arrow embedded itself in his eye socket. In an instant, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining Wuhuan cavalry, now realizing that Han forces had come to avenge their fallen, shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly mount your horses!" Faced with this sudden turn of events, the Wuhuan soldiers hastily abandoned the women they had seized and scrambled to mount their steeds. But at that moment, the wrath-fueled Han army would not spare these wretches deserving of 1,000 cuts. Release. With Lu Qian's command, the light cavalrymen beside him instantly loosened their bowstrings, unleashing a barrage of arrows that struck the Wuhuan cavalry like shooting stars. Chapter 56. Confronting the enemy, an unprecedentedly terrifying force. The Wuhuan riders, wishing to mount, found themselves transformed into pincushions before they could even reach their horses, amidst the chaos and the sight of fallen Wuhuan soldiers. The surviving women of the village wept openly, crawling to the bodies of the deceased, clawing at them with hands and mouths. For these women, this was perhaps the darkest moment of their lives. Lu Qian, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of compassion, yet resolved, from this day forth, no foreigner shall remain. His mission was clear: to eradicate every last one of these invaders. The army advances, continue onward. After dealing with the foreign scourge in the village, Lu Qian pressed forward without pause, leading his troops to the next destination. With Lu Qian's involvement, Yuzhou descended further into chaos. As Lu Qian relentlessly purged the invaders, Tajuan received alarming reports of the disappearance of thousands of his men. In response, he unleashed a massacre upon the Han populace within the city. The might of the Han is but a farce. A mere mouse daring to ambush my grand army. Issue the command to regroup. No more scattering. Also, summon the 100,000 iron cavalry I left on the plains. I shall lead 400,000 to sweep through the central plains. The entire Han must bow beneath the hooves of my Wuhuan. With Tajuan's proclamation, his orders were swiftly disseminated. In an instant, Yuzhou was once again engulfed in turmoil, as the scattered Wuhuan cavalry vanished, replaced by an arriving force of 400,000 iron cavalry. Their first target, the city commanded by Tian Shou. Humph! A mere small city dares to obstruct my grand army for so long. Assault the city. Tajuan regarded Tian Shou's defensive measures with utter disdain. With a formidable force of 40,000, he intended to obliterate the city, teaching the so-called Han a lesson. With this thought, Tajuan charged his army toward the city. Confronted by such an overwhelming force, Tian Shou felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The ground beneath the city trembled as the 40,000 Wuhuan cavalry surged forth like a dark cloud. The traps he had dug to thwart the cavalry proved futile, as the riders simply filled the pits with their bodies. Witnessing this, Tian Shou's heart sank. Such a terrifying foe was beyond comprehension. You must flee quickly. Use the tunnels we dug to escape into the mountains. The cavalry cannot pursue you there. Tian Shou, in the face of such a powerful cavalry, seemed to resign himself to despair. As he uttered these words, his soldiers stood frozen in shock. Just then, a cloud of dust stirred on the horizon. Look, over there! The soldiers' eyes brightened as they focused on the unusual sight. Emerging from the horizon was a banner emblazoned with the Lu surname. Upon seeing this banner, the defenders atop the city wall erupted in joy. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Reinforcements. The court's army? Look, it's General Gongsun. Amidst the cheers, Lu Qian and Gongsun Zan, leading 200,000 light cavalry, surged forth. Faced with this unexpected appearance of elite Han cavalry on their flank, Tajuan felt a surge of panic. He knew that commanding a large cavalry force was challenging, particularly in relaying orders to each unit, and that the most feared scenario was an enemy's flank attack. Quickly, sound the horn. Everyone, brace yourselves on the right. As Lu Qian's forces approached with ferocity, Tajuan hastily commanded his men to sound the Wuhuan horn. As the horn echoed, the previously advancing Wuhuan cavalry came to an abrupt halt. Yet, with 40,000 riders, the sound of the horn inevitably caused minor chaos. Nevertheless, under Tajuan's orders, the cavalry hurriedly adjusted their course. However, halting and redirecting such a massive cavalry force in the midst of a charge naturally took time. Tajuan faced an enemy unlike any he had ever encountered. Just as the Wuhuan army was caught in disarray, Lu Qian seized the opportunity, leading his 200,000 troops like a dagger into the heart of the Wuhuan cavalry. Kill, arrow formation, charge. As Lu Qian's forces surged forward, the already chaotic Wuhuan cavalry was cleaved in two by Lu Qian's elite light cavalry. The cavalry's offensive prowess was unrivaled, especially that of such an elite unit. In a single clash, the unprepared and disordered Wuhuan riders were split apart. Witnessing this, Tajuan's expression darkened. He had relied on this very force of 40,000 to sweep across the plains, even subjugating the fragmented Xiongnu. Now, this sudden cavalry from an unknown origin had shattered his army. Enraged, Tajuan seized the Wuhuan horn from his aide and blew it fiercely, toot, 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 as the long and resonant horn of Tajuan sounded. Gongsun Zan, who had been by Lu Qian's side, suddenly changed his expression. As a renowned general of the Han dynasty who had consistently resisted foreign tribes, Gongsun Zan possessed unparalleled knowledge of the Wuhuan, perhaps unmatched by anyone else in the entirety of the Han. Upon hearing the horn, his countenance grew grave. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, quickly, form the army into battle formation." No sooner had Gongsun Zan spoken than Lu Qian's army of 200,000 light cavalry began to suffer significant losses. Just as the sound of the horn ceased, the once coherent Wuhuan forces, previously interrupted by Lu Qian and unable to support one another, now completely lost all semblance of formation. This meant that, upon receiving the horn's command, these Wuhuan cavalrymen had commenced fighting independently. Being a nomadic people, the Wuhuan sought elite soldiers, yet their selection comprised individuals of exceptional prowess. Chapter 57. Countless foreigners perished beneath the Han cavalry. Thus, 40,000 highly skilled soldiers became the pride of Tajuan's invincible Wuhuan cavalry. Faced with the now disorganized Wuhuan cavalry, although lacking in strategy, the damage inflicted upon Lu Qian's forces was nonetheless severe. Watching these reckless Wuhuan cavalrymen charge in single combat, Lu Qian felt a weight in his heart. However, Lu Qian's cavalry was not so easily vanquished. The efficiency of his soldiers, who executed commands with unwavering dedication, was fearsome. With a moment of resolve, the cavalry, which had formed into a wedge formation, swiftly converged, resembling a relentless meat grinder as they annihilated the encroaching Wuhuan cavalry. Yet, despite this, Lu Qian's light cavalry continued to sustain losses. Observing the Wuhuan cavalry beginning to consolidate around them, Lu Qian's heart sank. Should these Wuhuan cavalrymen completely merge into a cohesive force, his own 20,000 light cavalry might indeed be enveloped and left to perish. Ha ha ha! What a bunch of so-called Han cavalry! Father, do you see this? Watch as I lead the Wuhuan to the pinnacle of glory. As Tajuan, witnessing the heavy losses inflicted upon the Han army under his sudden command, began to laugh maniacally, he recognized the threat posed by this army. However, he believed that victory still belonged to him. In the midst of Tajuan's arrogance, Lu Qian, situated at the heart of the army, caught sight of Tajuan's royal tent from afar. "General Gongsun, are you willing to engage in battle?" Lu Qian inquired, his gaze fixed on Tajuan's tent. Gongsun Zan, who had fought against foreign tribes for years, understood Lu Qian's intent without hesitation. "Ha ha ha, what is there to fear? I, Gongsun Zan, have devoted my life to the eradication of these foreign tribes." With Gongsun Zan's unwavering agreement, Lu Qian regarded him with surprise. Yet, as a general who resisted foreign incursions, Gongsun Zan's success was evident. Individual gains were trivial when the survival of the nation was at stake. Once Gongsun Zan had consented, Lu Qian wasted no time. "Yan Liang, Wen Chou, Zhao Yun, you three shall lead 7,000 elite cavalrymen alongside General Gongsun directly towards Tajuan's royal tent. This is our only chance for victory." Upon Lu Qian's command, Gongsun Zan and the three heroes converged, transforming their 7,000 elite cavalry, augmented by 3,000 white horse Isong, into a sharp sword, charging towards the Wuhuan royal tent. Confronted by this sudden counteroffensive from the Han army, the Wuhuan cavalrymen, now fighting independently, were no match for the onslaught. Moreover, they faced the elite cavalry led by the foreign war god Gongsun Zan. Fueled by resentment towards the foreign tribes, Gongsun Zan wielded his great sword with ferocity, cleaving through the Wuhuan cavalrymen in his path. Meanwhile, Yan Liang, Wen Chou, and Zhao Yun showcased their own prowess. With these four leading the charge, the 10,000 elite cavalrymen surged forward without hindrance, raining arrows upon the Wuhuan cavalry as they advanced. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! This place is perilous. We must retreat. Some of Tajuan's ministers, witnessing the Han forces charging towards the royal tent, were gripped by panic. As they urged him to withdraw, Tajuan cast a menacing glance around. Under his fierce gaze, the ministers promptly fell silent. Humph! I command 40,000 Wuhuan cavalry. Are you cowed by a mere 10,000 raiders? Surround them and annihilate this contingent of cavalry. At Tajuan's command, more and more Wuhuan cavalrymen converged upon the raiding forces led by Gong Sunzan. Initially poised to launch a surprise attack through the throngs of enemy soldiers, the pressure on Gong Sunzan and his companions intensified under the encirclement of the Wuhuan cavalry. The pace of their assault visibly slowed. Observing this, the onlookers began to extol Tajuan's martial prowess. Unable to contain his mirth, Tajuan laughed heartily. Yet he overlooked the fact that he faced the Han's most elite troops. Lu Qian, intent on minimizing casualties, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. If he could eliminate this band of foreign tribesmen, the Wuhuan would vanish from the steppes, never to rise again. And as for his own forces, as long as resources were available, they could be replenished endlessly. Resolute, Lu Qian proclaimed, "Everyone, regroup with Gong Sunzan. With one command, we shall break through the enemy lines and slay the Wuhuan leader." Upon Lu Qian's orders, the light cavalry, previously entangled in combat with the Wuhuan forces, shifted their strategy, transforming once more into arrows as they charged towards Tajuan's position. Undeterred by the Wuhuan's reckless assaults, these systematically trained cavalrymen fought with abandon. Each soldier was determined to take down at least 2 enemies for every life lost. Thus, under Lu Qian's directive, the light cavalry began their advance, though losses continued to mount. Yet, an unusual scene unfolded on the battlefield. For every Han cavalryman slain, 2 or more Wuhuan cavalrymen lay dead beside him. "Kill, die, you cursed Han, meet your end!" The plains echoed with cries of battle, as countless foreign warriors fell beneath the iron hooves of the Han cavalry. Lu Qian's force of 200,000 light cavalry gradually diminished to less than 100,000. General, we must achieve victory. Looking down at the relentless struggle of Lu Qian's forces, Tian Tu, situated in a nearby city, collapsed in despair. The citizens within the walls wept bitterly as they watched the valiant soldiers below. They longed to rush out and assist, yet the meager forces within the city amounted to only 1,000-foot soldiers. Rendering them powerless, to prevent the Wuhuan cavalry from breaching the city gates, the defenders could only grit their teeth and steadfastly guard the entrance. Meanwhile, the Wuhuan army also suffered grievous losses, having lost over 200,000 cavalrymen to Lu Qian's relentless assault. Chapter 58. 100,000 Wuhuan Iron Cavalry, returning once more. Although this was an unprecedented loss for Lu Qian, the consequences for Tajuan were even more dire. Witnessing the death of over 20,000 of his cavalry in a single battle, Tajuan struggled to accept that nearly a third of his once proud army had perished in such a short span. How could this be? This is impossible. Wasn't the Han in turmoil? How could they field such a formidable cavalry force? As the Wuhuan cavalry continued to fall in droves, the staggering casualty ratio left Tajuan's eyelids twitching. His fellow Wuhuan nobles once again urged him to retreat. Yet, the once invincible Wuhuan cavalry could not accept such losses in Yuzhou. At that moment, Tajuan resembled a gambler blinded by greed, willing to stake everything in a final gamble against his opponent. Kill. Annihilate these Han soldiers. No retreat. Kill. Those who slay 100 shall be named chieftains of their tribes. With a rallying cry from Tajuan, the Wuhuan cavalry surged forward, invigorated as if they had been injected with fervor. For these foreign warriors, becoming a tribal chief represented the ultimate reward, akin to being named a king within the Han. Thus, driven by this tremendous allure, the Wuhuan cavalrymen charged at the Han forces, their eyes glinting with a fierce determination. In their view, the formidable Han cavalrymen had transformed into opportunities for advancement. Only by vanquishing them could they ascend to leadership within their tribes. Even a minor tribe would confer the title of chief upon them, under the insidious persuasion of Taduan. The previously demoralized Wuhuan cavalry once again erupted with terrifying combat prowess in an instant. They became entangled once more with Lu Qian's light cavalry. Both armies suffered grievous losses in the ongoing conflict, with the earth strewn with the corpses of both sides, the ground soaked in blood, resembling a crimson wasteland. Amidst the relentless carnage, the recently detained Gong Sunzan and his companions burst forth anew. The once beleaguered raiding forces, Having sustained losses, now surged forward with renewed vigor, the remaining thousands breaking through the Wuhuan cavalry before charging toward the royal tent. Faced with this sudden resurgence, Tadwan's expression shifted dramatically. The enemy, whom he had thought he could contain, was now perilously close. Less than 300 steps away. My king, retreat. We can no longer continue this fight. Otherwise, our dominion over the grasslands will collapse entirely. At that point, the steppe will no longer be under our control. As Lu Qian's forces began to seize the initiative, Tadwan, under the urging of some tribesmen, recognized that persisting might lead to their complete annihilation. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. The moment Tadwan consented to retreat, the tribesmen wasted no time, hastily sounding the retreat horn. The once mighty Wuhuan army, initially 400,000 strong, began their withdrawal, dwindling to around 100,000. A staggering 300,000 had perished upon this land. Yet, the actions of these foreign invaders against Yuzhou could not be absolved by such a mere fraction. The Han cannot be trifled with as if we are mere playthings. Pursue them. As the Wuhuan cavalry sought to withdraw, Lu Qian was resolute in his refusal to allow it. His own 20,000 troops had suffered substantial casualties. It was not only Lu Qian who opposed their retreat. The deceased Han citizens of Yuzhou would not permit it either. Witnessing the Wuhuan army's retreat, Lu Qian immediately commanded his forces to pursue. The role of the light cavalry becoming evident, a relentless rain of arrows fell upon the fleeing Wuhuan cavalry, knocking many from their horses. Have we won? By the heavens, we truly have. Joy erupted among the citizens within the city as they beheld the retreating Wuhuan cavalry outside the walls, their expressions filled with disbelief and elation. Lu Qian, however, led the remaining troops in pursuit of the retreating Wuhuan forces. Tianqi gazed longingly in Lu Qian's direction, envious of his ability to command such a formidable army and achieve victory against overwhelming odds. Yet now was not the time for celebration. People, the enemy is in retreat, but we must ensure that the morale of the Han Iron Army remains unshaken. Quickly, follow me beyond the city walls to aid the surviving soldiers. At Tianqi's call, the citizens who had sought refuge within the city rushed forth without hesitation, joining the battle to seek out the wounded Han cavalry, as for the severely injured Wuhuan soldiers. They would face the wrath of countless citizens. Meanwhile, Lu Qian continued his pursuit of the fleeing Wuhuan forces. Kill. We cannot let them escape. All that Yuzhou has endured must be repaid in blood. Under Lu Qian's command, the remaining 20,000 soldiers, despite their heavy losses, displayed an astonishing ferocity. As Lu Qian led the charge, Tadwan, face-stricken with despair, guided the remnants of his army towards the grasslands. Observing the despondent expressions of his soldiers, Tadwan found himself mired in self-reproach. How could my 40,000-strong army suffer defeat? How could it happen so swiftly? Where did this army come from? Am I to be vanquished so easily? With a flurry of questions, Tadwan felt as though he had been utterly defeated. Leading 40,000 cavalry southward into Yuzhou, he had been brimming with confidence. Yet now, he felt like a hunted animal, pursued by the Han Iron Cavalry. No, I refuse to accept such a defeat. Within my court, I still command 10,000 Wuhuan cavalry, and I shall return with a vengeance to annihilate them. Upon uttering these words, the speed of the Wuhuan army's retreat noticeably quickened. After a relentless day and night of pursuit, Tadwan's remnants eventually vanished into the grasslands. As Lu Qian gazed at the retreating Wuhuan forces, his eyes burned with resentment. Yet, he could not press further into the grasslands. To do so would risk encirclement by the remaining Wuhuan tribes. For now, he had no choice but to halt his advance. Chapter 59. The remnants returned to the Wuhuan royal court. As Lu Qian's army took control of Beiping, the city lay in a state of utter desolation, littered with the corpses of Han citizens. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Lu Qian closed his eyes in anguish, unwilling to bear the sight any longer. Gather the bodies of the defending soldiers and citizens for burial. The troops began to collect the fallen for a proper interment. The body of Lu Yu, who had died in battle, was also recovered. His head, once displayed by the Wuhuan, returned to its rightful place. Gazing upon the defiant and unyielding Lu Yu, Lu Qian seemed to grasp why Emperor Wu of Han had sought to strike against the Xiongnu. Driving them far from their lands, these foreign tribes would never be satiated. Only by instilling fear, even to the point of annihilation, could they be contained. the majesty of the Han cannot be trampled upon. Those who offend our mighty Han shall face retribution. With this thought, a glint of determination flickered in Lu Qian's eyes. Host, Lu Qian food, stone, 4,500,000 wood, 6,768,320 yellow turbans, 6,400,000 population, farmers, 3. 6 million pikemen, 180,000 Yulin guards, 10,000 valiant swordsmen, 1,030 elite light cavalry, 136,000, suffered significant casualties but emerged from this battle fully evolved into even stronger elite light cavalry, heavy cavalry, 50,000 territories, Jiaozhou, Izhou Island, Luzon Island, Yingzhou Island, the Korean Peninsula, Goguryeo, Yuzhou. Due to Lu Yu handing over the seal of Yuzhou, this territory was now considered Lu Qian's domain. The invasion by foreign tribes coincided with the autumn harvest, providing them with sustenance to endure the winter. Now, with the resources from his various territories fully accounted for, Lu Qian's resource unit surged once more. Observing the significant increase in resources, Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, his army had suffered grievous losses. Over 20,000 pikemen had fallen at Hulaguan, and now, in the battle for Yuzhou, only 13,000 light cavalry remained. Yet, all the light cavalry had successfully evolved. The grievances of Yuzhou, the vengeance for these soldiers, must be avenged at all costs. With this determination, Lu Qian unabashedly began a massive recruitment drive. With a steady influx of resources, he mobilized all the armies trained by the system to Yuzhou. Cavalrymen poured forth from the stables in the territory of Goguryeo. Simultaneously, Lu Qian established a town center within Beiping. At this moment, he fervently directed resources into Yuzhou, striving to restore the region from the ravages of war. Meanwhile, Taduan had already led his remnants back to the Wuhuan royal court. What? My king has been defeated. By the heavens, is the Han still so powerful? The sight of Taduan returning in disgrace sent shockwaves through the Wuhuan tribal leaders. Though they were aware of the Han's strength, the fact that Lu Qian had decisively vanquished Taduan's 40,000 army was nothing short of terrifying. Faced with the panicked inquiries of the Wuhuan chieftains, Taduan had no desire to elaborate. His only wish was to rally his forces and march south once more. Bring the king of the southern Xiongnu to me, and summon the leader of the Xianbei tribe. I wish to forge an alliance and march south again. Tell them I am willing to share the spoils and lead them in dividing the Han. With Taduan's command issued, his loyal guards mounted their horses and departed. Under Taduan's directive, the Wuhuan tribes had no voice in the matter. The entire tribe was now Taduan's domain. As his orders were carried out, the grasslands once more swelled with tumultuous energy. The kings of the southern Xiongnu and Xianbei did not hesitate to accept Taduan's proposal. Meanwhile, news of Lu Qian's triumph over Taduan's 40,000 Wuhuan cavalry spread rapidly throughout the 12 provinces of the Han. Akin to wildfire, Lu Qian's victory over the invading Wuhuan army resonated across the entirety of the Han's 13 provinces. The various lords, each with their own thoughts, received the news, particularly those who had not participated in the coalition against Dongzhuo. In Jingzhou, Lu Biao was stunned. Why nephew possesses such strength? It is truly astonishing. As Lu Biao gazes at the intelligence report in his hands, a wave of trepidation washes over him. Although he outwardly appears to be the ruler of Jingzhou, the self-proclaimed emperor of the land, Lu Biao is acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the prominent families within Jingzhou. Yet now, amidst this tumultuous era, a figure of restoration has emerged from the Lu clan. A cause for celebration indeed. Contemplating the myriad possibilities, Lu Biao promptly secured the intelligence report, dispatching his scouts to probe for news from Yuzhou. Meanwhile, the lords of the other 12 states found themselves consumed by their own thoughts. Each pondering their own agendas. Among them, those gathered at Hulao Pass, part of the anti-Dongzhuo alliance, were momentarily stunned. Who would have imagined that His Highness, the King of Qin, possessed such audacity? He is willing to suffer significant losses to his army in order to march northward and engage in battle with the Wuhuan. Such determination is indeed admirable. The first to speak was none other than Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, known for his amiable disposition. Upon hearing Tao Qian's words, the other lords exchanged glances, their thoughts diverging. Yet many wore expressions of malicious glee. Indeed, was it not foolish of His Highness the King of Qin? Dongzhuo was on the verge of defeat. How regrettable that he chose to lead his troops away at such a critical juncture. The laughter that ensued among the alliance was tinged with derision. Shortly thereafter, quiet discussions and jests filled the ranks of the alliance. Yuan Shao, seated at the forefront, observed the scene with a confident smile. For him, Lu Qian's departure was fortuitous. The presence of 200,000 troops had instilled considerable fear within Yuan Shao. Now, with Lu Qian gone and his army significantly diminished, Yuan Shao's excitement grew. Soon, he would breach Hulao Pass and march against Dong Zhuo, supporting the young emperor to Yuzhou. With his lineage of 4 generations of 3 dukes, he would wield the emperor's authority to command the lords. Sweeping across the entire Han territory, even if Lu Qian attempted to obstruct him, it would be of little consequence, as the lords of the anti-Dong Zhuo alliance engaged in their unrestrained discussions. Cao Cao and Sun Jian, however, rose with grim expressions. "Humph! You treacherous subjects of the Han." Cao Cao's scornful words echoed as he and Sun Jian departed the grand tent. Chapter 60. Those without contribution shall be executed in Yuzhou. Witnessing Cao Cao's blatant disregard, Yuan Shao and the others exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cold amusement as they watched the two leave. Yet, they knew they could not descend into chaos. Otherwise, they would become a laughingstock for all. Nevertheless, after such a prolonged respite, it was time to take action against Dong Zhuo. What these lords could not have anticipated was that while they deliberated on their campaign against Dong Zhuo, the latter, flanked by the remaining cavalry of Shiliang and the Flying Bear army led by Li Ju, was in the process of relocating the Han court and its vast treasures to Chang'an. Ha ha ha, with Lu Qian gone, what can you lords do to me? A bunch of incompetent fools. Let us depart. Days prior, Dong Zhuo had made meticulous preparations for the move, ensuring that no intelligence reached Luoyang. Now, he led his forces away from Luoyang, while the lords continued to indulge in feasts at Hulao Pass. In that moment, Dong Zhuo's laughter rang out, for he realized that apart from Lu Qian, the lords of the eastern lands posed no substantial threat. It was only after Dong Zhuo had been en route to Chang'an for some time that the lords received word of his relocation. What? Dong Zhuo has moved the court to Chang'an? Upon hearing the news brought back by scouts from Luoyang, the lords' expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, soon after, a wave of elation surged within them. With Dong Zhuo's departure, Luoyang was now defenseless, the imperial capital ripe for the taking. Whoever was the first to storm into Luoyang would reap the richest rewards, as the lords hastily mobilized their armies toward Luoyang. Cao Cao and Sun Jian, who had already departed, split their forces. Cao Cao pursued Dong Zhuo, while Sun Jian hastened into Luoyang. Amidst the chaos in Luoyang, Yuzhou was recovering from the ravages of war. Thanks to the assistance of the system, the besieged cities and devastated farmlands were gradually being restored under Lu Qian's guidance. Meanwhile, Lu Qian urgently commanded the system. Continue to produce cavalry at full capacity. Allocate all resources to cavalry production. As Lu Qian's orders were executed, the resources on the system's panel rapidly dwindled. In the stables, a progress bar appeared, continuously refreshing at a brisk pace. With time passing, Lu Qian's cavalry forces in Yuzhou surged once more, with an additional 26,000 cavalry joining the already strong contingent of 14,000 elite light cavalry, bringing the total to an astounding 40,000 horsemen. This figure did not even account for the 5,000 heavy cavalry stationed in Goguryeo. Deploy the army to Yuzhou. We must seize complete control of the region, Lu Qian decreed. Seal off Yuzhou. Execute all prominent families who did not resist during the Wuhuan invasion. With this command, the noble families in Yuzhou faced an unprecedented onslaught. However, all resistance proved futile against Lu Qian's 40,000 iron cavalry. With such a formidable force stationed in Yuzhou, the territory was firmly under Lu Qian's dominion. Upon witnessing Lu Qian's methods and the rapid assembly of an additional 40,000 cavalry, Gong Sunzan was compelled to express his loyalty to Lu Qian. In no time, Yuzhou transformed into an impregnable fortress. Simultaneously, farmers produced by the system migrated en masse from Goguryeo to Yuzhou. Due to the Wuhuan invasion, Yuzhou was left largely desolate, with only women remaining after the slaughter of Han men. Thus, under Lu Qian's directive, countless farmers flocked to Yuzhou. Yet, this influx was merely a beginning. The population of Yuzhou needed to grow exponentially. Following Lu Qian's instructions, numerous farmers poured into Yuzhou, while reconstruction efforts commenced in the restored cities. New houses sprang up, and Lu Qian's intervention ensured that the lives of the common folk improved significantly. With ample land to cultivate and food to eat, the populace was grateful to Lu Qian, even crafting longevity tablets to honor him daily. To prevent further incursions by foreign tribes, Lu Qian embarked upon a grand project reminiscent of Emperor Qin's, constructing a great wall. Now, he needed to continue bolstering his forces. Although resources were increasing, they still fell short of sustaining his ambitions. Gazing at the system's map, Lu Qian's eyes glimmered with determination. The resources were growing swiftly, yet they were still inadequate. He needed to amplify resource acquisition. Thus, Lu Qian set his sights on the northern Four Islands, strategically significant locations rich in resources, particularly minerals capable of supporting the creation of a heavy cavalry force of 100,000 soldiers. Gaining control of this territory was imperative. With that thought, Lu Qian commanded the navy to set sail. The once resting superfleet station near the Three Han Peninsula was now ready to embark once more. Heading toward the northernmost reaches of Yingzhou Island, where it bordered Russia. The fleet sailed forward. It became evident that Lu Qian's fleet was not only the most formidable and advanced in the Han, but also among the most sophisticated in the world. Chapter 61. Continuing the plan, resources of the northern Four Islands. Soon, the fleet swiftly arrived at the northern Four Islands. At this moment, the northern Four Islands were completely devoid of human presence, still in their pristine and undeveloped state. Across the Four Islands, untapped resources lay scattered, with volcanic eruptions having exposed an abundance of minerals throughout the terrain. Upon the fleet's arrival, Lu Qian naturally observed all the resources the islands had to offer. It was no wonder that the northern Four Islands had been a coveted prize in later generations. Such resources would surely entice anyone. As he gazed upon these bountiful treasures, Lu Qian felt a surge of joy. With the resources from these Four Islands, he could unleash another wave of remarkable growth. With this thought in mind, Lu Qian hesitated no longer and promptly established a distinctive dock on the northern Four Islands. Simultaneously, a port was swiftly constructed on these islands. It is worth noting that what Lu Qian valued most about the northern Four Islands was not solely the mineral resources, but also their strategic location at the confluence of warm and cold ocean currents, creating a rich habitat for diverse fish species. This area was renowned in later times as a treasure trove of aquatic life, with the waters teeming with sea urchins and overlapping crabs. A testament to its abundant marine resources, it was evident how plentiful the aquatic resources were in these waters. With this prime location, Lu Qian's resources were certain to experience a substantial surge. System: produce fishing boats. Commence the harvesting in this maritime region. Transport vessels were also set into production. Following Lu Qian's decisive command, the newly established port began an unrelenting frenzy of shipbuilding and resource extraction from the Four Islands. With the port established by Lu Qian on the northern Four Islands, his supplies skyrocketed. Armed with these resources, Lu Qian was poised to advance his plans further. However, Lu Qian had underestimated the bounty of the northern Four Islands. Food resources 99.99, food resources 99999, food resources 99.99. A series of notifications displaying food resources in multiples of 9,999 stunned Lu Qian into silence. At that moment, seated within the governor's mansion of Yuzhou, Lu Qian felt a wave of delight wash over him, and his gaze returned to the bustling port of the northern Four Islands. Observing the transport vessels continuously ferrying seafood, Lu Qian's eyes gleamed with excitement. The vessels were laden with an abundance of seafood, including some sizable fish. The resources here were truly astonishing. Merely a handful of fishing and transport vessels would hardly suffice. With this realization, Lu Qian swiftly initiated the construction of additional fishing and transport vessels at the port of the northern Four Islands. To safeguard against potential damage from large fish, such as whales, Lu Qian also stationed over a dozen warships to protect the fishing boats during their expeditions. When encountering sizable fish, these warships would prove invaluable. System: construct another 100 fishing boats and 100 transport vessels at the port of the northern Four Islands. In this untainted and undeveloped world, the ocean's resources were abundant beyond measure. It was likely that even a unified Earth would not deplete them entirely. As Lu Qian contemplated this, a smile crept across his face. Everything was within reach. Just as Lu Qian began to fully develop his plans, the population of Yuzhou experienced some relief following the influx of Goguryeo farmers. Nevertheless, after enduring a fierce battle, the population remained insufficient. As a region frequently beset by foreign invasions, Yuzhou's population ranked among the lowest of the 13 provinces of the Han. Even Lu Qian's Jiaozhou boasted a larger population than Yuzhou. Examining the system map, Lu Qian noted the population density of each county represented by green dots. However, the green dots within Yuzhou appeared exceptionally frail. Even with the arrival of Goguryeo farmers, the situation remained unchanged. In contrast, Jiaozhou's population, particularly within Guangzhou port, stood as a substantial green, indicating a significant population base. This could not continue. The population was a pressing issue. Only with a larger populace could development flourish. Currently, food supply was no longer a concern. With an increase in population, the arable land of Yuzhou could be utilized. If there was one thing Yuzhou had in abundance, it was food. As a vital agricultural hub in later times. The region's land was incredibly fertile. Among its resources, food was paramount. Yuzhou resembled the Liaoning region of later generations, where the black soil was exceptionally suited for crop cultivation. More farmers were desperately needed. With this in mind, Lu Qian decided to allocate all the food resources generated at the port of the northern Four Islands to the production of farmers. Following Lu Qian's orders, robust farmer units began to emerge from the town center established in Yuzhou. These farmers were then dispatched to various counties within Yuzhou. With the influx of these farmer units, Yuzhou's population experienced a dramatic surge. Additionally, Lu Qian had the capable Sun Yu to assist in coordination. As a strategist of great talent, managing a province was a breeze for Sun Yu. His abilities had previously aided Cao Cao in overseeing the entire rear, and now Lu Qian merely requested Sun Yu's assistance in managing Yuzhou. To confine Sun Yu's talents to a single province felt like an injustice. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lu Qian's mind as he observed the continuously emerging farmer units. Since a single province was too limited, he would eventually need to conquer the Central Plains, but for now, he could begin laying the groundwork. With this thought, Lu Qian's focus shifted to the farmer units. These farmers could not merely remain in Yuzhou to till the land. They were young and strong, capable of being trained into elite soldiers. Not only did Yuzhou require a larger population, but other provinces also needed such youthful labor. As this notion took root in Lu Qian's mind, he could not suppress it. With a signal from Lu Qian, waves of farmer units suddenly rose and began moving outward from Yuzhou. These farmers split into numerous groups, flowing into Yizhou, Silu, Shuzhou, and other regions. However, this was still insufficient. As Lu Qian directed a frenzied allocation of resources, countless farmer units emerged. Simultaneously, farmer units from Jiaozhou were continuously produced and flowed into the nearby Yangzhou, Jingzhou, and Yizhou regions. Chapter 62. Gather the refugees. Reinforce my army. The arrival of these farmers was met with open arms in those provinces. No one would be foolish enough to drive away farmers, especially in a time when the concept of spies was virtually non-existent. Who would think to dispatch so many? Thus, when the lords of these provinces learned that numerous refugees had poured in, they were overjoyed. Quick, gather these refugees. Who would have thought that after the invasion of Yuzhou, so many people would escape? What did it matter if His Highness the Qin King defeated the foreign tribes? Perhaps there would be no one left in Yuzhou. As these lords welcomed the influx of refugees, they gleefully turned their attention towards Yuzhou. At that moment, in their eyes, it seemed the population of Yuzhou had fled entirely. Even though Lu Qian had occupied Yuzhou, it was not a matter of concern for them. In their perception, the escape of these young and strong individuals implied that Lu Qian would be unable to replenish his army. The losses incurred during the battle against foreign tribes could not be compensated. With both losses and departures, Lu Qian's army was now far from being reinforced, and these lords eagerly awaited the spectacle of Lu Qian's predicament. However, intelligence from within Yuzhou could not escape. They could not fathom that Yuzhou had undergone a complete transformation. They could never imagine that Lu Qian not only replenished his army, but also doubled it to an impressive force of 400,000. Meanwhile, these lords reveled in gathering the refugees who had fled from Yuzhou or Jiaozhou. Upon learning of these lords' actions through the system, Lu Qian could only smirk coldly. The ambitions of these lords had swollen immensely. Once Dong Zhuo was gone, chaos would erupt throughout the Han. Nevertheless, the farmers Lu Qian produced were not merely destined for the other provinces of the Han. These farmers were also needed to assist in the collection of vast amounts of resources. How these farmers would gather resources was of no concern to Lu Qian. Thus, the young farmers dispatched from Yuzhou and Jiaozhou plunged headlong into other provinces. Among them were units hunting for food, others settling to work, and some joining prominent families to cultivate the land. Furthermore, some became private soldiers for the influential families, while others were conscripted by various lords into military service. In this manner, the food resources brought by these farmer units continuously fueled Lu Qian's production of more farmer units. Once dispatched, these farmer units would provide a steady stream of food resources. Among those who joined various lords, the robust farmer units quickly integrated into elite guard units, leveraging their strength to secure abundant food resources. All of this took Lu Qian by surprise. However, this was not the end. With Lu Qian's persistent efforts, countless agricultural resources were poured in, resulting in a steady influx of farmers emerging from Yuzhou and Jiaozhou. In pursuit of resources, these farmers did not confine themselves to a single province. Gradually, Lu Qian's agricultural units flooded into all 13 provinces of the Han Dynasty. Just as Lu Qian dispatched all the farmer units he had produced across the vast expanse of the Han, the anti-Dong alliance was simultaneously storming into the city of Luoyang. At that moment, the anti-Dong alliance had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of collapse, awaiting merely a spark to ignite its disintegration. Within the entire alliance, only Cao Cao and Sun Jian, influenced by Lu Qian, remained steadfast in their resolve to eradicate Dong Zhuo. However, the sentiments of other warlords diverged sharply. Among them, Yuan Shao, after gathering the remains of his clan, divided the hidden wealth of the Yuan family within Luoyang. Concurrently, other warlords rushed into the city, intent on plundering the riches Dong Zhuo had left behind. Remarkably, Dong Zhuo's departure did not culminate in the incineration of Luoyang. Instead, the city was plunged into even greater chaos than in the past, with countless warlords vying for its treasures. Yet, at this moment, Lu Qian was wholly preoccupied with the unfolding drama across the Central Plains. After enduring the invasion of the Wuhuan, Lu Qian had come to a profound realization. His priority was not to engage in the ongoing events of the Central Plains, but to diligently cultivate his own power. Only when his strength reached its zenith would he have no rivals in this realm. Furthermore, his relentless pursuit of power was ultimately aimed at safeguarding the continuity of Huaxia civilization. Thus, the development of Yuzhou was paramount. The farmers dispatched by Lu Qian to the 13 provinces of the Han were merely pawns in his grand strategy. With Lu Qian's continuous development of Yuzhou, the region came fully under his control, with all the land and wealth of the local aristocratic families forcefully reclaimed. Lu Qian held no affection for these noble families, and those who dared to resist were swiftly eradicated by the next day. In this moment, the other noble families of Yuzhou realized that Lu Qian was far more tyrannical than the previous governor, Lu Yu. Nevertheless, Lu Qian's resurgence was evident. Upon witnessing this trend, the Gongsun clan, represented by Gongsun Zan, promptly submitted to Lu Qian. They understood that opposing him would lead to dire consequences. Only by aligning themselves with Lu Qian could they hope to survive. With the Gongsun clan taking the lead, other noble families in Yuzhou hastily surrendered their wealth and land in exchange for Lu Qian's tacit approval to continue their existence. After submitting to Lu Qian, they recognized how naive their thoughts of rebellion had been. Yuzhou was now brimming with over 400,000 troops, and the region was entirely sealed off, preventing any intelligence from being transmitted outside. Consequently, the noble powers within Yuzhou settled down. However, Lu Qian remained vigilant. For even those who had pledged allegiance to him were under his watchful eye. The dynasties of a century and the families of a millennium were not to be trifled with. The Sui dynasty in later years, influenced by the noble families, witnessed Emperor Yang Guang's futile attempts to achieve greatness through 3 campaigns against Goguryeo, ultimately depleting the dynasty's resources. Thus, throughout history, successive dynasties have endeavored to diminish the power of noble families, with the examination system initiated by the Sui dynasty seeking to alter the dominance of aristocratic offspring within the court. Yet, the influence of these families remained unrelenting. For Lu Qian, the power of the noble families was now unnecessary. His dynasty did not require it. Chapter 63. Development begins with agriculture. Although these families may have allied themselves, it was uncertain what schemes they might be plotting in secret. Just as Lu Qian prepared to send his valiant swordsmen to gather intelligence, he suddenly discovered that new military units had emerged within the system following his occupation of Yuzhou. Among them, the unit that most excited Lu Qian was the one appearing in the barracks. Unit, Imperial Guard, Health, 80, Attack, 15, Armor, 15, Shield, 15, Range, 0 Production Requirements, Food, 120, Iron Ore, 20. Gazing at this unit's information, Lu Qian's eyes sparkled. This was a troop type with a perfect balance of offense and defense, a formidable infantry unit. Although he already possessed spear infantry, their losses in siege warfare had been too significant. However, the Imperial Guard was a different story. This unit combined sword and shield, forming a battalion capable of annihilating foes. Moreover, their high armor rating made them an exceptional force, if one were to draw a parallel from the Three Kingdoms period. The only comparable unit to the Imperial Guard would likely be Gao Shun's elite vanguard. Both units were elite, and Lu Qin firmly believed that the Imperial Guard could outperform the elite vanguard in every aspect. Additionally, the most significant advantage was that he could train these Imperial Guards in unlimited numbers, whereas Gao Shun's elite vanguard was restricted to just 800 men. But that was not the end. Another unit caught Lu Qin's attention. Unit: Strong Archer, Health 80, Attack 16, Armor 2, Shield 2, Range 100. Production requirements: Food 120, Wood 60. If Lu Qin currently lacked anything, it was archers. His army consisted of spear infantry for frontline confrontation, valiant swordsmen for intelligence gathering, and cavalry for shock tactics. Yet, he had yet to unlock archer units. The introduction of the strong archer resolved Lu Qin's pressing need, for one could not rely solely on infantry and cavalry in every battle. Strategic unit composition was essential to unleash greater power. With a range of 100 paces, the strong archers were capable of feats akin to hitting a target 100 paces away. A testament to their prowess, it was clear how formidable this army would be in the present day. With the unlocking of these two new units, Lu Qin wasted no time and promptly commenced the rapid production of both the Imperial Guards and strong archers. The cavalry in Yuzhou was now sufficient, but there was still a shortage of infantry. Therefore, he decided to forego additional spear infantry and focus on producing these two new units. System: produce 50,000 Imperial Guards and 50,000 strong archers. Following Lu Qin's decision, the already enormous resource consumption surged even further, as countless resources vanished from the system interface in their place, a formidable army clad in heavy armor wielding sword and shield. Alongside a defensive contingent of strong archers, soon emerged within Yuzhou. With the advent of these new units, Yuzhou had grown increasingly powerful. The vast army combined with various unit types meant that if any foreign tribes dared to invade Yuzhou, Lu Qin would ensure they understood the might of the Han. However, given the significant military forces and the burgeoning population within Yuzhou, Lu Qin had to exchange food from the town center to support the populace. In contrast to Jiaozhou, which was now replete with fertile fields capable of sustaining its population and continuously supplying resources to the system, Yuzhou faced a different reality. Not only did it lack sufficient arable land, but the fertile fields held by the noble families had just been reclaimed. Furthermore, Lu Qin's income and expenditures had become imbalanced. The rampant resource expenditures far outstripped the returns, necessitating the effective utilization of the fertile land in Yuzhou. With this in mind, Lu Qin immediately set about instructing the farmers of Yuzhou to construct new farmlands, one plot at a time. Under Lu Qin's orders, vast expanses of farmland began to emerge. Oh my! His Royal Highness is truly magnificent. All these farmlands are ours? Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you. Upon unexpectedly receiving a parcel of land already sown, the local populace fell to their knees in gratitude for Lu Qin's benevolence. Yet, they understood that they had little to offer in return. Nonetheless, the fertile land allocated to these indigenous people would inevitably be taxed, and they recognized this. Thus, the best way to repay Lu Qin was to diligently cultivate the land. In no time, all of Yuzhou was swept up in a fervent agricultural renaissance, as plots of fertile land were cultivated. Dear, you must work hard in the fields. We must repay His Royal Highness's kindness by ensuring a bountiful harvest. Fear not, my dear, I shall attend to it at once. Such dialogues echoed throughout Yuzhou each morning. Wherever there were inhabitants, there were farmlands constructed by Lu Qin, and the indigenous people eagerly took to the task of sowing. At this moment, Yuzhou had fully entered an era of fervent agriculture. Yet, Lu Qin would not confine his ambitions to Yuzhou alone. Simultaneously, Jiaozhou, Yizhou Island, Yingzhou Island, the Three Han Peninsula, Luzon Island, and Goguryeo were all embarking on ambitious developmental plans. The climate of Yizhou Island is exceptionally favorable, making it a natural bastion for Lu Qin's vigorous development, a veritable granary brimming with fertile fields. Nearly every suitable area of Yizhou Island is blanketed with arable land. Presently, aside from the essential agricultural workforce, Yizhou Island has transformed into a vast expanse of tens of thousands of acres of fertile land, producing sufficient food resources to sustain Lu Qin's domain for an entire year. With surplus to spare. In contrast, while Yingzhou Island also boasts a temperate climate, its land is woefully limited, rendering it unsuitable for agricultural expansion. However, it serves as a strategic port for accessing maritime resources. Upon recognizing Yingzhou's characteristics, Lu Qian ceased to squander resources on cultivating fertile fields there, halting further agricultural expansion aside from a few essential plots. Instead, he focused on establishing numerous ports across Yingzhou Island, which continuously produce a significant fleet of fishing and transport vessels, ensuring that the development of the fishing industry remains paramount. Simultaneously, the extraction of mineral resources on Luzon Island has accelerated. Chapter 64. The people of Yuzhou suffer from constant invasions and pillaging by foreign tribes. Lu Qian has persistently constructed lumberyards and mining sites throughout Luzon Island. The native populace has been thoroughly eradicated by the spear-wielding troops dispatched by Lu Qian, leaving the region entirely at his disposal. With the establishment of these new lumberyards and mining operations, resource collection on Luzon Island has significantly expedited. In a fleeting moment, Lu Qian's colossal empire began to flourish and operate at an unprecedented pace. Iron ore resources 999, gold ore resources 689, food resources 99999, timber resources 6660. Countless resources began to surge wildly across Lu Qian's system interface. Yet, Lu Qian's momentum of development showed no signs of abating. As the saying goes, those who lag behind will be beaten, and Lu Qian was determined not to tread the path of his predecessors, whose backwardness led to their swift downfall. Hence, having learned from the lessons of the past, Lu Qian placed greater emphasis on these aspects of development. At this moment, the blacksmith shops and research institutes within Jiaozhou began to utilize their remaining potential. At the blacksmith shop, Lu Qian initiated the research and enhancement of weaponry and armor, bolstered by substantial resources, making such endeavors feasible. These two options were also the most suitable and cost-effective in the short term. Weapon enhancement increases the attack power of all units by 5, while the strength of hero units rises by 3 points, requiring construction resources 100,000 gold, 100,000 iron ore. Armor enhancement elevates the armor of all units by 5, while the strength of hero units increases by 1 point, requiring construction resources 100,000 gold, 100,000 iron ore. The completion of these two research projects saw Lu Qian expend a staggering 200,000 gold and 200,000 iron ore resources, yet he felt the investment was profoundly worthwhile. This advancement resulted in an enhancement for all his units, meaning that every individual, from generals to farmers, experienced an elevation in capability. If Lu Qian so desired, he could rally all these farmers to the town center, transforming them into temporary militia with a certain degree of combat capability. However, at present, Lu Qian did not require farmers to take up arms against foes. His forces already amassed a formidable 600,000 strong, sufficient to negate the need for peasant soldiers, and this figure excludes the naval forces navigating the vast seas. At this juncture, Yuzhou had undergone a remarkable transformation from its previously dilapidated state. Even amidst the devastation wrought by foreign invasions, the landscape was now dotted with orderly houses. Countless fertile fields blanketed Yuzhou, as the bustling marketplace of a county town witnessed a figure rushing with great urgency. "Li Er, where are you off to in such haste?" Indeed. What joyous occasion has you in such a hurry? Slow down." At this moment, within the marketplace of Yuzhou, a figure sped past, prompting friendly reminders from the surrounding vendors. Yet, Li Er, brimming with excitement, continued his rapid pace, seemingly oblivious to the need for moderation. "Ha ha ha. Today is the day I receive my allocation of fertile land. I must hurry. If I delay, it may no longer be mine." With that, Li Er hastily departed the market, making his way toward the distribution point. Hearing his words, the vendors exchanged knowing smiles. They had all previously received their allocations of fertile land, distributed fairly by the crown prince himself. Each individual would receive a portion of rich, arable land. Reflecting on Lu Qian, the vendors felt a swell of gratitude. They vividly remembered the dire state of Yuzhou before, during the seasons of spring plowing and autumn harvest. Foreign tribes would descend upon Yuzhou to pillage. Year after year, Yuzhou suffered the ravages of these invasions, with Gongsun Zan striving valiantly to defend against them. Yet, the nomadic tribes of the grasslands yearned for the agricultural bounty of Han lands and would not be deterred by mere skirmishes. In repeated confrontations with Gongsun Zan, these tribes not only persisted but also dispersed their forces. While one contingent engaged Gongsun Zan, Others would raid different areas of Yuzhou. Thus, the border inhabitants endured relentless suffering from the invasions. Despite a growing population in Yuzhou, many Han people residing along the border yearned to migrate inland, yet they were compelled to remain for the sake of Yuzhou's development. Moreover, even more people were sent to this region. Consequently, each year, the border suffered significant losses of Han lives due to foreign incursions. However, now, despite the invasion of 400,000 troops from the Wuhuan, the Crown Prince had arrived. Under his leadership, the foreign tribes were driven away, and Yuzhou began to experience a monumental transformation. The residents who had long inhabited Yuzhou keenly felt the profound changes unfolding. Long live the Crown Prince. Without him, when would we ever be able to conduct business like this? Indeed, the Crown Prince is truly remarkable. At this moment, the vendors in the marketplace, as well as merchants and shopkeepers from other county towns, expressed their heartfelt gratitude toward Lu Qian. No one in Yuzhou dared to spread rumors tarnishing Lu Qian's reputation. Should anyone dare to speak ill of him in front of these people, they would face their wrath in their eyes. The positive changes in Yuzhou were entirely attributable to Lu Qian's arrival, and they would steadfastly support his rule. Life is truly wonderful. We have our own land, and the threat of foreign invasions has vanished. All thanks to the Crown Prince, reveling in this newfound bliss. Every face radiated with the joy of contentment. They could scarcely have imagined that Yuzhou could transform into its current state. Chapter 65. A conspiracy to resist Lu Qian's rule. Today, Yuzhou not only boasts towering and sturdy city walls along its borders, but also houses a formidable army of 550,000 within its territory. However, the populace harbors no fear of Lu Qian's troops. Just then, a patrol of soldiers entered the marketplace. Li Tu, come have a drink, sit down and rest. Come, Li Tu, have some fruit for the brothers. Freshly baked buns, Li Tu, take a few. No charge. Observing the patrol, the vendors greeted the soldiers with warmth rather than trepidation. The leader of the patrol, Old Li, couldn't help but smile at the vendors' hospitality, and the other soldiers in the patrol felt an immense sense of pride. Haha, good people, no need for that. We have other streets to patrol, so we want to impose. With that, the patrol team orderly departed the marketplace. Heading toward other streets, as they watched the patrol leave, the vendors were filled with goodwill. This patrol was established in every county town by Lu Qian, and they endeavored to assist the populace in overcoming difficulties. Moreover, it wasn't just the patrol soldiers. Lu Qian's other troops were equally well received by the citizens, as they participated in the land cultivation system, aiding the locals with their farming after completing their training. Such a formidable army dedicated to aiding the common folk naturally garnered the affection of the populace. Under Lu Qian's rigorous orders, the troops adhered to strict discipline, refraining from disturbing the citizens or seizing their resources. In a short span, the entirety of Yuzhou found itself thriving. The people warmly welcomed and revered Lu Qian's army, with his longevity talisman frequently appearing in their homes. The current state of Yuzhou could undoubtedly be attributed to Lu Qian's relentless efforts. Consequently, the citizens kept Lu Qian's kindness etched in their hearts. Although he held the esteemed title of the Grand Prince, they felt they had little to offer in return. Nevertheless, they could still honor him daily with prayers of gratitude. Presently, Yuzhou was a harmonious entity, with everyone from Lu Qian to the commoners united in their endeavor to advance the region's development to Li 10 acres of fertile land. After the registration personnel completed their documentation, a soldier, brimming with anticipation, led Li to a plot of land that had been designated for him. The soldier pointed to the bountiful fields with a beaming smile, turning to Li and exclaiming, "Young man, this will be your land from now on. This deed temporarily belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Li remained in a state of shock and disbelief. Not long ago, he had been a destitute refugee, ravaged by war. Now, thanks to Lu Qian's arrival in Yuzhou and the expulsion of foreign invaders, the region flourished, granting Li not only a home but now also land. Holding the deed in his hands felt surreal. "Thank you, Your Highness the Grand Prince. Your bounteous grace is immeasurable." Gazing at the 10 acres of fertile land before him, the previously silent Li fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. The reactions of those around him were not surprising. Every individual who received land from Lu Qian expressed their profound gratitude, unable to fathom how Lu Qian had so generously bestowed land upon these refugees. Lu Qian did not merely allocate land but ensured a fair distribution based on the population. As he dealt with the matters of development, Lu Qian took pleasure in witnessing the remarkable transformation of Yuzhou. Once his tasks were complete, he and Wang Yu ventured into the streets of Beiping. Upon Lu Qian's appearance, the citizens erupted into jubilant cheers. Each day, they prayed and offered blessings for Lu Qian's well-being, and now, witnessing him in person stirred their excitement. Amidst the resounding cheers, Lu Qian smiled and nodded. The citizens eagerly invited him to their homes. "Your Highness, please come to our home. We are at a loss for how to express our gratitude. Indeed, it is your compassion that has granted us a life we never dared to dream of. We are eternally grateful for your immense kindness, Your Highness." With one person leading the way, others began to shout in unison. Observing the fervent adoration of the populace, Lu Qian chose not to linger, making a brief inspection of Beiping's progress before returning to the governor's mansion. This outing, however, solidified Lu Qian's resolve to continue the development efforts. He recognized that with such reforms, as long as he cleared the central plains, the issues posed by the noble families would become inconsequential. As Lu Qian contemplated further advancements, the noble families of Yuzhou, now cowed by his authority, convened in secret. Their faces were etched with worry. Once they had possessed vast tracts of land and controlled Yuzhou's commerce, dictating prices and trade. However, since Lu Qian's arrival, their fortunes had drastically changed. Their private armies were disbanded, and their lands forcibly reclaimed. Even thoughts of rebellion were futile against Lu Qian's formidable cavalry. Yuzhou was now encircled by walls constructed under Lu Qian's direct orders, fortified as if it were a castle. The situation rendered these noble families incapable of transmitting information. Had they been able to communicate, they might have united with other noble families to exert pressure on Lu Qian, but now they felt like prey at his mercy. "We cannot continue to sit idly by. We must resist and find a way to drive Lu Qian away. If we allow him to consolidate power in Yuzhou, our families will surely face ruin." Following a heated discussion among the noble heads, a pall fell over the assembly, with faces clouded in silence. Though they spoke of defiance, no viable solutions emerged to address their predicament. Meanwhile, Lu Qian was already aware of their scheming through the system's map. The map had undergone another purification, revealing all detailed events within his territory. This meant that any military action taken would be straightforward, as no conspiracy could evade the system's scrutiny. The noble families discussing rebellion could not escape its watchful eye. "It is time to act. Since they refuse to comply, there is no reason for their existence," Lu Qian declared. "Wang Yu, proceed. From this moment on, only one voice shall resonate in Yuzhou." With these words, Wang Yu departed. Accompanied by 1,000 valiant swordsmen, these warriors, having undergone rigorous training and enhancement under Wang Yu's guidance, had become remarkably formidable, their swordsmanship reaching new heights. As Lu Qian made this decisive move, the noble families found themselves encircled by his army. "Who are you?" "This is the Lu family's territory. Even if you are the army of His Highness the King of Qin, you cannot act recklessly. What do you intend to do?" The guards of the noble estates, witnessing the sudden encirclement by Lu Qian's forces, were gripped by panic. Yet, the army paid them no heed. As Wang Yu and the valiant swordsmen arrived, the troops unsheathed their swords and charged into the estates of the noble families. "The Lu family intends to rebel. Show no mercy." With Wang Yu's command, the Lu family was swiftly annihilated, leaving no trace. Simultaneously, other noble families in Yuzhou faced the same grim fate. Almost instantaneously, every noble family in Yuzhou was wiped out. The assembled noble heads felt a sudden chill, as if something significant was vanishing. "We must deliberate further. Today feels unsettling." "Indeed, I share that sentiment." The noble heads exchanged anxious glances, a shared premonition stirring within them. Just as they contemplated dispersing, a figure of unparalleled authority entered the room. "It seems you have failed to reach an accord," the newcomer remarked, openly mocking them. Upon recognizing Lu Qian, the faces of the noble heads turned ashen. "Your Highness, we are merely having a gathering," one of them stammered. "What brings you here?" The unease in the room intensified. They dared not confront Lu Qian, for even the formidable Zhao Yun, stationed nearby, would easily dispatch them. Thus, they could only watch as Lu Qian strode confidently before them, powerless to act against him. In response to their inquiries, Lu Qian smiled and took a seat. "I have but one purpose for my visit. Henceforth, only one voice shall prevail in Yuzhou." As he spoke, the faces of the noble heads paled in horror. When their interests were threatened, they could not remain passive. Lu Qian had already encroached upon their privileges since his arrival, and now he sought to sever their avenues of influence entirely, a move they could not tolerate. This is unacceptable. Do not presume that your status as a prince grants you unchecked power in Yuzhou. This region is not yours to command. As the noble heads began to confront Lu Qian, he merely smiled, unperturbed. Before the dying individuals before him, Lu Qian felt no need to utter any further words, for their families had likely already been eradicated by Wang Yu and his men. Apologies, but a prince is entitled to act as he pleases, and I am the crown prince. Let me make it clear. I am here merely to inform you, not to negotiate. Upon hearing Lu Qian's declaration, the heads of the noble families turned to him, their faces ashen with fear. Yet, Lu Qian merely smiled with a hint of amusement and rose to depart. Just as he exited the room, Wang Yu's figure appeared by his side. Your Highness, everything has been resolved? Excellent. From this moment forth, Yuzhou shall serve as the first step in my reforms. Those individuals are no longer necessary. With Lu Qian's words, Wang Yu, without requiring further elaboration, seized his sword and made his way into the chamber of the noble heads. After the noble families of Yuzhou were thoroughly dealt with, the resources uncovered from these families caused Lu Qian's standing to surge once more. Armed with these resources, Lu Qian accelerated the development of Yuzhou. During this period of transformation, Zhao Yun, who had wholeheartedly joined Lu Qian's ranks, observed the remarkable changes taking place in Yuzhou. Strolling through the streets of Beiping, Zhao Yun gazed at the smiling faces of the citizens around him, and an unwavering conviction blossomed within him. This scene is precisely the prosperous era I have longed for. My lord is indeed a man of destiny. Witnessing the transformation of Yuzhou, Zhao Yun became even more resolute in his loyalty to Lu Qian. He had now resolved to wield his spear to forge a splendid era alongside Lu Qian. Meanwhile, Gong Sunzan, who had accompanied Lu Qian back from Luoyang, was thoroughly impressed by all that Lu Qian had accomplished. Previously harboring certain ambitions, Gong Sunzan had, during this period devoid of conflict and military command, grown fond of the peaceful and prosperous life of the citizens. Observing Lu Qian's ability to transform a war-torn Yuzhou into a paradise reminiscent of a utopia, Gong Sunzan relinquished any ulterior motives. Now, he was wholly devoted to following Lu Qian and creating an authentic era of prosperity. In an instant, after Gong Sunzan had fully pledged his allegiance, Yuzhou truly became an indomitable sanctuary. As all unstable factors were resolved by Lu Qian, Yuzhou once again entered a period of rapid development. While fostering the growth of Yuzhou, Lu Qian did not neglect the development of Jiaozhou and other territories. As countless resources began to pour into these regions, Chapter 67, the army's campaign against the foreign tribes, a genocidal war. As time passed, the total population within Lu Qian's territories surged to a staggering 10 million. Host, Lu Qian food, dense stone, 3,865,000 wood, 6,768,320 yellow turbans, 8,560,000 iron ore, 898,980 population. Farmers, 10 million pike soldiers, 180,000 Yulin guards, 10,000 brave swordsmen, 1,030 elite light cavalry, 400,000 heavy cavalry, 50,000 strong archers, 50,000 imperial guards, 50,000 territories, Jiaozhou, Izhou Island, Luzon Island, Yingzhou Island, Three Han Peninsula, Goguryeo, Yuzhou. These colossal figures reflect the formidable might of Lu Qian's influence. The growth of various resources continues to expand, with Jiaozhou, Yuzhou, Goguryeo, and the Three Han Peninsula collectively encompassing over 1 million acres of fertile land. Thanks to the system, the reclaimed fertile fields in these areas are not limited by the quality of the land. Any land can be utilized by the system. Even deserts can be transformed into arable land under Lu Qian's guidance. Thus, the grassland regions bordering Yuzhou have been turned into patches of fertile fields. With the population exceeding 10 million, Lu Qian's forces, now including a substantial army without a naval component, have likely reached 1 million soldiers. Across all territories combined, Lu Qian has now established a foundation capable of sweeping through the Central Plains. As Lu Qian's territories began to flourish, the Central Plains entered an era of warlord rivalry, with all the allied forces retreating from Luoyang dispersing entirely. Following Lu Qian's departure, Cao Cao and Sun Jian resumed their historical paths. Once hopeful for the restoration of the Han dynasty, both Cao Cao and Sun Jian abandoned such aspirations, opting instead to rescue the Han dynasty in their own way. The wheels of history began to turn once more. Cao Cao returned to Yanzhou to establish his power, but the region remained besieged from all sides, compelling him to focus on development while contending with remnants of the Yellow Turban rebels. Meanwhile, Sun Jian followed historical precedent, obtaining the imperial seal only to be ambushed and killed by Liu Biao's archers. The era of warlord rivalry had fully commenced across the Central Plains. As winter gradually gave way to spring, life began to awaken. Having prepared for Yuzhou's development for some time, Lu Qian now turned his attention to the grasslands beyond Yuzhou. He would not forget the foreign tribes residing in those plains, nor would he grant them any mercy in the near future. Han people would become mere scapegoats, and the population of the Han dynasty would dwindle to a fraction of its former self, all due to the relentless ambition and invasions of these foreign tribes. These tribes are like a bouncing ball. If you do not strike them down, they will only leap higher. Winter is the least suitable season for waging war, which is why Lu Qian had focused on consolidating his strength. Now, the time has finally come. The arrival of spring has sounded the clarion call for an offensive against the foreign tribes. The harrowing memories of the chaos wrought by the 5 barbarians during Lu Qian's previous life linger vividly in his mind. To prevent such horrors from recurring in the future, the foreign tribes must be eradicated. This world should resonate solely with the voice of the Han people. With Lu Qian's resolution, Yuzhou, which had been steadily developing, transformed into a war machine, ready to spring into action. The army, which had been resting and training in Yuzhou, began to mobilize. This time, Lu Qian directly commanded Gong Sunzan, Zhao Yun, and others to lead the charge. A formidable force of 450,000 ironclad cavalry was assembled, comprising 400,000 light cavalry and 50,000 heavy cavalry, as Lu Qian planned to launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the foreign tribes on the grasslands. Logistics in Yuzhou commenced, with each soldier carrying only 3 days' worth of provisions. For the foreign tribes, a campaign against them required no vast logistical support. Adequate supplies to sustain them until they encountered the tribes would suffice. As all resources could be plundered from the enemy, as the troops assembled, Lu Qian stood atop Beiping City, gazing down at the poised army below. Foreign tribes, with wolfish ambition, they have long coveted our central plains. Every year, these tribes brazenly invade the Han to plunder. If we fail to strike them down, we shall only invite further calamity, having endured far too much already. Now, you shall march north to the grasslands. Your sole purpose is clear, that is to eradicate the foreign tribes, Lu Qian declared with unwavering determination from atop Beiping City. The 450,000 soldiers gathered outside immediately erupted in a thunderous roar. Fully aware of their mission, within Beiping City, the citizens of Yuzhou wept tears of joy and pride as they beheld the army preparing for its expedition. Since Lu Qian's arrival in Yuzhou, the region had not only been free from the foreign tribes' incursions, but now, the people were overjoyed that Lu Qian was taking action to expel the very tribes they had long feared and despised. In a moment, the citizens of Yuzhou flooded outside the city to bid farewell to the departing army. These cavalry troops, who had trained within Yuzhou, were well known to the citizens, but upon learning of their impending northward campaign against the foreign tribes, the people rushed to share the news. Almost instantly, every citizen of Yuzhou was aware of Lu Qian's decision in unison. They knelt to pray for the safety of the 450,000 soldiers. The provisions for the army, meant for 3 days, were quickly filled to the brim with the contributions of the citizens who offered their stored food. Though they could not directly participate in the campaign against the foreign tribes, providing a small amount of sustenance for this admirable army was within their means. Lu Qian was pleasantly surprised to find that, even before he had prepared the 3 days' worth of provisions, the citizens had already filled the supplies for the 450,000 cavalry to overflowing. Witnessing this scene brought a smile to Lu Qian's face. These citizens are truly endearing, as long as they are well fed and cared for. Who would dare to challenge your rule? If you genuinely treat them well, they will naturally support and rally behind you. Just as it is now, as the 450,000-strong army prepared to depart, nearly half of Yuzhou's populace lined up outside Beiping City to send them off. As they set forth to confront the foreign tribes, the citizens had no way of knowing how many of the 450,000 cavalry would return. The harsh reality of war is daunting, yet this army embarks on its mission with a sense of unparalleled honor. The army has set forth. With Lu Qian's command, the 450,000 troops bid farewell to the citizens before mounting their steeds. At this moment, Gongsun Zan and the others, brimming with excitement, led the army towards the grasslands. Chapter 68. The fearsome demon Iron Cavalry attacks the Xiongnu. This time, they shall lead an army of 450,000 northward to conquer the foreign tribes, a dream cherished by all commanders. Akin to the illustrious achievements of the champion general Huqiubang in ancient times, the champion general vanquished the Xiongnu and was granted the title of Wolf Fortress. Now, they too aim to campaign against the Wuhuan, striving to attain the highest honor of the great Han military. In a surge of momentum, the grand army of 450,000 departed from Yuzhou and entered the expansive northern grasslands. Just as Lu Qian mobilized his troops to confront the foreign tribes of the steppe, a formidable cavalry force was advancing towards Yuzhou. Haha, hurry, my comrades. Yuzhou is within our reach. We shall soon arrive. Spring is the prime season for sowing. The maidens of the Han are exceedingly tender and delightful. A contingent of Xiongnu cavalry was galloping towards Yuzhou. Due to the influence of Tadu, the grasslands had transformed into a tripartite standoff. Though the Xiongnu had suffered greatly due to the champion General Huqiubang, they were now rejuvenated. With Tadu's promises and assistance, the Xiongnu were mobilizing to invade Yuzhou once more. Yet, awaiting these Xiongnu riders was a cavalcade of knights from the depths of hell. Quickly, quickly! The women of the Han await us. The beauties, I am coming. It has been far too long since I have savored the charm of Han maidens. What a longing it is as this Xiongnu cavalry squadron approached Yuzhou. Their faces were alight with eager anticipation. Yet, deep within, they harbored a profound fear of the Han. It was not for any other reason than the mere mention of the name Huqiubang, which could send the Xiongnu retreating in terror. In the past, Huqiubang had driven the once invincible Xiongnu to flee towards Europe, causing them to splinter into the southern and northern Xiongnu. However, as the Han dynasty began to decline, these Xiongnu were incited by Tadu to reignite their ambitions. The foreign tribes, inherently forgetful and unrefined, would pounce like ravenous wolves at the slightest promise of gain. Therefore, upon the Xiongnu king's acquiescence to Tadu's request, the rejuvenated Xiongnu army's spirits surged with fervor. They yearned to defeat the Han, plunging them once again under the iron hooves of the Xiongnu, seeking to erase the stigma left by Huqiubang. Yet, the territory they envisioned for plunder was non-existent. Instead, they were met by a formidable force of 450,000 elite cavalry. Hey, what is that? Stop immediately. Look over there. Just as the Xiongnu riders, brimming with excitement, charged towards Yuzhou, one of them suddenly noticed a dark mass materializing on the horizon, causing his heart to tighten. After a frantic shout, the Xiongnu squad quickly halted. However, the ensuing scene unleashed a flood of their long-buried fears. The dread they felt in the presence of Han cavalry surged once more. No, this cannot be true. The Han has so many cavalry? Tadu said the Han cavalry had dwindled to almost nothing, didn't he? Who are these people? Before their eyes stood a vast battalion of knights clad in black armor, the Lu family banner fluttering in the wind, and a disciplined formation that relentlessly assailed the psychological defenses of the Xiongnu. They had initially intended to plunder the Han, but now, all thoughts of such ambitions evaporated. When it comes to which foreign tribe harbors the greatest fear, it is undoubtedly the Xiongnu, who bear the scars of past defeats. Although the Xiongnu had regained some vitality, they stood no chance against this colossal army. Run, run. It's the Han cavalry. Retreat. I refuse to die here. As terrified cries echoed, the Xiongnu squadron turned tail and scattered in panic. Yet, they faced the cavalry army meticulously prepared by Lu Qian. Lu Qian's orders were clear: eradicate the foreign tribes. As the Xiongnu squadron attempted to flee, their intended targets were unmistakably clear. Had it not been for the blockade of these 450,000 troops, the Xiongnu would have stormed into Yuzhou to plunder. Himph! The Xiongnu, with their thieving hearts unquenched. Forward, my army! Witnessing the Xiongnu's attempt to escape, the commanders, including Gongsun Zan, could not hold back. The grand army surged forward, and the 450,000-strong cavalry commenced their gallop across the grasslands. With the charge of this mighty force, the very ground trembled, and the fleeing Xiongnu were rendered pale with fear. Heavenly Father, save us! The dreadful demon cavalry is upon us again. Help! As they beheld Lu Qian's advancing army of 450,000. Panic erupted within the Xiongnu court. It is the Han cavalry. They have returned. The demons, the demonic army seeks to kill us. We are doomed. The sight of Lu Qian's formidable force sent the Xiongnu into a frenzy. Their hearts gripped with terror. It was not that the Xiongnu were overly timid. Rather, the lasting impact of Hua Zubing's conquest had instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Under the formidable leadership of Hua Zubing, the Iron Cavalry of the Han Dynasty once struck such terror into the hearts of the Xiongnu that they could scarcely lift their heads. This period witnessed a significant migration of their kin towards the west. Now, they again find themselves facing the onslaught of the Han Iron Cavalry. In a moment of sheer panic, the once mighty assembly of 200,000 Xiongnu warriors is now gripped by fear. Lacking the earlier air of invincibility, what to do? It is the Han Cavalry. Why? Why are there so many of them? Did Tadon not claim there were only a few thousand left? Is this what he meant by only a few thousand? Gazing upon the vast army of cavalry before them, the southern and northern Xiongnu chieftains felt as though they had been duped, tricked by that scoundrel Tadon. Had they known the Han cavalry possessed such strength, they would have never consented to invade the Han. The ambition of the Xiongnu had been shattered under Hua Zubing, and now, confronted by the Han cavalry, they could only tremble in fear. Hurry, hurry, send envoys. We seek peace, to inquire of their intentions, and to assure them we mean no offense. We are willing to submit to the Han. In a moment of desperate deliberation, the two chieftains hastily dispatched an envoy to Gongsun Zan and his companions. Upon seeing this envoy, a traitorous Han who had turned into a lackey for the Xiongnu, Gongsun Zan felt a deep-seated revulsion. There is a saying, "Do not slay the messenger." However, this maxim applies only to Han people. To foreigners, at that moment, the Xiongnu envoy, who had just arrived to convey his message, did not even realize what was happening before he encountered a headless corpse. As his gaze fell, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Gongsun Zan's sword gleaming ominously in the light. Humph! By royal decree. No mercy for foreign tribes. Charge. As Gongsun Zan executed the envoy, it served as a signal. The Iron Cavalry, numbering 450,000, surged forth towards the Xiongnu royal court. Witnessing the brutal execution of the envoy and the immediate assault that followed, the southern and northern chieftains, who had intended to submit and offer treasures, were thrown into a state of panic. Their plans had been utterly derailed. How could this be? Is not the Han a land of propriety? We were prepared to submit, so why this attack? In this moment, countless questions flooded the minds of the southern and northern chieftains, yet they were faced with the relentless advance of Lu Qian's 450,000 troops. The Xiongnu royal court, merely delineated by wooden barriers upon the vast grassland, was no match for Lu Qian's cavalry. The wooden walls crumbled like tofu before the charge of the 5,000 heavily armored cavalry leading the assault. As the Han forces breached the outer defenses of the royal court, the southern and northern chieftains realized with dread that their fate was sealed. They might truly perish here. Hurry, hurry. Where are the Xiongnu cavalry? Gather the troops, break their lines. As the chieftains called for action, the Xiongnu cavalry struggled to muster an effective fighting force, with only about 60,000 truly elite warriors among the 200,000. Now, it was these 60,000 elite cavalry who, without hesitation, charged towards Lu Qian's army. However, the spirit of the Xiongnu had long been broken by Hua Zubing, and now, facing the Han cavalry, they resembled prey before a predator. Their combat effectiveness plummeting. The first clash was with Lu Qian's 5,000 heavily armored cavalry, whose resilience rendered the Xiongnu's skills futile. The Han cavalry, equipped with the most advanced stirrups, rode as if they were walking on solid ground, rendering the Xiongnu's prowess almost irrelevant. Lu Qian's light cavalry, with their unerring archery, decimated the Xiongnu sharpshooters, raining down arrows that mercilessly claimed countless lives. Unable to fight back or flee, the Xiongnu royal court transformed into a hellish landscape, with innumerable Xiongnu falling before Lu Qian's iron cavalry. Yet this did not sway the confidence of Lu Qian's forces. After all, the Han had once been in a similar plight, pleading for mercy as they were invaded, and had shown no mercy in return. Kill, chieftain. If this continues, we are doomed. If we remain here, our clan will be exterminated. We must retreat. As the Xiongnu cavalry faltered against the relentless Han forces, the chieftain's entourage urged them to flee. However, their elite troops had already suffered severe casualties, while Lu Qian's heavily armored cavalry remained unscathed. The Xiongnu's attacks failed to penetrate the armor of their adversaries. Faced with such formidable foes, the Xiongnu, already haunted by the specter of defeat, found themselves enveloped in despair. Little did they anticipate that, despite the passing years and the death of Hua Tuibing, the Han cavalry remained as formidable as ever. Under the charge of Lu Qian's 450,000 horsemen, the Xiongnu's hard-won confidence shattered once more. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Additionally, send urgent requests for aid from the Xianbei. If we fall, they shall not fare any better. We are all in this together. We must have reinforcements. After a moment's contemplation, witnessing the mounting casualties among the Xiongnu forces, the two chieftains dispensed orders to retreat. The Xiongnu royal court erupted into chaos as all who remained began to flee in every direction. However, allowing these Xiongnu to escape unscathed would not only incur Lu Qian's wrath, but also Gongsun Zan's own. Light cavalry, pursue and eliminate. Not a single Xiongnu shall escape, with Gongsun Zan's command issued. Zhao Yun led a contingent of cavalry in pursuit of the fleeing Xiongnu. Meanwhile, the two chieftains rallied 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry to cover their retreat towards the Xianbei stronghold. Yet, known for his ruthless campaigns against foreign tribes, Gongsun Zan would not allow them to flee easily. The army pursues. Not a single foreigner shall be spared. Under Gongsun Zan's command, the forces swiftly formed several battalions to systematically eliminate the remaining Xiongnu within their royal court. Another contingent, led by Gongsun Zan himself, bent their bows and loosed arrows in pursuit of the 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Due to the heavy cavalry's inability to sustain long-distance pursuits, they remained behind to clear the court. However, Gongsun Zan commanded Lu Qian's 14,000 elite light cavalry, now evolved into a formidable force of reapers, every arrow finding its mark, claiming the lives of countless Xiongnu warriors. Thus, under Gongsun Zan's relentless pursuit, the Xiongnu royal court was shattered and laid to waste, with the two chieftains retreating with an ever-dwindling remnant of their forces towards the Xianbei. Flee. This is too terrifying. The Han cavalry are demons. After pursuing for a considerable distance, Gongsun Zan ultimately withdrew, for the cavalry could not become scattered lest they be caught off guard. Observing Gongsun Zan's departure, the two surviving Xiongnu chieftains stared blankly at their severely diminished forces. Initially united with 200,000 troops, they now found themselves with fewer than 50,000 battle-weary cavalry, all stripped of their fighting spirit and unwilling to confront Lu Qian's iron cavalry once more. Let us hasten to the Xianbei court. They are currently the strongest with the most troops. Surely, they will have a solution. With this thought, the two chieftains resolved to seek aid from the Xianbei. Meanwhile, within the Xiongnu royal court, all surviving Xiongnu men, regardless of age, were gathered and detained by Gongsun Zan's forces. Before them stood a multitude of Xiongnu men, numbering in the tens of thousands, yet devoid of any fighting spirit. Their eyes wide with fear as they regarded the Han cavalry overseeing them, as for how to deal with these captured Xiongnu. Gongsun Zan had already made up his mind, following Lu Qian's orders to leave no foreigner alive. He deemed their existence unnecessary. Dig pits. With that command, Gongsun Zan issued an order for a contingent of cavalry to commence digging graves within the Xiongnu royal court. Observing the movements of the formidable cavalry, the Huns could hardly fathom their intentions. As the pit grew larger and deeper, unease began to stir among them. Those who dared to resist were met with arrows that struck true, piercing their skulls without mercy. The rebellious Huns were swiftly cut down on the spot. As time progressed, Lu Qian's grand army of 450,000 took refuge within the Han royal court, while the hundreds of thousands of captured Huns became mere restless souls in the depths below. All soldiers dismount and rest. Drive every last cow and sheep from the Han royal court back to Yuzhou. The development of Yuzhou relies on these livestock. After dealing with the captives, Lu Qian's army began to prepare meals. The 3 days' worth of rations they had brought was just sufficient, and now, having obliterated the Han royal court, they had acquired nearly 500,000 head of cattle and sheep. Moreover, the army was continuously supplied with provisions by Lu Qian's system. Eliminating the need for further resupply, they could fight on indefinitely. The captured Han civilians and Han women were escorted back to Yuzhou by a cavalry detachment dispatched by Gongsun Zan. Chapter 71. The Army Advances. Annihilating the foreign tribe, the Han civilians, overwhelmed with emotion at the prospect of returning to their homeland in their lifetime, knelt down in gratitude. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Huns, fleeing towards the Xianbei royal court, finally reached territories under Xianbei control. Upon seeing the two Hunnic chieftains, the Xianbei king welcomed them inside. Gazing at the two Hunnic leaders, worn and desolate, an ominous premonition stirred within the Xianbei king. "What has befallen you two? Why do you appear in such a state?" As the Xianbei king inquired, the Hunnic chieftains, now at ease after reaching the Xianbei court, recounted the tribulations they had faced. Upon hearing this shocking news, the Xianbei king fell silent. "Are you saying that the Han dispatched a cavalry force of approximately 400,000 to attack your royal court?" Slowly, he scrutinized the two Hunnic chieftains with a discerning gaze. The Xianbei king found it hard to believe their words, for not long ago, Tadu had sent envoys to discuss a joint offensive against the Han. According to Tadu's descriptions and reports from scouts sent by the Xianbei, the Han had indeed engaged in battle with the Wuhuan, and it seemed the Han cavalry force might number only a few tens of thousands. Yet now, these two claimed that over 40,000 cavalry had attacked their royal court, a notion that seemed implausible. In such a brief span, how could the Han have gathered such a massive cavalry? Historically, the Han's cavalry had always been sparse. Even in the era of Huaqiubing, they numbered merely in the tens of thousands. Skepticism washed over the Xianbei king as he regarded the Hunnic chieftains. The two Huns quickly grasped that the Xianbei king was doubtful of their claims. This hesitation was understandable, given the history of conflict among the three largest tribes on the steppe, the Xianbei, Wuhuan, and Huns, which had frequently erupted into warfare prior to Tada's emergence. Seeing the Xianbei king's disbelief, the Hunnic chieftains grew increasingly anxious. Their royal court had been besieged, and they awaited the Xianbei's military assistance to reclaim their stronghold. However, it was clear that the Xianbei king remained unconvinced. "Your Highness, there is no need for deceit. The only fighting strength the Huns have left is the few thousand cavalry we command. The rest are trapped within our royal court." They implored the Xianbei king to send troops for their rescue, desperation evident in their eyes. The Xianbei king gazed at them with a hint of disdain. "What justification do you have for me to send troops to rescue your court? Your tribe bears no relation to mine. Why should I squander my Xianbei forces for your sake?" After his derisive remark, the Hunnic chieftains felt their hope wane. They had witnessed the overwhelming strength of the Han cavalry firsthand, and the urgency of their situation weighed heavily upon them. "Xianbei king, are you aware of the saying, 'When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold'? We are but grasshoppers tethered to the same string. We have no reason to deceive you. The Han cavalry is indeed within our royal court. If you do not believe us, you need only send scouts to verify." After a moment's contemplation, the Xianbei king nodded. It was prudent to ascertain the truth before making a decision. With that thought, he instructed the two Hunnic chieftains to remain while he dispatched a team of scouts to investigate the situation at the Hunnic royal court. Meanwhile, the cattle and sheep from the Hunnic royal court were being escorted back to Yuzhou, alongside the captured Han civilians and Hunnic women. The Hunnic men, along with the surrendered Hunnic cavalry, had been ordered by Gongsun Zan to be buried alive beneath the royal court. As the Xianbei king hesitated to trust the Hunnic chieftains and prepared to send scouts, Gongsun Zan was already leading his army towards the location of the Xianbei royal court at a rapid pace. "Advance! The crown prince does not wish to linger. We must swiftly conclude this battle. Annihilate the foreign tribe." As Gongsun Zan rallied his troops, the morale among the cavalry surged dangerously high in the minds of these system-trained soldiers. Lu Qian was akin to a creator. They executed his orders with unwavering fervor. As Lu Qian's grand cavalry force marched forth, he allocated the captured Hunnic women to the soldiers stationed in Yuzhou. The plundered Han civilians, after years of displacement, returned to their homeland. Overwhelmed by the familiar landscape and air, they knelt in heartfelt gratitude. Lu Qian, unhesitatingly, began constructing new dwellings for them. Yuzhou was no longer the desolate place it once was. Under Lu Qian's directives, countless farmers commenced the rapid construction of homes. As these structures took shape, the civilians grew increasingly animated, showering Lu Qian with thanks. They had never witnessed Yuzhou's prosperity during their time of subjugation. And now, returning, they beheld its flourishing state. "O great prince, what blessings you bestow upon us! When else would we have returned to our homeland?" they exclaimed in heartfelt appreciation. Lu Qian, brimming with confidence, ensured the civilians were well settled. Meanwhile, the cavalry was nearing the Xianbei royal court. Observing the royal court perched upon the mountains, the Xianbei king exhibited far more capability than the Hunnic chieftains, having constructed robust walls to fortify their stronghold. Chapter 72. the terrifying elite of the Han army. As Lu Qin's forces approached the vicinity of the Xianbei royal court, scouts from the Xianbei tribe detected the sudden arrival of the vast army. Hiss! Those Huns did not deceive us. The Han truly possessed several tens of thousands of cavalry. They rushed back to inform the king. Upon receiving this news, the Xianbei king was momentarily frozen in disbelief. You two were not lying? The Han cavalry truly numbers in the tens of thousands? The Xianbei king gazed incredulously at the two Hunnic chieftains, who could only nod in resignation. They had arrived with so few troops left. And now the Han cavalry had reached their doorstep. As the two felt a twinge of schadenfreude, the Xianbei king's expression hardened. Come, let us see just how powerful this Han cavalry is. They dare to strike at my Xianbei royal court. They must be unaware of the might of my cavalry. With a confident proclamation, the Xianbei king led the way, while the two Hunnic chieftains exchanged uneasy glances, their disbelief lingering in the air. To comprehend the formidable prowess of the vast Han cavalry, one must realize that their ranks moved with such synchrony that they appeared as a singular entity, devoid of any chaos. They struck with precision, targeting wherever commanded, leaving no room for their adversaries to disrupt their formation. While the two Huns pondered this phenomenon, the gathered multitude had already ascended the outer walls of the Xianbei royal court. Gazing across the plains where the Han cavalry had encamped, the sheer magnitude of their numbers and the sprawling tents obscured the very expanse of the landscape, effectively blocking the exit from the Xianbei court. Witnessing this scene, the Xianbei king felt an escalating fury within him. How outrageous! These Han troops show an utter lack of respect for us, the Xianbei. Ever since the Wuhuan were decisively defeated under Tada's command in Yuzhou, the dominion of the steppe had belonged solely to the Xianbei. Yet now, this ostensibly invincible force found itself cornered. Moreover, they were obstructed right beneath their own palace. This was an affront that the ambitious Xianbei king could not tolerate. Kill them, he commanded. Utilize the advantage of the royal mountain to launch an assault on their camp. They must be vulnerable after such a brief time. As the Xianbei king declared this, the Huns beside him exchanged glances of reluctance towards the Xianbei king. No, Your Majesty, this is unthinkable. The might of the Han army is unprecedented. Sending troops into their midst would be tantamount to suicide. Upon hearing the words of the Huns, the Xianbei king, brimming with confidence, cast a disdainful glance at them. You two seem to be cowed by these Han men. Just watch how the Xianbei will avenge you. The Xianbei king was eager to showcase his own military strength before the two Huns. Since the Wuhuan had been vanquished, the Xianbei had ascended as the most formidable power on the steppes, yet he had not yet had the opportunity to flaunt his military prowess before forming a tripartite alliance. With such a splendid opportunity before him, he was determined to make a grand display. With this thought, the Xianbei king turned to his general with a broad smile. Ashina Shabi, lead my Xianbei knights to attack their camp. All I desire is victory. Upon hearing the Xianbei king's command, the general Ashina Shabi nodded confidently. As he turned to assemble the troops, the Xianbei king gazed contentedly towards the distant Han encampment. In his eyes, the Han army merely relied on their numbers to flaunt their might. However, their commander was a fool, having established their camp at the base of the Xianbei royal mountain. With a single charge down, his Xianbei cavalry could easily breach their defenses. Ha ha ha, just wait and see how my Xianbei knights will dismantle their camp, he proclaimed. We have 500,000 troops, 20,000 elite cavalry. Today, you shall witness their prowess. Upon hearing this, the two Huns fell silent, recalling how they had once felt similarly confident, only to find their own 20,000 elite cavalry devoured by the enemy. A shiver ran down their spines at the memory. Perhaps we should seek out Wuhuan Tadu instead. I have a feeling we cannot rely on this Xianbei king. Indeed, I share your sentiments. As they observed the overly confident Xianbei king, the two Huns quietly conferred. Instinctively distancing themselves a few paces, the Xianbei king, heedless of their warnings, was bound to be overwhelmed by the Han army below. Just as the two Huns were lost in their thoughts, the gates of the Xianbei palace slowly swung open. Emerging was Ashina Shabi, now leading a contingent of 100,000 Xianbei cavalry, charging down the slope with great fervor. Ha ha ha, kill! Show those Han troops what we are made of, charge. With Ashina Shabi at the helm, the 10,000 iron cavalry surged forth, propelled by the advantageous terrain of the royal mountain. The spectacle they created was nothing short of terrifying, as their battle cries echoed. The Xianbei cavalry envisioned the grim fate awaiting the Han soldiers within their camp. However, as they approached the Han encampment, the two Huns atop the royal court began to wear expressions of increasing unease, and no matter how confident the Xianbei king appeared, the Huns felt a growing trepidation. For despite the cacophony of the Xianbei forces, the Han camp remained eerily still, a most peculiar occurrence. Chapter 73. The 10,000 Xianbei cavalry trapped and massacred. Yet while the Huns pondered this ominous turn of events, the Xianbei king remained oblivious in his eyes. The Han army's ability to establish their camp in such a manner indicated their ignorance of military strategy, and their lack of response was merely to be expected. Far away in Yuzhou, however, Lu Qian wore a knowing smile. Observing the Xianbei cavalry charging down the slope on the map, he could not help but shake his head in amusement. Just like that. Charge, quickly, swiftly. I want to see these Han troops begging for mercy. As he beheld his Xianbei army surging forward, the Xianbei king could no longer contain his excitement. Shouting exuberantly, he envisioned the Han cavalry's imminent defeat. Yet, the subsequent scene left him utterly dumbfounded. The gates of the Han camp, upon contact, were abruptly smashed open by the Xianbei forces. This unexpected turn of events left the Xianbei king stunned. Surely, even the most inexperienced commander would not allow their camp to be so easily breached. As the Xianbei forces surged into the Han camp, the king felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Yet, with the army already engaged, he dismissed his doubts and eagerly gazed toward the Han encampment. Under Ashina-Shabi's leadership, the 10,000 Xianbei cavalry swiftly penetrated the Han camp. However, as they neared the center of the encampment, they encountered not a single Han soldier. What is this? Ashina-Shabi thought. Tightening his grip, as a renowned general of the Xianbei, he was no stranger to victory, yet the absence of any adversaries raised alarms within him. Rear guard to the front, retreat. We must leave this place. With a furious shout, Ashina-Shabi commanded the advancing Xianbei forces to halt. But just as the Xianbei cavalry began to regroup and withdraw, the once open gates of the Han camp slammed shut. The Xianbei king, witnessing the sudden closure of the gates, felt a wave of dread wash over him. What is happening? Where is my army? The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. The camp was a trap. At that moment, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. Meanwhile, the two Huns stood to the side, their expressions tinged with amusement as they regarded the Xianbei king. They experienced a profound sense of satisfaction, akin to that of a seasoned individual watching a reckless novice meet their downfall. Quickly, bring forth the entire army. We must rescue my forces. Recognizing his grave oversight, the Xianbei king urgently commanded another general to mobilize for a rescue. Yet, before the Xianbei forces could be rallied, countless arrows suddenly rained down from the Han camp. Observing this barrage, the king felt as if his heart were shattering. No, my army. At that moment, within the hastily erected Han camp, Gongsun Zan had positioned his troops for an ambush under Lu Qian's distant command. Having dug numerous pits within the encampment, these traps were more than capable of ensnaring the 10,000 cavalry led by Ashina-Shabi. Just as Ashina-Shabi sensed something was amiss and prepared to retreat, the ground beneath the Xianbei forces collapsed, trapping them in a perilous predicament. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Ashina-Shabi's expression darkened as he beheld the bottomless pit surrounding them. Meanwhile, within the Han camp, Gongsun Zan emerged, leading his forces forward. Upon recognizing Gongsun Zan at the forefront, Ashina-Shabi erupted in fury. You cunning Han general, you coward, resorting to deceit and trickery, have the courage to face me in battle. As the frenzied cries of Ashina-Shabi echoed, Gongsun Zan paid him no heed. The vast army of 100,000 Xianbei had become his prey, and there was no need to engage in dialogue with them. Secure the main gates, do not allow the Xianbei reinforcements to approach. After issuing his commands, Gongsun Zan's gaze lazily fell upon Ashina-Shabi, who found himself ensnared in the midst of chaos. The Xianbei forces erupted into disarray, with their cavalrymen being jostled and pushed into the pit by their own. A cruel smile crept across Gongsun Zan's face as he beheld these foreign warriors. Release the arrows. Leave no one unscathed. At his command, the encircling light cavalry swiftly raised their bows, aiming at the Xianbei riders. Whoosh, whoosh, thud, thud. With arrows shimmering coldly, they were loosed with deadly precision. The 100,000 Xianbei cavalry, like lambs awaiting slaughter, were mercilessly picked off by the surrounding horsemen. In an instant, countless Xianbei fell, their bodies tumbling into the pit along with those beside them. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the once formidable force of 100,000 Xianbei was reduced to a mere shadow. With casualties soaring beyond half in mere moments, in the midst of this turmoil, Ashina Shabi's eyes burned with fury as he bellowed, "Damn the Han people! I refuse to submit. I refuse. Face me in single combat. If you dare!" With his furious cries, his loyal guards attempted to retaliate, drawing their bows from their mounts. However, they soon realized their arrows fell short of the range that Lu Qian's light cavalry possessed. The arrows fired by the Xianbei cavalry barely grazed the Han warriors before losing momentum and dropping to the ground. In stark contrast, the Han forces struck with lethal accuracy, felling one Xianbei rider after another. Witnessing this dire situation, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within Ashina Shabi. He was powerless to act, as his cavalry remained trapped in the pit, unable to advance, while the pride of the Xianbei archery was utterly crushed. As moments slipped away, the 100,000 Xianbei forces found themselves irrevocably ensnared. Chapter 74. Encircled from two directions, will they annihilate the Han army? The vociferous Ashina Shabi was suddenly silenced as Zhao Yun, positioned nearby, pierced his throat with an arrow, sending him crashing to the ground. Thus, the elite Xianbei cavalry was left to languish within the Han encampment, their bodies, alongside their steeds, filling the pit that had been prepared for them. With the elimination of this 100,000, the Han encampment fell into an eerie silence. Having decimated the Xianbei's offering of 100,000 cavalry, Lu Qian's ironclad army surged forth at a terrifying speed. At this moment, the Xianbei king had just dispatched the remaining forces of his court to the Han encampment in hopes of rescuing his elite troops. However, he could scarcely comprehend the eerie stillness that now enveloped the Han encampment. As if all that had transpired was but a fleeting dream, and the 100,000 Xianbei cavalry had vanished without a trace. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Where are Ashina Shabi and his men? Have they not put up a fight? Ashina Tulu, the deputy leading the Xianbei reinforcements, was engulfed in confusion. It was inconceivable that 100,000 could be dispatched without a struggle, yet Ashina Shabi commanded precisely that number of elite troops. The thought that they could be wiped out in such a brief span of time was utterly unrealistic. Just before Ashina Tulu's forces reached the Han encampment, the light cavalry within had already prepared and unleashed a rain of arrows. The sky darkened as arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. Witnessing this sudden deluge, Ashina Tulu's face turned ashen. "This is madness. Retreat. Ashina Shabi is finished. Withdraw to the court." As the arrows fell and casualties mounted among his forces, Ashina Tulu quickly grasped the grim reality. Ashina Shabi's army had been annihilated, trapped within the Han encampment, beyond salvation. With the loss of those 100,000, Ashina Tulu had no intention of sacrificing his own forces further and hastily led his troops back to the court. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Xianbei court was grim. Originally boasting a total of 500,000 troops, they had suffered the loss of 10,000 elite warriors without even having faced the Han army directly. Among the 500,000, only 200,000 were truly elite, and now, 10,000 had perished in vain within the Han encampment. Damn it! Why did you two fools not inform me of the Han's formidable combat capability? Why the silence? Upon learning of the loss of his elite troops, the Xianbei king erupted in anger, directing his ire at the two Xiongnu chieftains at his side. Faced with such an unreasonable outburst, the Xiongnu chieftains felt a surge of frustration, as they had been the ones to heed the warnings, yet the responsibility was being unjustly thrust upon them. However, with the Xiongnu court in ruins and their people reduced to a mere remnant, they knew they had to tread carefully. Indeed, it is our fault, great Xianbei king. The Han army is simply too cunning. We never anticipated their strength. We pledge our eternal allegiance to Xianbei to atone for our errors. With the chieftain's begrudging acknowledgement, the Xianbei king finally relaxed. To lead the Xianbei, one needed considerable prestige, and the loss of 10,000 elite warriors would require significant restitution. Otherwise, why would anyone support his claim to kingship amidst the scrutiny of his people? Yet now, having shifted the blame, the Xianbei king cast a wary glance toward the distant Han encampment. The loss of his elite troops weighed heavily upon him, for who could remain unperturbed? They had not even laid eyes upon their adversary. And it is often the unknown that breeds the greatest fear. This cannot stand. I may still command 400,000 troops, but against such an enemy, we are no match. Reinforcements are imperative. With this thought, the Xianbei king's mind wandered to a certain individual. The alliance of their three tribes had been established under the leadership of Tatu, the Wuhuan chieftain. Presently, Tatu had been reduced to fewer than 10,000 troops. Yet, in pursuit of vengeance, he had summoned all able-bodied men to arms. Rumor had it that the Wuhuan had mustered another 300,000 warriors. Now was the opportune moment to seek his aid. Resolutely, the Xianbei king turned to the two Xiongnu chieftains. You two, go find Wuhuan King Tatu and inform him of the Han forces. Take this token of my trust, and let Tatu lead his army to ambush from behind the Han lines. Together, we shall crush this Han army in a decisive strike. As the Xianbei king spoke, he handed the token to the Xiongnu chieftains. Their eyes lit up with renewed hope, for they had suffered greatly at the hands of the Han army and harbored a deep-seated resentment. If they could forge this plan, the Han forces would surely be annihilated. With their agreement, the two Xiongnu chieftains swiftly departed, leading their several thousand cavalry across the grasslands toward Tatu's stronghold. Meanwhile, the Xianbei king ordered the gates of the court to be shut tight, preparing his forces for a possible Han assault. They could only wait for Tatu's reinforcements, ready to strike together and obliterate the Han army. After issuing his commands, the Xianbei king retreated to his tent. The loss of 10,000 elite warriors weighed heavily upon him, a burden he could not easily shake. To solidify his authority, he knew he must address the matters within his tribe, as the winds of change swept across the grasslands. Peace reigned in Yuzhou. With Lu Qian's assistance, those Han people who wished to remain settled in Yuzhou, receiving plots of land to cultivate. Chapter 75. The Dawn of Revival. The Han dynasty shall rise again. Some, whose roots lay in other provinces, were escorted back by Lu Qian. The gratitude of those returning to their homeland was palpable, especially as news of Lu Qian's victories over the Wuhuan and the Xiongnu spread like wildfire throughout the Han. Hey, have you heard? What? The crown prince has slain tens of thousands of Wuhuan in Yuzhou. Good heavens! Is that true? In a fleeting moment, news concerning Yuzhou swiftly spread across the entirety of the 13 provinces of the Han dynasty. Through various channels of communication, the accomplishments of Yuzhou were exaggerated and amplified to an almost frenzied degree. Almost every individual in the vast expanse of the Han was aware of the resplendent victories achieved by Lu Qian in Yuzhou. Whether they were humble farmers toiling in the fields or the lofty lords of the realm, even the court that had relocated to Chang'an received this intelligence. In fact, throughout the various counties of the Han's 13 provinces, nursery rhymes celebrating Lu Qian's great deeds began to circulate. What? You say that the invading army of 400,000 from the Wuhuan was annihilated by Lu Qian? The Xiongnu's royal court has been decimated? Upon reviewing the reports from his subordinates, Dong Zhuo, who had only recently settled into a semblance of stability, was nearly sent tumbling from his throne in shock. If there was one thing Dong Zhuo feared most since moving the capital to Chang'an, it was receiving news about Lu Qian. Now, to suddenly learn that Lu Qian had not only defeated the invading Wuhuan, but had also led his forces to obliterate the Xiongnu royal court was simply staggering. Such terrifying might left Dong Zhuo in a state of profound anxiety. Why, esteemed son-in-law, what shall we do? If Lu Qian were to march upon us, how could we possibly withstand him? In the face of Dong Zhuo's trepidation, Li Ru, too, felt a prickling unease upon hearing the news. It is crucial to note that the Wuhuan were not merely a few thousand strong. They were a formidable force of 400,000, and Lu Qian had defeated them, even annihilating the Xiongnu royal court. Such formidable power rendered all stratagems futile. Lord Taishan, while we may not match him in strength, we can outwit him. Lu Qian's governorship of Yuzhou was not legitimately acquired. It was bestowed upon him by Lu Yu, and the court has yet to acknowledge it. We can officially appoint him as the governor of Yuzhou, and since he is already the king of Qin, let him possess the authority to establish his court, allowing him to confer titles below the third rank without reporting to the court. Such a reward would suffice to ensure Lu Qian remains compliant as a local lord, wielding power not inferior to that of the emperor. With Li Ru's serious analysis concluded, Dong Zhuo was too preoccupied to ponder further. As long as there was a method to thwart Lu Qian, he would embrace it. Immediately after Li Ru's counsel, Dong Zhuo made a decisive resolution, drafting an edict of appointment and sending it forthwith to Yuzhou. Meanwhile, the other lords across the realm each harbored their own thoughts. Among them, Cao Cao was particularly awestruck. He had long regarded the Grand Prince Lu Qian as the potential savior of the Han. Now, upon learning of Lu Qian's astounding military achievements, his admiration only deepened. Truly, the Grand Prince is deserving of his title as the rejuvenator of the Han. I, Cao Cao, aspire to rescue this decaying dynasty and would gladly serve as the Grand Prince's general of the West. Reflecting upon the coalition against Dong Zhuo, Cao Cao had witnessed Lu Qian's exceptional demeanor, and now a quiet determination began to take root within him. However, the tides had shifted. The comrades who once sought the restoration of the Han, such as Sun Jian, had met untimely deaths, with the latter falling victim to a chaotic barrage of arrows in Jingzhou. Their descendants now bided their time in the Jiangdong region. Other lords continued their relentless conflicts across the Central Plains. Yet, to Cao Cao's astonishment, as news of Lu Qian's formidable feats spread throughout the Han, all lords remarkably paused their hostilities, turning their thoughts towards how best to confront the Grand Prince Lu Qian. Though they could dismiss Dong Zhuo's illegitimate Han court, Lu Qian was the rightful firstborn son, possessing both legitimacy and formidable power. Should Lu Qian choose to declare himself emperor, how would they navigate this new reality? Meanwhile, some loyalists to the Han were elated at the prospect. Among them was Kong Rong, the prefect of Beihai, who had also been appointed by Dong Zhuo as the inspector of Qingzhou. However, in light of the rampant Yellow Turban uprisings in Qingzhou, Kong Rong's position had become somewhat hollow. Upon hearing of Lu Qian's achievements, he was filled with excitement. As a prominent scholar and a descendant of Confucius, Kong Rong held the teachings of propriety and law in the highest regard. And the principle of primogeniture had been upheld since antiquity. Now, with the rightful firstborn poised for resurgence, Kong Rong could not contain his joy. Excellent, excellent. The Grand Prince exhibits such gallantry. As loyal ministers of the Han, we must rally in support. The Grand Prince is destined to be the rejuvenator of the dynasty. Kong Rong's words elevated Lu Qian to the status of a potential emperor capable of restoring the Han, a title historically held by but three: Emperor Wu, Emperor Jing, and the illustrious Emperor Guangwu, Lu Xiu. Yet now, Kong Rong boldly proclaimed Lu Qian as the rightful heir to the Han's revival in a short span. Kong Rong's sentiments reverberated throughout the Han, and he himself led the Beihai army to Yuzhou to support the Grand Prince. Meanwhile, Lu Qian, upon learning of Kong Rong's remarks, found himself bemused. Though these scholars may falter in governance, their reverence for the emperor's position was undeniable. With Kong Rong's endorsement and Lu Qian's formidable accomplishments, curiosity about Lu Qian began to swell among the populace. Many, characterized by their bold spirit, packed their belongings and set forth for Yuzhou. Elder brother, the Grand Prince is nothing short of miraculous. He has utterly defeated the 400,000-strong Wuhuan army and obliterated the Xiongnu royal court. Truly remarkable. At this moment, within Pingyuan County, Liu Bei, now serving as the county magistrate, was diligently working to enhance his reputation and power. While Liu Bei endeavored to fulfill his duties, Zhang Fei burst in, brimming with excitement, brandishing the news of Lu Qian's exploits. Following closely behind was the equally exhilarated Guan Yu. Observing the fervor of his sworn brothers, Liu Bei felt a surge of curiosity. He accepted the report from Zhang Fei, and upon reading it, his eyes lit up. Good. My imperial nephew possesses extraordinary abilities. Heaven blesses our Han dynasty. As Liu Bei expressed his elation, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu exchanged excited glances. Elder brother, you are of the Han royal lineage. With the Grand Prince exhibiting such valor, perhaps the position of county magistrate is beneath you. We ought to align ourselves with the Grand Prince. With such promise of restoration, he is sure to revive the Han. In the eyes of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, their elder brother's unwavering ambition to restore the Han necessitated allegiance to such an exceptional figure. Chapter 76. A blood feud, to be avenged personally. As Guan Yu and Zhang Fei concluded their fervent remarks, Liu Bei nodded in agreement. His lifelong aspiration had been to rejuvenate the Han, yet despite the prowess of his two brothers, success had eluded them. While they had made a name for themselves amidst the Yellow Turban Rebellion, their accomplishments had only afforded Liu Bei the modest title of county magistrate. Now, with the emergence of a rejuvenator of the Han, and with the Grand Prince's rightful status as the firstborn son, it was evident that such a leader would require ample talent to support him. Resolving to act, Liu Bei no longer hesitated. He resigned from his post as county magistrate, accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. leading a band of righteous warriors towards Yuzhou. At this juncture, Yuan Shao, bolstered by his illustrious lineage, had already taken control of Yizhou. As for the former governor of Yizhou, Han Fu, he met a fate akin to the original tale, succumbing to fear in his own home. Humph! This grand prince, he will undoubtedly become a source of great concern for me in the future. After perusing the reports on Lu Qian, Yuan Shao's displeasure was palpable as he tossed the documents aside. Since the coalition against Dong Zhuo, he had felt overshadowed by this grand prince, and now, to discover his formidable strength was infuriating. What are these foreign tribes doing? Such incompetence, truly pathetic. Learning that Lu Qian had decisively vanquished the foreign forces, his reputation soared, eclipsing even Yuan Shao's esteemed title. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Meanwhile, his strategists, Guotu and Feng Ji, approached with various schemes, but Yuan Shao was too consumed by his ire to listen. Instead, he began calculating ways to counter Lu Qian. If this grand prince continued to rise, his status as the firstborn son would far surpass Yuan Shao's illustrious lineage. Thus, Yuan Shao resolved that he must act to impede Lu Qian's ascent. As Yuan Shao plotted against Lu Qian, the other lords each began to formulate their own plans. Conversely, Lu Biao and Lu Zhong, as scions of the Han, remained indifferent, unperturbed by these events, content to manage their own territories. Lu Qian, after all, was merely a disgraced prince. There was no need for concern. We should focus on governing our domains. After a brief discussion, Lu Biao and Lu Zhong swiftly sealed off Jingzhou and Yizhou, forbidding any discussions of these matters within their borders. They even went so far as to declare it mere fabrication, unworthy of belief. Consequently, resentment brewed among the populace of Jingzhou and Yizhou, for they were acutely aware that rumors, regardless of their nature, often held a kernel of truth. Upon learning of Lu Biao and Lu Zhang's actions, numerous talents concealed within Jingzhou and Yizhou could only chuckle in silence in their view. The two rulers were merely apprehensive that Lu Qian would unify the realm and threaten their positions. However, chaos reigns across the land, and the prevailing sentiment is that what has long been united must inevitably divide. And what has long been divided must surely unite again. It is imperative that a figure of rejuvenation emerges to lead the way. Lu Biao and Lu Zhong, however, are evidently not such talents for restoration. Their capabilities are insufficient even for the defense of their own families, let alone for the revival of a dynasty. The great talents of the two provinces have come to this realization and no longer engage in discourse about it. At this moment, far away in Jiangdong, Sun Tzu gazes intently towards Yuzhou. Uncle Gongfu, my father has always praised His Highness the Crown Prince until his death. Moreover, he deeply regrets the concealment of the imperial seal. Given that His Highness possesses such capabilities, he is undoubtedly a figure of revitalization and may even ascend to the throne in the future. I have resolved to take the imperial seal and seek refuge with His Highness. Upon Sun Tzu's resolute declaration, Huang Gai and Cheng Pu exchanged glances. They both remembered the words spoken by their late lord and regretted the decision to hide the imperial seal. Such a treasure is not something they should possess. His Highness the Crown Prince is benevolent and possesses grand aspirations. The imperial seal ought to be returned to its rightful owner. Now, with the young master Sun Tzu's proposal, Huang Gai and Cheng Pu could only nod in agreement. Very well. If that is the case, we shall head north to seek refuge with His Highness the Crown Prince. In the future, I shall personally avenge my father's murder at the hands of Lu Biao. With Sun Tzu's unwavering words, the entire Sun family began their journey towards Yuzhou. Along with Sun Tzu, who set forth from Jiangdong towards Yuzhou, was his dear brother, the future Grand Marshal of the Naval Forces, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu wholeheartedly supported the actions of his sworn brother. The Crown Prince's campaign against the foreign tribes, which resulted in the destruction of the Xiongnu royal court, was a remarkable achievement that would undoubtedly earn Lu Qian the hearts of the people. Assisting such a prince in restoring the realm and revitalizing the Han dynasty was also his aspiration. As the Sun family departed from Jiangdong, countless heroes and righteous individuals also made their way towards Yuzhou. On the road to Yuzhou, there was also a scholar clad in the attire of a chivalrous man. I, Su Shu, have returned incognito after my studies. His Highness the Crown Prince is a talent for rejuvenation. I shall go forth to serve and aid in the restoration of the Han dynasty. At this moment, Su Shu, upon returning from his studies, had firmly established his intentions, much like numerous future talents from the Yingchuan Academy. Among them were the free-spirited Guo Fengxiao and the theatrical Zhikai. I say, Fengxiao, did you not intend to remain in obscurity? Why then do you choose to accompany me to Yuzhou this time? Zhikai remarked, gazing at Guo Jia beside him, filled with confusion. Yet, Guo Jia simply smiled in silence, shaking the wine gourd in his hand, his gaze fixed upon the fields flanking the road. Why do I go to Yuzhou? Surely you, Zhizhong, are not unaware. This crown prince dares to defy the world and eradicate the families of Yuzhou, redistributing the land to the common folk. Such audacity in a prince, I am eager to see what kind of remarkable person he is. As Guo Jia spoke, Zhikai could not help but chuckle. His purpose for this journey was indeed the same. If there was anywhere in the world where intelligence flourished, it would undoubtedly be the Yingchuan Academy. The information here allowed strategists to grasp all matters of the world without leaving their homes. Naturally, the deeds of Lu Qian and Yuzhou had come to the knowledge of Yingchuan Academy. But it was not only they who were aware. All the prominent families across the 13 provinces of the Han Dynasty were also cognizant of Lu Qian's actions in Yuzhou. This Crown Prince Lu Qian was provoking them. He completely disregarded the esteemed families. Chapter 77. The heroes head north. Upon learning of Lu Qian's actions in Yuzhou, the families of the Han Dynasty swiftly convened. Among them were the Yuan family of Yuan Shao, the Qin family of Shuzhou, the Kai family of Jingzhou, and many other renowned families of the Han Dynasty. Undoubtedly, Lu Qian's actions in Yuzhou had thoroughly offended the entire realm's families. The power of these noble families now dominated the Han Dynasty, including the Sun family of Sun Yu and the Sima family, among others. These families would not place all their eggs in one basket, often placing a member or two from their clan beside each warlord with the potential to seize the world. Yet Lu Qian not only openly provoked their influence but also uprooted the families of Yuzhou entirely. They could not allow this person to continue his growth. If this crown prince truly unified the realm and restored the Han Dynasty, it would spell disaster for all these families. Following private discussions among these families, they reached a consensus to mobilize their collective strength to support various warlords. Furthermore, the most capable offspring from each family would be sent to assist these warlords. The condition for receiving the support of these families was to first eliminate Crown Prince Lu Qian. The Han Dynasty had lost all semblance of dignity. The struggle for supremacy had become a reality, and no one cared for the already decayed Han Dynasty. Lu Qian was merely a disgraced crown prince. Although he had been granted the title of King of Qin, it was merely a facade conferred by Dongzhuo's false Han court, which they did not recognize. In a flash, all the warlords supported by noble families began to target Yuzhou, with Yuan Shao in particular deploying heavy troops towards Yuzhou for defense. As for Lu Qian's Jiaozhou, Lu Biao and Lu Zhong, as Han royal relatives, chose to remain indifferent, unwilling to offend the noble families or engage in a direct attack on Lu Qian's Jiaozhou. However, the neighboring Yangzhou had different plans, as its lord, Yuan Shu, was equally displeased with Lu Qian. After receiving the united command of the noble families, Yuan Shu immediately turned his attention to Lu Qian's Jiaozhou. Yuzhou was too far for him to reach. But Jiaozhou was right next door. Seizing it would not be a difficult task. Humph, Lu Qian, just stay in Yuzhou. Although Jiaozhou had a sparse population, its vast territory was enticing. Once I occupy it, I can relocate some citizens from Yangzhou there. With this thought, Yuan Shu's eyes brightened. However, he had just recently taken control of Yangzhou, and his army had yet to be trained. He would need to bide his time as all the warlords of the realm, each with their own motives, began to focus on Lu Qian. If the gentry held sway over the scholarly elite, the true essence of character belonged to the valiant warriors and the heroic figures who roamed freely. Upon learning of Lu Qian's remarkable achievements, these outlaws and heroes were stirred into action. To vanquish foreign tribes and establish a name for oneself was the dream of all martial generals. In such circumstances, titles and accolades would no longer be mere fantasies. By the heavens, this crown prince is truly formidable. I, Zhou Tsong, have never bowed to anyone, but I am in awe of this crown prince. Ever since the death of General Tiangong, the world had descended further into chaos. However, it was said that in Yuzhou, everyone had homes and fields to cultivate, a veritable paradise. Moreover, Jiaozhou had provided refuge for our yellow turban heroes. Rather than continuing as outlaws, I believe we should seek to ally ourselves with the crown prince. With Zhou Tsong's words, his fellow yellow turban comrades, including Liao Hua, nodded in agreement. If they were not forced into this position, why would they have chosen to become outlaws, branded as the Yellow Turbans. In an instant, Zhou Tsong and his companions gathered all the supplies from their hideout and headed north towards Yuzhou. Similarly, water bandits active along the Yangtze River were also making their way. This crown prince truly appeals to me. By the heavens, all the foreign tribes should be exterminated. What a thrill! What a thrill! On a grand ship adorned with splendid sails upon the Yangtze River, a bare-chested man extolled Lu Qian's intelligence with fervor. The man spoke excitedly. The copper bells tied around his waist jingled incessantly. Let us go, brothers. We shall no longer engage in piracy. With such a bold crown prince, surely he will welcome us. Even if he does not, I, Gan Ning, respect him as a true man. Whatever fate awaits me, I shall accept. With Gan Ning's declaration, the 800 pirates under his command did not hesitate to agree. These 800 pirates and Gan Ning were like one entity. Their leader had made his decision, and they had no objections. Moreover, this crown prince was indeed worthy of their allegiance. Just as Gan Ning's pirates prepared to pledge themselves to Lu Qian, they encountered Jiang Qin and Zhou Tai, also water bandits of the Yangtze River. Upon seeing them, Gan Ning immediately took a defensive stance, fixing his gaze upon the two water bandits. Rival factions often clashed, but now, Jiang Qin and Zhou Tai had come not to fight. After exchanging pleasantries, they discovered that they also sought to journey to Yuzhou to ally with the crown prince. In an instant, they engaged in lively conversation and then set sail together, navigating the waterways towards Yuzhou. While countless righteous scholars and warriors across the land were heading towards Yuzhou to join the crown prince, Lu Qian was focused on the system map. After having decisively defeated the Xinbei's 100,000 cavalry, his own 45,000 cavalry found themselves trapped before the Xinbei royal court. With the gates tightly shut and numerous clansmen guarding the court, these 45,000 iron cavalry had no siege equipment, rendering them unable to capture the Xinbei royal court at present. At this moment, the map revealed a formidable cavalry force rapidly advancing towards Lu Qian's grand army of 450,000. Upon witnessing the swiftly approaching crimson enemy markers, Lu Qian immediately comprehended the situation. The Xinbei must have dispatched messengers seeking assistance, intending to leverage this reinforcements to execute a pincer maneuver, ultimately annihilating his cavalry. The Xiongnu in the grasslands had already been decimated by his hand, and the only possible reinforcements would likely be the fleeing Wuhuan king, Tadwa. This thought ignited a glint of determination in Lu Qian's eyes. Initially, he had contemplated obliterating the Xinbei before seeking out Tadwa, but since they had chosen to court their own demise, he would not be held accountable. War against the Xinbei. After discerning the enemy's movements through the system map, Lu Qian wasted no time and directly commanded Gongsun Zan to lead the grand army of 450,000. Gongsun Zan and Zhao Yun, however, were not the least bit surprised by this. Chapter 78. A vast cavalry to avenge past humiliations. At this juncture, the two had already attained a loyalty level of 100 points, their eyes brimming with profound admiration. Faced with Lu Qian's extraordinary ability to command an army from afar, they regarded it as a divine gift. How could such a sovereign not unify the Central Plains and revive the Han dynasty? Under Lu Qian's guidance, the grand army swiftly divided into two, with 100,000 light cavalry appearing before the Han army's encampment. This contingent served merely as a decoy, a mere ruse by Lu Qian. Meanwhile, the remaining 350,000 troops, including the elite 50,000 heavy cavalry, surged forth from the camp, surrounding the direction from which the Wuhuan approached. At that moment, Tadwa, rushing to aid his kin, was entirely unaware of the vast encirclement closing in upon him. Tadwa, you must avenge us. Our Xiongnu royal court has been obliterated, vanished, my kin. Within the Wuhuan ranks, Tadwa poured forth the full might of his tribe, assembling a formidable force of 300,000 warriors. Leading this army, Tadwa sought to wash away past humiliations by annihilating the Han cavalry of Yuzhou. However, beside Tadwa stood two Xiongnu chieftains, who lamented incessantly. Tadwa, however, showed no inclination to heed their wails. The Xiongnu had already been vanquished by the Han, and these two wretched souls were merely barking like lost dogs. As Tadwa's patience waned, his eagle-like gaze swept over the two Xiongnu chieftains. At the sight of Tadwa's glare, they promptly fell silent. The lamentations of their lives paled in comparison to their very existence. Tadwa was a man unafraid of death. Possessing strength, he had nearly unified the grasslands and had once launched an audacious invasion into the Han territories. Although he had failed, it was undeniable that Tadwa was both powerful and ambitious. As the Wuhuan cavalry marched resolutely towards Lu Qian's troops, Lu Qian, now embodying a divine commander, orchestrated a strategic encirclement. As the Wuhuan forces advanced swiftly, the anticipated pincer attack against the Han army failed to materialize. Instead, they confronted a battalion of glimmering heavy cavalry. Humph! When you invaded Yuzhou, we were still defending against Goguryeo. Now, let you witness the might of my Han cavalry. Upon the arrival of the Wuhuan forces, the 5,000 heavy cavalry, already poised for battle, charged forth. The 5,000 iron beasts transformed into a torrent, fearlessly surging towards the 30,000-strong Wuhuan army. Observing the sudden emergence of the 5,000 heavy cavalry, Tadwa, having never encountered such formidable forces, remained oblivious to their prowess. In stark contrast, the two Xiongnu chieftains beside him turned pale with fear. "My king, retreat. Retreat at once. These are demons, demons from hell." Amidst their frantic cries, Tadwa grew increasingly irate. Gazing at the seemingly sluggish charge of the 5,000 heavy cavalry, he scoffed. "What are you afraid of? Just a bunch of knights clad in iron. My Wuhuan warriors fear nothing of this sort. Charge forth." With Tadwa's command, the 300,000-strong army surged forward. Among them were 10,000 elite Wuhuan heavy cavalry, with the rest predominantly being cavalry as well as the fearless Wuhuan forces collided with Lu Qian's 5,000 heavy cavalry. A thunderous clash ensued. In an instant, the Wuhuan ranks were thrown into disarray. Struggling against the might of the heavy cavalry in their initial encounter, the 5,000 emerged unscathed, plowing through the 30,000 Wuhuan troops, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Witnessing this spectacle, Tadwa felt as if he were back in Yuzhou, under the oppressive command of Lu Qian's cavalry. Yet, there was no time for Tadwa to ponder. Another charge from the iron torrent shattered the morale of the army he had painstakingly assembled. "This is impossible. Why is this happening? Why has my army fallen apart?" Staring in disbelief at the disintegration of his 300,000-strong forces, Tadwa stood frozen. Once, during the invasion of Yuzhou, his Wuhuan cavalry had managed to kill nearly 10,000 of the enemy. Yet now, against these ironclad cavalry, they were utterly powerless. "Do not retreat. Do not flee, fight. Do not fall back." As he watched his 30,000 soldiers suffer grievous losses and begin to waver, Tadwa panicked and frantically called for order. However, just then, from the midst of the battle, waves of cavalry emerged. These light cavalry having formed a massive encirclement, were the 30,000 light cavalry dispatched by Lu Qian. Faced with the encroaching Han cavalry, despair washed over Tadwa. He had hoped to avenge past humiliations with a powerful cavalry, but reality was cruel. Not only would he lose his 300,000 soldiers, but he himself might perish here. The Wuhuan royal court had no remaining fighting men, as all capable of riding were conscripted into the cavalry. Should these 30,000 perish, the Wuhuan tribe would likely vanish from the grasslands. Kill! In his moment of despair, the surrounding light cavalry, under Lu Qian's command, launched a sudden assault. The 30,000 light cavalry began tightening their encirclement, ruthlessly decimating the surrounded Wuhuan coalition. "Oh, eternal sky! Why do you not protect my Wuhuan? It is unjust, eternal sky! You are unjust!" Confronted with the one-sided battle, countless Wuhuan tribesmen fell before Tadwa's eyes. Overcome with grief, he dismounted and knelt upon the grasslands. Gazing upon the wailing kin around him, Tadwa cast an anguished look towards the heavens. Yet the sky appeared ominous and gloomy, as if it had forsaken the Wuhuan tribe. As the battle on the grasslands gradually concluded, Tadwa and the two Xiongnu chieftains found themselves among the last survivors. Chapter 79. The Xiongnu will submit to the Han. However, as the king of the Wuhuan, Tadwa was a formidable figure. Having suffered 2 defeats at Lu Qian's hands and witnessing the heavy losses of his kin, he realized there was no chance of survival. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and ended his own life. The decisiveness of Tadwa startled the 2 Xiongnu chieftains beside him. Yet, they lacked the courage to follow suit. Spotting Gongsun Zan, who seemed to lead the army, the 2 Xiongnu chieftains crawled forward, groveling. "Please, do not kill us. We are willing to surrender. We wish to lead the Xiongnu in submission to the Han. We shall strive to become the most loyal vassals of the Han. We are but dogs of the Han. Please, spare us." At this moment, the 2 Xiongnu chieftains pleaded desperately. Gongsun Zan, however, could not suppress a chuckle. The Xiongnu had long been extinguished. All the men had been slaughtered, while the women were sent to Yuzhou for assimilation. Even if these two wished to lead the Xiongnu in surrender, they had no means to do so. As their populace had dwindled, observing the two before him, Gongsun Zan lost all interest in further discourse. With a casual wave of his hand, the two Xiongnu chieftains were swiftly dispatched by a heavy cavalryman. With the Wuhuan army completely annihilated, Gongsun Zan wasted no time in leading his forces back to the Han encampment before the Xinbei royal court. Meanwhile, within Lu Qian's cavalry camp, the 100,000 cavalry continued to parade with resounding fervor. The terrifying spectacle created by the 100,000 troops instilled a profound sense of dread among the defenders of the Xinbei royal court, who remained ever vigilant, for they feared that should the Han army surge forth, their demise would be imminent. In that moment, an air of palpable tension enveloped the entire court, as each individual anxiously awaited the arrival of the Wuhuan forces. However, while the Xinbei king awaited assistance, severed heads were hurled into the royal court by the returning Gongsun Zan. Upon witnessing the gruesome trophies, the Xinbei king stood frozen in shock, for the heads belonged not to mere soldiers, but to the two Xiongnu chieftains who had sought aid, as well as to Tadu, the Wuhuan king with whom he had once deliberated an alliance. Gazing at the three severed heads, the Xinbei king was struck dumb. His dreams of a united front against the Han army dashed. What had once seemed a promising plan now lay in ruins. He understood that he must devise a strategy to confront the encroaching Han forces outside the court. Cursed be this fate. How could this happen? Wasn't Tadu formidable? How could he fall so easily? What utter incompetence! Staring at the gruesome evidence, the Xinbei king began to pace anxiously within the great tent. He had witnessed the might of the Han army and knew that alone he stood no chance against them. As he wrestled with despair, the cavalry camp of Lu Qian was mobilizing once more, with Zhao Yun leading 10,000 troops to the now-defunct Wuhuan royal court. The Wuhuan court was devoid of able-bodied men, leaving only women, elderly, and children. Yet upon Zhao Yun's arrival, these remaining inhabitants, despite their youth and frailty, organized a semblance of defense. The children and the elderly took up arms to resist the advancing cavalry. Witnessing their determination, Zhao Yun's initial reluctance transformed into a steely resolve. Kill. Leave none alive. Following Lu Qian's orders, the cavalry commenced a ruthless slaughter of all the men within the Wuhuan court, regardless of their age. After exterminating the male population, Zhao Yun's forces seized over 1 million livestock and several 100,000 Wuhuan women, all of which were dispatched back to Yuzhou under the escort of thousands of cavalry. After fulfilling this grim task, Zhao Yun returned to the main camp. Now, the vast grasslands were left solely to the Xinbei people. All other tribes had been eradicated. Through these fierce battles, both Gongsun Zan and Zhao Yun had matured rapidly, solidifying their resolve to show no mercy to foreign tribes. With only the Xinbei remaining, Lu Qian dispatched 5,000 elite guards recruited from Yuzhou to assist in the siege. With these 5,000 elite troops at the forefront, the well-coordinated infantry, armed with blades and shields, began their assault on the Xinbei royal court. With Lu Qian's unwavering command, the soldiers pressed forward fearlessly, causing the Xinbei defenders to falter under the relentless onslaught. Hurry! Stop them! We cannot allow them to reach the walls. Kill! In the face of Lu Qian's formidable attack, chaos erupted within the Xinbei royal court. At that moment, the Xinbei king gazed in terror at the crumbling outer wall, once a source of pride, now the last bastion of defense against the merciless Han cavalry. No! I cannot remain here. I must not linger. If the gates fall, I will have no chance to escape. With this realization, the previously panicked Xinbei king composed himself. He knew he must stay calm, for only then could he avoid arousing suspicion and plan his escape. As the Xinbei king plotted his departure from the court, the battle outside grew increasingly desperate. Fire arrows. Suppress them. Do not allow the Xinbei soldiers on the walls to shoot at our forces. As the siege intensified, Gongsun Zan rallied the light cavalry to provide ranged support. With their exceptional archery skills, the arrows rained down upon the walls, further demoralizing the Xinbei defenders, who could barely raise their heads. Reduced to frantically stabbing at the attackers below with their spears, they dared not show themselves, for each exposure resulted in a swift and precise arrow claiming another life. The ground was littered with the bodies of their fallen comrades. Why are these Han soldiers so fearless? No matter how many we kill, they keep coming. They are demons. As the Xinbei defenders faced Lu Qian's relentless assault, their psychological fortitude began to crumble. The unyielding advance of the Han soldiers, undeterred by death, instilled a profound sense of dread among the defenders, who could scarcely hold their ground. With Lu Qian's elite guards pressing the attack, the Xinbei soldiers found themselves overwhelmed, unable to effectively counter the siege. Just as the stalemate hung in the balance, an elite guard suddenly ascended the wall, and Gongsun Zan boldly charged forward, wielding his blade. With guards flanking him, Gongsun Zan cut through the Xinbei soldiers with remarkable ferocity, establishing dominance atop the walls. The sight of their leader's audacity galvanized the other elite troops, who surged forward without hesitation. In an instant, the walls of the Xinbei royal court were teeming with elite guards, wielding shields and blades with deadly precision, harvesting the lives of the Xinbei soldiers. Alarm bells rang out as the Xinbei realized the Han forces had breached the walls. Reinforcements, we must hold the gates. We cannot allow them to breach the entrance. As Gongsun Zan led the charge, panic swept through the remaining Xinbei forces. The stakes had risen. If the gates fell, the wrath of the Han cavalry would be unleashed. A flood of Xinbei soldiers surged toward the walls in a desperate bid to repel the invaders. Yet, just as Gongsun Zan and his men established their foothold, they were met with fierce resistance from the Xinbei warriors, who fought with reckless abandon to push the Han soldiers back. You foreign scum! You think you can halt the advance of the Han cavalry? Dream on! Kill! Gongsun Zan understood their intentions. As he commanded, more elite guards surged forward, shields raised, pushing against the Xinbei defenders. The clash of wills intensified as the Xinbei generals, witnessing their soldiers falter, screamed in desperation. But their efforts were in vain, as Lu Qian's elite guards pressed relentlessly, threatening to topple the Xinbei defenses entirely. The Xinbei general hesitated no longer. Within the royal court lay countless archers, and now their only option was to halt the advancing forces. Loose arrows. Pay no heed to friend or foe. Fire. Eliminate them all. With the general's command issued, the archers nearby swiftly drew their bows, aiming at the tumultuous melee upon the distant city walls. Yet now, they could only follow orders and unleash indiscriminate death. Release! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! As the Xinbei general concluded his orders, a deluge of arrows rained down upon the soldiers entangled in battle far away. Under the onslaught of arrows, the combatants, previously engaged in fierce conflict, were suddenly besieged by this aerial assault. Friends, why unleash arrows upon us? We are still here. Thud, thud. The enemy was formidable as it was, but now they faced the sudden barrage of their own comrades' arrows. One by one, the Xinbei soldiers fell, pierced by their own projectiles. They had anticipated that the Han army would suffer equally, yet a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. In the face of the storm of arrows, the royal guard raised their shields in unison. Raise shields, form ranks. With a commanding order, this relatively unscathed royal guard swiftly lifted their shields. The soldiers, who had been attacking from the ramparts, quickly formed a solid phalanx, their shields creating an impenetrable barrier above their heads. The military prowess displayed by these guards left the entire Xinbei court in sheer astonishment. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows shot by the Xinbei archers embedded themselves in the shields of the royal guard, leaving not a single casualty among them. As the arrows fell, the guards quickly lowered their shields, continuing to shield themselves from any further attack. Hiss! Are these soldiers even human? Observing the impeccably synchronized formation of the royal guard, the Xinbei soldiers, still preparing for battle, gazed at them with expressions of utter bewilderment. Chapter 81. Hundreds of thousands of troops trapped in a deadly predicament. Yet at this moment, the vigilant royal guard would not squander the opportunity presented by the enemy's days. Charge! First line, fall back. Rear ranks, advance. With a commanding shout from the leader responsible for directing the royal guard, all soldiers swung their blades in unison. After swiftly dispatching the front line of enemies, the first row of guards retracted, drawing their swords, while the second row stepped forward with shields raised. This seamless coordination resembled a well-oiled machine, continuously reaping the lives of the Xinbei soldiers before them, confronted by the seemingly tireless and relentless Han forces. Their blades, akin to the scythes of death, claimed the lives of their foes, even as their own swords began to dull from the incessant slaughter. faced with the terrifying might of the royal guard. The Xianbei soldiers were stripped of any remaining confidence to continue fighting. They had encountered fierce warriors before. The grasslands were rife with terrifying military factions, and the Huns regarded their adversaries as mere insects. However, when compared to the Han's sword and shield soldiers, the Huns seemed like mere children's playthings. They began to ponder whether their heaven could ever triumph over such a formidable army. On horseback, the crown prince appeared almost divine. A soft sigh escaped his lips. It was the voice of Gongsun Zan. Though this was not their first encounter, each meeting left him in awe of the fighting spirit. Perhaps these soldiers lacked the individual might of his white horse command, but their unwavering resolve and willingness to face death far surpassed his own troops. Only the legendary Qin army, which once swept across the land from Guanzhong, might compare. Now, the royal guard unleashed a terrifying force. As the Xianbei soldiers began to falter, Gongsun Zan seized the opportunity. Kill! Open the gates of the Xianbei court. Witnessing the royal guard's ferocious power, Gongsun Zan hastened to direct them toward the gates of the Xianbei court. The Xianbei defenders were no match for such a fearsome army. Those who attempted to halt the royal guard's advance were mercilessly cleaved apart by their sharp blades. No, I won't fight anymore. Retreat. I don't want to die. They were the divine punishment sent by heaven. Under the relentless onslaught of the royal guard, the Xianbei soldiers' morale crumbled entirely. They had already lost 10,000 cavalry in their initial clash with Lu Qian, leaving them gripped by fear. Now, after repeated assaults from Lu Qian's elite forces, their psychological defenses shattered. As Gongsun Zan commanded the royal guard closer to the gates, the Xianbei soldiers began to discard their weapons and flee in terror. They had lost all will to continue fighting. One soldier dropped his weapon to escape, and others quickly followed suit, leading to a swift rout. After countless battles, the Xianbei court, once home to around 400,000 troops, had seen their morale entirely collapse. Repeated defeats gave rise to the illusion that the Han army was invincible. In an instant, these 400,000 Xianbei soldiers scattered in disarray. If there is anything an army fears most, it is the loss of morale leading to a rout, for at that moment, the commander can no longer guide the disintegrating forces, and no matter how the Xianbei general tried to intervene, the army was now severely depleted. With over 100,000 soldiers slain within the court, in such circumstances, how could the Xianbei soldiers muster the courage to march to their deaths? Chaos engulfed the Xianbei court. At this sight, Gongsun Zan's expression brightened. The royal guard had surged to the very gates of the Xianbei court. Now was the perfect moment to annihilate the Xianbei stronghold. Open the gates, let my brothers in. With Gongsun Zan's command, the royal guard rushed to the gates, forcing them open. Outside, Zhao Yun, who had long awaited with his cavalry, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the gates of the Xianbei court swing wide. Pointing his silver spear, he signaled his cavalry to storm inside. The sounds of battle erupted within the court, and as the gates opened, the thunderous hooves of Zhao Yun's cavalry reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the Xianbei stronghold. Kill, spare not a single foreign male, show no mercy. Under Lu Qian's decree of extermination, these utterly loyal soldiers executed their orders without hesitation. A massive tide of cavalry surged into the Xianbei court. Faced with the oncoming cavalry, the already routed Xianbei soldiers scattered in fear. The clashes of cold steel are often brutal and bloody, yet these foes appeared as cold-blooded demons, executing the divine retribution of heaven against their transgressions. Witnessing this scene, the Xianbei general stood frozen, engulfed in despair. It is over. Why does such a formidable army exist in this world? Why do such troops appear here? Has heaven truly forsaken us? As he beheld the Han cavalry, which had burst into the court and commenced their merciless slaughter, the Xianbei general, Wu Maiti, felt as though all strength had drained from his body, collapsing to the ground. He had once believed the Han army was nothing to fear. The foreign tribes raided the Han lands seasonally, and they were seemingly powerless to resist. Yet now, confronted with the infernal cavalry, Wu Maiti realized how gravely mistaken he had been. This unfounded arrogance had led to the exposure of the entire Xianbei court beneath the iron hooves of the Han cavalry. Do not kill me. Spare me. My child is still so young. Chapter 82. Unleashing a merciless massacre. In the face of Lu Qian's tens of thousands of cavalry trampling through, some Xianbei soldiers, seeing no escape, hastily knelt and begged for mercy. Others shielded their young children with their bodies. Observing the Xianbei soldiers pleading for their lives and the small child in their arms, Lu Qian's cavalry raised their long spears in unison. Foreign males, kill without mercy. At the command, delivered with chilling detachment, the lances of the light cavalry pierced through the bodies of the Xianbei father and son before them. Following the brutal slaying of these two, a dagger unexpectedly fell from the back of the young boy. The sight stunned all the cavalry soldiers momentarily, yet their frenzy for slaughtering these foreign men only intensified. At this moment, Gongsun Zan, mounted on his steed, witnessed this scene unfold. Particularly, when he saw the dagger drop from the small child's back, a cold smile emerged on his face. Those who are not of my kin must have sinister intentions. The wolfish ambition of these foreign tribes is ingrained in their very bones from the moment of their birth. With a furious roar, Gongsun Zan commanded, and the surrounding cavalry forces hastened their actions. Mechanically repeating the same motion, the cavalrymen raised their spears, thrust them forward, and retracted them. Such simple and singular motions became a nightmare for the Xianbei. Each thrust from Lu Qian's cavalry claimed the life of a foreigner. These relentless cavalrymen shattered the last psychological defenses of the Xianbei, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Run! Find the king! Help! I don't want to die! As the cries of despair echoed, the Xianbei soldiers fled towards the royal tent deep within their encampment. However, how could mere human legs outrun the 4 legs of a warhorse? While these foreigners fled in a frenzied panic, Lu Qian's cavalry effortlessly closed in, unleashing another wave of merciless slaughter. My king! Save us! Quickly, find a way to save us! As the foremost Xianbei soldier shouted desperately, silence reigned from within the royal tent of the Xianbei king. After a prolonged wait with no response, seeing the Han army closing in, the soldiers rushed into the royal tent. Yet, upon entering, the remaining Xianbei soldiers fell to their knees in horror, utterly devoid of any will to resist. The Xianbei king's presence was conspicuously absent. Along with all the treasures and resources from the royal tent, realization dawned upon them. Have we been abandoned? The king has forsaken us and fled. No, that coward! Heaven, save us! As they understood that the Xianbei king had likely already escaped the royal encampment, the soldiers slumped in despair within the tent. Yet, what awaited them outside was the synchronized advance of the elite guard. Stab! Stab! Before the Xianbei soldiers could plead for mercy, they discovered several headless corpses kneeling beneath them. After disposing of these few, the elite guard departed the royal tent without hesitation. In an instant, the entire Xianbei royal court descended into a terrifying chaos, as countless Xianbei men were exterminated by Lu Qian's forces. Just as the Xianbei court was trampled beneath the iron hooves of Lu Qian's army, a contingent of cavalry was rapidly retreating towards the frigid northern regions. Cursed! Cursed! My royal court! My army! The one lamenting this fate was none other than the previously confident Xianbei king. Observing the court's inability to withstand the onslaught, he was the first to prepare for escape. The moment the royal walls were breached by Gongsun Zan and his elite guards, the Xianbei king hastily gathered all he could from the royal tent and the resources within the court, leading his personal guards to flee through the back mountains of the royal grounds. At this moment, the Xianbei king had barely 50,000 soldiers and women by his side. Having witnessed the terrifying power of Lu Qian's army, he dared not linger and await his demise. If there were a remedy for regret, the Xianbei king would have undoubtedly led his forces to eliminate the foolish Tadu and then surrendered to the Han. However, for now, he could only flee like a stray dog with his remnants into the frozen north. As he felt the biting cold air and the sharp winds that lashed at his face, the Xianbei king's heart sank in despair. Though the conditions here were harsh, he knew that if he remained on the plains, the fearsome Han cavalry would surely find and kill him. To survive, he had no choice but to continue his reluctant migration into the frigid north. With the Xianbei king's flight, the remaining Xianbei soldiers also abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Observing these foreigners, Lu Qian resolutely ordered the execution of all of them. Had Lu Qian lacked the support of the system, he might have viewed these foreigners as potential slaves, putting them to work on walls and houses. But with the system's assistance, it was far more prudent to eliminate them altogether. Kill. With the conclusion of the battle in the Xianbei royal court, all the men of the Xianbei were thrown into a prepared pit. Buried alive by Gongsun Zan's forces, Ever since Gongsun Zan led his army onto the plains, executing Lu Qian's orders, not a single foreign male had been spared. Consequently, Gongsun Zan's mere presence on the plains instilled terror in these scattered foreign tribes, who fled at the mere mention of his name, in awe of the might of the Han. These fragmented foreign tribes dared not gather together, and when the newborns cried, they would invoke Gongsun Zan's name to frighten them into silence. The moniker Butcher of the Plains naturally fell upon Gongsun Zan, whose name was enough to quell the cries of children. Yet, Gongsun Zan remained indifferent to such a reputation, for his lifelong ambition had been to strike against the foreign tribes. With this dream now fulfilled, he found immense joy.as for titles. He accepted them with pride, viewing them as recognition of his strength. Chapter 83. Commencing large-scale construction, with the Xianbei royal court's swift demise. The three major foreign tribes on the plains were utterly eradicated by Lu Qian. Those few remaining foreign tribes quickly emulated the Xianbei king's retreat into the even colder north. Lu Qian, however, paid them no heed. His focus was now on the recently conquered grasslands. If developed properly, these plains would become his greatest asset, especially considering the neighboring provinces that bordered the grasslands, including Bingzhou and Liangzhou. Although these provinces were guarded by the Great Wall constructed during the pre-Qin era, Lu Qian felt no concern. He would merely need to dispatch a light cavalry from Yuzhou along the wall to seize control of it, allowing his forces to advance southward from the plains. With this in mind, Lu Qian began to construct the newly acquired territories of the grasslands. At this moment, Lu Qian was well aware of Yuan Shao's deployment of troops along the border of Yuzhou. But he harbored no worries regarding Yuan Shao. This individual was ambitious yet lacking in wisdom, blustery yet timid, envious yet lacking in authority, possessing numerous troops yet unclear in command, and arrogant yet inconsistent in governance. Were it not for the prestigious title of 4 generations of 3 dukes that adorned Yuan Shao, he would scarcely have attracted such a following. Thus, Yuan Shao was hardly a formidable adversary for Lu Qian. Lu Qian dismissed Yuan Shao's minor maneuvers with disdain. Meanwhile, within the Xianbei royal court, following the slaughter of all Xianbei men, the remaining population included over 600,000 Xianbei women, along with captured Han civilians. However, the Han civilians were overwhelmingly grateful, expressing their heartfelt thanks to Lu Qian's army.as for the resources within the Xianbei royal court. They were boundless, boasting over 2 million cattle and sheep alone, surpassing the combined numbers of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan tribes. Armed with these resources, Lu Qian set about transforming the grasslands with determination. With the assistance of the System S-Map, he commenced the construction of a town center within the Xianbei royal court. Previously, there had been little in the way of sturdy structures on the plains, as the wet terrain was unsuitable for building. Yet, the subsequent scene left everyone in awe of Lu Qian's prowess. Observing the town center erected by the light cavalry in the royal court, the once fearful Xianbei women fell to their knees in reverence, as if witnessing a miracle. For these Xianbei women, whose lowly status rendered them pitiable, they had never known a life of nurturing families. They were merely commodities for trade or tools for procreation. Now, witnessing such a marvel, they knelt in profound awe. Meanwhile, among the captured Han civilians in the Xianbei royal court, aside from a few yearning to return to their homeland, the majority chose to remain. Many of these individuals were elderly or Han women, having long lost hope for their lives and uncertain of what they would return to. Though these common folk, Lu Qian exhibited no trace of reluctance, as countless resources cascaded forth, leading to the emergence of numerous farmers within the royal court. With the presence of these farmers, the tents within the court were swiftly dismantled, replaced instead by stately houses that stood proudly. O heavens! The celestial being of longevity has manifested, a divine miracle, witnessing the newly constructed homes. All the Xianbei women immediately knelt in reverent worship. However, in response to the foreign tribe's mention of the celestial being of longevity, Gongsun Zan's countenance darkened. Mark my words, this is the might of our great Han. Your survival is solely due to the benevolence of His Highness the Crown Prince. Should you dare to worship any celestial being again, do not blame my blade. Following Gongsun Zan's solemn declaration, the Xianbei women hastily begged for mercy, no longer daring to utter the name of the celestial being. As time eroded the influence of these foreign tribes, they would gradually assimilate, warranting little concern. Presently, the Xianbei royal court had undergone a dramatic transformation. Were it not situated on the grasslands, one might easily mistake it for a county town within the 13 provinces of the Great Han. Upon the completion of the royal court's construction, Lu Qian further fortified the outer walls, enveloping the Xianbei royal court within robust fortifications. With the rise of these sturdy walls, the Xianbei royal court had truly transformed into a county town of the Great Han. From this day forth, this place would serve as the nucleus of the grasslands. The foreign tribes would vanish from these plains, and this city shall be named Pingyi City. With Pingyi City established atop the grasslands, Lu Qian commenced large-scale construction efforts. Centered around Pingyi City, the entire grassland now belonged to Lu Qian, and the territory was exceedingly vast. To prevent any remaining foreign tribes from lingering upon the grasslands, Lu Qian dispatched Gong Sunzan, the blood-soaked executioner of the plains, to lead the army in a thorough patrol of the entire region. With Lu Qian's conquest of the grasslands, the territory now encompassed an area greater than the combined regions of Inner and Outer Mongolia, extending even towards Liangzhou. With this immense territory secured, Lu Qian could not help but feel elated. With land acquired, it was time to manifest the most extraordinary aspect of the system. Lo and behold, upon the grasslands outside Pingyi City, through Lu Qian's manipulation on the map, a field of farmland unexpectedly materialized upon the plains. The bizarre spectacle left Lu Qian utterly astonished. However, given the capabilities reminiscent of an age of empires, if farmlands could be constructed in deserts, the grasslands would pose no obstacle. With a plot of farmland now established, Lu Qian wasted no time and began fervently allocating food resources to construct additional farmlands radiating from Pingyi City in all directions. Rows upon rows of meticulously arranged farmlands swiftly emerged on the grasslands outside Pingyi City. As Lu Qian busily erected farmland across the plains, the Han citizens, now with their own houses, stepped out of Pingyi City filled with hope. Yet, the grasslands they once knew now felt somewhat unfamiliar. What should have been an expansive expanse of grassland had been supplanted by cultivated fields, already sown. Oh heavens! Am I not mistaken? Farmland on the plains? Surely, this cannot be a dream. How could farmland appear on the grasslands? Chapter 84. The remnants of the foreign tribes ceased their flight. Beholding the fertile fields before them, the Han people, for whom farming was ingrained in their very essence, recognized the quality of the land. If one were to compare agricultural prowess worldwide, no foreign tribe could rival a Han individual. They could discern that these were indeed good fields, promising bountiful harvests. Yet, they could not fathom how such farmland had suddenly appeared. Surely, if the plains were cultivable, these foreign tribes would have farmed them long ago instead of relying on pastoral living. Moreover, during the seasons of spring plowing and autumn harvest, they would not have resorted to raiding the Han for sustenance. The very fact that the grasslands were deemed unsuitable for cultivation was why they had persisted in their ways. But now, the emergence of farmland was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, the Imperial Guards stationed at Pingyi City approached the newly established fields, accompanied by the farmers Lu Qian had fervently mobilized. Under the guidance of the soldiers, plots of farmland were promptly allocated to the farmers. The sight left the Han citizens astounded. Historically, they had farmed lands that were predominantly owned by aristocratic families, their labor merely serving to benefit the elite. Aside from a meager portion left for their sustenance, the majority was appropriated. To possess a piece of land, one would typically have to venture far from the urban centers into remote areas. Yet, the scene before them shattered their expectations. When had they ever witnessed land being distributed to farmers? Among the captive Han populace, Wang Wu had long since lost track of whether any of his family members had survived, remaining only because he had a home. Observing the scene, he approached one of the Imperial Guards with a puzzled expression. Lu Qian, being exceedingly cordial towards the Han citizens, ensured that his orders were carried out with the same spirit. Noticing Wang Wu's presence, the guard smiled warmly. "Yes, there's something you require, sir?" With the guard's politeness, Wang Wu suppressed his trepidation. "Esteemed soldier, what is transpiring here?" he inquired cautiously, glancing at the soldiers still distributing land in the distance. The guard chuckled at Wang Wu's evident fear. "Fear not, sir. We are the forces of His Highness the Crown Prince. Our Crown Prince is compassionate and benevolent, and this land is indeed being allocated to you. Under His Highness's governance, every citizen will receive their own plot of land. Though taxes will still apply, they shall not be burdensome." Upon hearing these words, Wang Wu gazed at the guard in disbelief. In that instant, he could not help but pinch himself. the pain confirming that this was indeed reality. Oh heavens! Is this truly happening? Can I also receive land? Unable to contain his excitement, Wang Wu eagerly inquired further. The guard, noticing his enthusiasm, pointed towards the soldiers distributing land not far away. Rest assured, sir, it is all genuine. Please, hurry and join the queue. Given your age, it would be wise to secure a plot near Pingy City for your convenience. With that, the guard resumed his patrol, leaving Wang Wu momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, a spark of realization ignited within him. As he approached the soldiers distributing land, Wang Wu's heart swelled with elation. Upon successfully claiming his own plot, he fell to his knees, overwhelmed with gratitude. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince. I have no means to repay such kindness, but I shall pray for you daily. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Wu returned to Pingy City, and as a beneficiary, he began to share the news fervently, extolling the virtues of Crown Prince Lu Qian. Wang Wu had become a fervent admirer, passionately advocating for his beloved leader among his peers. Upon learning of all that the Crown Prince had accomplished and successfully obtaining his own land, the rescued Han citizens wept tears of gratitude. Almost every household erected a tablet honoring Lu Qian. While these citizens had little to offer in return, they could at least daily pray for the Crown Prince's welfare. We must repay the Crown Prince's kindness. Indeed, indeed. These fields were gifted to us by the Crown Prince. We shall cultivate them diligently and ensure a good harvest to present to him. In no time, the Han citizens within Pingy City began laboring in the fields. They possessed no other skills, but farming was undoubtedly second nature to them. Following a period of development within Pingy City, the expanse of the grasslands was immense. However, even the seemingly inhospitable areas could be transformed into farmland by the system's assistance. Lu Qian, aided by the system, began to establish cities throughout the grasslands, including the locations of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan royal courts. The entire grassland was set to undergo extensive development under Lu Qian's command. Meanwhile, the remnants of the foreign tribes, having retreated to the northernmost regions, encountered dire challenges. It is unbearably cold. I can no longer withstand it. My feet have lost all sensation. So cold. The remnants, advancing northward, found themselves increasingly hindered by the harsh climate. Unable to endure the bitter cold that pierced to the bone, the sheepskin coats they donned at this moment felt as if they afforded no warmth at all, leaving them utterly exposed to the biting cold winds. Confronted with such frigid weather, the remnants of the foreign army gradually halted their flight. They found themselves unable to advance any further. If the northern climate continued to grow colder, they risked freezing to death where they stood. In an instant, the surviving tribes began hastily erecting tents. Yet, what followed left them all in a state of shock. The stakes they attempted to drive into the ground simply would not penetrate the earth. Gazing at the incredibly hard ground beneath their feet, the beleaguered remnants of these tribes found their expressions growing increasingly grim. It was utterly unexpected. Not only was the weather bitterly cold, but the very land beneath them had turned to permafrost due to the severe conditions. Chapter 85. The escaping tribes enter the far north. This land was frozen solid, as unyielding as stone. Consequently, the foreign tribes found themselves unable to secure their tents to the ground, with their shelters unerected and the relentless cold bearing down upon them. The fleeing tribes grew increasingly anxious. However, they were at a loss as to how to extricate themselves from this predicament. As they racked their brains for solutions, the piercing northern winds swept through their ranks like a knife, rendering their thoughts fleeting and insubstantial. Yet, retreating back to the plains was out of the question. Just moments ago, the terrifying might of Lu Qian's Han cavalry had left an indelible mark on their memories. Those cavalrymen, reminiscent of hell itself, haunted their minds, relegating them to a desperate struggle for survival in this desolate land. Hurry, hurry! Put up the tents with all your strength. Otherwise, we won't survive the night. As the cold winds became increasingly unbearable, the tribesmen pressed on, determinately hammering the stakes into the frozen ground. However, driving a stake into this permafrost proved to be a Herculean task. In the face of such treacherous weather, the fleeing tribes shivered in the biting wind. Desperately seeking a way to erect their tents, as time crept by, they finally managed to set up their tents atop the frozen soil, but the subsequent situation posed further challenges. They had escaped with scant provisions, and even their livestock was woefully limited. The cattle and sheep from their homeland had been left behind, overrun by Lu Qian's forces before they could be evacuated. Now, their rations were insufficient to sustain thousands of souls for even a few days. What are we to do? Our food supplies are far too meager, and in this cursed place, there seems to be no food to be found. The tribesmen, huddled within their tents for warmth, exchanged bitter expressions as they deliberated. Yet, they had no choice but to subsist on the meager provisions they had managed to bring along. However, this was merely a temporary solution. They needed a stable source of sustenance. Thus, they resolved to explore the northern territories, hopeful that they might uncover a source of food further afield. With this in mind, the fleeing tribes dispatched small scouting parties northward. While this would inevitably reduce their numbers, the urgency of finding new food sources outweighed their fears. Faced with such dire circumstances, the tribesmen found their resentment towards Lu Qian intensifying. Had he not invaded their plains, they would still be enjoying their former lives, rather than scrambling for survival in this inhospitable land. Their hatred for Lu Qian was palpable. They wished to rend him to pieces in their fury. Yet, they were acutely aware of their powerlessness against his unmatched forces. Thus, they buried their animosity deep within their hearts. Curse you, Lu Qian! If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been driven to this forsaken place. I loathe him. Reflecting on their past as the rulers of the Xianbei, the tribesmen within the tents erupted in a chorus of angry shouts. Yet, they could only hope that the scouting parties they had dispatched would yield fruitful results. Meanwhile, as the tribes continued to explore the northern expanse, Lu Qian shifted his focus to the northern map through the system interface. Presently, the northern territories remained uncharted, as he had yet to deploy troops there. However, Lu Qian was acutely aware that the tribes fleeing from the plains had likely entered this extreme northern region. Nevertheless, his primary concern lay with the plains, rendering the far north a secondary issue for the time being. This region was the future Siberian steppe, marked not only by its terrifyingly low temperatures but also by its permafrost, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. Thus, the tribes now faced the pressing challenge of securing a reliable food supply. However, the vast Siberian plains were also characterized by marshes and predominantly grassy steppes, allowing for some degree of pastoral survival. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qian turned his attention elsewhere, while the tribe scouting parties stumbled upon the grassy expanses of the Siberian steppe. Upon sighting the wild herds of cattle and sheep, joy illuminated the faces of the scouting members. As nomadic peoples, encountering such livestock was a welcome sight. With these animals, they could sustain themselves in this daunting northern expanse. This is fantastic. With so many wild cattle and sheep, we can finally put our worries about food to rest. With the discovery of the herds, the fleeing tribes migrated once more to the grassy regions of the Siberian steppe. Overwhelmed by emotion, they wept as they beheld the familiar landscape. Yet, despite their elation, they wasted no time in establishing new camps. As the tribes began to settle in the Siberian steppe, Lu Qian's forces maintained their grip on the plains, which had been thoroughly subjugated and transformed under his command. The once untilled land was now unrecognizable, resembling the fertile fields of the Central Plains. Each fortified city was surrounded by verdant fields, cultivated with the aid of the system to produce vast expanses of arable land. Lu Qian now boasted millions of acres of fertile ground, yielding bountiful harvests. With such substantial agricultural resources at his disposal, Lu Qian no longer needed to worry about food shortages, in addition to the vast arable lands of the plains. He also relied on the contributions from Jiaozhou and Yizhou, which he regarded as vital strongholds for food resources. Furthermore, the ports he had established, such as Guangzhou, provided a wealth of marine resources, as the seas remained largely untapped by any nation. In this era, the ocean was an immense and pristine reservoir of food. Lu Qian's daily intake of maritime provisions was staggering. Chapter 86. The King of Dawan. A hostile influx of tribes. Yet, even with such ample resources, Lu Qian felt it was still insufficient. Although he had amassed a considerable food supply, the revenue from other sectors lagged significantly behind. The mining sector, in particular, was growing at a painfully slow pace. Despite his considerable investment in mining and logging operations, the yield from these resources remained sluggish. Now, with the tribes he had driven from the plains venturing into the north to scout the area, this was an advantageous development. As the tribes struggled to survive on the Siberian steppe, more and more cavalry units emerged. These tribes began to focus their efforts on rebuilding and developing their strength in pursuit of vengeance against Lu Qian. However, the total number of those who had fled here, encompassing not just the Xianbei but other tribes as well, barely amounted to around 100,000. Tio the Xianbei king, this was a mere fraction, not even enough to serve as Lu Qian's foot soldiers. After all, Lu Qian had decimated a formidable force of 100,000 elite cavalry in their first encounter. Thus, the exiled tribes refrained from openly discussing revenge. Though their hearts burned with a desire for retribution, they knew they were not yet a match for Lu Qian and would have to bury their ambitions until their numbers swelled once more. Had Lu Qian not appeared unexpectedly, the tribes would have continued to thrive, and soon the world would face one of its darkest epochs, the invasion of the 5 barbarians. However, that scenario was now impossible. Perhaps it would be a long time before such events transpired again, but for the moment, they could not even contemplate retribution until their population reached its former strength. As the tribes eked out an existence on the Siberian steppe, Lu Qian continued to develop the lands he had secured. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Liangzhou, the once connected regions of the western regions were now inundated with a significant influx of nomadic tribes. In the past, the western regions were subservient to the mighty Han Empire, with the 36 kingdoms of the western regions annually paying tribute of their unique products to the celestial realm of the Han. However, it has been 70 to 80 years since the Western Protectorate has vanished, having lost the support of the Han. Over such an extended period, the 36 kingdoms have gradually nurtured their own ambitions. Just as these kingdoms began to engage in fierce battles amongst themselves, plunging the region into chaos, the nomadic tribes defeated by Lu Qian on the steppes unexpectedly arrived in the western regions. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of land before them, these once defeated tribes were suddenly filled with hope. The resources and fertile soil here far exceeded those of the steppes, prompting the fleeing nomads to gallop through the foreign territories with newfound vigor. Though they had been vanquished by Lu Qian, a considerable number of these nomads, amounting to 20 to 30,000, remained, primarily composed of cavalry, a people inseparable from their steeds. As these remnants of the Xianbei, Xiongnu, and Wuhuan tribes roamed the western regions, they stumbled upon a small kingdom. Observing this diminutive realm not far ahead, they recognized it from tales they had heard while still on the steppes. Igniting a spark of malevolence within them, defeated by Lu Qian, they had faced the formidable Han. Yet this small kingdom was a different matter altogether. "Ha ha ha, brothers, it seems we have found a place to settle," exclaimed one leader, prompting immediate agreement from his companions. In a rush, the remaining throngs of cavalry surged towards the distant small kingdom. Faced with this sudden onslaught from the nomads, the small kingdom offered little resistance, quickly succumbing to the coalition of tribes driven from the steppes by Lu Qian. The feeble fighting spirit of this small kingdom did not surprise the nomads at all, after all, within such a limited expanse. The 36 kingdoms struggled with communication barriers, each adhering to their own policies, leading to a chaotic distribution of power. The stronger kingdoms overshadowed the weaker ones, which often had populations of merely a few thousand, while the more populous ones barely reached 20 to 30,000. The two most powerful states in the western regions were merely Daiyuan and Wusun. Following their effortlessly annexation of a small kingdom, the once demoralized nomads felt renewed strength surging within them. Their ambitions swelled once more, and they swiftly conquered 10 kingdoms within a day, a triumph that greatly bolstered their confidence. Meanwhile, the remaining kingdoms of the western regions grew increasingly anxious. For it was common knowledge that a formidable army was relentlessly attacking one kingdom after another, with 10 already obliterated. Although the 36 kingdoms had long been embroiled in conflict, they had never shattered the delicate balance. After witnessing the nomadic coalition conquer several small kingdoms, the leaders of the remaining 20-odd kingdoms convened in the capital of Daiyuan. Alarmed by the ongoing devastation, these rulers, whose realms contained populations of no more than 20 to 30,000, felt a deep sense of trepidation. Their armies, composed of merely a few thousand, stood no chance against the nomads. Only Daiyuan and Wusun possessed the strength to withstand this formidable threat. Thus, the rulers of the smaller kingdoms gathered in Daiyuan's capital, where the famed Daiyuan horses originated, and with a population nearing 200,000, Daiyuan had swiftly flourished in the absence of Han oversight. With an elite force of 50,000 soldiers, Daiyuan was more than capable of sweeping across the western regions. However, a rivalry with the neighboring Wusun kingdom prevented either from unifying the 36 states. The nomads are advancing aggressively. We have already lost several small kingdoms. Their ambitions surely extend beyond this, exclaimed the Daiyuan king. Alarmed by the escalating situation, the rulers shared their intelligence. The Wusun king also participated in this crucial assembly, understanding the stakes involved in the survival of their realms. Notably, two small kingdoms had not joined the meeting: the Jingjue Kingdom, nestled within the treacherous Death Sea Desert, and the Luolan Kingdom, renowned for its beauty. For years, we have been governed by these 36 kingdoms. Now, these barbaric nomads seek to disrupt our equilibrium. They must be dealt with, declared one of the small kingdom rulers, igniting fervent discussions amongst the assembly. Meanwhile, the Dayuan king and the Wusun king exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their shared disdain for the clamoring small kingdom rulers. They were well aware that these rulers sought to leverage their strength to eliminate the nomads while relying on the might of the two larger kingdoms. The reason they had not yet unified the western regions was that these small kingdoms were notoriously difficult to subdue. With the territory being so compact, any time Dayuan prepared to assault a small kingdom, the rulers would unite in defense, leading to a formidable coalition capable of thwarting Dayuan's advances. Now, with the nomads having decimated several small kingdoms, the Dayuan and Wusun kings saw an opportunity to eliminate this external threat and, in the aftermath, unify the western regions. A silent understanding passed between them, and they consented to mobilize their forces. Together, they dispatched a grand army of 100,000 towards the recently conquered kingdom. The rulers of the smaller kingdoms breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing this alliance. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that once the two kingdoms dealt with the nomads, they would turn their attention to the smaller realms. As the joint forces set forth, they soon encountered the nomadic coalition that had fled from the steppes. Once terrified by Lu Qian's might, the nomads now surged forward with newfound confidence after their victories. Armed with their remarkable cavalry skills and fierce ferocity, they engaged the 100,000-strong army in a fierce confrontation. The Dayuan and Wusun kings were taken aback by the formidable combat prowess displayed by the nomads. Reminiscent of the legendary Han cavalry they had once feared, the once dominant Han had instilled dread in the hearts of the 36 kingdoms, their iron steeds trampling upon every realm. The invincibility of the Han cavalry had compelled the kingdoms to submit, leading to the establishment of the Western Protectorate, which held a position of great significance akin to that of Luoyang in the Han heartland. However, with the passage of time and the disappearance of the Protectorate, the kingdoms had not witnessed the might of the Han cavalry for ages. Gradually, the ambitions of these small kingdoms had flourished once more. Yet now, they realized their grave miscalculation. Despite the Han's seeming disinterest in the western regions, their power remained formidable. The fearsome nomads before them had been driven away by the Han's iron cavalry. As the battle raged on, the combined forces of Dayuan and Wusun, bolstered by the exceptional Dayuan steeds, ultimately vanquished the nomadic remnants. However, the toll of this victory was steep, with both kingdoms suffering losses exceeding 50,000. Over 20,000 nomads had managed to inflict substantial casualties upon an army that once numbered 100,000. The terrifying combat abilities of these nomads, driven from the steppes by the Han, filled the hearts of the Dayuan and Wusun kings with dread. Just a short while ago, they had envisioned unifying the western regions and leading their armies to challenge the Han, hoping to seize a share of their glory. However, at this moment, unease began to gnaw at their hearts. The Han dynasty was a formidable force. Should they once again establish a presence in the western regions? What would they do? This question loomed over the two like a dark cloud. After the western regions coalition decisively defeated the foreign tribe that had fled from the grasslands, the rulers of the main forces, the Dayuan kingdom and the Wusun kingdom, returned to their respective capitals with little enthusiasm, leading their remnants. Following this fierce battle, both leaders found any thoughts of invading the Han dynasty utterly extinguished. If subduing a foreign tribe that had been vanquished by the Han was such a formidable challenge, how could they hope to confront the Han? The coalition of 100,000 had been reduced to approximately 50,000. After being bested by merely 30,000 foreign warriors, this was utterly incredible. The combat prowess of these foreign tribes was indeed terrifying. Yet, what truly instilled fear within them was their dread of the Han. They had presumed that the Han, having ignored the western regions for so long, must have become weak, but it now seemed that the Han was not only unweakened but had grown even more powerful, instilling a sense of despair. The fact that such a terrifying foreign tribe could be expelled from their homeland by the Han spoke volumes about the Han's current might in the capitals of Dayuan and Wusun. The rulers refrained from discussing any notions of invading the Han, for such ideas seemed ludicrous. They had led what they believed to be an overwhelmingly powerful army to provoke the slumbering lion that was the Han, only to find themselves oblivious to their impending doom. The ruler of the Wusun Kingdom, upon returning to the palace, immediately sought the ancestral temple. Chapter 88. The Fate of Dongjua, Chaos in Xiliang. The Wusun Kingdom, once the mightiest realm in the western regions, had reached its zenith during the Western Han Dynasty, boasting a population of 1,200,000 households and 630,000 mouths. With an army of 188,000 yet, even at its peak, the Wusun Kingdom found itself compelled to submit to the increasingly powerful Western Han, as neighboring tribes bowed in submission. The Wusun Kingdom was no exception. Before the robust Western Han, they had to bow low, acknowledging their superiority. This attests to the palpable terror that the Western Han instilled. As time passed, the Wusun Kingdom gradually declined, and under the current ruler, their military strength had dwindled to merely over 50,000. After enduring a fierce battle, they were left with just over 30,000. Gazing upon the ancestral tablets before him, the Wusun ruler was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. The Han was simply too powerful. Even his ancestors had aligned with the Han. He, in his current state, was but a shadow of his forebears, a mere fraction of their strength. Yet he had harbored aspirations to provoke the might of the Han. This realization prompted a self-deprecating smile from the Wusun ruler. They were indeed a group of frogs at the bottom of a well, foolishly attempting to challenge the Han's celestial authority. Even though the Han seemed to have long forgotten the existence of the Western regions, the protectorate of the Western regions had vanished for decades, yet its name still resonated in the hearts of the smaller states. Having completed his ancestral rites, the Wusun ruler returned to the palace, now devoid of any desire to provoke the Han. Instead, he began to prepare treasures and distinctive valuable items for tribute. In his eyes, the Han remained the awe-inspiring force that commanded respect from all foreign tribes. Similarly, other smaller Western states, including Dawan, began to prepare their tribute offerings. As tranquility returned to the western regions, Lu Qian was tirelessly fortifying the grasslands. The plains had been transformed under his hand into an impenetrable fortress. Lu Qian utilized the system and stone materials to construct walls akin to the Great Wall along the borders of the grasslands. With these fortifications, the risk of a sudden cavalry charge from foreign tribes was significantly mitigated. The threat posed by cavalry charges was formidable, yet the vast walls now enveloped the entire grassland, preventing any semblance of the previous desolation wrought by foreign control. Lu Qian not only erected countless farmlands, but also harnessed the millions of cattle and sheep seized from the foreign tribes. His farmers became adept in mining, agriculture, forestry, and pastoralism. The millions of livestock enabled him to slaughter them for food resources, retaining only a few breeding cows and ewes. Lu Qian's territories had fully entered an agrarian era, boasting millions of acres of fertile land. The system-generated fields were rich and bountiful, with seeds sourced from Izhou that could yield 2 harvests a year even under the grassland-esque climate. The abundance of food resources surged dramatically at the end of each season, originating from the various territories under Lu Qian's command. As Lu Qian continued to develop his lands, new commanderies sprung up across the grasslands, with the royal courts of the Wuhuan tribes becoming the 3 largest commanderies established by him. This network of commanderies effectively formed a robust defensive circle, facilitating the establishment of additional commanderies. The grassland now bore little resemblance to its previous state, evolving into a vast region reminiscent of Yuzhou. With rapid development aided by the system, even while Lu Qian operated in a quasi-isolationist manner, he emerged as the fastest-growing lord among the 13 states of the Han. While Lu Qian's gaze remained fixed beyond the central plains, he harbored aspirations for the heartland, for he was the Han's grand prince, destined to inherit the central plains. Meanwhile, as Lu Qian expanded his dominion, the central plains experienced a tempest of upheaval. Just as Lu Qian thrived in Jiao and Yu states, the central plains was once again engulfed in chaos. As Dongjua, having relocated the capital to Chang'an, was assassinated by his adopted son, Elbu, the Han dynasty was plunged into turmoil once more. With Dongjua's demise, the young emperor lost control, as the cry resounded, "Dong the traitor is dead." The Han shall rise. Elbu, having slain Dongjua, quickly seized control of Chang'an. Yet, he was merely a skilled warrior with a simplistic mind, easily outmaneuvered by Wang Yun's schemes. In the wake of Dongjua's assassination, the Xiliang army, under the leadership of Guosi and Li Ju, launched a counteroffensive against Elbu. Elbu's position within the Shiliang ranks was pathetically weak, unable to contend with Guosi and Li Ju. With the Shiliang army encircling Chang'an, they forced Wang Yun to his demise and took the Han Emperor hostage. This sudden upheaval plunged the world into chaos once more. News of Dongzhu's fate and the turmoil within the Shiliang army reached Ma Teng and Han Sui in Liangzhou, who sought to partake in the ensuing chaos. However, the Shiliang army, though weakened, decisively repelled Ma Teng and Han Sui. Driven back to Liangzhou, the Shiliang forces began to divide the spoils in Chang'an. Fan Shou was ultimately betrayed by Li Ju at a banquet, leading to a rift between Guosi and Li Ju. Chapter 89. Roaming between the various lords with a remnant army. Now, the Han Emperor was once again under the control of unscrupulous men. Meanwhile, Cao Cao, who had developed in Qianlu for some time, mobilized his forces for another campaign. Drawing from his previous experience, Cao Cao, with an army of over 100,000, launched a swift assault on Luoyang, pressing toward Chang'an. However, Chang'an was in utter disarray, as Guosi and Li Ju vied for dominance, with both commanders clashing over control of the Shiliang army. The arrival of the emperor intensified their rivalry. In the capital, Guosi, Li Ju, and Fan Shou had been the three power brokers. However, with Li Ju executing Fan Shou, Guosi feared that Li Ju sought to monopolize power. As tensions escalated, the two engaged in fierce combat in Chang'an, with the emperor and court officials caught in the crossfire, serving as hostages. Amidst the escalating conflict, Yang Feng, a subordinate of Li Ju, defected, turning the tide against him. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Feng fled with the Han Emperor toward Luoyang. Upon learning of this, Guosi and Li Ju hastily set aside their grievances to pursue, for the Han Emperor was their safeguard. Had Emperor Xian of Han been rescued, it seems that only the path to destruction awaited them. However, in their hasty pursuit, Yang Feng had long been well prepared. After vanquishing the pursuing soldiers, Han Xian was ultimately saved by Cao Cao, who had captured Luoyang after enduring numerous tribulations. Following Han Xian's rescue, Luoyang was no longer what it once was. Cao Cao welcomed the imperial entourage and escorted them back to execute in this unfolding narrative. Cao Cao adhered to the historical conventions, emerging as the eventual victor, seizing Emperor Xian Lu Xie and initiating the strategy of wielding the emperor to command the feudal lords. The loss of Emperor Xian dealt a devastating blow to the Shiliang army. Originally, the ongoing skirmishes between Li Ju and Guosi had already weakened the Shiliang forces, and after losing the emperor, an emblem of protection, both were ultimately besieged by the warlords of the western regions, resulting in Li Ju's defeat and demise, while Guosi perished at the hands of his own subordinates. Zhang Ji, stationed in Hongnong, perceiving the inevitable decline, hastily led his troops to flee towards Nanyang. In a fleeting moment, the once mighty Shiliang army dissipated, reduced to mere shadows following Dongzhu's death. At this juncture, Elbu had anticipated that by slaying Dongzhu, he could seize control of the realm. Yet, the world was far more complex than Elbu had envisioned. He found himself wandering between various warlords, akin to a stray dog with a diminished army. Ultimately, Elbu had no choice but to seek refuge under Yuan Shao's banner. As Dongzhu's influence crumbled entirely, the realm plunged into an era of warlord rivalry. Tensions between the various factions escalated significantly. Yuan Shao now commanded the entire Izhou region, and leveraging his illustrious lineage of 4 generations of 3 dukes, he attracted a plethora of distinguished figures. Meanwhile, Yuan Shu of Nanyang consolidated his power, rapidly expanding his influence after orchestrating the assassination of Sun Jian. However, unlike history, Sun Tzu did not surrender the imperial seal to Yuan Shu in exchange for military support. Instead, he led his remaining forces northward towards Yuzhou. Without the imperial seal, Yuan Shu's ambitions had yet to reach their zenith. In contrast, Liu Biao in Jingzhou harbored no grand aspirations, focusing solely on the development of his modest territory. Liu Yin in Shu was equally content, dutifully safeguarding his own domain. At this moment, the central plains of the Han were thoroughly divided among the warlords, and conflicts between them became increasingly frequent. The warlords understood that the Liu dynasty was on the verge of collapse, and any of them could potentially emerge as the true victor. Consequently, all warlords began to discreetly bolster their own forces, conscripting soldiers and expanding their armies. Yuan Shao, momentarily diverting his attention from Yuzhou, noted that the troops stationed at the border showed no signs of retreat. He held deep apprehensions towards Liu Qian, the formerly obscure exiled prince, who had somehow managed to raise an impressive cavalry of 200,000. Such strength was enough to instill fear in Yuan Shao, who had initially intended to conquer Yuzhou but was now compelled to abandon that plan. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Luoyang. Cao Cao's possession of the emperor was something Yuan Shao could not accept. However, with the emperor in his grasp, Cao Cao wielded the moral high ground. Yet, Yuan Shao seized the opportunity to capture the imperial capital. Luoyang. Following the conquest of Luoyang, Yuan Shao further extended his reach to Chang'an, ultimately linking Luoyang with his own Yizhou. Meanwhile, after Ding Yuan's demise and Elbu's departure, Bingzhou became a land without a master. After acquiring Luoyang and other territories, Yuan Shao set his sights on Bingzhou. Once his forces had stabilized, he dispatched his foremost general, Zhu Yi, to lead an army against Bingzhou. With no master to defend it, Bingzhou capitulated at the mere rumor of Yuan Shao's formidable advance. Bereft of Yuzhou, Yuan Shao now commanded the entirety of Bingzhou. With Luoyang and Chang'an under his control, Yuan Shao now possessed two-thirds of the northern territories. Basking in unprecedented glory. At this moment, aside from the distant Liangzhou, which was far removed from the central plains, the majority of the northern lands had fallen into Yuan Shao's hands. He chose to avoid provoking the borders of Yuzhou and Liangzhou, one being too mysterious and the other too remote. Yuan Shao was particularly wary of Lu Qian, the enigmatic prince whose unexpected cavalry of 200,000 instilled profound fear in him. Even with two-thirds of the northern territories secured, establishing himself as the paramount warlord of the north, Yuan Shao refrained from attempting to invade Yuzhou. For the distant Liangzhou, Yuan Shao had no desire to engage. Its geographical disadvantages and the resistance from Ma Teng and Han Sui rendered any endeavor futile. Now, with Bingzhou, rich in cavalry, and his populous Yizhou, along with Luoyang and other regions, Yuan Shao had undeniably become the most formidable warlord of the era. Even with the emperor at his side, Cao Cao could not contend with Yuan Shao in the short term. Despite having seized these territories, Yuan Shao remained vigilant against Lu Qian, the current head of the Yuan clan, who descended from 4 generations of 3 dukes. He was privy to the secrets of the great families and harbored no respect for the Han dynasty's imperial authority. Chapter 90. The invasion of foreign tribes amidst ruins. Yuan Shao had begun to strategize for the great families, backed by some of their support. Yet, witnessing Lu Qian's display of power, Yuan Shao dared not act recklessly. Uncertain whether Lu Qian possessed further hidden resources, if he did, any hasty action on Yuan Shao's part could jeopardize all he had built. For now, let us focus on steady development. I shall first deal with Cao Cao, who holds the emperor. With this thought, Yuan Shao turned his attention towards Cao Cao in Yinzhou. At this moment, Yuan Shao controlled Yizhou, Bingzhou, and Sili, 3 states that completely encircled Cao Cao's Yinzhou. Once Yuan Shao was ready, he could launch an all-out assault on Cao Cao. Currently, Cao Cao had occupied the entirety of Yinzhou and the neighboring Yuzhou under the auspices of the emperor. With control over these 2 states, Cao Cao left Yuan Shao unable to mount an immediate offensive. The central plains of the Han had entered a temporary lull. However, all were aware that this tranquility was but a fleeting pause before the storm of war would inevitably erupt as the warlords continued to strengthen their positions. Meanwhile, within Lu Qian's domain in Yuzhou, a group of individuals arrived. Heavens! Is this truly Yuzhou? The Yuzhou ravaged by foreign invasion? Observing the serene landscape before them, with neatly arranged homes and abundant fertile fields, everything appeared so harmonious. This was hardly the desolated land one would expect after foreign incursions, which would typically leave behind a scene of devastation. Yet, the tranquil sights astonished the newcomers. At this moment, the one traversing Yuzhou was none other than Kong Rong, the prefect of Beihai, who had come to rally support for the emperor. As a young prodigy and a descendant of Confucius, Kong Rong had ensured that during his tenure as prefect, his people lived in peace and harmony. However, amid the turmoil of the Han, he recognized that the current emperor was merely a figurehead, and only the crown prince Lu Qian had the rightful claim to the throne. Lu Xie was but a base-born son, lacking legitimacy, and was a mere puppet of the villain Dong Zhuo. With Dong Zhuo's demise, Lu Xie should likewise be disregarded, paving the way for Lu Qian's ascension. Thus, upon hearing of Lu Qian's success in repelling the foreign invaders and showcasing his potential for restoration, Kong Rong was filled with excitement and promptly led his troops to Yuzhou. Witnessing the peaceful scenes and the prosperous lives of the people, Kong Rong's resolve to fulfill his purpose strengthened. Wonderful. How admirable indeed. I had not expected the crown prince to be so virtuous. If such a figure ascends to the throne, it would truly be the fulfillment of the people's hopes. As he journeyed, Kong Rong continually praised Lu Qian's wise governance and benevolence. Observing the farmers toiling in the fields and the harmonious interactions between soldiers and civilians, Kong Rong, as a representative of contemporary Confucianism, found himself increasingly satisfied. Within Kong Rong's heart, Lu Qian's stature rose ever higher. Should anyone dare to oppose Lu Qian's ascension, Kong Rong would not hesitate to fight for him. The sight of Yuzhou left even the soldiers accompanying Kong Rong in awe. They had also suffered assaults from the Yellow Turban Army and, although they had since recovered, their homeland could not compare to the current prosperity of Yuzhou. Moreover, where would one find farmers unafraid of soldiers? Yet here, the farmers appeared exceptionally familiar and friendly with the patrolling troops. Witnessing the soldiers being invited to rest and offered tea, the Beihai soldiers were instantly enamored with this land. Heavens, did you see that? It's simply too wonderful here. It feels like a paradise. Yuzhou had transformed into such a place thanks to the virtue of the crown prince. As they drew closer to the northern city of Yuzhou, the prosperity continued to flourish, with the roads leading to the city paved with stones and well-maintained. This vibrant scene filled the Beihai soldiers with respect for Lu Qian. Such a virtuous prince ascending the throne would undoubtedly be the will of the people. At this moment, a young general following Kong Rong closely observed the journey, growing increasingly curious about the Grand Prince Lu Qian. He yearned to discern the appearance of this Grand Prince, who had managed to transform Yuzhou, a region besieged by foreign invasions, into a veritable paradise within a remarkably short span of time. Noticing the youthful general's intrigue, Kong Rong smiled knowingly and remarked, "Zi, I must trouble you once more to escort me on this journey." The young general shook his head in response, insisting, "There is no need for such formality. Lord Kong, I am merely fulfilling my mother's request and shall ensure your safety." Furthermore, he added, "Throughout this journey, Yuzhou, under the Grand Prince's governance, has encountered no banditry. I dare not take credit for this." Upon hearing this, Kong Rong gazed with satisfaction at Tai Shirzi before him. He felt a tinge of regret regarding Tai Shirzi, for the latter exhibited extraordinary talent in both martial prowess and strategic acumen, coupled with an admirable character and unparalleled filial piety. It was a pity that such a remarkable individual had not chosen to align himself with Kong Rong. Suddenly, a thought struck Kong Rong. "Zi, you have yet to take up an official post. Why not observe how Yuzhou flourishes?" With a beaming expression, Kong Rong proposed this to Tai Shirzi. Tai Shirzi surveyed the surroundings, noting that the current Yuzhou was hardly inferior to the illustrious capital. "Luoyang, Lord Kong, this Yuzhou is indeed thriving beyond measure. It has become a place yearned for by the people of the realm, a testament to the Grand Prince's sagacity and martial prowess." Upon hearing Tai Shirzi's praise, Kong Rong nodded in agreement, feeling as if such commendations were a reflection of his own merits. Listening to Tai Shirzi, Kong Rong's face lit up with a smile of approval. "Very well. Shall I introduce you to the Grand Prince? What say you?" Upon hearing this, Tai Shirzi's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had refrained from entering official service, not only due to his obligations to his elderly mother residing in Beihai, but also because he had yet to encounter a sovereign worthy of his loyalty. However, witnessing the Grand Prince Lu Qian's remarkable achievements stirred his ambition, for every martial general yearns to serve a wise lord, and now, such a figure stood before him. "I am deeply grateful, Lord Kong." Tai Shirzi readily agreed. Chapter 91. Lu, Guan, and Zhang brothers pay their respects to the Grand Prince. Kong Rong chuckled softly, stroking his beard. With Tai Shirzi's agreement, he felt an anticipation growing within him as he looked forward to meeting Lu Qian. Lu Qian had emerged as a pivotal figure for the restoration of the Han dynasty, and Kong Rong naturally felt drawn to him. Leading the soldiers of Beihai, they hastened towards the city of Yuzhou. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yuzhou, many remarkable individuals had gathered. As they beheld the prosperous landscape, these heroes, much like Kong Rong, found themselves momentarily stunned. This truly Yuzhou. It bears no difference from Luoyang. Having witnessed Yuzhou's prosperity, these newcomers voiced their astonishment in unison. They had initially presumed Yuzhou to be in a state of disarray following foreign incursions, yet they found it flourishing instead, with fertile lands stretching as far as the eye could see. The well-distributed farmlands and orderly rows of houses, bustling with industrious citizens, evoked a sense of unexpected prosperity. This Yuzhou is truly remarkable. The Grand Prince is indeed an extraordinary figure among the arriving heroes. Guojia, known for his cunning intellect, looked on with curiosity, unable to fathom the extent of Yuzhou's transformation. Beside him, Shi Jizai shared the same sense of wonder as they walked through the fields, where farmers wore smiles of contentment. Some townsfolk, upon noticing the two scholarly figures, warmly invited them to rest. After a brief conversation, they learned that all these remarkable changes were the result of the Grand Prince's governance, leaving Guojia and Shi Jizai increasingly eager to meet Lu Qian. Initially intrigued by Lu Qian's victory over the foreign invaders, their interest had now shifted towards the remarkable transformations in Yuzhou. In their eyes, the current state of Yuzhou surpassed even that of Luoyang, with its abundance of fertile land and the unwavering hope of the populace. Notably, there were no prominent families. Reports indicated that the Grand Prince Lu Qian had undertaken a sweeping purge of the noble families within Yuzhou, nearly eradicating their influence entirely. This bold move was nothing short of audacious, as the dominance of noble families was a prevailing norm, and such actions could alienate potential talents. Thus, Guojia and Shi Jizai, both from humble backgrounds, felt an urgent desire to witness the Grand Prince's charisma firsthand. As their curiosity deepened, they entered the city of Beiping, where they were met by Liu Bei and his brothers. Having resigned from his position as the magistrate of Pingyuan County, Liu Bei, accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, hurried towards Yuzhou. Since learning of his nephew's extraordinary feats in repelling the invaders, Liu Bei had observed the changes sweeping through Yuzhou, which deeply moved him. Upon entering Beiping, the bustling atmosphere reminiscent of Luoyang enveloped him. The cries of vendors, lively taverns, and friendly soldiers conversing with the townsfolk painted a picture of community and prosperity that Liu Bei had longed to see. All of this had come to fruition under the stewardship of his nephew. After a life spent in search of the restoration of the Han Dynasty, the emergence of a revitalizing figure filled Liu Bei with uncontainable excitement. The Han Dynasty shall rise again. My nephew will surely lead us to revival. This realm belongs to the Liu family. As Liu Bei expressed his enthusiasm to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, they too felt a profound sense of shared emotion. Understanding their elder brother's fervent aspiration to restore the Han Dynasty, they shared in his exhilaration. After observing the splendor of Yuzhou, Liu Bei suppressed his excitement and, accompanied by the two brothers, made his way to the residence of the Yuzhou governor. Upon arriving, they were met by a vigilant group of guards stationed at the entrance. Liu Bei approached with respect, declaring, "I am Liu Bei, descendant of the Jing King of Zhongshan, here to pay my respects to the Grand Prince." However, the guards scrutinized Liu Bei and his companions, showing no intention of granting them entry. Given the recent influx of individuals seeking the Grand Prince's favor, it was impractical to allow everyone through. The Grand Prince is currently unavailable. You may remain in Yuzhou until he is free to receive you. Taken aback by the closed doors of the governor's residence, Liu Bei felt a pang of disbelief. As a member of the Han royal family, he was being obstructed from an audience with Lu Qian. "Might I trouble you to announce my arrival? I am indeed a royal descendant of the Han Dynasty." Seeing no way to gain entry, Liu Bei hastily explained his lineage to the guards, who smiled kindly in response. "Please do not misunderstand. We treat everyone equally here in Yuzhou. There are many royal descendants who have arrived, not just you." Liu Bei's expression stiffened at their words. Realizing his status as a royal descendant held little weight in this context, he felt disheartened. He quickly pondered that his lineage as a descendant of the Jing King of Zhongshan was perhaps too commonplace, as there were countless descendants, many of whom could not be recorded in the family tree. Chapter 92. A Clouded Future. When will the dawn break? It was estimated that there were no fewer than 1,000 descendants of the Jing King of Zhongshan alone. Thus, the identity of Liu Bei as a member of the Han royal family had become utterly futile. Observing the guard who was preparing to escort himself and his companions away, Liu Bei's expression darkened. Just as he was about to leave, his companions Zhang Fei and Guan Yu cast menacing glances at the two guards before them. "Damn it, brother! Allow me to teach this scoundrel a lesson. How dare he prevent my brother from entering? Just watch me twist his head off." With Zhang Fei's indignant shout, even Guan Yu stood beside him, visibly displeased. However, at this moment, Guan Yu showed no intention of stopping Zhang Fei's impulsive actions. Though Zhang Fei was reckless, there were times when Guan Yu could be similarly headstrong. He tacitly accepted Zhang Fei's readiness to confront the guards, who clearly held no regard for the three brothers. Just as Zhang Fei was about to act on his fury, Liu Bei hastily intervened, restraining the two. You must not act foolishly, third brother. This is Yuzhou. Have you not observed the current lives of the people here during our journey? The crown prince is benevolent and compassionate. Otherwise, how could he be so beloved by the populace? And you wish to create discord today? Liu Bei admonished Zhang Fei sternly. At that moment, Zhang Fei looked at Liu Bei with a sense of injustice. But, brother, these two scoundrels have dared to belittle us, he protested. Upon hearing this, even Guan Yu cast a dissatisfied glance at Liu Bei. Observing the behavior of his two brothers, Liu Bei shook his head with calmness. He was here to seek refuge with his royal nephew, who had simply not met with him yet. Had he not heard that there were at least 800 members of the Han royal family in Yuzhou? Their kinship was far closer than his own, yet they were also in Yuzhou without having met him. If Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were to physically confront the guards, the three of them would likely find themselves unable to leave Yuzhou at all. Before Liu Bei could utter another word, a well-equipped squad of sword and shield soldiers swiftly appeared along the streets of Beiping. What is happening? The guards patrolling Beiping quickly organized themselves as they approached the scene unfolding at the gate of the magistrate's residence. Upon seeing this unit, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu instinctively calmed down. Although Zhang Fei was brash, he was no fool. He could discern that this unit was not to be trifled with, for the soldiers exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably indicating they were seasoned warriors. Realizing this, Zhang Fei begrudgingly retreated a step. Humph! On account of my elder brother, I'll let you off this time. With that, Zhang Fei expressed his dissatisfaction. Liu Bei, meanwhile, smiled wryly, hastily offering apologies and reassurances to the two guards. However, the guards remained indifferent. It's nothing. There are many who wish to stir trouble here, not just the three of you. After all we've seen these past few days, we are quite used to it. Since all is well now, let us escort you to your accommodations. After the guards spoke, one of them led Liu Bei and his brothers towards the prepared quarters within Beiping at that moment. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei turned their attention to the surroundings. They noticed that, unbeknownst to them, a crowd of common folk had gathered outside the magistrate's residence. However, the expressions of these citizens were filled with anger and reproach as they gazed at Liu Bei and his brothers. It was they who just tried to attack at the magistrate's gate. I see them as no good. Look at that black-faced one. It's obvious he is a villain. I suspect they intend to harm the crown prince. What? This is outrageous. We must follow them and see what they are up to. In Yuzhou, the citizens enjoyed a prosperous life, with ample food and fine clothing, and Lu Qian's standing among the people rose steadily. Those who previously caused disturbances in Yuzhou, believing themselves to be talented individuals, were driven out of Beiping by the enraged populace. Now, after Zhang Fei's recent outburst, the citizens of Beiping glared at Liu Bei and his brothers with palpable disdain. Had it not been for the guards' explanations, the crowd would have charged forward without hesitation to expel Liu Bei and his brothers. Seeing this spectacle, Liu Bei felt a wave of shame wash over him as he walked ahead. Zhang Fei, equally embarrassed, followed behind Liu Bei, seething in silence. After Liu Bei and his brothers were settled into their accommodations, the guards returned to the magistrate's gate to resume their duties. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among Liu Bei and his brothers grew exceedingly awkward. Particularly, Zhang Fei stood beside Liu Bei with a look akin to that of a child who had misbehaved. Liu Bei, however, could not bring himself to scold his impulsive younger brother. Having lost everything, Liu Bei relied solely on these two skilled sworn brothers and could hardly cast blame. Outside, the crowd of citizens gradually dispersed after some time, and the unity of Yuzhou fostered genuine affection for the crown prince. Lu Qian, among the people. This made Liu Bei enviously contemplative. Yet, at this moment, he felt a profound darkness and uncertainty regarding his future. When would he finally rise to prominence? A night passed in silence. After that day, Liu Bei and his brothers remained in Yuzhou. However, a descendant of the Jing king from the Han royal family would hardly attract attention. In Yuzhou, there were countless Han royal relatives. Some, with merely a bloodline connection, came to Yuzhou hoping to leverage their royal status for gain. Yet, these individuals were sorely mistaken. Yuzhou had an abundance of housing. Lu Qian simply instructed his subordinates to accommodate these self-proclaimed members of the Han family without further consideration. Over time, as it became apparent that the crown prince Lu Qian was not easy to approach and offered little in the way of rewards, many dispersed. Consequently, Yuzhou became significantly quieter. Meanwhile, Liu Bei and his brothers were overlooked by the guards and went unreported. However, at this moment, a group resembling fallen nobility arrived at the borders of Yuzhou. Finally, we have reached Yuzhou. Hurry, hurry, deliver the imperial edict to the crown prince. The leading eunuch exclaimed as the group hurriedly entered Beiping. Just as this contingent entered the city, a large army closely followed, pursuing to the borders of Yuzhou. Chapter 93. The Resurgence of the Han. Chao Mengde awaits. Witnessing the squad that had plunged into Yuzhou, the commander of the pursuing troops, filled with rage, hurled his whip to the ground. Damn it! How could they have slipped into Yuzhou? This complicates matters. Once that crown prince receives the edict, he will undoubtedly become the greatest threat to our lord. After contemplating for a while, the commander ultimately refrained from leading his troops into Yuzhou. Watching the group vanish into the territory, the pursuing army begrudgingly retreated, their banner emblazoned with the character for Yuan. Upon returning to Yizhou, the commander hurried to the residence of Yuan Shao, my lord. It was my incompetence that allowed that eunuch to escape into Yuzhou with the imperial edict. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao regarded the kneeling commander with indifference. Chunyu Qiong, rise, it is of little consequence. Yuan Shao expressed a sense of regret as he helped Chunyu Qiong to his feet. The reason Yuan Shao was so concerned about the edict was that it had been drafted by Dong Zhuo and bore the imperial seal. Its contents being something Yuan Shao had inadvertently learned. The information within stirred Yuan Shao's ambition, igniting a desire to seize it for himself if he could capture the edict and simply alter the name. With this document combined with his title as a four-generation minister of the court, who could stand in his way? However, it mattered little that he had not obtained it. His title was still a strong asset. Chunyu Qiong was not only a close friend but also a fellow officer in the 8th Cavalry Command of the Western Garden, sharing equal rank, so Yuan Shao could not hold him accountable for the failure. Yet, the thought of that edict falling into Lu Qian's hands weighed heavily on Yuan Shao's heart. For Yuan Shao, the edict might be of little importance, but for the legitimate heir of the Han, Lu Qian, it was a significant boon. Contemplating this, Yuan Shao's apprehension towards Yuzhou deepened. At present, Yuan Shao already controlled the territories of Bingzhou, Yizhou, and Silizhu, and with their support, his power steadily expanded. His army had now swelled to a formidable force of 300,000. This massive army was the backbone of Yuan Shao's confidence, yet he was far from satisfied with the status quo. Chunyu Qiong, I grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Currently, Qingzhou is without a master. Though Kong Rong possesses virtue, he is too content with guarding his home to pursue advancement. Moreover, he has led the soldiers of Beihai to Yuzhou, leaving Qingzhou completely unguarded. As he spoke, a mysterious smile crept across Yuan Shao's face. In that instant, Chunyu Qiong grasped Yuan Shao's intent. As one of the 8th Cavalry Command of the Western Garden, he was no fool. Upon comprehending Yuan Shao's implications, Chunyu Qiong knelt in excitement. My lord. Rest assured, I shall lead the troops to seize Qingzhou. If I cannot capture him, then let my lord take his head. Upon hearing this from Chunyu Qiong, Yuan Shao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I shall provide you with an army of 100,000 and ample provisions. I will also appoint Zhu Shou as your military advisor to assist you. If, after all this, you are still unable to seize Qingzhou, do not blame me for forgetting past loyalties. As Yuan Shao finished speaking, Chunyu Qiong, kneeling below, hastily accepted the command and prepared to depart. At that moment, Yuan Shao gazed confidently at the map of the Han dynasty before him. In the present day, Yi Prefecture was a bastion of talent under Yuan Shao's command. With the finest scholars and warriors from the 3 provinces gathered there, Tianfeng continually offered strategic counsel to Yuan Shao, and with Zhu Shou's guidance, Yuan Shao's rapid progress was assured. He was still the spirited Yuan Binchu who had become the head of the Yuan family. However, due to his apprehension towards Lu Qian, Yuan Shao often found himself needing to tread carefully around Lu Qian of Yuzhou, which greatly displeased him. Nevertheless, with the aid of Tianfeng and Zhu Shou, it was clear that capturing Qingzhou was within reach. Once he secured Qingzhou and acquired the remnants of the Yellow Turbans, Yuan Shao would no longer have to fear the powerful crown Prince Lu Qian. With a clear path for development now laid out before him, Yuan Shao began to boldly follow the strategies proposed by Tianfeng and Zhu Shou. Obeying Yuan Shao's orders without hesitation, Chunyu Qiong rallied the 100,000 troops and marched forth towards Qingzhou with great momentum. With Zhu Shou, a brilliant strategist from Yi Prefecture, by his side, Chun Yuqiong felt invigorated, despite a previous failure. He viewed this opportunity as a well-deserved chance provided by Yuan Shao. Thus, Yuan Shao's grand army surged towards the unclaimed Qingzhou the moment Yuan Shao dispatched his forces to attack the leaderless Qingzhou. He realized that should he seize it, he would possess 4 provinces, effectively surrounding Lu Qian's Yuzhou. Under the counsel of Tianfeng and Zhu Shou, this was the only way to curb the expansion of the Crown Prince Lu Qian's influence. Thus, the campaign led by Chun Yuqiong and his 100,000 soldiers against Qingzhou commenced. Meanwhile, in Yinzhou, upon learning of Yuan Shao's movements, Cao Cao could not help but cast a worried glance towards Yuzhou. Alas, I wonder if this time His Highness the Crown Prince will manage to navigate through these challenges. The golden-scaled fish is not meant to remain in the pond. Once it encounters the wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Your Highness, with your potential for revival, I, Chao Mengda, shall wait and see. After murmuring to himself for a while, Cao Cao rose and made his way to the palace Anshuchang. A new palace had been established for the young emperor, and with his ascension, Cao Cao attracted a group of esteemed elder officials from the Han dynasty. With their support, Cao Cao's Han court regained its vitality. While everyone's attention was focused on Yuan Shao's latest grand maneuver, a small group of disheveled individuals stumbled to the gates of the Yuzhou governor's residence. Upon seeing the gate so near, the leader of the group, a eunuch, was filled with joy. Finally, we have arrived. We need not live in fear any longer. As the group reached the entrance, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. They had set out from Chang'an, plagued by anxiety, and upon reaching Yi Prefecture, Yuan Shao had learned of their whereabouts and dispatched Chun Yuqiong to hunt them down. Had it not been for the quick thinking of their leader, they would likely have met their demise in Yi Prefecture. Approaching the guards at the gate, they hurriedly called out, "Who goes there? Halt!" Just as the weary travelers attempted to enter, the 2 guards at the entrance fixed their scrutinizing gazes upon them. Filled with suspicion, observing the disheveled and pitiful appearance of the group, the guards exchanged glances of confusion. However, the eunuch at the forefront paid them no mind. Having endured the trials of escape, I am Lu Tao, a constant attendant by the side of His Majesty. I have come to congratulate His Highness the Crown Prince. I bear a decree as proof. With that, Lu Tao swiftly retrieved the well-preserved imperial edict from his box. Upon seeing the edict, the guards immediately ceased their doubts and hurriedly escorted Lu Tao and the others into the residence. As Lu Tao and his companions entered the governor's mansion, they were instantly met with a barrage of wary gazes, emanating from the valiant warriors surrounding Lu Qian. With over 1,000 elite warriors at Lu Qian's side, not only were they immensely powerful, but under the guidance of the imperial teacher Wang Yu, their swordsmanship had improved drastically. Lu Qian was currently protected by an impenetrable fortress of strength. Faced with these imposing warriors, Lu Tao and the others trembled as they followed the guards, feeling as though they were walking on thin ice, too afraid to make a sound. Even in the face of Yuan Shao's pursuers, they had never felt such fear, as if any slight misstep would lead to their demise. However, they were merely there to present the decree. With no ulterior motives, led by the guards, Lu Tao and his group soon found themselves before the great Crown Prince Lu Qian. Upon seeing Lu Qian, Lu Tao quickly led his companions to kneel. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Qin Wang. Long live His Highness." After Lu Tao finished his reverence, he quickly rose at Lu Qian's gesture. Observing Lu Qian, who exuded an aura of undeniable authority, Lu Tao's heart tightened. Yet, Lu Qian paid little attention to this, instead focusing on the imperial edict held in Lu Tao's hands. After all this time, it was surprising to see a decree appear. It had been ages since he had received anything aside from the will of Emperor Ling Luhong during the events in Jiaozhou, or the decree from the treacherous Dong Zhuo attempting to keep him in Jiaozhou. Astonishingly, even after Dong Zhuo's demise, a decree still found its way to him. As Lu Qian regarded the edict, Lu Tao respectfully held it above his head and presented it to Lu Qian. As the esteemed Qin Wang, Lu Qian's status was akin to that of an emperor, and it would be unwise for a mere eunuch to offend him. Accepting the edict from Lu Tao's hands, Lu Qian swiftly skimmed its contents. Initially, it merely stated that he was to take command of Yuzhou and establish control over the region. But since Yuzhou was already within his grasp, this seemed almost redundant. However, the subsequent proclamation within the edict brought a smile to Lu Qian's face. Dong Zhuo had granted the young Emperor Lu Xie the authority to establish a government. Furthermore, he was permitted to appoint officials of the third rank or lower without needing to report back. Such a provision might have held significance while Emperor Ling Luhong was still alive, but now, observing the edict in his hand, Lu Qian chuckled, though he did not take it to heart. Casually tossing it aside in this time of chaos within the Central Plains, with warlords vying for power who would still report to the court for appointments, it was all about what he desired. And with his status as the Qinhuang, he could appoint officials at will. However, the only advantage of the decree from Dong Zhuo was that the moment Lu Qian received it, a new building unit was unlocked in his mind system. Yet, now was not the time to explore that. After Lu Qian finished speaking, a nearby attendant produced gold to bestow upon Lu Tao and the others. Initially, Lu Tao had expected to simply report back, but he was pleasantly surprised to receive a reward. Looking at the gold in their hands, Lu Tao and his companions immediately fell to their knees in gratitude. Enough, enough, I have been informed. Lu Qian was entirely uninterested in the flattery from Lu Tao and his companions. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Qian signaled for Lu Tao and the others to quickly rise and leave. In that moment, Lu Qian immersed himself in the depths of the system. At that instant, the system unlocked a building unit that left Lu Qian astounded. This building unit was none other than the castle, a distinctive structure representative of every nation in the Age of Empires. The sudden unlocking of the castle unit took Lu Qian by surprise. He had never anticipated such a development. The castle unit could train the most unique troops of each nation within the game. Building unit, castle, construction requirements, gold, 100,000, stone, 100,000, wood, 100,000, castle training unit, Zhuge crossbowman, training requirements, gold 100, food 100. Health, 80, attack power, 20, armor, 5, shield, 0, range, 15. Mastering the repeating crossbow. These Huaxia soldiers inflict devastating damage on enemies with their exceptional range and relentless rain of arrows. Observing the newly updated building unit within the system, Lu Qian's eyes lit up. Among all the troop types in the Age of Empires, his favorite was undoubtedly the Zhuge crossbowman produced by the castle buildings of the Celestial Empire. Each Zhuge crossbowman wielded a repeating crossbow, with an impressive range and rapid-fire capabilities that showcased their formidable power. Moreover, the game's population limit meant that even a mere 100 Zhuge crossbowmen could demonstrate immense combat effectiveness. Now, this was not merely a game. Should these Zhuge crossbowmen be produced in droves, a force of 5,000 would be more than sufficient to rival tens of thousands of troops. Crossbows were far superior to bows and arrows, and the Zhuge crossbowmen boasted a fearsome range of 150 paces. In contrast, the Han Dynasty's archers could only manage a meager distance of several dozen paces, and their crossbow technology was significantly outdated. However, the Zhuge crossbowmen trained in the castle construction are indeed exceptional, equipped with advanced machinery and possessing an extraordinary range. The amalgamation of these elements serves to honor the formidable nature of the Zhuge crossbowmen. With the advent of this castle construction, Lu Qian was not one to simply sit idly by, passively observing the castle's appearance as depicted in the system. Only by erecting the castle could its true strength be revealed. Gather the farmers of Beiping. I shall construct a castle. Upon Lu Qian's command, a portion of the valiant swordsmen beside him swiftly disseminated the order. At that moment, Lu Qian's forces resembled a colossal machine, with each individual acting as a cog within this mechanism. When these individuals harmoniously united, they began to function as one, like a well-oiled machine. Lu Qian's command rapidly echoed throughout Beiping. The farmers, boasting a 100 loyalty rating as produced by the system, unhesitatingly abandoned their agricultural tasks and hurried to the designated area indicated by Lu Qian. Chapter 95. The People's Affection, Constructing a Magnificent Palace. What is happening? Wang Gu, what are you all doing? Are you abandoning the fields? There is still work to be done. Observing the farmers who had set aside their work to assemble, many of the local residents of Yuzhou expressed their curiosity, calling out to the crowd. However, just as they pondered the situation, the farmers had already vanished from sight. What is going on? So mysterious. Why leave without saying a word? The abrupt departure of the farmers left the local residents in a state of bewilderment. As they stood there, puzzled. Yet, some curious souls chose to follow. Little did they know, upon catching up, the residents returned with expressions of exhilaration. Fantastic. His Highness the Grand Prince is constructing a palace. Let us hurry and lend a hand. Upon realizing that the farmers were to build a castle in Beiping, it dawned on them that this was essentially the construction of a palace in no time. The news of Lu Qian's intent to build a castle spread throughout all of Beiping. Local farmers, previously idling at home, hastily gathered their tools and made their way to the assembly point designated by Lu Qian. Ha ha ha, how could we not lend a hand in the construction of a palace for His Highness the Grand Prince? This is our first opportunity to assist him, they exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. That moment, nearly all the citizens of Beiping had rushed over. Their homeland had been reclaimed by the Grand Prince, the foreign invaders vanquished by him. Their homes rebuilt by his hands, and even the fields had been distributed to them by his grace. Such a worthy and respected Grand Prince could not help but evoke feelings of profound gratitude among them. However, the people of Yuzhou had seldom found opportunities to repay the Grand Prince's kindness. While they could occasionally unite to reprimand those who slandered him, such actions hardly sufficed as a form of gratitude. Yet now, with the Grand Prince embarking on the construction of a castle, despite their unfamiliarity with the concept, they viewed it as a splendid opportunity to express their appreciation. Thus, after Lu Qian summoned the farmers, the citizens of Yuzhou followed suit. Seeing the eager citizens clamoring to assist in the construction of the castle, Lu Qian couldn't help but smile. This was the essence of the people, simple souls of the Middle Kingdom. If not for hunger and cold, who would ever dream of rebellion? Presently, Yuzhou offered them warmth and hope for a better life, filling them with immense gratitude towards the Grand Prince Lu Qian. However, Lu Qian's call for farmers was merely a guise. The castle was far too vast, and its sudden completion would be hard to justify. Hence, he gathered the farmers. Yet, witnessing the assembled citizens, Lu Qian realized that apart from the farmers produced by the system, nearly half of those present were the townsfolk of Beiping. Despite his inclination to decline their assistance, the hopeful gazes in their eyes compelled Lu Qian to relent. Their involvement would lend a sense of belonging to the castle they were about to build together. With this thought, Lu Qian promptly activated the castle construction within the system, placing it in the heart of Beiping. As Lu Qian initiated the construction, a total of 300,000 resources vanished from the resource panel, and a massive foundation emerged at the center of Beiping. With the foundation laid, the system-generated farmers began laboring on the castle. The citizens of Beiping, brimming with enthusiasm, volunteered to join in the collective effort of constructing the castle. With such a substantial workforce, the pace of construction accelerated significantly. Thanks to the system, the construction timeline was drastically reduced, and to avoid exaggeration, Lu Qian set the completion time to 7 days. Otherwise, given the system's capabilities, the castle could have materialized in the heart of Beiping within mere hours. As the fervent construction progressed, a week swiftly passed, and a colossal edifice now stood within Beiping. With a series of well-coordinated strikes, the final stone was embedded into the castle, signifying its completion. Gazing upon the magnificent structure, the citizens of Yuzhou, apart from the farmers produced by the system, felt a surge of pride. It is truly splendid. So grand and majestic. Only the Grand Prince is worthy of residing in such a palace, they exclaimed joyously, reveling in their contribution to the creation of this opulent castle. As the construction concluded, the citizens erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the successful completion of a palace they had wholeheartedly labored to create. The honor of having the Grand Prince Lu Qian dwell within the palace they built was a source of immense pride for them. Upon the castle's completion, the citizens spread the news, jubilantly celebrating. The grand castle stood like a mountain in the very center of Beiping, visible even from outside the city. In the hearts of the people of Yuzhou, Beiping now surpassed Luoyang in prosperity and importance. Moreover, they held no grievances about constructing this magnificent palace for the Grand Prince. Historically, such grand constructions often burdened the populace, yet in Yuzhou, this was not the case. The materials for the castle were provided by the system, with Lu Qian merely dispatching individuals to deliver them to Beiping. Even if the materials had originated from the citizens, it would not diminish their enthusiasm. Should anyone dare to claim that building the castle was a drain on the populace, the citizens actively engaged in its construction would eagerly rectify that misconception. For them, being able to assist Lu Qian was a matter of great joy. They would not hesitate to build another castle, even several more. However, for Lu Qian, constructing this castle was sufficient for the time being, as it merely served as a residence and office for him, where he would manage affairs in the future. Chapter 96. Treacherous Ministers and Rebels. Furthermore, This castle would facilitate the training of specialized troops, such as the Zhuge crossbowmen, as well as siege weaponry. With the castle now completed, Beiping flourished under Lu Qian's stewardship, attracting numerous merchants eager to trade in Yuzhou. Upon witnessing the resplendent and formidable castle within Beiping, these merchants were left in awe. The castle was indeed more splendid than the imperial palace itself. It quickly became a landmark of Beiping, a testament to the exceptional nature of the Grand Prince. The willingness of the citizens to construct such an immense edifice for him was nothing short of astonishing. Observing the castle that had emerged within just a week, Liu Bei and his brothers, still in Yuzhou, could not help but be astounded by the remarkable feat. The construction of such a formidable structure in merely a week seemed unfathomable. However, reflecting on the unity and spirit of Yuzhou, it appeared less extraordinary. Liu Bei stared in a daze at the grand castle that towered majestically at the center. Meanwhile, within the castle, every corner was meticulously adorned under Lu Qian's direction. Just as Lu Qian was busy exploring each room of the castle, an esteemed elder from the Han dynasty arrived. Minister Kong Rong pays his respects to His Highness the Grand Prince. Upon seeing the amiable and humble Kong Rong, Lu Qian quickly assisted him to his feet. The tale of Kong Rong giving up his share of pears is well known to all, and now, standing before the elder in his twilight years, filled Lu Qian with curiosity. As Lu Qian appraised Kong Rong, the elder, visibly moved, bowed once more. "I have witnessed the tremendous transformation of Yuzhou under your governance, Your Highness. In a realm where everyone resides in peace and contentment, the common folk enjoy such security that they leave their doors unlatched at night. The roads are bustling, and the fields of fertile land stretch as far as the eye can see. In the presence of such a splendid scene, His Highness the Grand Prince must surely be the one to rejuvenate the Han dynasty." The old minister humbly beseeches His Highness to proclaim to the world his ascension to the throne. Indeed, he is the rightful sovereign. As Kong Rong, filled with excitement, fervently expressed his thoughts, his face flushed with exhilaration, and he gasped for breath. Observing the rather endearing Kong Rong, Lu Qian could not help but smile. Nevertheless, Lu Qian did not acquiesce to Kong Rong's words, for the title of emperor seemed trivial to him at this moment. The realm was already in chaos, and disputes among the lords were inevitable. Even if he were to declare himself emperor, it would be in name only. What he truly needed was to await the opportune moment to restore order, and when the Central Plains were unified, he could ascend the throne in a legitimate manner. Upon Lu Qian's refusal, Kong Rong remained undeterred and proceeded to introduce the loyal Taishurzi. Yet, Lu Qian's mindset had already transformed due to the system he possessed. Had he arrived in this tumultuous era without the system, he might have been concerned about the renowned generals and strategists of his previous life. However, with the system at his disposal, as long as he remained prudent and focused on steady development, the formidable army generated by the system would easily sweep across the land, rendering the presence of famous generals and strategists merely a secondary consideration. Having been introduced and recognizing Taishurzi's unparalleled loyalty and capability, Lu Qian accepted him into his ranks. Overjoyed at the prospect of serving under the Grand Prince Lu Qian, Taishurzi immediately pledged his allegiance. Just as the gathering of esteemed individuals was filled with lively conversation, an urgent dispatch from Qingzhou arrived before Lu Qian. The arrival of Kong Rong, leading the Beihai troops to Yuzhou, had left Qingzhou without any oversight, and after Kong Rong's departure, it was left leaderless. At this critical juncture, Yuan Shao had dispatched Chun Yuqiong with an army of 100,000 to attack Qingzhou. Upon learning this news, Kong Rong's countenance shifted dramatically. Rebellious traitors, Yuan Binchu is indeed a traitor. With his face alternating between blue and white in fury, Kong Rong's outbursts caught Lu Qian's attention, prompting him to examine the map of the Han dynasty through the system. To his dismay, Lu Qian discovered that Yuan Binchu's strategy was quite astute. Observing the map, he noted that Yuan Shao had already seized control of Bingzhou, Silishong, and Yizhou. Presently, Yuan Shao possessed dominion over 3 provinces. Historically, Yuan Shao was supposed to engage in a fierce battle with Gong Sunzan of Yuzhou, known as the Battle of Gpo. However, Lu Qian's emergence had altered the course of events, leading Gong Sunzan to wholeheartedly pledge his loyalty to Lu Qian after witnessing his might. Furthermore, Lu Qian's vast military strength left Yuan Shao uncertain about Lu Qian's hidden capabilities, making him reluctant to assault Yuzhou. Thus, Yuan Shao devised a clever scheme to isolate Yuzhou. If he could conquer Qingzhou, Lu Qian's Yuzhou would effectively be cut off from the north. Yet, while this tactic might prove effective against others, it was entirely futile against Lu Qian. His territory extended far beyond Yuzhou alone, for the entire northern expanse, apart from Yuzhou, had already become Lu Qian's domain. With the assistance of the system, Yuan Shao's blockade would be rendered meaningless. Even if Yuan Shao succeeded in capturing Qingzhou, Lu Qian held no cause for concern. With the system's support, the army would continue to train and grow, and Yuan Shao would be left bewildered by the sudden influx of manpower in Yuzhou. Most importantly, Lu Qian had established maritime routes, with Goguryeo and the Three Han Peninsula under his control, complemented by an invincible fleet he had crafted in this vast realm. Lu Qian regarded no lord as a formidable adversary. However, as Qingzhou faced Yuan Shao's onslaught, Kong Rong could no longer remain idle. With his homeland under threat from Yuan Shao, he resolved to take action. Rising promptly to express his gratitude before departing, Tai Shirzi, having pledged his loyalty, also stood with a tense expression. Recognizing Tai Shirzi's concern for his mother residing in Beihai, Lu Qian understood the urgency of the situation. Moreover, with Kong Rong rallying troops to protect the kingdom, Lu Qian was determined not to remain passive. There is no need for further words. Lead an army of 100,000 cavalry to Qingzhou for support. Upon Lu Qian's casual command, Tai Shirzi was overwhelmed with gratitude and immediately bowed in reverence. To Lu Qian, this contingent of cavalry was not of paramount importance. It served to obstruct Yuan Shao's advance and potentially reclaim Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Tai Shirzi believed deeply that this army was entrusted to him to break the siege of Qingzhou and rescue his aging mother. Following Lu Qian's orders, Tai Shirzi hastily assembled the troops and, alongside Kong Rong, swiftly made their way back to Qingzhou. Chapter 97. The maritime fleet sets sail again. As Kong Rong observed Tai Shirzi marching alongside him, he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. When he was escorted to Yuzhou by Tai Shirzi, Kong Rong had intended to recommend him for an official position. Yet, he had not anticipated that Tai Shirzi would so swiftly rise to command an army of 100,000 cavalry under the Grand Prince. Gazing at the disciplined troops behind him, Kong Rong was filled with admiration. As a veteran of the Han dynasty, he prided himself on having witnessed numerous elite forces, yet he found himself awestruck by the caliber of Lu Qian's cavalry. With Tai Shirzi leading this formidable force, Kong Rong felt a sense of reassurance. No longer anxious about Yuan Shao's offensive against Qingzhou, he was convinced that even though Yuan Shao commanded an army of 100,000, Lu Qian's cavalry was more than capable of overwhelming the opposition. As Tai Shirzi and Kong Rong hastened toward Qingzhou, Lu Qian remained composed within the castle of Beiping, diligently managing the affairs of state. Now, Lu Qian held vast swathes of territory, with a population exceeding 10 million. Although he had the assistance of Sun Yu in governance, the tasks were still overwhelming. Yet Lu Qian did not permit himself to be consumed by the minutiae of administration. With Tai Shirzi leading the army away, he was confident that Qingzhou would soon fall under his control. Thus, he turned his attention to the northern expanse of the grasslands, which had been developing for some time. As Lu Qian continued to expand, the resources he had painstakingly accumulated were rapidly depleting. Host: Lu Qian food, 686,200 stone, 350,000 wood, 676,832 yellow turbans, 640,000 iron ore, 350,000 population. Farmers, 66 million pikemen, 200,000 Yulin guards, 10,000 imperial guards, 40,000, sustained some losses during the siege of the Xinbei kingdom, strong archers, 50,000 valiant swordsmen, 1,030 elite light cavalry, 400, heavy cavalry, 50,000 territories, Jiaozhou, Izhou Island, Luzon Island, Yingzhou Island, the Three Han Peninsula, Goguryeo, Yuzhou, Shuangming grassland. Gazing at the current resource panel, Lu Qian felt a pang of frustration. If this rate of development continued, his resources would prove insufficient. Within just a year, the resources he had accumulated had diminished tenfold. After the completion of the castle in Beiping, Lu Qian had intended to rapidly produce 50,000 Zhuge crossbowmen. However, upon viewing the resource panel, he was compelled to halt his plans. The current consumption of resources rendered his gains inadequate and disproportionately low. Observing the rapidly growing population and the ever-expanding military, Lu Qian's strategy remained unchanged. To continue developing his forces, he needed to secure new sources of resources. With this thought, he shifted his gaze toward the sea. the resources of the Central Plains had nearly been fully exploited by his own dominion, and the vast farmlands required time to yield significant growth. Only the ocean's resources could provide a continuous influx of wealth. Thus, to establish a new resource point, he needed to find new ports along the sea. The marine resources were abundant, and Lu Qian had no concerns regarding overexploitation. Moreover, he was not merely intent on plundering these resources. He was also developing fisheries in the coastal waters to ensure sustainable breeding of fish species. However, as he contemplated a new resource point, he realized that most of the surrounding islands in the Central Plains maritime domain had already fallen under his control. While Lu Qian's mind raced to identify suitable locations for resource development, a particular area surfaced in his thoughts. He quickly opened the system map and set his sights on the territory beneath the already occupied Luzon Island. This region corresponds to what would later be recognized as Southeast Asia. Lu Qian was particularly drawn to this area due to its proximity to Luzon Island. Should he conquer it entirely, his territory would expand significantly. Additionally, this Southeast Asian region, connected to Luzon Island, would serve as a strategic springboard for future military campaigns westward. With this realization, Lu Qian resolved without hesitation. Having experienced substantial development over time, his burgeoning power left no room for trepidation. Under the command of Lu Qian, the maritime fleet docked at the Korean peninsula set sail once more. Having previously conquered Luzon, the fleet was now well acquainted with the waters of Southeast Asia. As the Grand Army surged forth from the sea, the indigenous people of Southeast Asia remained oblivious to the impending catastrophe that loomed over them. They had retreated entirely into their territories, once venturing to Luzon, but now, since it had become Lu Qian's domain, the defenses were exceedingly formidable. The vigilant soldiers stationed there were far beyond the reach of these natives, leaving them no choice but to remain hidden on their islands. Meanwhile, the fleet, surpassing the bounds of its era, swiftly approached Southeast Asia. At this moment, Lu Qian's gaze was firmly fixed on the region. And once the army arrived, Southeast Asia would inevitably fall into his grasp, bringing with it an abundance of resources from the surrounding seas. In Qingzhou, the atmosphere was jubilant. "Ha ha ha! My lord indeed lives up to my expectations," exclaimed Chunyu Cheong triumphantly. Leading an army of 100,000, he had swiftly captured several cities, nearly half of Qingzhou falling under Yuan Shao's control. Observing the ease with which Qingzhou was being subdued, Chunyu Cheong could not help but burst into laughter. However, Zhu Shou, accompanying the army, shook his head with a sense of resignation. Qingzhou was, after all, a land without a lord, and the departure of the esteemed Kong Rong had made their conquest remarkably straightforward. Along the way, some city governors had opened their gates in surrender upon seeing Yuan Shao's forces. Thus, they had managed to seize half of Qingzhou without shedding a drop of blood. Yet, Zhu Shou knew that the next challenge would not be so simple. They would soon face the most formidable county in Qingzhou, Beihai, ruled by Kong Rong. Should they succeed in capturing Beihai, Qingzhou would be theirs. As Chunyu Cheong's army continued its advance towards the remaining cities of Qingzhou, they unexpectedly encountered Kong Rong returning from Yuzhou. Its Kong Rong. He has returned from Yuzhou? The sight of Kong Rong leading his soldiers back sent a wave of alarm through Chunyu Cheong and Zhu Shou. They had intended to seize Qingzhou while Kong Rong was absent, but his unexpected return thwarted their plans. Just as they contemplated launching an assault against Kong Rong, the ground began to tremble violently. Recognizing that such tremors could only be caused by cavalry, they realized that only Lu Qian's substantial cavalry could be responsible. A chill ran down their spines at the thought that Kong Rong may have allied himself with Lu Qian, leaving them feeling as though they had swallowed a bitter pill. Facing this dire situation was akin to nurturing a daughter for over 20 years, only to have a stranger swoop in and claim her as his own. Chunyu Cheong and Zhu Shou found it hard to accept. With half of Qingzhou already under their control, they were now confronted by an army dispatched by Lu Qian. My Lord Kong Rong, why have you halted your advance? Just as tensions mounted, the formidable Taisher Ci, leading an army of 10,000 cavalry, arrived at Kong Rong's side. Upon seeing Taisher Ci's forces adorned with the Lu banner, Zhu Shou resolved to retreat from Qingzhou. This army was evidently a significant force sent by Lu Qian, and engaging in battle would be imprudent, especially when their own lord, Yuan Shao, was focused on consolidating his territory. Zhu Shou carefully observed the imposing 10,000 cavalry under Taisher Ci's command, their formidable presence solidifying his decision to withdraw. Chunyu Cheong, retreat, yield Qingzhou. Without hesitation, Zhu Shou commanded the army to retreat, opting to withdraw from Qingzhou rather than returning to the cities they had captured. While Chun Yuqiong was initially perplexed by Zhu Shou's orders, he recognized the wisdom in them. Lu Qian's mysterious might rendered a confrontation unwise. Surrendering Qingzhou and retreating would entail no losses, resulting in a mutually agreeable outcome. Thus, he swiftly concurred with Zhu Shou's decision. Before Kong Rong and Taisher Ci could utter a word, Chun Yuqiong and Zhu Shou led their forces in a hasty retreat. Yuan Shao's ambitions to conquer Qingzhou had been thwarted, as Taisher Ci and his 10,000 soldiers had effectively intimidated them into withdrawal. The once mighty army surged into Qingzhou only to exit with even greater speed. After leaving Qingzhou, Chun Yuqiong and Zhu Shou gradually slowed their pace. Observing the land they had vacated, Zhu Shou shook his head in resignation. With Lu Qian dispatching reinforcements, Qingzhou was no longer a prize within Yuan Shao's reach. As they returned to Yuan Shao's stronghold in Yizhou, both felt a profound sense of defeat. At that moment, Yizhou, the most populous province in the Han, had flourished under Yuan Shao's leadership, bolstered by the support of the wealthy Jin family. However, while Yuan Shao awaited triumphant news from Chun Yuqiong and Zhu Shou, he was met instead with their unexpected return. Upon learning of the situation in Qingzhou, his countenance darkened. If there was one person Yuan Shao least wished to hear from, it was undoubtedly Lu Qian, followed closely by his long-standing rival, Cao Cao. With Cao Cao wielding the emperor's authority, Yuan Shao found himself unable to launch an offensive. In a fit of rage, Yuan Shao smashed his wine cup against the ground. "You two have returned with half of Qingzhou that was within our grasp?" he bellowed. "Even if we could not seize all of Qingzhou, could we not at least hold on to what we had?" Under Yuan Shao's furious interrogation, Chun Yuqiong glanced nervously at Zhu Shou, seeking assistance. Zhu Shou understood the unspoken plea and, faced with Yuan Shao's wrath, shook his head. My lord, the powers of the various lords are just now stabilizing. Yet, the strength of Prince Lu Qian remains an enigma. The fact that he could dispatch 10,000 elite cavalry to aid Qingzhou speaks volumes of his hidden capabilities. Should we engage, General Chun Yu's 10,000 infantry would likely be left in Qingzhou. As Zhu Shou meticulously laid out his analysis, Yuan Shao sank back into his seat, his expression darkening further. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Since the formation of the coalition against Dong Zhuo, this prince had consistently overshadowed him. A disgraced prince had stolen the limelight from Yuan Shao, the leader of the coalition, an affront he could hardly tolerate. It was infuriating that despite being stationed far from the central plains, Lu Qian's victories against foreign foes had once again drawn attention to him, further aggravating Yuan Shao's ire. Time and again, he felt Lu Qian was undermining him, now even driving his campaign against Qingzhou to retreat. This cannot stand. How dare Lu Qian defy me? Does he believe my sword is dull? With growing frustration, Yuan Shao leapt to his feet, drawing his sword and cleaving the table in two. Witnessing his fury, Zhu Shou felt a surge of alarm. Though Yuan Shao commanded vast territories, Zhu Shou knew that his new troops were largely inexperienced, far inferior to Lu Qian's seasoned cavalry. Prepare the troops. How dare Lu Qian insult me? We shall march against Yuzhou. Yuan Shao's roar echoed through the tent, prompting Zhu Shou to drop to his knees in urgent counsel, joined by Tian Feng, who had just arrived. My lord, you must reconsider. While our forces have grown rapidly, boasting over 400,000 troops, more than 30,000 of them are fresh recruits. However, the Grand Prince Lu Qian has casually dispatched an army of 100,000 elite cavalry to support Qingzhou. We remain in the dark regarding the true capabilities of Grand Prince Lu Qian. Rash attack on Yuzhou may lead to unforeseen consequences. My lord, have you forgotten about Cao Cao of Yinzhou and your own cousin? With the urgent counsel of Tian Feng and Zhu Shou, Yuan Shao's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Just moments ago, Yuan Shao had been consumed by fury, but upon hearing the words of Tian Feng and Zhu Shou, he began to ponder deeply. Being adjacent to Cao Cao in the south, Yuan Shao felt an immense caution toward him. Having known Cao Cao since childhood, he was acutely aware of Chao's capabilities. Furthermore, his cousin Yuan Shu served as a stark reminder, as Yuan Shao's current achievements were built upon the illustrious reputation of the Yuan family, while his brother Yuan Shu had long coveted the position of family head. If he were to mobilize his forces against Yuzhou and make a mistake, it could lead to his utter ruin. Contemplating this, cold sweat broke out on Yuan Shao's back. He quickly assisted the two, who were fervently advising him. As the current head of the Yuan family, Yuan Shao understood the balance of benevolence and authority. Having exerted his might, it was now time to employ a strategy of emotional appeal. Zhu Shou, Yuan Hao, I implore both of you to aid me. Following Yuan Shao's words, Zhu Shou and Tian Feng devoted themselves wholly to support him. Given Lu Qian's formidable strength, they temporarily abandoned the idea of attacking Yuzhou, shifting their focus to other regions, particularly to Cao Cao of Yanzhou. Lu Qian's capabilities were shrouded in mystery, making him a formidable opponent, while the emperor's supporter Cao Cao only controlled half of Yanzhou and Yuzhou. Among the neighboring lords, only Cao Cao posed a significant threat to Yuan Shao, who then redirected the Yuan army's efforts towards Cao Cao's Yanzhou under the guidance of Tian Feng and Zhu Shou. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, the 10,000 iron cavalry sent by Lu Qian had intimidated Chun Yuqiong and Zhu Shou, leaving Kong Rong acutely aware that he could not defend Qingzhou alone. Moreover, the Grand Prince's magnanimity had transformed the barren lands of Yuzhou into a flourishing realm. Thus, it was only fitting that Lu Qian assumed the role of governor of Qingzhou. Consequently, upon Kong Rong's suggestion, the other governors of Qingzhou convened to vote, yet in the face of the 10,000 elite cavalry led by Tai Shurzi, they dared not voice any opposition. They had already been unable to withstand Yuan Shao's 100,000 troops, let alone the elite cavalry that had vanquished foreign hordes under Lu Qian. Furthermore, even if they disagreed, they knew Tai Shurzi would not hesitate to take action, and Kong Rong, with his scholarly demeanor, would not spare them in a moment. All governors in Qingzhou acquiesced to Kong Rong's decision. Gaining unanimous support, Kong Rong promptly retrieved the official seal of the former governor of Qingzhou and handed it to Tai Shurzi. Thus, Qingzhou was irrevocably placed under Lu Qian's dominion. With the seal in hand, Lu Qian was now hailed as the rightful governor of Qingzhou. Since Qingzhou had become the Lord's territory, Tai Shurzi no longer needed to lead his troops back to Yuzhou. Instead, he established a garrison at the borders adjoining Qingzhou and Yizhou. Having experienced Yuan Shao's incursion, Tai Shurzi was keenly aware of who posed the greatest threat to Qingzhou. As Tai Shurzi stationed himself in Qingzhou, the official seal was swiftly dispatched back to Yuzhou. To Lu Qian in the Beiping fortress, Lu Qian, upon receiving the seal, felt no surprise. He had anticipated this outcome ever since he had dispatched Tai Shurzi for support. With Qingzhou now under Lu Qian's command, it became a part of the Grand Prince's realm, solidifying Lu Qian's influence over both Yuzhou and Qingzhou. Lu Qian, undeterred, began to develop Qingzhou aggressively, leveraging the system's capabilities. With the system's assistance and a substantial influx of citizens from Yuzhou, Qingzhou witnessed a flurry of construction, erecting new buildings at an unprecedented pace. Historically, Qingzhou had suffered immensely under the scourge of the Yellow Turbans, and thus was not a prosperous region. Its development had long been stunted, leaving it in a state of desolation and decay. As the new master of Qingzhou, Lu Qian was determined not to let it languish further. With the system's aid, the county cities within Qingzhou began to undergo gradual renovations, garnering heartfelt gratitude from the populace. Long live His Highness the King Qin. We are forever indebted to your magnanimity. We beseech you to rid Qingzhou of the Yellow Turban bandits, the citizens of Qingzhou, having received Lu Qian's assistance and acquired their own homes, expressed their profound gratitude. Yet, many citizens clamored to petition Lu Qian to send troops, for nearly 1 million remnants of the Yellow Turbans lurked in the vicinity, continuously attacking the cities of Qingzhou. With such a vast number of bandits, even if the Grand Prince provided them with houses, it would not be long before the Yellow Turbans would come to pillage. At that point, all would be lost once more. Thus, the citizens of Qingzhou knelt in unison, pleading for Lu Qian to take action against the bandits. Lu Qian, recognizing the urgency of the matter, understood that the Yellow Turban army in Qingzhou represented the first step to Cao Cao's rise in the future. These remnants, once incorporated into Cao Cao's forces, would form a formidable army of 10,000 elite troops from Qingzhou. Therefore, Lu Qian had no intention of letting these million souls slip away. However, he would not tolerate the presence of certain troublemakers who had incited the rise of the Yellow Turbans. By eliminating these leaders, the rest could be integrated into Qingzhou seamlessly. With this in mind, Lu Qian dispatched Wang Yu, whose unparalleled swordsmanship made him an unmatched force on the battlefield, capable of taking the heads of enemy generals amidst the chaos. Chapter 100. Complete control over the 3 provinces of the Han, under Wang Yu's command. A brave contingent of swordsmen was sent forth to neutralize the leaders of the Yellow Turban army. Following Lu Qian's orders, Tai Shurzi, stationed in Qingzhou, received directives to prepare for the incorporation of the Yellow Turban bandits. With Wang Yu's involvement, success was assured. The leaders of the Qingzhou Yellow Turbans, by Rao Yudu, Su He, and Gung Ling, were all swiftly executed by Wang Yu overnight. With their deaths, the once mighty Yellow Turban forces in Qingzhou were thrown into disarray, leaderless and chaotic. At this juncture, Tai Shirzi seized the opportunity to arrive with his army and incorporate the bandits into his ranks. Though they claimed to be a million-strong Yellow Turban army, only about 100,000 were able-bodied men. The remainder consisted of women and the elderly, all of whom had been coerced into joining the ranks of the Yellow Turbans due to the turmoil. Now, as these Yellow Turban defectors were welcomed into Qingzhou, they were all treated equally and assigned to the houses constructed by Lu Qian. In an instant, the former Yellow Turban soldiers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, realizing that they had been driven to rebellion out of desperation. Last, they found a home, a stable place where they need not fear starvation or homelessness. The Yellow Turban defectors marveled at their new residences. Lu Qian meticulously delineated the land of Qingzhou, planning the placement of fertile fields with precision. With the entire population of the million Yellow Turban defectors settled in Qingzhou, Lu Qian commenced the construction of productive farmlands. Witnessing Lu Qian's systematic planning, the local gentry quickly recognized the fate that had befallen the once powerful families in Yuzhou. As Lu Qian began to measure the land, the gentry, eager to avoid conflict, promptly surrendered their holdings. Observing their compliance, Lu Qian chose not to act against them for the time being. Having previously eradicated the gentry in Yuzhou, to continue that course of action now would be counterproductive. Thus, he decided to create an illusion of normalcy before gradually bringing them to heel later. The citizens of Qingzhou gazed in disbelief at the lands now granted to them. Both the native populace and the newly integrated Yellow Turban soldiers were awestruck by the generosity of a lord distributing land among them. They had never fathomed that a ruler would bestow such gifts upon them. In that moment, the people of Qingzhou wholeheartedly rallied behind Lu Qian, exclaiming, "Long live the Grand Prince! We owe our gratitude to the Grand Prince. His virtues and talents are unparalleled. The Han dynasty shall thrive." As the cheers rang out, the citizens of Qingzhou fervently called out Lu Qian's name. Lu Qian's reputation soared in Qingzhou, and the citizens, from the depths of their hearts, began to support the Grand Prince Lu Qian. Having firmly established his control over Yuzhou, Jiaozhou, and Qingzhou, Lu Qian recognized the necessity to enhance resource points in Southeast Asia to prevent any sudden disruptions. With Lu Qian's complete dominion over the three provinces of the Han, the only rival capable of challenging him was Yuan Shao, who also commanded three provinces. At present, Cao Cao, the esteemed lord, diligently strives to expand his influence, remaining an unparalleled adversary. Meanwhile, Yuan Shu in Yangzhou has also been experiencing a frenzied growth. Yuan Shu can be regarded as the sole warlord to have reaped substantial benefits after the coalition against Dongzhou. Despite having heired and overseeing supplies, he faced no repercussions. Under the protection of the Yuan brothers, he entered Luoyang without having fought a single battle. Furthermore, the news of Sun Jian's possession of the imperial seal was disseminated by Yuan Shu himself. Similarly, as Sun Jian was about to pass through Jingzhou, Yuan Shu sent a letter to Lu Biao, detailing the imperial seal that Sun Jian carried and the venomous oath he had taken. Lu Biao, however, merely scoffed at Sun Jian's claim of a cursed fate. "How could a mere petty lord like you lay claim to the imperial seal, since you delight in fabricating lies and swearing oaths? Let it be that you truly meet a dreadful end." As Lu Biao devised his plans, the forces of Jingzhou suddenly disguised themselves as Yellow Turban rebels and launched an assault on Sun Jian, who was merely passing through. Having prepared in advance, Lu Biao's troops swiftly turned Sun Jian into a pincushion of arrows, thus forcing the retribution for his own ill-fated oath. Following Sun Jian's demise, Yuan Shu set his sights on the imperial seal that had been in Sun Jian's possession, just as he anticipated that Sun Tzu would lead an army to seek his allegiance. He was taken aback when Sun Tzu instead directed his retinue northward to Yuzhou. The coveted seal slipped away, infuriating Yuan Shu, who relentlessly smashed his goblet in frustration. Regardless of Yuan Shu's regret, the imperial seal had already been whisked away by that impudent young man, Sun Tzu. Although he had orchestrated Sun Jian's downfall, Yuan Shu found no joy in his victory. He had once believed the imperial seal was within his grasp, only to discover it had been led away to Beiping City in Yuzhou by Sun Tzu. Observing the bustling prosperity of Beiping City and the majestic castle at its heart, Sun Tzu and his companions were instantly captivated. As they journeyed through Yuzhou and witnessed the contented lives of its citizens, Zhou Yu found himself momentarily entranced. He had previously harbored concerns about Sun Ce's future following his allegiance to Lu Qian. Yet now, Yuzhou exuded an air of prosperity, with every citizen enjoying shelter, arable land, sustenance, and clothing. An embodiment of a flourishing era, Yuzhou resembled a miniature prosperous dynasty, with Lu Qian as its sovereign. Splendid, Gongjin. We have made the right choice. The esteemed prince, praised by our father, possesses such remarkable abilities. I shall surely avenge my father. With Sun Ce's declaration, the group promptly organized their belongings and hastened toward the most significant castle in Beiping City. Shortly after their arrival in Yuzhou's Beiping City, Lu Qian remained blissfully unaware. His focus remained directed towards the Southeast Asian region, not far from Luzon Island. This area, rich in maritime resources, boasted an abundance of fruits due to its favorable geographical conditions. Lu Qian had indeed come for these resources. At this moment, his naval forces had reached Southeast Asia, with colossal warships anchored in the ports. Embracing the warm climate of Southeast Asia, the army disembarked from the warships in grand procession.